The world's strength suddenly decreased by 100 times. Those who could easily carry bricks were now considered strong, they were called giants. Those who could carry a dog became subjects of government protection. Even those who could chase wild chickens were now called hero killers. However, my strength remained the same as it was before, it didn't decrease at all. At that moment, I suddenly woke up and got smacked on the head by the foreman, who scolded me for sleeping on my first day of work. Nearly 100 construction workers were working tirelessly. The foreman, like a god holding power over life and death, was patrolling the site back and forth. Soon, the foreman frowned and shouted loudly. Yeringchan. Sleeping during work hours? Can you even handle this job? If not, get the hell out. Yixingchen suddenly woke up from his sleep and rubbed his ears hard. Lazy bum. The foreman glared fiercely at Yixingchen. I only let you stay yesterday because I felt sorry for you. And now? Sleeping on your first day of work? This is how you repay me. I'm sorry, foreman, I won't do it again. Yixingchen shrank his neck and quickly rushed to the cement pile to start carrying. Ha ha ha. The nearby workers, seeing Yixingchen's sorry state, couldn't help but stop their work, gather around, and burst into laughter. Humph. The foreman snorted coldly. I've said this before, we're a team. Our team needs tigers to guard the mountain, eagles with foresight, agile leopards, loyal dogs, and hardworking oxen. We absolutely don't need freeloaders, troublemakers, or rotten apples. He gave Yixingchen a cold glance and continued, you all know that Xia Nation's construction companies are all about Xia efficiency. But look at you guys, sluggish, no work ethic at all. The Sakura construction company next door started their project 2 weeks after us, and now their building is nearly finished. Aren't you ashamed? If we delay the deadline and President Qin blames us, none of us will be able to handle it. Yixingchen looked at the foreman ranting like a machine gun and felt frustrated. Sure, falling asleep was his fault, but did he really need to scold everyone? Now the whole crew would blame him, right? He'd just become public enemy #1 on the site. Sure enough, after the foreman's scolding, everyone glared at Yixingchen with resentment, as if they were ready to beat him up. Let me make it clear, want to slack off? Fine. Whoever can carry this bag of cement up to the 3rd floor gets to rest and still gets paid. The foreman pointed to a bag of cement not far away. Yixingchen was about to go lift it when he glanced at the packaging after hearing the foreman's words. The label, 55 pounds, stood out clearly. Yixingchen instinctively rubbed his eyes and froze. Did he see that right? 55 pounds? What the hell? Are they sure it's 55 pounds and not 55 tons? Yixingchen looked at the foreman, confused, and pointed to the bag. Foreman, are you sure it's this bag of cement, not that whole truckload? Since when did our job get so easy? As soon as he finished, the workers nearby burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, did this guy damage his brain while sleeping? 55 pounds. Carrying that up to the 3rd floor, even someone super strong would need a full day. Even the foreman was amused. He casually took a cigarette and put it in his mouth, then pointed beside the bag. Kid, are you still dreaming? Think it's easy? Fine, let me be clear, if you can carry this tray of cement up to the 3rd floor in one go, you can go home today, get paid, and take the day off. How's that? Yixingchen glanced, it was a paper tray holding about 12 pounds of cement. That's it? Yixingchen was dumbfounded. Don't just talk, pick it up already. If he could pick it up, he would have done it instead of standing there talking. Several workers chimed in, mocking him. Yixingchen frowned, sensing something fishy. Could the foreman be trying to fire him but couldn't find a good excuse, so he made this one up? Thinking of that, Yixingchen sincerely bowed and apologized. Foreman, you're joking with me, right? I know sleeping during work was wrong, I don't even know why I fell asleep, it just happened. I promise it won't happen again. Please don't fire me. I really need this job to make money. Joking? Who the hell has time to joke with you? The foreman snorted again. But, come to think of it, that tray weighs at least 12 pounds. You lifting that? Impossible. Since you can't do it, get back to work. How insulting. Yixingchen muttered and got ready to continue working. What did you say? Insulting? The foreman grew furious and walked up slowly to Yixingchen. You brat, if you've got guts, lift this tray of cement. Fine, I'll lift it. Yixingchen was pissed. 12 pounds? That's just humiliating. If they want to fire him, so be it. He'd find another job. If they don't want me here, someone else will. Yixingchen clenched his teeth, reached out his right hand, and held the tray of cement in his palm. All right? So are you firing me or not? Go ahead, whatever. No one replied. The whole site went silent. Everyone was stunned, even the cigarette fell from the foreman's mouth. Several minutes later, the site exploded like a pot of boiling water. Holy crap! This guy lifted 12 pounds of cement with one hand. Did I see that right? 12 pounds, and he lifted it. That's more strength than a weightlifter. I'd always heard of strong men, never believed it until today. Damn, scary strong. The foreman trembled, pointing at Yi Xingchen, stuttering, I can't believe it. You really lifted 12 pounds. How is that possible? Yi Xingchen was dumbfounded too. Wait, are you all messing with me? Forget just this tray, even that whole 55-pound bag, I could lift that easily. So could you. What? As soon as he said that, the entire site exploded in disbelief. Impossible. That's 55 pounds of cement. Even the world's strongest man couldn't do that. Did we see it wrong just now? Or is that tray of cement hollow? Damn it, he really pulled it off this time. And he said we could lift it too? Forget 55 pounds, even lifting a tenth of that is impossible for me. Shut the hell up. All of you, shut up, the foreman roared hysterically, then looked at Yi Xingchen with a look of disbelief. What did you just say? That full bag of cement, you can lift that too? I mean the whole thing, not just the leftovers. Yi Xingchen looked at everyone as if he'd seen ghosts. What's with these expressions? It's just 55 pounds of cement. Is that really so hard? Did I run into something cursed on the way to work today? Or are they seriously messing with me? If you're all acting, then damn, you deserve Oscars and Golden Rooster awards. Foreman, guys, stop messing with me. I really get that I was wrong. I swear I'll never sleep on the job again. This joke isn't funny at all, let's just get back to work. What did he say? We're messing with him? If I had that kind of time, I'd be hanging out with girl number 9 off shift. This guy's nuts, right? So what if he's a bit stronger? What's it matter? He's still hauling cement at the same site as me. Just then, a group of people entered the site. Leading them was a young woman in a professional suit, the president of Yida Construction Company, Qin Yanran. President Qin, damn, these people aren't working and are just standing around? I'll go scold them. No need, Qin Yanran shook her head. Let's see what they're doing. So, her group quietly walked over to watch. The foreman clearly hadn't recovered from the shock and didn't even notice that Qin Yanran's group had joined in. A small bead of sweat rolled down the foreman's forehead. You try lifting that full bag of cement. Fine, I'll lift it. But you better not fire me. If you can lift it, why the hell would I fire you? Hurry up. The foreman was both angry and excited, sensing he might be witnessing something miraculous. All right, I'll play along. Yi Xingchen sighed helplessly and walked up to the bag of cement on the ground. Yi Xingchen had done hard labor for years. A 55-pound bag of cement was nothing to him. And so, under the stunned, and maybe even terrified, eyes of the crowd, he picked up the bag of cement. Holy crap! He really picked it up. No way! That's a full 55-pound bag of cement. Am I dreaming? This is insane. Back in history, they said Xiang Yu of Western Chu could carry a cauldron. I used to think that was a myth, but this guy's even scarier than Xiang Yu. Mother of God. The foreman was dumbfounded. That's a whole bag of cement. If we had this guy lifting cement all out, he'd be worth dozens, maybe 100, of my workers. With him here, what project couldn't we finish ahead of schedule? Think of all the money we'd save, we're gonna be rich? Is this supposed to be hard? Yi Xingchen suddenly felt awkward, instinctively wrapping his right arm around the bag and scratching the back of his head with his left hand. Yi Xingchen didn't know why, but he kept feeling like these people were treating him like a fool. Holy crap. One hand. What the fuck is this? What kind of monster is this guy? I remember the world record for weightlifting in the Guinness Book is barely over 4 pounds, right? And this guy actually lifted 55 pounds with one hand. Some people are just too damn strong. I'm done. I'm out of here, goodbye. Seeing Yi Xingchen lift a full bag of cement with one hand, the whole site exploded again. Even Qin Yanran, watching nearby, was visibly shocked. She had heard there were hidden talents on construction sites, but she never expected to see someone this unreal. Lifting 55 pounds of cement by hand, without using any advanced exoskeleton tech? Who had ever heard of something so unbelievable? Only now did Yi Xingchen realize something wasn't right. Weren't there tall buildings all around before? Why were they all just short buildings now? The tallest was only 4 stories. Weren't these workers all carrying cement bags before? Why were they all now carrying tiny paper trays? Were they really that fragile? Their expressions didn't look like they were joking. They looked serious. And that guy inside a mech suit like something from Avatar, was that real? Was he moving bricks in that thing? Moving bricks had gone full high-tech now? What the hell is going on? Was the world just crazy now? Why did everything look so familiar, yet so strange? President Qin. Ah. It's President Qin. Hurry up, get back to work. Just as Yi Xingchen was questioning reality, the workers finally noticed Qin Yanran and quickly rushed to carry cement again with their little trays. President Qin? Yi Xingchen looked blankly at her. He'd seen Qin Yanran on TV more than once. Whether it was her prestigious family, her angelic face, or her devilish figure, she was goddess level, no doubt. What's your name? Qin Yanran walked over to Yi Xingchen with interest. Breath like orchids, this phrase must have been made for someone like her, Yi Xingchen thought. My name is Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen, right? Qin Yanran nodded slightly. Can you do me a favor? I? Yi Xingchen stammered, unable to speak. Normally, he wouldn't hesitate to say yes. After all, Qin Yanran was the big boss. If the boss asked, and the money was right, and it wasn't illegal, he'd do anything. But right now, he still hadn't wrapped his head around what was happening. He was totally out of it. Don't rush to say no, Qin Yanran smiled again. If you help me with this, I'll give you a new job, at the headquarters of Yida Construction. And even if you can't help, I'll still give you a generous reward for your effort. How about that? Can I ask what kind of favor it is first? Yi Xingchen was cautious. If they were taking him to a lab for experiments, he was screwed. Heh. It's simple. The site next door belongs to the Sakura Construction Company from Toyo. They've been provoking us and messing with our workers' morale. I want you to help me teach them a lesson. Deal. As soon as Qin Yanran finished speaking, Yi Xingchen nodded without hesitation. Taking on outsiders? No need to think twice, anyone from Xia Nation would do it without question. Ha. You guys are all useless. Pathetic weaklings, every single one of you. From far away, Yi Xingchen, walking behind Qin Yanran, heard barking voices. He frowned slightly, sensing that something serious was about to happen. There, you heard that too, right? Just listen to how foul-mouthed they are. We need to put them in their place. Qin Yanran lifted her eyes, clearly unhappy. President Qin is here. President Qin is here. President Qin, thank goodness you came. You don't know how annoying those guys have been, shouting all the time, making it impossible for our team to work. And that one guy is ridiculously strong, none of us can beat him. It's been so frustrating. Seeing that Qin Yanran had brought people, the workers from Yida Company started complaining loudly. Don't worry, Uncle Huang, didn't I just bring someone to deal with that arrogant guy? Qin Yanran quickly reassured them and pointed behind her at Yi Xingchen. Him? Uncle Huang followed her gesture to Yi Xingchen, then looked at the loud guy from the other team. His expression turned strange. No way, that kid? Look at him, skinny, sure, he doesn't have a beer belly, but he doesn't exactly look like someone who could take on that muscle-bound brute. Yeah, they say even our strongest guy, Meng, lost to him. And now President Qin brings this bookish-looking kid? Do we have no one else left? You don't get it. This is President Qin's strategy, it's a distraction. This guy will go up, definitely lose, and the other side will mock him. The kid, being young and hot-headed, will argue back. They'll be shouting at each other all day, and even that guy won't be able to keep it up forever. Then we can finally work in peace. That's actually pretty smart. Qin Yanran frowned slightly. Uncle Huang, don't underestimate him. I just saw it myself, he lifted a 55-pound bag of cement with one hand. Heh. Uncle Huang clearly didn't believe it and chuckled. Oh, look at that. Pretty lady. Is your company so short on people that you had to send a flower girl? What's this? You gonna take me on? If you lose, you're spending the night with me. Ha. The workers from the Sakura construction team burst out laughing at just the right moment. Outrageous. Damn it. If only we weren't weaker than that guy, we wouldn't have to put up with this. Qin Yanran, clearly a composed and accomplished woman, just curled her lips in disdain at their crude words. With you? Try beating one of my employees first. With that, Qin Yanran gave Yi Xingchen a signal. Yi Xingchen stepped forward, now standing at the front of the group. To be honest, not one of Yida's workers thought he stood a chance. But still, since he was one of them, they all cheered for him. Go get him, kid. Take him down, brother. We're with you. Yi Xingchen took a deep breath and walked up to the loud guy. The man glanced at Yi Xingchen with open contempt, his attitude full of arrogance. My name is Nichikawa Gosaka. I'm the top strongman under Lord Komuro Ichiro. Kid, it's no shame to lose to me. After all, guys like you are just known for being weak. Yi Xingchen paused slightly. What an arrogant jerk. Yi Xingchen had heard of Komuro Ichiro before. Apparently, he was the boss of Sakura Construction Company. He understood the general situation, but couldn't these guys have more normal-sounding names? Why was it always something like Nichikawa, or Komuro something? Nichikawa Gosaka, of course, had no idea what Yi Xingchen was thinking. Seeing Yi Xingchen stay silent, he thought he'd intimidated him with his tough guy attitude and burst into loud laughter. Ahahaha. You people really are all cowards. After hearing Gosaka insult his team multiple times, even Yi Xingchen's good temper had its limits. If you want to fight, stop talking. Just say how we're doing this. Nichikawa Gosaka didn't catch the first part, but he understood the second sentence clearly. With a scornful glare, Gosaka said, "Humph. You clueless fool. You have no idea how strong I am. Let's settle this with raw strength, a true man's challenge. We'll see who can lift it faster." As he spoke, he pointed to a brick in front of them. What the hell? Yi Xingchen was stunned. He had thought it would be some kind of real strength challenge, but that brick might have looked a little big, but at most it weighed 4 or 5 pounds, right? A strongman challenge over who could lift a 4 or 5 pound brick the fastest? Yi Xingchen couldn't help but feel embarrassed. This was ridiculous. Humph. Gosaka seemed satisfied with Yi Xingchen's silence and confidently stood next to the brick. Watch carefully, this is what real power looks like. He crouched down, gripped the brick tightly with both hands, and then started letting out grunts like a pig being slaughtered. Ah, he-ya, HRRGH. Then, to the horrified stares of the crowd, he finally managed to lift the brick, by hand. Whoa! He actually lifted it. That brick must weigh at least 4 or 5 pounds. That's insane strength. This guy's something else. The Yida construction workers started shouting in disbelief. Yoshi! Unbelievable. The Sakura Company employees started yelling too, like they were having some kind of high-energy moment. Heh! Gosaka threw the brick down and gave Yi Xingchen a proud look. Your turn. Seriously. Yi Xingchen stared at the brick and froze in place. Was today cursed or something? It's just a brick. Just a 4 or 5 pound brick. Come on, was all that straining really necessary? A grown man competing to lift a brick? Might as well end up on the news. 2 men seen in street brick lifting contest, later confirmed to be escapees from a psychiatric facility. Both were returned for treatment and are now in stable condition. Yi Xingchen had already come up with the headline in his head. Seeing Yi Xingchen still not moving, Gosaka laughed again, full of pride. Ahahaha. You scared now? I was right. You're all just weaklings. No strength, no guts. Not a single person in your whole company dares to challenge me. You might as well give up on competing with us for projects, go home and drink milk. Sigh. You can't really blame the guy. That thing weighs around 4 or 5 pounds. Yeah. If it were me, I probably would have lost too. Still, not even daring to try? Aren't we supposed to be strong and proud men? Are we really going to let them look down on us like this? You up, no can no BB. Not just Nichikawa Gosaka, even the workers from Yida Construction couldn't bear to watch anymore. They didn't believe Yi Xingchen could lift that brick. Yi Xingchen. What are you doing? Seeing him standing there like a statue, Qin Yanran became anxious. Right then, she couldn't help but wonder, was the foreman working with Yi Xingchen to fool her? Maybe what he lifted earlier wasn't a full bag of cement, but an empty sack? Was this now his true self exposed? Damn it, she should have touched that bag earlier. At least then she would have known for sure. At least she wouldn't have been fooled. At the very least? Qin Yanran seriously regretted it now. Yi Xingchen snapped out of it when Qin Yanran called his name. What do you want to say? Are you going to lift or not? If not, just admit defeat. Say you're too weak and I'll let it go. After all, as the saying goes, something about being generous. Ha. Nichikawa Gosaka stared at Yi Xingchen smugly. Yi Xingchen instantly frowned. You're the weak one. Your whole family is weak. I already lifted. Now it's your turn. Gosaka looked confused, not understanding Yi Xingchen's insult. Yi Xingchen glanced at the brick. I want to lift something else. Ha. So pathetic. Just like the old stereotype. As soon as Yi Xingchen said that, the Sakura construction crowd burst into laughter. Qin Yanran couldn't help but feel deeply embarrassed. He, Nichikawa Gosaka chuckled proudly. Fine. What do you want to lift? That little tray of cement? Let me remind you, it weighs more than 2 pounds. Who said I want to lift that? Yi Xingchen shot him a look. Then what do you want to lift? An empty tray? That's only a few ounces. Is that really all you're capable of? President Qin, maybe you should just call the kid back, lifting an empty tray, even I feel embarrassed for him. If he keeps this up, he's not just shaming the company, he's making all of us look bad. Yeah, President Qin, this is too much. I'm starting to think he's a plant sent by them. The employees behind Qin Yanran started urging her to stop Yi Xingchen. Qin Yanran thought for a moment, then decided to call him back. But just as she was about to speak, she noticed Yi Xingchen was staring at a large rock not far away. It wasn't huge, but not small either, looked like it weighed about 20 to 25 pounds. Qin Yanran's heart skipped a beat. No way, was he planning to lift that rock by hand? Could what she saw earlier have been real? Could he really have lifted a 55-pound bag of cement with one hand? The thought made her hold her breath, eyes fixed on Yi Xingqian with growing anticipation. Just as she suspected, Yi Xingqian pointed with his right hand toward the big rock. A brick? That's child's play. Just talking about it is embarrassing. I'll lift that rock instead. What? Nichikawa Gosaka looked at Yi Xingqian in disbelief. This clueless guy actually said lifting a brick by hand is child's play. Ridiculous. Nichikawa Gosaka gave Yi Xingqian a scornful look. Hey, are you kidding me? Are you thinking that since you can't lift it, you'll just choose something that no one else can lift either? That way, people will only say you failed to lift a stone, not that you lost to me. You're flipping the table so no one can play. Yeving Chan snorted. Who said I'm joking? Lifting this stone is child's play for me. It's just that there's nothing better around, so I'll settle for this. Arrogant. Nichikawa Gosaka clearly didn't believe Yi Xingqian could lift a stone that looked like it weighed about 20 pounds. Are all you guys this full of talk and no ability? Oh? Yi Xingqian looked at him with amusement. And what if I lift it? If you lift it, do whatever you want. Good. If I lift it, I don't want anything else. Just shout 3 times, loud and clear, I'm a fool raised by dogs. That's all. Nichikawa Gosaka's face turned red and then pale, his features twisted. Fine. But if you can't lift it, you have to shout 3 times, I'm weak and sickly. Deal. Yi Xingqian casually walked over to the stone, smiled, and grabbed it with one hand, lifting it easily. What the? No way. One hand. Oh my god. Holy crap. That's some insane strength. Impossible. This stone must be hollow. No, it's fake. At first, the crowd was dead silent. Then came a wave of shocked exclamations. Impossible. Nichikawa Gosaka also stared at the stone in Yi Xingqian's hand in disbelief. You must have cheated. You must have swapped in a fake one. Really? Yi Xingqian casually dropped the stone to the ground. Then you try it. Fine, I'll try. Still unconvinced, Nichikawa Gosaka walked up to the stone and reached out with his right hand to lift it. Huh? He froze, it wouldn't budge. No way. He quickly added his left hand, trying to grab it with both arms. But no matter how hard he tried, the stone didn't move at all. Eventually, he was forced to face a harsh truth. The stone was real. And it weighed close to 20 pounds. 20 pounds. He couldn't even push it, let alone lift it. But, how did this guy lift it so easily just now? Was it raw strength? How? Who in the world could lift a 20-pound rock with one hand like a toy? So? Admit it? Come on, a bet's a bet. Time to own up. Urged by the workers from Yida Construction, Nichikawa Gosaka's face turned beet red. It was like he'd swallowed a cockroach. I'm a son of a bitch little bastard. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. So that's what these guys are really like? All talk, no bite. Let's see if you dare act arrogant here again. Serves you right. Strong man? Go home and shoot your cheesy romance movies instead. The employees of Yida Construction clapped and cheered, the whole scene full of celebration. Even Qin Yanran couldn't help but smile a little. Meanwhile, the Sakura team left in embarrassment, afraid to stay and get mocked further. Yi Xingqian, who had been at the center of it all, stood still with no change in expression. He had suspected these guys were putting on an act, but now it was clear, things weren't as simple as he'd thought. What had happened to this world? How could everything change so much, just because he took a nap? Was he dreaming? Or had the world actually changed? While enjoying the moment, Qin Yanran glanced at Yi Xingqian from the corner of her eye. Calm and composed, steady and reliable. Not only was he naturally strong, he also seemed dependable. And right now, since she had made enemies with the Sakura company while bidding for contracts in recent years, those guys might pull some shady tricks if they got desperate. Rumor had it the Sakura company had ties to Toyo's military. If they used that connection against her, having someone like Yi Xingqian around as protection wouldn't be a bad idea. With that thought, Qin Yanran walked up to him. President Qin. Yi Xingqian looked at her, a little nervous in front of such a stunning woman. Your current job is carrying cement on the site? Yes, President Qin. How much is your monthly salary? Yi Xingqian lowered his head awkwardly. Today was my first official day. The foreman said 300 a day. So that's less than 10,000 a month? This job's pretty rough. Would you be interested in changing jobs? Rough? Yi Xingqian looked at her strangely. If the job was just carrying 1 or 2 bags of cement a day, was there anything easier than that? Seeing his reaction, Qin Yanran was even more pleased. Hardworking and down-to-earth, an honest man. I happen to need a bodyguard. Normally, you won't need to do much, just stay around the office without disturbing other employees. When I go out, you'll accompany me and act as my driver too. 1-month trial, salary starts at 80,000. After that, if things go well, you'll get a raise. Also, I'll buy you a villa next to mine, you can live there freely as long as you're working for me. And I'll provide a car. How does that sound? Yi Xingchen was stunned. Was this real? Someone like Qin Yanran, a well-known businesswoman, probably didn't need protection from small-time criminals, right? So basically, the job was just to drive and hang around? And for that, a salary of 80,000 plus a car and a house? Give me 10 of those jobs. Pack them up. Yi Xingchen nodded rapidly like a pecking chicken. Yes. Yes. Thank you, President Qin. I'll work hard and won't let you down. Then it's settled. Be at the Yida headquarters by 8 a.m. tomorrow. I'll notify the front desk in advance, just tell them your name. Got it. Thanks, President Qin. I was just short on cash, this job came at the perfect time. In that moment, Yi Xingchen felt like tears were about to stream down his face. Short on cash? Qin Yanran lifted her brow. When I get back, I'll have someone transfer 100,000 to your account as a welcome bonus. This is the same bank card you registered at the construction site, right? Yi Xingchen couldn't even describe how he felt. This woman was on another level of rich. If only I had that kind of money, I'd do the same. Yi Xingchen quickly nodded again, thankful. Yes, yes. Thank you, President Qin. Then, see you tomorrow. Take care, President Qin. Yi Xingchen bowed slightly, looking very humble. Nowadays, money is everything. Besides, Qin Yanran had truly helped him out. Whether out of gratitude or respect, Yi Xingchen had every reason to treat her politely. Watching Qin Yanran walk away, Yi Xingchen really felt like jumping up and cheering. He had money now. Finally, he had money. He could finally pay off his dad's gambling debts. As Yi Xingchen was overwhelmed with excitement, the employees from Yida Construction gathered around him. Some congratulated him, some praised him, and others just chatted away. Wow! Kid, you really surprised us, you're strong. Yeah. That's why they say don't judge a book by its cover. You're amazing. Did you see the way those guys ran off? That was hilarious. Finally got our revenge. I doubt they'll dare mess with us again. Hey, kid, you look decent. Got a girlfriend? I have a sister, 24 years old. Whoa, stop right there. Yi Xingchen was startled. I have a girlfriend. She really loves me, and I love her too. Really? The guy who tried to set him up looked disappointed. That's a shame. I wasn't trying to push it, it's just, you seem like a great match, and my sister. My parents, man, they're brutal. This morning they told her if she doesn't find someone this year, she shouldn't bother coming home for the holidays. Sounds like your parents are pretty reasonable. Yi Xingchen gave a knowing smile. What? That's reasonable? Sure. Yi Xingchen nodded, then grinned. My dad just tells me to drop dead. Not letting you go home is nothing. All right. I'm done chatting, I'm heading home. Yi Xingchen waved goodbye to the crowd, and just then his phone buzzed with a message. He took it out and looked, an SMS from the bank. Agricultural Bank of Xia, your account ending in 3838 received a deposit of 100,000.01. Hell yes? Yi Xingchen pumped his fist in excitement and skipped off the worksite. Whoa, did you guys see that? Was his phone case metal? A metal phone case? That thing's got to weigh half a pound or more. Half a pound might not seem like much, but, carrying a phone that heavy every day, this guy really is something else, scary stuff. The guys who'd been chatting with him stared after Yi Xingchen's back, their faces showing a strange mix of awe and fear. Dad, I'm back. I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Yi Xingchen had just arrived at the front door and couldn't wait to share his new job news with his father, Yi Hao. But the house was strangely quiet. No one responded to him. Huh? Where did Dad go? Yi Xingchen walked inside and looked around, his brows furrowing. Something about the house felt off, strangely odd everywhere. The door hadn't been locked, and why was it so thin now? Could that even stop a thief? Knock, knock, knock. Yi Xingchen glanced at the wardrobe, which he easily broke with a couple of knocks. Then he looked at the rice jar, maybe about 2 pounds of rice left. The water jug had less than 4 ounces of drinking water. He stood there deep in thought. Well, if it isn't Yi Hao's beloved son. Took you long enough to come back. Just then, a shady-looking guy with dyed yellow hair squeezed in from outside. Who are you? Yi Xingchen looked at him cautiously. Heh, the guy grinned. Kid, I'm one of Brother Long's men. Your old man lost everything at Brother Long's gambling den today, not even his underwear left. He owes Brother Long 200,000. Orders are, no matter what, you're paying it today. Yi Xingchen frowned. His dad had gone gambling again. 200,000? To him right now, that number was astronomical. Yi Xingchen sighed. Brother, could you give me a few days? I don't have that kind of money. Maybe I can pay part of it first? The rest, I'll pay as soon as I can, just let my dad go, and we'll work it out. The yellow-haired guy shook his head firmly, still smiling. No can do. Brother Long said if you can pay today, great. If not, then go rob a bank, but pay it. That's going too far. Yi Xingchen was furious and raised his fist to punch him in the face. But the guy didn't even flinch. He even leaned his face into Yi Xingchen's fist. Go ahead. Hit me. Right here. Brother Long said, if you lay a finger on me, he's cutting off one of your dad's fingers. In the end, Yi Xingchen came to his senses. His raised fist hung there, powerless. Big brother, you know our situation. Where am I supposed to get that kind of money right now? Even if I wanted to rob a bank, look at me, then look at what we've got at home. I don't even have the tools, let alone the skills. The yellow-haired guy had clearly expected that. He just grinned and flashed his two yellow-stained front teeth. All right, Brother Long knows you don't have the money. So he said, since you can't pay, you'll work it off. Work it off? Yi Xingchen paused, feeling uneasy. That's right. The guy nodded heavily. Brother Long runs an underground fight club. One match in the ring gets you 100,000 off your debt. Plus, he'll give you 2 more weeks to pay the other 100,000. Underground fighting. Yi Xingchen had never done it, but he'd seen plenty of movies and shows. Life and death up to fate. Even if you got beaten to death in that ring, no one would take responsibility. All you could do was regret in the afterlife that your fists weren't strong enough. If he really went to fight in the underground ring, there was no telling if he'd even make it back alive tonight. And if something happened to him, who would take care of his dad? But if he didn't do it, how could he pay back the 200,000 gambling debt? A regular guy like him couldn't possibly take on someone like Brother Long, a legendary underground gang boss. His dad would definitely be in danger. That 200,000 was really enough to crush a hero. Thinking about it, Yi Xingchen clenched his fists tightly, torn and struggling deep inside. So? Kid, made up your mind yet? Oh, I forgot to tell you, the underground fight schedule is limited each day. If you hesitate too long, you might miss your slot. Can't pay the debt? You can guess what Brother Long will do to you and your dad, right? Yi Xingchen gritted his teeth. At this moment, he made up his mind. I'll do it. But you have to keep your word. One match, 100,000 off. The other 100,000 I'll repay in 2 weeks. The yellow-haired guy didn't reply, just calmly gave an okay gesture. From start to finish, he was completely confident, like a seasoned hunter watching his prey. Yi Xingchen, no matter how he struggled, was already in his net. Soon, Yi Xingchen locked up his home and followed him to the underground fight venue. But once he got into the guy's beat-up minivan, Yi Xingchen had a new question. Hey, bro, this van of yours. What about it? The yellow-haired guy focused on starting the car, not even glancing at Yi Xingchen. Isn't this van way too flimsy? Is this one of those Toyo models? It feels like paper. As Yi Xingchen spoke, he gently tapped the passenger door with his finger. Clunk. To his horror, the passenger door fell right off. What the hell? The yellow-haired guy was stunned. He looked at the door on the ground, then at Yi Xingchen, also stunned, his face slowly turned awkward. Damn, why is this thing falling apart? I only bought it a year ago. It's a domestic model too, not some cheap Toyo crap. This is weird. Whatever, let's just use it for now. I'll switch to a Wuling next time. He didn't care, blaming it on the car's poor quality, not suspecting Yi Xingchen at all. Alright. Yi Xingchen didn't overthink it, even though everything around him felt weird. The guy started the van, driving steadily toward the underground arena. Meanwhile, Yi Xingchen stared out the window with a serious look, not because of the fight ahead, but because of what he was seeing. A girl licking a tiny, thumbnail-sized ice cream cone. A guy inside a sci-fi-style robotic exoskeleton carrying a load of couches. For sanitation workers using a pencil-sized saw to cut up a fallen tree. 2 kids fencing with drinking straws, one of them even had a bruise on his arm. What the hell, is this real life, or am I dreaming? The underground fight arena. Loud, harsh cheers, neon lights in every color, all displaying the crowd's wild excitement and twisted souls. Yi Xingchen followed behind the yellow-haired guy into the venue. At that moment, 2 fighters were engaged in an intense brawl. They exchanged blows, faces and bodies covered with bruises. One man was bleeding a bit from his mouth, clearly losing. To Yi Xingchen, just an amateur, the fight seemed almost like play. Punches were so slow. I could dodge these when I was 4 years old. And why does everyone walk so slowly today? At the pace a toddler just learning to walk. These punches felt soft. Can they really bruise or make someone cough up blood? Are those bruises really from punches, or from falling down? Is this an underground boxing ring, or a low-budget movie set? Eventually, under Yi Xingqian's stunned gaze, the man who was behind took a single punch KO and collapsed, possibly dead. The referee walked slowly over, confirmed it, then nodded to the ring announcer. The announcer, holding a toothpick-sized microphone, walked out calmly. I announce the winner of this match is National Boxing Champ Max Guess. Oh, Max Guess. Max Guess. The excited crowd started chanting the name of the winner. Clearly most had bet on Max Guess to win. The yellow-haired guy patted Yi Xingqian softly on the shoulder. Kid, next match is you. Get ready. You guys take him to prepare. He's facing champ Park Kukchang next. Yi Xingqian blinked. Boxing champion Park Kukchang? That name alone sounded experienced and powerful. Got it. None of the yellow-haired guy's men believed Yi Xingqian could win. They looked at him with dead eyes, as though watching someone doomed. Come on in with me. They entered the backstage area. Several gloves, looking cheaply made, were laid out before Yi Xingqian. Pick any. Doesn't matter, same outcome either way. You're all gonna die anyway. Yi Xingqian looked at the yellow-haired guy's underling in confusion, feeling a chill run down his spine. Want an energy drink? I can pour you 2 or 3 milliliters. 2 or 3 milliliters? Then? I'll pass. Yi Xingqian couldn't help but frown. That's barely enough to wet your tongue. This underground ring is harsh. You're right, the underling replied with pity. At death's door, nothing's worth it. Ready yet? Park Kukchang's coming any moment. We can't keep him waiting. All right, I'm coming. A few big guys whispered to each other, and clueless Yi Xingqian, who didn't even understand the rules, was pushed into the ring. At that moment, the announcer introduced him. Now entering, never mind the name. Coming up, he challenges champ Park Kukchang. Let's give him a cheer. Throw him out. Who is that? Going to fight Park Kukchang in illegal boxing? Aren't they just asking to die? Park Kukchang? Dude, I've only seen a few matches here, never heard that name. Who is he? You don't know champ Park Kukchang? Haven't you heard of champ AY? What? Champ AY? The same AY who held the world title multiple times. Yes. That's him. Legend says champ AY once killed a chicken with a single punch. That level of power, just hearing about it is terrifying. But what does that have to do with Park? That's where you're clueless. Rumor has it Park fought champ AY, and AY only barely won on points. Holy crap. Then Park must be insanely strong. So what are you waiting for? Bet on Park. I'm placing a 10,000 bet. I'm in too. I'll bet 10,000. Listening to the crowd's chatter, Yi Xingqian felt like he'd entered a madhouse. Next up, challenger Park Kukchang. With cheers and support staff pressing forward, a man under 5 feet tall stepped into the ring. Yi Xingqian nearly dropped his jaw. Park was shorter than his own shoulders. Shorter height helps boxers control balance and protect vital points, that part Yi Xingqian understood. But a boxer under 5 feet tall looked almost comical. Damn, Park glanced at Yi Xingqian and snorted coldly. Kid, before you beg to surrender, I'm going to knock you out in one punch. Yi Xingqian was speechless. First, both sides do the salute. That means touching gloved right fists together. Yi Xingqian, being straightforward, extended his right fist for the salute. But what Park did next left Yi Xingqian bewildered and frozen. Park slowly extended his right fist, but then changed its path. Instead of a bump, he gently tapped the back of Yi Xingqian's glove. What was that? He just patted my hand? Why did he do that? Is he teasing me? For a moment, Yi Xingqian thought maybe Park's experience extended to relationships with men? That thought made him shrink his fist, goosebumps rising all over. Ha ha ha. Park laughed confidently, revealing blackened teeth. Wow. Park just gave him a warning tap disguised as a salute. What a power move. So terrifying. No wonder he can go toe-to-toe with champ AY. That single tap hurt him that much. That probably means the kid's done for. Good thing I bet 10,000 on Park. Wait, his odds are 1.05 to 1? That's nuts, I'll only make 500 if he wins. Well, then I'll bet 1,000 on this guy. Man, if you've got spare cash, donate it to me. Ding ding ding. As the referee tapped the bell at ringside, the intense fight between Yi Xingqian and Park Kukchang officially began. Park shifted his stance, fists one forward and one back, constantly taunting Yi Xingqian. Kid, come on. Damn, look at your weak stance, you must be a rookie. You think you have the skill to match me, Park Kukchang? Want me to hold back 3 punches for you? Yi Xingqian blinked and glanced at his own right fist. No one knew how weak he was better than himself. He was the one who used to get bullied in school, not someone who could beat ordinary people, let alone a pro boxer. Just then, Yellowhair's words echoed in his mind. If you fight one underground match, you get 100,000 off your debt. Maybe Yellow Hair didn't say he had to win, just participate? Meaning, as long as he took part? What if Park threw a real punch and Yixingchen just raised his hands in surrender? Would Yellow Hair break his promise? He couldn't be blamed. After all, Yixingchen was just a normal person, thrown into an underground ring. That hesitation would be natural. While Yixingchen thought this over, Park already impatiently launched a fierce attack. Park stepped slowly and threw a soft punch toward Yixingchen. Yixingchen stared. Was this a chance to surrender? Could Park be soft inside, seeing he was just a regular guy and giving him a way out? Wow! What a nice guy. Who says there are no good people here? In front of him, there was one. Without hesitation, Yixingchen turned his head and raised both hands high. I surrender. I admit defeat. I'm no match for you. What? Park was stunned. What the hell? You can surrender in underground boxing? No rules at this underground ring? This is bullshit. Refund my ticket. The bloodthirsty crowd protested, even demanding refunds. The announcer and referee looked at each other. This was the first time someone surrendered before the fight even got real. Under the audience pressure, the referee forced himself to speak into the toothpick-sized mic. Surrender invalid. In underground boxing, only real wins count. No gentleman's rules. Fight continues. With that, Park resumed his lazy, slow punch approach, moving toward Yixingchen. What the? Yixingchen was stunned. Wasn't this just going to kill him? Seeing Park's rush again, Yixingchen first froze, then suddenly understood. What a kind man. Punches so slow and soft, it was obvious he wanted to fake punch, let Yixingchen fake collapse for a KO. In an instant, Yixingchen's respect for Park skyrocketed. He stopped resisting, stood quietly, and waited for the fake punch. Oh man. Park's punch is so quick now. That kid must be scared stiff, standing there frozen. Dead for sure, dead for sure. That kid is definitely getting KO'd by Park Kukchang in one punch. This hot blood is intoxicating, driving me crazy. The crowd by the ring grew even more frenzied. Under Yixingchen's watch, Park swung his slow punch and gently touched Yixingchen's face. What are you doing? Yixingchen was completely baffled. No, dude, if you're going to fake punch just do that, why patted me on the face? This guy, maybe he has a crush on me? Hey, what are you doing? Park, seeing Yixingchen stand still after getting a fake punch and then ask, what are you doing, froze in place too. What is this? Yixingchen paused a moment and then realized. He asked me what I'm doing. Meaning, why am I still standing? Why didn't I fall down? Yixingchen blinked, looked at Park's stunned face, then at the silent crowd. Aya. He let out a hysterical scream, covering his chest with his left hand while his right shaky hand pointed at Park. That was a heavy punch. I'm dead. In an exaggerated gesture, Yixingchen stumbled backward over 10 feet and then dramatically fell to the ground. All the spectators stared at each other, then a surge of frustration finally erupted. Fuck this shit. Is this Park Kukchang or a goddamn clown? TM acting us out here? Is this an underground boxing ring or a movie set? If I wanted a show, I'd go to the cinema. Am I short on movie money? Shut up. Refund. Goddamn. As the crowd prepared to rush the ring, the referee shivered and hurried in. Hey, kid. Died yet? If not, get up and keep going. Oh, okay. Knowing his acting was terrible, Yixingchen reluctantly stood up again and walked over to Park. How is this possible? I just punched you hard, how are you unharmed? Park looked up in shock. The audience didn't understand, but Park knew it too. He had thrown a hard punch. Yixingchen didn't even flinch. Did I just hallucinate? Yixingchen looked wronged. Dude, your lines were convincingly dramatic, but your martial arts acting was awful. You should have thrown a punch like that. Acting? Park glared at Yixingchen coldly. Come on, who the hell has time to play actor for you? You weren't acting, so why did you do that to me? This is how it's done. Yixingchen mimicked what Park did, raised his right hand and lightly touched Park's left cheek. Maybe to contrast Park's earlier performance, Yixingchen used half his strength this time. Under Park's shocked gaze, Yixingchen's hand tapped Park's left cheek sharply. Park tried to dodge, but his reflexes were too slow. Yixingchen's touch landed. What a fast punch, What happened next stunned Yixingchen. Park, after being lightly tapped on the left cheek, didn't even finish speaking. He bled from the mouth and collapsed in the ring. Silence. A dead silence. The entire underground boxing arena fell into complete stillness. You could hear a pin drop. Yixingchen stared blankly at Park Kukchang lying on the ground, then looked at his own fist. Sorry, man. I misunderstood you earlier. Who said your acting was bad? You're worthy of an Oscar. I just tapped you, sure, with a bit of force, but You not only fell down, you even coughed up blood? Willing to ruin your own reputation to help me pay off my father's debt. You're a true good guy. Holy crap. That kid just KO'd the national boxing champ Park Kook-chang with one punch? Did I see that right? No way. No way that's possible. That was Park Kook-chang. Why not? Didn't you see how fast that punch was? Based on the formula for kinetic energy, the force behind that punch must have been terrifying. Is this guy One Punch Man? I thought Chu Yushuan was already unbeatable. But this guy is even tougher. Whose fighter is he? This is insane. Totally worth the ticket. I made a fortune. The referee walked dazedly to Park Kook-chang, checked his condition, then stood up and nodded to the announcer. The announcer finally snapped out of it, bounced up, holding a toothpick-sized microphone. Tonight, a new champion is born. This fighter KO'd the champ Park Kook-chang in one punch. Absolutely stunning. Truly exciting. I now announce the winner of this match is, what was his name again? Never mind, let's just call him One Punch Man. Ahem, the winner is One Punch Man. One Punch Man. One Punch Man. One Punch Man. The crowd, hyped by the announcer, started chanting Yi Xingqian's new nickname in unison. At this moment, no one cared whether Park Kook-chang was alive or dead. No one even called an ambulance. That's the brutal reality of underground boxing. No life or death, only winning or losing. What the? Yi Xingqian was dumbfounded. He turned and looked at the referee and announcer in shock. I swear, I just barely touched him. Ha ha ha. One Punch Man, you're too modest. You just touched him? If you'd punched him for real, he'd be in pieces. The announcer gave an awkward laugh, then stepped beside Yi Xingqian, lifting his right arm up. Yi Xingqian raised his right hand in a daze, ending the match in a champion's pose. Meanwhile, in a dark corner of the underground arena, a bald man smoked a thin cigarette, watching the scene in the ring with interest, the corners of his mouth curling into a sinister smile. Yellow Hair stood beside him, head bowed in fear. Boss, that guy's brutal. He KO'd Park Kook-chang in one punch. Now that Park's down, we've lost a big moneymaker. Boss, I'm sorry. I never expected this to happen. That bald man was none other than Yellow Hair's boss, the leader of the Qinglong gang in Yunhe City, known as Brother Long. Yellow Hair glanced at Yi Xingqian, now buried in cheers, and remembered how you once almost punched him at his home. A chill ran down Yellow Hair's spine. Thank God he didn't get hit. One punch from that guy and he'd have lost half his life. Only now did Yellow Hair recall Yi Xingqian's terrifying speed from earlier. He hadn't paid attention then, but now it hit him hard, and he was terrified. A man who combines world-shaking power with lightning speed, he'd completely misjudged him. Brother Long waved his hand dismissively. A cash cow? One falls, we'll just grow another one. Boss, you mean? Brother Long narrowed his eyes, looking at Yi Xingqian in the distance with interest. Just some broke kid. You think we can't control him? Tomorrow, go see that gambling addict father of his again. Find a way to make him lose another 100, 200 grand. Then what? That kid won't be begging to work for us? That's how we get ourselves a brand new cash cow. Yellow Hair's eyes lit up. Brilliant, boss. With this kid, we're gonna be packed every fight night. We raise prices every time he steps in the ring, huge profits for us. Hey? Brother Long gave a sinister smile. You found us a treasure. Don't worry, I won't shortchange you. From now on, cash, women, cars, houses, you'll get it all. Thanks, boss. Dad. Outside the underground ring, Yi Xingqian finally saw Yi Hao. Excited, he rushed forward to hug his father. But the cold look in Yi Hao's eyes made Yi Xingqian stop in his tracks, awkwardly pulling back. Who told you to bail me out? Yi Hao wasn't moved at all by Yi Xingqian risking his life to save him. On the contrary, his eyes were filled only with coldness and disgust. Dad? Can we talk about this at home? Please? Yi Xingqian looked at him pleadingly. Things are getting better. I found a new job today, 80,000 yuan a month during the internship. Enough. Yi Hao cut him off coldly. I don't want to hear that. I told you, we walk separate paths from now on. You go your way, I go mine. Let's never see each other again. Don't you dare try to bail me out again, I won't appreciate it. Yellow Hair, surprised, looked at the father and son with a grin. Come on, old man. I don't know what happened between you two, but you're still father and son. Can't be that bad, right? You don't know shit. Yi Hao gave him a fierce glare. What the hell? Yellow Hair was furious. If Yi Hao wasn't still useful, he'd have ordered his men to beat the old man to death right there. Bite the hand that feeds you. Fine, don't listen. Let's go. He didn't want to get involved in family drama, so Yellow Hair took his guys and headed back into the underground arena. Dad? Yi Xingqian looked at Yi Hao with hopeful eyes. Yi Hao snorted coldly and ignored him, disappearing alone into the night. Yi Xingqian stood there in a daze, staring at his father's slightly hunched back, his face full of helplessness and sadness. He could understand Yi Hao. A few months ago, Yi Hao had been diagnosed with a serious lung disease. The surgery alone would cost 500,000 yuan, and the follow-up treatment would cost tens of thousands more. For an average family like theirs, that kind of money was impossible. Yi Hao changed completely. He started drinking heavily and living recklessly, and it was clear yellow hair had lured him into gambling and losing everything. Sigh. But what could he do? That was his only father. After Yi Xingqian's mom passed away, it was Yi Hao who raised him. He even turned down remarriage several times, afraid a stepmother might treat his son badly. No matter what, that kind of fatherly love, Yi Xingqian had to repay it. Yunhe City, Yida Tower. Yi Xingqian arrived early at the front gate of the Yida Company headquarters. It was his first day at his new job. He could not be late. Looking up at the 10-story building, he took a deep breath and resolutely walked inside. "Hello, sir, whom are you here to see?" The receptionist smiled professionally at Yi Xingqian. "Hello, miss. My name is Yi Xingqian. I'm here to check in. You must be Yi Xingqian." Before the receptionist could speak again, a pleasant voice sounded behind. Yi Xingqian turned and saw a woman in a professional suit, black stockings and poised elegance. "Hello, Chen." "Hi," she greeted with a nod, smiling brightly. "You must be the strongman that CEO Qin mentioned." "A pleasure. I'm Lin Yun, Qin's secretary." Yi Xingqian was surprised. She was the CEO's secretary. "Hello, hello." He bowed respectfully. This was a major company. Anyone could be an important figure above his ordinary station. If he offended Lin Yun, she could easily influence Qin's opinion and cost him this dream job. Lin Yun seemed pleased with his politeness. She motioned toward the elevator. "Please follow me, Mr. Yi. I'll take you to see CEO Qin. Xiao Zhang, this is the new bodyguard and driver Qin hired. Please show him in." "Understood." Yi Xingqian and the receptionist nodded. Once inside the elevator, Yi Xingqian caught a light fragrance in the air. He stole a glance at Lin Yun and marveled inside. So elegant, poised, polite, sincere, no wonder so many men dream of dating someone like her. Anyone who marries Lin Yun would be lucky beyond belief. Ding dong. The elevator pinged and stopped on the 10th floor. "Mr. Yi, this way please." Guided by Lin Yun, Yi Xingqian arrived at CEO Qin's office. Qin Yanan was focused at her computer, working on something. Yi Xingqian felt a strange sensation again. That keyboard, why does it look as thin as a touchscreen? Wouldn't it break easily? That bottled water for the dispenser, more like a small personal bottle. Is that enough to drink? That lipstick on the desk, tiny. Could it even cover half a lip? And that fountain pen, probably one, though it looks as thick as a toothpick. Could that amount of ink write a page? Here you are? Qin Yanan finally looked up at Yi Xingqian. "Good morning, CEO Qin." He hastily pushed aside his racing thoughts and stood properly. "CEO Qin, I ran into Mr. Yi after I had a little matter downstairs." Lin Yun smiled and began explaining. "Okay." Qin Yanan just smiled. Yun, take him up to that unused office on the 9th floor. Make do for now. Let's see what's missing so we can add it later." "Okay, CEO Qin." Qin Yanan then looked at Yi Xingqian. "From now on, I'll just call you Xingqian. You can hang out in the office, play on your phone or computer, even sleep if you want. Just stay with me when I go out. If there's anything, just ask Yun." "Understood." Yi Xingqian nodded and smiled at Lin Yun. "If anything is inconvenient, I hope you'll forgive me." "No need, Mr. Yi." Lin Yun laughed freely. "Follow me to your new office." She led the way, and soon they reached Yi's new office on the 9th floor. Click. Lin Yun lightly tapped the touchscreen switch, and the office lights came on instantly. Though simply furnished, the office had everything: computer, desk, chair, sofa, air conditioner, potted plant, bookshelf. One awkward detail: the bookshelf was oddly placed, and the potted plant sat centered in the middle of the room. "Oh?" Lin Yun frowned. The layout seems off. Should we call movers to reposition the plant and bookshelf?" "Movers?" Yi Xingqian was stunned. Just moving the plant and shelf? Calling movers and using machinery? That seemed exaggerated. "Oh. What am I thinking?" Lin Yun slapped her forehead, embarrassed. "I forgot you're a strong man. That plant must weigh at least 5 or 6 pounds. You should be able to push it." Lin Yun quickly shook her head. No, if you can move the plant, that's fine. But the bookshelf probably weighs 30 or 40 pounds. Even a strong man likely can't push that. Maybe I should still call the moving company? Don't bother. How about I give it a try?" Yi Xingqian wasn't sure if Lin Yun's pounds matched his mental weight scale. His confidence wavered. "You want to try?" Lin Yun's eyes widened. She was both curious and expectant about the legendary strongman Lin had heard of. All right? Yi Xingqian nodded and approached the plant. He glanced back at Lin Yun, then looked at the potted plant and gently kicked it with his foot. That mere few-pound plant nearly flew, almost flipped over from his kick. Lin Yun stared in shock, her face a mask of disbelief, maybe even terror. Even someone with strong nerves like Lin Yun couldn't help blurting out. What? How is that possible? That casual kick almost flipped a plant weighing only a few pounds. That's terrifying strength. Oh my god. If that hit a person, they'd be at the underworld instantly. Ah? Yi Xingqian scratched his head awkwardly, looking at Lin Yun in confusion. At that moment, he was overwhelmed. Should he move the plant now? Or leave it? It all felt kind of awkward. At that moment, Lin Yun realized she had lost her composure and significantly impacted Yi Xingqian. She stuck out her tongue slightly, then covered her mouth, signaling Yi Xingqian to continue. She wouldn't interrupt again. Seeing Lin Yun's permission, Yi Xingqian bent down and picked up the potted plant. Indeed, it was just a few-pound plant. Why did everyone act like it was some ancient tree weighing tons? Was that necessary? Oh? When Lin Yun saw Yi Xingqian lift the plant with his bare hands, she gasped. So strong. Absolutely strong. A few-pound plant, he just lifted it. This is what a real man is. In an instant, Lin Yun felt that all the other men she knew were weak in comparison. With a weird look, Yi Xingqian placed the plant in the corner behind his chair and then stepped to the bookshelf. Lin Yun widened her eyes, afraid to miss the moment she would remember forever. The strong man is about to show how he pushes a bookshelf. Can he push that heavy shelf weighing several dozen pounds? He can't, right? That's several dozen pounds of shelf, not an easy push, even for 10 people. What was I hoping for, one person pushing a big, heavy shelf? Only a crazy idea. I must have been influenced by that unremarkable strongman's reputation. Thinking that, Lin Yun relaxed and regained clarity. Yi Xingqian glanced at the bookshelf and nodded in satisfaction. Yes, that's a proper bookshelf, solid wood. The only flaw was the thin little doors, typical of poor quality. Ahem. Yi Xingqian cleared his throat and placed his right hand on the solid wood of the bookshelf, preparing to push. Lin Yun's heart fluttered. She watched Yi Xingqian's figure with a mix of curiosity and doubt. Here it comes, time for the demonstration. He's not only going to move the bookshelf, he's going to do it single-handed. Hey! Creak! With a light sound, Yi Xingqian easily slid the bookshelf back so it was flush with the wall, using only his right hand. Clap clap. He patted his hands and smiled at Lin Yun. Done. Fix complete. Everything okay? By now, Lin Yun was utterly astonished, her jaw nearly dropped, and she kept repeating in disbelief. You did it, you really pushed the bookshelf, and single-handed. You did it, you really. Only then did Yi Xingqian notice something odd. It seemed, after he woke up, people around him had completely lost their sense of strength. He had lifted a bag of cement and everybody on the worksite erupted, even Qin Yanan seemed highly impressed. A renowned strongman from East Asia, compared to him lifting a brick. Every piece of furniture and equipment in the entire world suddenly seemed flimsy. He just lightly touched Park Kukchang in the match, and Park spit blood and collapsed, life uncertain. Insignificant amounts of water or food. After just lightly pushing a bookshelf, Lin Yun reacted like she'd seen a ghost. If there is. I mean, is it possible that? If one person thinks there's something wrong with me, maybe that one person is wrong. If 10 people think there's something wrong with me, perhaps all 10 are wrong. But if everyone around me thinks I have a problem, maybe the problem is me? Could it be? Could it be that since I woke up, everyone's physical ability in this world has declined to a bizarre level? Body strength so weak it's frightening, fitness reduced to terrifying fragility, speed so slow it's painful. Now, in terms of physical traits, except for a slight decline in speed, every other aspect has dropped below normal. But then, how do I explain clothes? If even a few pounds are considered heavy, how about the clothes people wear? With that thought, Yi Xingqian walked over to Lin Yun, who was still visibly shaken. Driven by curiosity, he reached out and touched her suit jacket. It felt extremely light. He grabbed a bit of fabric and lifted it, surprised that the material was not an ordinary fabric. Though it looked the same, the weight was on a totally different level. That might explain why people in this world aren't bothered by the weight of their clothes. So, are the stockings the same? Yi Xingqian bent down, full of curiosity, and gently pulled on Lin Yun's stockings. Tear. A ripping sound, he tore the stockings with ease. Ah? What are you doing? Lin Yun snapped out of her shock like a frightened rabbit and jumped. Only then did Yi Xingqian realize how rude he had been, and he internally sighed, oh no. Sorry. You might not believe me. I was just conducting a study, testing a hypothesis I had in my head. After saying that, he immediately regretted it. He didn't believe it himself. Would Lin Yun believe it? He was doomed. She would definitely slap him and then report him to Qin Yanan. He'd be fired and lose this dream job. What a disaster. You're insane, right? How can I go out after this? People will think, what happened in the office? Unexpectedly, Lin Yun didn't seem angry, nor did she run outside yelling, someone harassed me. She just blushed deeply. So, what should we do? Yi Xingchen was stunned. Well, take off your jacket. I'll cover this up. Then you can change outside. All right? Yi Xingchen hurriedly removed his jacket. Whoosh! Lin Yun caught it, his jacket dropped straight to the floor. She froze in fear. Your clothes? You were wearing clothes that heavy? Oh, Only then did Yi Xingchen realize his normal jacket weighed a few hundred grams, which, to Lin Yun, really was heavy. It's okay. I'll use my jacket to cover a bit, just let me know if anything else comes up. Before Lin Yun could recover from the shock, she quickly draped Yi Xingchen's jacket over him and awkwardly fled the office. Empty now, only Yi Xingchen remained, standing there in disarray. This is insane, just insane. This world is really too crazy. Sitting alone in the office chair, Yi Xingchen looked up and sighed deeply. I only took a nap, how did the world become like this when I woke up? At that moment, his academic curiosity sparked a new question. If everyone in this world is so weak, how difficult must it be for women like Lin Yun and Qin Yanan, who have really strong bodies? Based on what he knows? A weighs about 2.5 ounces, like an orange. B about 5 ounces, like a persimmon. C about 8.5 ounces, like an apple. D about 13.5 ounces, like a grapefruit. E about 1.25 pounds, like a pear. F about 1.8 pounds, like a honeydew. In a world where people can't even lift a few pounds, how terrifying are those weights? Looking at Lin Yun and Qin Yanan, they're both at least D-level strength, right? So scary, so scary. Oops, why is a respectable person like me thinking about such a crude question? Without hesitation, Yi Xingchen raised his hand and tapped his forehead with force. Right at that moment, Lin Yun pushed open the door and entered. Seeing Yi Xingchen tap his own forehead, and with such strength, Lin Yun realized he was angry about his earlier rudeness, regretting it deeply, yet he didn't even flinch from that heavy tap. Truly extraordinary. In that instant, Lin Yun felt respect for him. Oh? Miss Lin. Realizing Lin Yun had entered, Yi Xingchen sprung up from his chair. Now Lin Yun had changed back into her suit and new stockings. She seemed no longer upset by the earlier misunderstanding, she simply nodded at Yi Xingchen and asked, How old are you? 24. Oh, Lin Yun nodded thoughtfully. I'm older than you. From now on just call me Sister Yun. Yi Xingchen instinctively glanced at an indescribable part of Lin Yun, then paused, older than me, so I call you sister? Lin Yun looked puzzled. Did you want to call me twin sister? Ah? No, what I meant is, Yi Xingchen awkwardly scratched the back of his neck. I meant calling you sister sounds more polite. Lin Yun smiled again, okay. I don't care about being older, why would you worry? Okay then, Sister Yun. That's better. Lin Yun nodded approvingly. Yi Xingchen was about to speak when she suddenly asked, By the way, little Xingchen, how are you so strong? Strong? You mean? Yi Xingchen looked at Lin Yun puzzled. She gave a skeptical look, Your strength. What else did you think I meant? Oh, he tensed and shrank a bit, that question. Sister Yun, I honestly don't know how to answer, if I'm honest, I was born this way. So it's innate talent? Lin Yun nodded thoughtfully. You could say that, Yi Xingchen smiled oddly. Work's over. Want to go have lunch together at the company cafeteria? Lin Yun kindly invited Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen glanced at the wall clock, it was already noon, 12 o'clock. Great. I didn't know where the cafeteria is, thanks, Sister Yun. They chatted while walking to the first floor cafeteria. But when they arrived, Yi Xingchen was stunned. He saw dozens of coworkers each holding a small paper tray, standing in line at 10 food counters. What shocked him more was how tiny the food portions were in their trays, pathetic, really. Maybe 100 grains of rice, a tiny piece of meat, a small bit of vegetables? Here, Yi Xingchen had a new question. Even though in this world people's physical strength had dropped greatly, their bodies are still the same size. Eating so little, how do they keep up enough energy for their big bodies all day? What's wrong, Brother Xingchen? Lin Yun asked, puzzled. It's nothing. I'm just surprised that everyone eats so little. Lin Yun trusted him and smiled gently, You're the strong man, so of course you eat more. It's normal. But when it was Yi Xingchen's turn to get food, Lin Yun lost her composure. Oh my god, this is way not normal, right? Yi looked shyly at the cafeteria ant and held out 2 trays. Auntie, could you give me more rice, a bit more, a little more, even more? The ant couldn't stay calm. Oh my goodness, young man, How long has it been since you ate? That's already enough for 5 people. People from other departments leaned over, laughing. When did our company start hiring refugees from Rwanda? I swear, this guy hasn't eaten in a month, right? That's 5 people's worth, starving ghost level? Yi Xingqian didn't pay attention. Awkwardly he smiled at the ant. Auntie, well, how about giving me that whole box of rice? I'll manage, maybe buy something else later. What? The ant was stunned. No, young man, that box of rice is at least 1/2 pound, 8 ounces of rice. Can you really eat that much? Although it's free employee lunch, we can't waste it, and you can't take it home either. To prove it, Yi opened his mouth and downed that 5-person portion of rice in a few bites. The ant silently gasped. Seeing how voracious he was, she obliged and served as much as he requested. Once Yi Xingqian saw his tray had enough food, he finally sat down contentedly. He deliberately avoided sitting near Lin Yun. After all, he'd become unusual. He assumed she'd find him embarrassing, so he proactively gave her space. But instead of judging him, Lin Yun chased after him and sat down beside him. Yi Xingqian looked at her gratefully and then dug into his meal while chatting. Meanwhile, those who had been laughing before now stood frozen in shock. Did you see that? Just then he held up that whole plate of rice with one hand. It must have been over 1 pound. I heard, our company recently hired a strongman, personally recruited by Director Qin. Could that be him? Wow, that's holding a pound of food with one hand. No wonder he's the boss's bodyguard. That's impressive. The boring workday passed in the blink of an eye. After work, Yi Xingqian acted as Qin Yanran's driver and drove her home. In the car, Qin Yanran remained focused on her ultra-thin tablet, and Yi Xingqian had no intention of interrupting her. The two of them spent the ride in relative silence. Qin Yanran's villa wasn't far from the headquarters of Yida Corporation, just over 20 minutes away. After getting out of the car, Qin Yanran glanced at her villa, then handed Yi Xingqian a card and a small key. Here, the room card. The 3-story house next door is yours for now. As long as you're working here, you can live there however you like, bring as many people as you want. This is the car key. That Buick parked in the space is your temporary ride. Thank you, President Qin. Yi Xingqian accepted the room card and car key, looking at Qin Yanran with gratitude. See you tomorrow? All right, President Qin, see you tomorrow. After saying goodbye to Qin Yanran, Yi Xingqian excitedly jumped in place a few times, then jogged toward his new home full of anticipation. The front door had a card reader and a code lock, full of futuristic flair. He entered his new home. It was a fully renovated villa with all the necessary appliances and furniture. The only drawback was that everything was built to standard human specifications, which felt a bit fragile for someone like Yi Xingqian. Still, Yi Xingqian was very satisfied. After exploring his new home, he immediately decided to head to the nearby supermarket to buy daily necessities and food, then bring in his dad and girlfriend Zhao Wen. A beautiful life is about to begin. Full of hope for the future, Yi Xingqian carefully opened the car door, worried he might accidentally tear it off. He gently pressed the gas pedal and headed straight to the nearby supermarket. Soon, Yi Xingqian arrived alone at the grains and oil section. Hey there, looking for rice? Today's special, only 198 yuan per pound. A cheerful salesgirl at the rice section called out to Yi Xingqian. What? 198 yuan per pound? That's the sale price? Yi Xingqian was stunned. He rubbed his eyes to make sure the sign said 198 yuan per pound, not per 100 pounds. That's right, the salesgirl said with an awkward smile, pointing to a few other rice sections. That fragrant rice over there is 224 yuan per pound, and that Wuchang rice is 310 yuan per pound, also on sale. Yi Xingqian was speechless. Only now did he realize a harsh reality. With his usual rice intake, by the standards of this world, just for meals, wouldn't it cost 200 to 300 yuan per meal? About 1,000 yuan a day? Nearly 30,000 yuan a month? What the hell? With a monthly salary of 80,000 yuan, nearly half would go just to basic food. How was he supposed to cover his dad's medical and nutrition expenses? Sigh? Yi Xingqian let out a helpless sigh. It looked like he'd have to find a way to earn more money. Anyway, he should at least buy some rice to last for now. Miss, I'll take 50 pounds. All right, the salesgirl smiled and nodded, but then her smile froze. Wait, 50 pounds? What's wrong? Oh, nothing, 50 pounds, we can deliver it to your home. Just give me your address, and someone will contact you to schedule a delivery. Yi Xingqian was about to refuse but then changed his mind. In this world, there were no normal people left except for himself. If he were to carry 50 pounds of rice in front of everyone, it might be a bit Thinking of this, Yi Xingqian gave up on the idea of carrying it home himself and left the salesgirl his new home address. Then, Yi Xingqian headed straight to the oil and salt section. Every price tag in the oil and salt section was shocking. Golden dragonfish corn oil, special price 68 yuan per bottle, 1.5 fluid ounces per bottle. Refined iodized salt, special price 12 yuan per pack, 1.4 ounces per pack. Chewy dried noodles, special price 30 yuan per tube, 1.8 ounces per tube. Haitian soy sauce, special price 16 yuan per bottle, 3.4 fluid ounces per bottle. Haitian premium oyster sauce, special price 62 yuan per bottle, 2.5 ounces per bottle. I'm doomed. Yi Xingqian was completely stunned. A monthly salary of 80,000 yuan, and it's all going to food. Hey handsome, want to buy some meat? Fresh pork, only 11 yuan for 5 grams. Looking at another salesgirl beside him, Yi Xingqian couldn't help but swallow hard. Forget it. I'll just go buy some instant noodles instead. After arriving at the instant noodle section, Yi Xingqian discovered that the noodles were only about 1/20th the size they used to be. Each pack weighed about 5 grams, and the cheapest ones still cost over 10 yuan per pack. Damn it, this portion. I'd need at least 20 packs per meal. That's over 200 yuan for instant noodles alone. What kind of joke is this? Better to live miserably than not at all. With no other choice, Yi Xingqian began sweeping through the cheap instant noodles. While he was browsing the low-cost noodles, a mother and her child happened to pass through the aisle. The woman glanced at Yi Xingqian with a face full of disdain. Then she pointed at Yi Xingqian and tapped her young son on the shoulder. Azai, you must study hard. Otherwise, you'll end up like him, eating nothing but instant noodles, got it? The little boy looked at Yi Xingqian's back and nodded in apparent understanding. I got it, Mom. I'll definitely study hard and improve every day. Yi Xingqian, feeling annoyed, turned around and glared at the middle-aged woman. What are you looking at? You pathetic guy who only eats instant noodles. The woman snapped back without backing down, rolling her eyes at him. Yi Xingqian had no words. You're not me, how could you know my struggles? His food intake was nearly 100 times more than theirs. If their basic food expenses were multiplied 100 times, would they be able to bear it either? Over half of his 80,000 yuan monthly salary went just to basic meals. By ordinary household standards, maybe calling him a pathetic guy wasn't exactly wrong. Thinking this, Yi Xingqian sighed helplessly and continued grabbing low-cost noodles. Humph. The woman snorted coldly, the disdain on her face growing stronger. But that disdain didn't last long. It soon turned into surprise, and then into fear. You. The woman trembled all over as she pointed at Yi Xingqian, who was now holding instant noodles weighing several pounds. Under the woman's stunned gaze, Yi Xingqian swung his sleeve and walked out of the noodle section. Mom! Mom! The little boy tugged on his mother's sleeve. If I don't study hard, can I become a strong guy like that big brother? You. I? The woman looked at her son, then at the aisle where Yi Xingqian had walked away. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. So the real joke was me. I actually called such a terrifyingly strong man a pathetic loser. Just some basic food had already cost him tens of thousands of yuan. When Yi Xingqian got home, his heart ached. Yi Xingqian felt deep down that he had to find ways to make money. He needed at least 800,000 yuan a month. Maybe he should bring his girlfriend Zhaowen over to live with him and tell her about everything that had happened. Zhaowen always had good ideas. If she knew the truth, her clever mind might help point out some paths to making money. Thinking this, Yi Xingqian, who had just returned home and received the rice delivery, set out again immediately for Zhao Wen's home. Compared to the villa area where Yi Xingqian now lived, Zhao Wen's neighborhood was completely different. It was very old. Where there used to be a few 10-story buildings, now they had all turned into 3-story ones. Good thing Wenwen lives on the 2nd floor, otherwise I wouldn't even know where to find her. Yi Xingqian mumbled to himself and walked up to Zhao Wen's door with familiar ease. Yi Xingqian was about to knock out of habit, but when he saw the quality of the door panel, he gave up and instead called to Zhao Wen from outside. Wenwen. Wenwen. It's me, Xingqian. Open up. I've got explosive news. Yi Xingqian clearly heard a bit of commotion inside, followed by Zhao Wen's flat-toned reply. Coming. The door opened. Zhao Wen was wearing a revealing nightgown. But what didn't fit the moment was that Yi Xingqian could clearly see a man in a bathrobe lying on the bed inside the room. Fan Jian? You. Wenwen. Yi Xingqian immediately recognized the man. It was their college classmate, Fan Jian. The double betrayal from his girlfriend and close friend hit Yi Xingqian like a bolt of lightning, shattering his already fragile heart. You saw it? Well, since that's the case, let's just be honest. I've been with Fan Jian for a while now. Let's break up. Zhao flipped her hair with indifference, as if she had long been mentally prepared for this day. Why? All these years, I've tried my best to give you everything. Even if you wanted the stars in the sky, I would have tried to get them for you. Why would you treat me like this? Yi Xingchen raised his arms halfway, unable to accept it, his emotions growing more intense. Stars? Zhao rolled her eyes. You mean when you held up a mirror to the night sky and said you were giving me the stars? Sorry, I don't get that kind of romance and I don't care for it either. Xingchen, Fan Jian yawned and waved lazily. Come on, man, the three of us are good friends. What's the big deal who ends up with whom? Shut up! Yi Xingchen shouted angrily, pointing at Fan Jian. I treated you like a real brother. A friend's partner is off limits, this is how you treat your friends? It's my choice who I want to be with. And who's your partner, huh? Shameless. Zhao snapped and stepped forward, as if ready to shove Yi Xingchen. You don't understand why I'm with Fan Jian? Fine, I'll be honest. Fan Jian makes over 10,000 yuan a month. And you? You're just a broke loser making 3,000 yuan. What can you even offer me? Oh, sorry, I forgot. You just got fired the other day, so you don't even have that 3,000 anymore. Plus, you've got a sick family member dragging you down. What kind of future could I possibly have with you? Fan Jian can last 30 seconds. And you? You don't even dare to touch me. I bet you can't even last 3 seconds, you're probably done right after taking off your pants. And another thing, Fan Jian is super strong. He can easily lift something that weighs 3.5 pounds. And you? You can't even lift something that weighs just over 2 pounds without struggling. What a useless loser. Ha ha ha. This is killing me with laughter. Fan Jian, lying on the bed, mocked with added flair. Yi Xingchen was about to explode with rage, pointing at Zhao Wen and Fan Jian with his right hand. You cheating scum. You two disgusting traitors. Hey, Ye Ringchan. Who the hell are you cursing at? If it weren't for our years of friendship, I'd beat you down right now, you hear me? Being cursed like that made Fan Jian furious. He got out of bed and pointed forcefully at Yi Xingchen with his right hand. Yi Xingchen was fuming. For a moment, he wanted to rush over and punch Fan Jian in the face. But in the end, Yi Xingchen didn't lose control. If this had happened before the world changed, he would have rushed in without hesitation, fought with Fan Jian, and flipped Zhao and the bird before leaving. But now, Yi Xingchen was worried he'd accidentally send Fan Jian the same way as Bu Guochang with just one punch. Killing Fan Jian in a fit of rage and ending up in prison wasn't worth it. Beat me? You really think you're that strong? Oh? Fan Jian glusha istumak an lauga exageratadli. Yi Xingchen, who do you think you are? You think I'm weak? My strength is on a level you could never reach in your life. Trash. Yi Xingchen coldly gave Fan Jian a thumbs down. Oh? Yi Xingchen, getting cocky now? Dare to test your strength against mine? Tonight I'll make you admit defeat. A beauty like Wenwen should only belong to someone strong like me. Test? How? Yi Xingchen frowned slightly. Simple. Arm wrestling. If you win, Wenwen's yours. If you lose, every time you see me, you have to call me Grandpa. How about it? Do you dare? Ha ha ha. Fan Jian laughed loudly, clearly not taking Yi Xingchen seriously. Brother Jian, what are you saying? I'm a living person, not your bet. Zhao Wen sounded a bit unhappy, but still nestled into Fan Jian's arms. Yi Xingchen shot Zhao Wen a cold look and shook his head without hesitation. No. Change the bet. That one's disgusting. I don't want someone like her anymore. She's not worth dirtying my hands. You bastard. What did you just say? Zhao Wen exploded in anger. Hey. Wenwen, Fan Jian patted Zhao Wen's shoulder and then turned to Yi Xingchen. Fine, then what do you want to change the bet to? Very simple. If I lose, I'll call you two Grandpa and Grandma whenever I see you. If I win, you go outside and shout 3 times, I'm a cheating mutt, and she has to go outside and shout 3 times, I'm a cheating tramp. As Yi Xingchen spoke, he pointed firmly at Zhao Wen with his right hand. Deal. Fan Jian never believed he would lose, so he agreed without hesitation. What are you doing? Zhao Wen gave Fan Jian a glare and pushed his chest in frustration. Don't worry, babe. Don't you already know what Yi Xingchen's capable of? This win is in the bag. From tonight on, you're going to have a new little grandson. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Wen looked at Fan Jian, so full of confidence, and finally relaxed. Alright. Let's do it then. Fan Jian swung his right arm, ready to get serious with Yi Xingchen. Come on, Yi Xingchen, let's use this table as the arena, arm wrestling, best 2 out of 3. As he spoke, Fan Jian placed his right elbow on a wooden table inside the room. Yi Xingchen glanced at the wooden table. At most, the thickness was just about 1 millimeter. With such a flimsy table, wouldn't it break through if he applied just a bit of strength? Getting scratched by splinters would hurt like hell. Seeing Yi Xingchen hesitating, Fan Jian thought he was scared. Fan Jian mocked him again, dripping with sarcasm. What? Scared? You still have time to give up. We won't force you to call us grandpa and grandma when you see us. Just avoid us. I am scared, but not of you. I'm afraid if I use my strength, I'll punch through the table. Let's switch to a sturdier surface. What? Fan Jian was stunned for a second, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, are you kidding me? Did I hear that right? You think your strength can break the table? Who do you think you are, some kind of monster? If you're scared, just say so, get lost. Zhaowen also thought Yi Xingchen was scared and just making excuses. So she gave a mocking smile. The countertop in the kitchen is made of concrete. Now you don't have to worry about breaking anything, right? Good. Let's go there. Yi Xingchen didn't even look back as he walked straight to the kitchen. Fan Jian looked at Yi Xingchen's confident posture, unsure where he was getting all this confidence from. Honestly, something about Yi Xingchen today felt a bit off to Fan Jian. But Fan Jian didn't think much of it. He just figured he was feeling tired after shooting off twice with Zhaowen earlier. Fan Jian shook his arm again and confidently followed Yi Xingchen into the kitchen. Without hesitation, Fan Jian once more laid his right arm on the concrete countertop. Yi Xingchen, this time you've got no excuses, right? Come on. Tonight I'll show you what a real man looks like. Hearing this, Yi Xingchen quickly extended his right arm too, ready to teach Fan Jian a lesson. But then, after a brief pause, Yi Xingchen stopped again. Wait a second. What the hell now? You trying to come up with another excuse? Fan Jian was getting pissed. My strength is too much. I'm worried if I use it, I'll break your wrist. I still need to take care of my dad. I'm not going to jail over some piece of trash. What the hell? I've never seen anyone this full of himself. Fan Jian looked at Yi Xingchen suspiciously. You're not just setting yourself up for an excuse when you lose, are you? Definitely. Zhaowen nodded without hesitation, agreeing with Fan Jian. I know what this broke loser is like, he's just putting on a show. Humph, Yi Xingchen snorted coldly. Whether it's an act or real strength, just try me and you'll find out. Fine. But when you lose, don't say I took advantage of you. Fan Jian once again placed his right arm on the counter. This time, Yi Xingchen didn't hold back. He slowly extended his right hand and gently gripped the lower part of Fan Jian's arm. Ready? If you're ready, then let's start, wait, what? As soon as he saw Yi Xingchen get into position, Fan Jian instantly exerted full force, hoping to win in a flash and get back to real action with Zhaowen. But what happened next left Fan Jian dumbfounded. He questioned his entire existence. Fan Jian was horrified to find that no matter how hard he tried, Yi Xingchen's right hand clamped down on his arm like a steel vice, completely unmoving. How is that possible? Fan Jian used every ounce of his strength, even the veins on his forehead were bulging. I've been holding back long enough. Now it's my turn. Yi Xingchen sneered, applied a little force, and easily pushed Fan Jian's right arm down. Round 1, Yi Xingchen won effortlessly, just as expected. No way. This can't be happening. Fan Jian couldn't accept what he was seeing and stood up in anger. That loser must have cheated. He used some kind of trick we don't know about. Zhaowen shouted out in disbelief when she saw Yi Xingchen win even in this kind of contest. You bastard. Cheating? You're asking for a beating. Hearing Zhaowen, Fan Jian was furious and raised his fist to hit Yi Xingchen. But to Yi Xingchen, Fan Jian's speed looked ridiculously slow. Yi Xingchen easily placed his right palm firmly on Fan Jian's forehead. Bastard. Fan Jian tried again and again to push forward, but Yi Xingchen's right hand didn't move at all. No matter how hard Fan Jian tried, he couldn't shake Yi Xingchen even slightly. I'll kill you. In a panic, Fan Jian lost control and started swinging his arms like a windmill, trying to land a punch on Yi Xingchen. But Fan Jian forgot one important fact. He wasn't tall, and his arms were shorter than Yi Xingchen's. No matter how wildly he swung them, he couldn't even touch a hair on Yi Xingchen. After a while, Fan Jian was exhausted, and his mind slowly began to clear. He realized something, suddenly stepped back a few paces, and pointed at Yi Xingchen in fear. You, how is your strength this great? You're stronger than those strong men in the Guinness records. How is this possible? Yering snorted cold. Good that you understand. Do you still think we need a second round? You'd better follow through on that bet from earlier. Otherwise, I think you can imagine the consequences. Fan Jian started to say something but then noticed the villa access card hanging from Yi Xingchen's waist. That logo, that's a Yunhe Villa district card? How? How could you possibly have a house in Yunhe Villas? That place costs tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of yuan per house. Even my boss can only dream of living there. What? Hearing this, Zhaowen immediately lost her composure. Her eyes darted, and then she ran toward Yi Xingchen crying. Honey. It was all Fan Jian's fault. He came to my house today and held a wooden nail to my neck. He threatened to kill both me and you if I didn't give in to him tonight. I was forced, I swear. What the hell? Wan. You. Yi Xingchen pushed Zhao Wen away without mercy, then glanced coldly at both Fan Jian and Zhao Wen. Carry out the terms of the bet. Honey. Please try to understand me. Zhao Wen collapsed to the floor and cried her heart out. Damn it, you lying witch. Even Fan Jian saw Zhao Wen's true face clearly at this moment. I won't say it again. Yi Xingchen roared impatiently. Only then did Zhao Wen and Fan Jian unwillingly squat outside the door. Two harsh voices echoed through the empty hallway. I am a cheating ma. You cheating pair. I'm not the same man I used to be. I wanted to love you with all my heart, spend my life with you. I never thought you'd betray me like this. The way I am now, as long as I find the right path, I can do anything. Someone like you isn't even worthy to carry my shoes. Yi Xingchen angrily returned to the gate of his villa. Already fuming from what happened with Zhao Wen, he found that even his father Yi Hao was nowhere to be seen when he got home. Boiling with frustration, Yi Xingchen could only keep cursing at Zhao Wen and Fan Jian to calm himself down. What was that sound? Just as he was about to swipe his card and go inside, Yi Xingchen vaguely heard the sound of a porcelain object breaking inside the house. He was sure he hadn't misheard, and he didn't think a cat or dog had gotten in. Those were rare in the world now. Could it be a thief in my house? Yi Xingchen's eyes widened in disbelief. No way, right? He was already so broke he had to eat instant noodles. He was even worrying about food expenses. And still, a thief would come rob his place? Come on. Why not rob someone rich instead? What are you gonna steal from me? My instant noodles? In broad daylight, a thief breaks into a house to steal instant noodles? If word got out, people would die laughing. Yi Xingchen glanced at the concrete wall, about 8 feet tall, and decided not to alert the thief yet, better to sneak in and see what was going on. So, holding his breath, Yi Xingchen jumped up high, grabbed the top of the wall with both hands, and used his body to easily flip over. He crept through the darkness, carefully making his way toward the villa. But then Yi Xingchen suddenly remembered something and slapped his forehead. Damn it. People in this world are so slow now, why was I even worried he'd run away? Or that he'd turn violent? Am I stupid or what? Yi Xingchen shook his head helplessly. Looks like spending too much time around people like Fan Jian and Zhao Wen had made his IQ drop too. Cough cough. Yi Xingchen gave a loud fake cough, then swaggered into the living room and flipped on the lights. Clatter. Sure enough, there was the sound of jars and bottles falling upstairs. Apparently, Yi Xingchen's sudden return had caught the thief off guard, and in a panic, he made a lot of noise. Now that he knew the thief was on the second floor, Yi Xingchen confidently walked up the stairs. He wasn't worried about the guy jumping out the window. At the current human condition, that would be suicide. He pushed open the bedroom door on the second floor and sure enough, a young man was huddled in the corner, trembling and pointing a little wooden dagger at Yi Xingchen. You, don't come any closer. Heh, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but laugh. Buddy, this is my house. You're the thief. And you're telling me not to come closer? Don't you think that's ridiculous? The thief hesitated for a moment, then started edging along the wall toward another corner. Yi Xingchen didn't think twice, he took a few large steps forward. Ha ha ha. Idiot. Let's see how you'll catch someone as charming and fast as the wind like me. The thief grinned smugly. It was clear that moving along the wall earlier was just to get Yi Xingchen to shift his position, then try to use his own speed to dash out the door and escape. If it had been anyone else, the thief might have actually pulled it off. But this was Yi Xingchen, whose speed was dozens of times faster than anyone else in this world. The thief had barely taken a few steps when Yi Xingchen's figure appeared rapidly in front of him, shocking the thief with how fast he was approaching. In just a moment, Yi Xingchen was already standing right in front of the thief. You little punk. Where do you think you're going? What the hell? That fast? No way. I used to run the 100-meter dash in just over 90 seconds, I never lost to anyone. How can you be this fast? Yi Xingchen honestly didn't know how to answer that, or rather, he had no interest in answering at all. To avoid breaking the thief's arm, Yi Xingchen grabbed his right arm using as little strength as possible. What the hell? The thief tried to break free, but was horrified to find that Yi Xingchen's hand felt like it was welded to his arm. No matter how hard he struggled, it didn't move an inch. This is hopeless, the thief muttered in despair, then dropped to his knees, crying and sniffling. Big bro. Boss. Sir. Please spare me. You probably won't believe it, but I just wanted to steal a little to donate to an orphanage. Although Yi Xingchen couldn't be sure if that was true, he saw the honesty in the thief's eyes and didn't think he was lying. Maybe this thief was one of those legendary Robin Hood types. Thinking that, Yi Xingchen softened a little. Put down whatever you stole and leave. I'll pretend I didn't see you today. Haha, the thief scratched his head awkwardly. Big bro, honestly, when I came into your place, all I saw was endless oil, rice, salt, vinegar, and a mountain of instant noodles. I didn't take anything. Yi Xingchen was slightly stunned, then also felt a little embarrassed. In other words, the thief was saying, there's nothing worth stealing in your house. If I'd known that, I wouldn't have come. Go on, go. Be thankful I'm letting you off. Yi Xingchen waved his hand to shoo the thief away. But that simple hand gesture looked like some kind of divine martial arts move in the thief's eyes. Oh my god. Big bro. How did you move, that fast? As he spoke, the thief slowly imitated Yi Xingchen's earlier hand wave. Big bro, when I wave my hand once, you already waved it a dozen times. That's insane. Yi Xingchen paused, remembering the thief's 100-meter time earlier. He started to gain a better understanding of the physical condition of people in this world. It seemed, strength had dropped by about 100 times, and speed by about 10 times. Oh. I get it now. Big bro. You're definitely one of those legendary martial artists, aren't you? You must be. Damn. I actually snuck into a martial artist's house to steal, that's gonna make all my friends insanely jealous. Why do you talk so damn much? Yi Xingchen was starting to get annoyed. You leaving or not? If not, you'll stay here forever. Clearly, the thief wasn't planning to leave just yet. His eyes darted around as he said, Big bro, I have a proposal, wanna hear it? Hearing the thief's words, Yi Xingchen was momentarily stunned. This guy. Was he trying to make Yi Xingchen become a thief like him? Although, with the difference between himself and the people of this world, if he did become a thief, no one would be able to catch him. But Yi Xingchen was someone with a strong sense of justice and integrity. He would rather starve than accept charity. How could he ever become a thief? Even making money, he had to do it the right way. Yi Xingchen rolled his eyes. Say what you want, then get lost. It's like this, the thief thought for a moment, then continued, Big bro, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Wenbin. I grew up in an orphanage here in Yunhe City. I don't have many skills, but I'm fast and nimble. I also know some shady types in the city. So? Yi Xingchen looked quietly at Wenbin. So I wanted to ask, Big bro, do you have any underlings? No. What does that have to do with you? Yi Xingchen looked at Wenbin, confused. What the hell? Big bro. Someone as impressive and powerful as you doesn't even have one follower? If word gets out, won't that hurt your image? Wenbin looked at Yi Xingchen with exaggerated shock. Because I'm just a bodyguard and a driver. Yi Xingchen shrugged helplessly. What's wrong with being a bodyguard? Or a driver? Big bro, with your skills and presence, you're destined for greatness. As the saying goes, even beasts choose the best trees to nest in. My admiration for you is like a raging river, endless and surging like the Yellow River in flood. How about letting me serve you from now on? Huh? Yi Xingchen looked at Wenbin, surprised. Was this thief really trying to recognize him as his boss? Big bro, don't underestimate my loyalty. I can work like a horse or an ox for you, just feed me grass. Yi Xingchen's mouth twitched hard. You'd better mean feed you grass, not give you grass. Ha ha ha. What do you say, big bro? Think it over? Wenbin sneakily slipped behind Yi Xingchen and started massaging his back. Yi Xingchen hesitated. Right now, he was Qin Yanran's bodyguard. Although she didn't seem to be in danger at the moment, who could say what might happen later? If some desperate thug tried to kidnap or extort Qin Yanran. Having someone like Wenbin, who had connections with shady circles, might help him get information in advance. Also, since Yi Xingchen would be busy with work and thinking about ways to make money, having someone to look after Yi Hao wouldn't be a bad idea. And maybe, if he could trust this guy enough in the future, he could share the unbelievable truth about his situation. Thinking about all this, Yi Xingchen began to feel tempted. Still, right now I have no money, no status, no power, nothing. You won't get anything by following me. Oh come on. Wenbin chuckled. Big bro, let's be real, if you already had money, power, and fame, would someone like me even have the chance to follow you? I probably wouldn't even qualify to line up. And like they say, giving help in tough times means way more than adding flowers to a celebration. Besides, I trust my instincts, big bro, you're destined for greatness. That actually makes a lot of sense. Listening to Wenbin talk so sincerely, Yi Xingchen was even more tempted. Clearly a master at reading people, Wenbin instantly saw that Yi Xingchen was moved. Wenbin immediately dropped to one knee in front of Yi Xingchen. Big bro, please accept this bow from your little brother. In the future, I'll go through fire and water for you, face any danger without hesitation. I only ask that when you make it big, you don't forget about me, Or maybe just help out the orphanage I grew up in. Yi Xingqian nodded. This Shi Wenbin, he actually seemed like someone who valued loyalty and emotions. Stand up. My name is Yi Xingqian. Got it, Brother Yi. Shi Wenbin was sharp and instantly switched to calling him Brother Yi. From now on, don't steal anymore. I don't want to have to visit you in prison someday. With a boss like Brother Yi, why the hell would I keep stealing? That'd just be a disgrace to you. Shi Wenbin even winked at Yi Xingqian after saying that. All right then. Yi Xingqian nodded, looking a bit conflicted. Overall, he was quite satisfied with Shi Wenbin as an unexpected new underling. Clever, talkative, street-smart, loyal, and sharp-eyed. If he really made it in the future, Shi Wenbin could definitely become a reliable right-hand man. I wonder what kind of big shot gets to have Brother Yi as their bodyguard and driver? Shi Wenbin asked curiously. The president of Yida Corporation, President Qin. What the heck? Shi Wenbin exclaimed. Isn't she rumored to be one of the top beauties in Yunhe City? Brother Yi, be honest, do you have some personal feelings working for her? Then Shi Wenbin even started analyzing it to himself. President Qin is a classic rich, beautiful, single woman. She wouldn't be a bad match for Brother Yi. Totally worthy. Hey, don't go saying stuff like that. Yi Xingqian was startled by Shi Wenbin's comment. What's there to be afraid of? We're all men. What do men talk about besides games and women? Shi Wenbin chuckled. But, it seems like President Qin's business hasn't been going well lately. Oh? You know that too? Yi Xingqian looked at him in surprise. Of course. Shi Wenbin nodded seriously. I've got a friend, well, a shady buddy, who works as a security guard at Sakura Construction. Word is, Sakura snatched a few projects from President Qin this year. And every time they've outbid Yida, it's by just a tiny bit. What does that tell you? That either Yida has a mole, or Sakura somehow got hold of President Qin's bidding proposals. Yi Xingqian was shocked. In such a big company like Yida, if someone really leaked Qin Yanran's bids, that meant the mole must be someone high up, someone she deeply trusted. Right. Shi Wenbin nodded again. I also heard. Yida and Sakura are about to compete for another project in a few days. Who knows who'll win this round? Shi Wenbin's words made Yi Xingqian think. If there really was a mole, they'd probably act again before this upcoming bid. But now that Yi Xingqian was involved, that mole wouldn't get away with it. This was the first time Yi Xingqian realized the value of having Shi Wenbin as his follower. He felt incredibly lucky to have taken him in tonight, who knew how much loss he might help Yida avoid. Alright, I've got my own plan. You go back for now. And remember, don't go back to stealing. If you do, I won't recognize you anymore. Got it, Brother Yi. I'll head out now. What's your phone number? Let me write it down. Mine is 158XX. Early morning, before sunrise. After a night of rest, Yi Xingqian took advantage of the early hour to go out for a jog. Since entering high school, Yi Xingqian had always taken training seriously. As long as time allowed, he would run about 1.2 miles every morning. As he approached his 1.2-mile goal, Yi Xingqian was breathing heavily. Along the way, he kept hearing surprised reactions from other joggers around him. Holy crap, Lao Wang, did you see that guy running just now? Damn, he's too fast. Did we bump into a ghost this early in the morning? Looks like I need to check the calendar before going out for a jog from now on. A running god. Finally, our country's track team is going to rise again after Lu Xiang. Yi Xingqian ignored all the comments around him, staying focused on his run. After reaching his goal, Yi Xingqian sat under a tree in the park to rest a while before heading back. What are you doing? If you don't stop, I'm going to scream. Shoo! Don't scream. The more you scream, the more excited I get. Who knows what else I might do? Ha 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 ha. While Yi Xingqian was resting, a disturbance broke out nearby. Curious, Yi Xingqian turned his head and saw a group of over 10 men surrounding a young woman against a wall. The woman clearly had also gone out for a morning run. She was wearing a sports tank top, which had clearly triggered the group's lewd thoughts. Wearing a tank top isn't a crime, the crime is these scumbags. In broad daylight, they were shamelessly harassing her. And since the woman was very attractive and had a great figure, two nearby young men couldn't sit still and stepped forward. Hey! What are you doing? Stop that. If you don't stop, I'm calling the police. Being interrupted pissed off the thug leader. The leader gave a look to his goons, who all pulled out small wooden daggers from their pockets. What are you looking at? Get lost. Don't ruin our boss's fun. Take one more step and you'll be bleeding. Faced with a group of thugs armed with wooden daggers, the two brave young men hesitated. Sure, standing up for others is noble, but you also have to consider whether you're capable of it, and be ready to face the consequences. The two young men shrank back, nervously retreating to a hidden spot to call the police. The woman's face had lit up with hope when she saw them step forward, but the moment they backed away, that hope vanished instantly. Still, she didn't blame them. After all, stepping in was voluntary, and when the gap in strength is this big, being scared is only human, it's natural. The woman kept retreating step by step until her back hit the wall and she had nowhere left to go. You guys, do you know who I am? If you dare lay a hand on me today, you'll suffer consequences you can't imagine. You'll die horribly. Ha ha ha, one of the thugs burst into loud laughter. If we touch you today, doesn't that make you our boss's girl? Sure, boss's girl could kill us all with a snap. Ha ha ha, the thug leader also laughed. Don't be scared, beautiful. I'm actually a good guy. I'm the boss around here, being with me, you won't lose out. At that moment, two of the thugs who had just cleared the area noticed Estranged sitting under the tree watching everything, and immediately pointed their wooden daggers at him, full of arrogance. Hey, punk! What are you looking at? Can't you see our boss is busy? Get lost. Yeah, beat it. Or I'll break both your damn legs. Estranged looked behind him, making sure they were actually talking to him, then stood up in surprise. He hadn't done anything. Why were they suddenly shouting at him? The woman glanced at Estranged and sighed helplessly. Hey handsome, you should go. It's none of your business. There are too many of them, you can't take them on. Estranged was already a hot-blooded young man, and after hearing the woman say that, he really couldn't just pretend he saw nothing and walk away. If he did, he'd never be able to respect himself again. More importantly, the world wasn't the same as it used to be. Still, Estranged didn't want unnecessary trouble. He walked over to the thugs and said, Bro, you look like the kind of guy who has women falling into his arms just from taking a walk, drenched in luck with the ladies. Since you're obviously not short on women, why not just let this girl go? Forced love doesn't taste sweet. Look, I only have a few hundred yuan on me. Miss, how much do you have? Hand it all over and we'll treat it as buying the boss some smokes and drinks, how about that? Heh heh, the thug leader chuckled with pleasure. Kid, I like the way you talk. But here's the thing, I'm not short on money. I actually enjoy the thrill of forced love. So get lost. If your words weren't so sweet, I would have had my boys break your legs already. Boss. It's the 21st century, everyone's trying to be a law-abiding citizen. I know you're not hurting for cash, but, alright, how about this, let's think about Yunha City's public image. Let's help our city win the national title for Most Civilized City. Just hold back, for the greater good. Okay? Estranged was still trying to reason with the thug leader. You're so damn annoying. Boss, why are you wasting words on this punk? Let's just break both his legs and be done with it. Clearly, Estranged's words had worn out the thug leader's patience. The boss pointed a finger at Estranged from a distance and shouted, You little bastard. Do you think I complimented you for fun? Do you think I'm being nice? You talk more than that monk from the legends. This is your final warning, are you leaving or not? If not, I'll have my boys smash both your legs. Boss, look at his clothes, cheap and weird. Who knows what kind of trash material that is? Definitely some broke loser. He probably wants us to break his legs so he can sue you for money. Faced with the thugs pushing him harder and harder, Estranged sighed and shook his head. Sigh. I really didn't want to fight, why are you forcing me? Humph, the thug leader sneered. Xiao Lu, go break one of his legs. I'll cover all the costs. You got it. With the boss's command, one of the thugs gave a sinister grin and started slowly walking toward Estranged with a vicious look on his face. When the woman saw that the gang of thugs was actually about to attack Estranged, she panicked. Hey! These guys clearly have a lot of fighting experience, you're no match for them. This has nothing to do with you. Don't get hurt for no reason. Just run. Ha ha ha. I love girls like you, so soft-hearted. And I bet the rest of you is soft too, the thug leader sneered. Kid, you want to run now? Too late. Liuzi's the best fighter I've got, even a god couldn't save you today. With the boss's approval, Liuzi got even more excited and charged at Estranged with a loud yell. Wait! Estranged quickly raised his right hand to stop Liuzi. What are you doing? Liuzi looked at Estranged, confused. Trying to run now, kid? Too late. I gave you a chance to walk away, but you didn't take it. Who said I'm running? Estranged looked at them strangely, then pointed at the watch on his left wrist. I meant, I'm about to be late for work. If I'm late, my boss will get mad and dock my pay. So instead of fighting you one by one, how about all of you come at once? What the hell? Arrogant much? Who do you think you are? The Kung Fu master of Yunha? Liuzi, stop talking, just beat him up. Liuzi was furious, glaring at Estranged. You little punk, I've never seen anyone so cocky in my life. Well, today's your lucky day. Taste my iron fist first. Liuzi shouted and slowly lunged at Estranged, fist raised in anger. Yi Xingqian stood there like he was frozen, not moving an inch, letting Liu Zi's punch come straight at him. I thought he was some kind of master, but turns out he's just a kid scared stiff. Punk. Liu Zi grinned and threw his punch at Yi Xingqian's chest. In that moment, he imagined Yi Xingqian crumpling to the ground from the blow, and a smug smile spread across his face. Smack. Liu Zi's punch landed softly on Yi Xingqian's chest. Not only did Yi Xingqian not fall, he didn't even budge. What? What the hell? Liu Zi was stunned. What's wrong? Didn't eat breakfast today? Yi Xingqian glanced at Liu Zi's limp punch. What the? Liu Zi almost coughed up blood in frustration. Hey Liu Zi, what are you doing? Punch him already. What the hell are you doing grabbing his chest? No wonder old Zhang said you're into guys, but now's not the time for that. Another thug behind Liu Zi stared at the bizarre scene in confusion. Screw you! Liu Zi shouted. Boss, there's something off about this guy. Usually, one punch from me will send people flying, or at least make them stumble. But he didn't even flinch. Damn, the thug leader also realized something was wrong. But he was too lost in his lust and had no intention of thinking it through. With a wave of his hand, the leader shouted, Everyone, get him. Crush that punk. Let's go. All the thugs pulled out weapons and charged at Yi Xingqian. Then came a scene that would shock both the woman and the thug leader for the rest of their lives. Yi Xingqian moved like a butterfly among flowers, gracefully weaving through the crowd. Wherever he passed, cries of pain followed. Ah! My hand. Ah! My foot. In moments, more than 10 thugs were all lying on the ground in agony. Gurgle. The thug leader swallowed hard. Seeing Yi Xingqian stepping closer, he quickly backed down. Big bro. Real tough guy. We can talk it out. Weren't you just preaching about being a law-abiding citizen? Fighting is wrong. And preserving Yunha City's image, you said all that. Look, so many of my men got knocked down. How about, you pretend you didn't see me today and just let me go? Hemepe, yerin chansnortet kolde. Too late. Your choice. Now you face the consequences. No, it's a misunderstanding. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. While the thug spoke, Yi Xingqian had already walked over and grabbed his left hand with his right. I haven't even used force yet and you're crying already? Weren't you acting tough a moment ago? Yi Xingqian teased, looking at the thug. The thug gave a flattering smile. Brother Yi, first time's always painful. You're a man, you understand. I understand nothing. Yeving Changleret. Tell me, which hand were you trying to feel the girl with? This hand, the thug cooperated obediently and extended his right hand, then immediately retracted it, uncertain. No, it's the left, no, right, left, left. So both hands then? No, left hand, ow, ah. Crack. With a chilling crack, Yi Xingqian broke the thug leader's left hand with bare force. Shoo! Don't talk. The more you talk, the more excited I get. I might do more outrageous stuff. Yi Xingqian placed a finger to his lips and silently mimicked the thug's earlier words, sending them right back at him. The woman was startled, immediately realizing Yi Xingqian had avenged her in words. Though his method was harsh, she didn't see fault, and she looked at him with gratitude. Seeing the thug leader had no more to say, Yi Xingqian let go of his injured hand. All right, now get lost. Thank you, big bro. The thug leader looked pale and led his men out of the park in shame. Handsome man, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I really can't imagine what might have happened. The woman bowed gratefully, then curiously looked Yi Xingqian over. You're so fast. Yi Xingqian was speechless. Why does everyone like to say he's fast? Do I even look like someone fast? Can people compliment a different way next time? The woman smiled brightly and held out her right hand. Anchuma, im longqingshuan. Yevingchan. Yi Xingqian glanced at her hand, but worried he might crush it, he simply touched it lightly with his own right hand, then smiled and waved goodbye. Long Qingxian first looked surprised, then quietly laughed. You really are an interesting person? Yevingchan? With moves so terrifying, you've successfully caught my attention. She quickly pulled out an ultra-thin phone and dialed. Bro, I almost got hurt in Yunha City, some thugs. I never want to see them again. And look up info on one guy, Yi Xingqian. He lives near Yunha Villas, got it. A quiet morning. Damn it, Boss Lu's launched his final move and is clearing the field. The Han dynasty is weak, the court in chaos. Damn. Lu Yan is so strong, how exactly did the Han ever decline? Yi Xingqian was happily playing the mobile game Three Kingdoms Kill in his office. Knock, knock, knock. The office door tapped gently. Please come in. Yi Xingqian quickly stashed his phone and exited the now-decided game. In walked Lin Yun. Today, Lin Yun wore an office outfit, short skirt, black pantyhose, and a small tie, making her appear very mature and poised. Spotting her black pantyhose, Yi Xingchen whispered in admiration. No wonder girls love black pantyhose, look at those legs, black makes them look slimmer. Maybe that's why t-shirts are rarely sold in black. Miss Yoon, do you need something? Lin Yun hesitated a moment, then smiled sweetly. Actually, I do have something to ask you. Not missing a beat, Yi Xingchen patted his chest and replied, Miss Yoon, whatever you need, just name it. I'll get it done in minutes. That's great. Lin Yun smiled lightly and handed him a document. Here's the company memo. The day after tomorrow morning, we'll have a friendly basketball game with Sakura Construction Company. Huh? Yi Xingchen looked surprised. Friendly game with Sakura Construction? Lin Yun smiled and said, officially, yes. We can't call it a death match. The thing is, the company needs 10 players. 9 have signed up, so we're down by 1. You want me to join too? If not you, who else? You have incredible strength and surprising speed, won't you lead our team to beat Sakura Construction? I see, Yi Xingchen thought a bit, then smiled. If I join, will there be a reward? Of course. Lin Yun nodded firmly. President Qin said just participating gives 5,000 yuan. If we beat Sakura Construction, the prize increases to 50,000. 50,000, Yeving-chan murmured. That's barely enough for a month's meals. What did you say? Lin Yun didn't catch him. Nothing. I meant, Yi Xingchen smiled while looking at her. I meant, if I join, Miss Yun, could there be a personal reward for me? Lin Yun paused. What personal reward did you have in mind? Any kind of reward? Yi Xingchen teased with a mischievous smile, trying to scare her a bit with a small joke. Lin Yun quickly realized and rolled her eyes. Really? Now you're bold enough to flirt with Miss Yun, huh? Aren't you afraid your girlfriend will find out and kick you out of the house? Girlfriend? Yi Xingchen's mood instantly dropped. Sigh. I planned to bring her over to where I'm living last night, but I walked in on her with one of my buddies in the same bed. Oh? Lin Yun looked at Yi Xingchen in shock, unable to comprehend. Why would someone as strong as Yi Xingchen be cheated on? Was she turned off by his lack of money? If Yi Xingchen competed in something like the Olympics and used media to build a persona, endorsements would roll in. Or was it his appearance? He wasn't flashy handsome, but he was quite attractive and had a masculine presence. Thinking that, Lin Yun moved closer and gently placed her right hand on Yi Xingchen's head, while her left hand softly stroked his hair. Nothing to worry about. No obstacle you can't overcome. Losing you will be the biggest regret of her life. Or, you should be glad you saw her real face in time. Otherwise, if she cheated after marriage and kids, that would hurt so much more. Yi Xingchen felt a gentle touch on his forehead and sighed. Thanks, Miss Yun. You're the best. Miss Yun, do you have a boyfriend? Whoever marries you must be destined for great luck. What? Do you still have feelings for me? Lin Yun smiled. At that moment, Lin Yun felt a little flutter in her heart as she looked down at Yi Xingchen. You want to chase after me? That depends on whether you've got what it takes. Yi Xingchen looked up at her chin in surprise, then grew bolder. How about this, if I win, Miss Yun, you give me a kiss as a reward. What do you say? Hearing this, Lin Yun blushed. What, are you thinking, you little brat, let's talk after you win first. Though she didn't agree, she also didn't refuse. Yi Xingchen felt excited inside and silently vowed, whether or not he actually earned that kiss, he'd win this game no matter what. Creak. At that moment, the office door was pushed open from outside. A tall, sunny, handsome man walked in. When he saw the scene, his face first flashed with shock, then flooded with anger. What are you two doing? It's work time. The man was named Shen Jingbing, head of security at Yida Company, Lin Yun's most loyal pursuer and Yi Xingchen's direct supervisor. Seeing his love interest holding another man's head like that, Shen Jingbing felt his blood pressure spike. He nearly rushed forward to punch Yi Xingchen. Lin Yun then realized the insinuation of her closeness and quickly let go of Yi Xingchen, giving Shen Jingbing a displeased look. What are you doing here? I came to talk to this kid. You actually, Shen Jingbing was furious, clenching his fists. What does this have to do with you? Lin Yun refused to engage. I invited Yi Xingchen to join the company's friendly basketball game against Sakura Construction. I'm busy, so I'll go now. She deliberately turned to smile at Yi Xingchen, even blew him a kiss, then walked out of the office gracefully. Yi Xingchen's heart sank. He'd been used by Lin Yun. Sure enough, Shen Jingbing surged forward angrily, pointing at Yi Xingchen. You punk! You dare make a move on my woman? Are you asking to die? My woman? Yi Xingchen frowned. Who gave up ownership? Maybe you're the only one who thinks she belongs to you. Fine. Kid, you're bold. Don't think you can act big just because President Qin hired you personally. You wait, I'll make you regret this. Really? I'm so scared. Yi Xingqian feigned trembling mockingly. Now you say you're scared? Too late. Just wait. Shen Jingbing snorted and stormed away from the office. Yi Xingqian was left utterly baffled. What the heck? What does no fear mean? Can he tell I'm mocking him? Is he really clueless or just pretending? No wonder Lin Yun wasn't interested in someone like him. What a lunatic. Thinking of Lin Yun, Yi Xingqian smirked mischievously. You use me like a pawn? One day I'll make sure you use my pawn. Bastard. Wretched woman. Pretty boy. Adulterers. You two, immoral couple. Shen Jingbing cursed angrily as he returned to his office. What's wrong, brother Shen? Who made you so angry? A security guard asked, puzzled. It's that bitch Lin Yun. Damn, I've been chasing her for almost 2 years, and she always ignored me. Then that new pretty boy, the chauffeur President Qin recently hired, has only been here a couple of days, and she threw herself at him. Completely blind, what a waste of time. Shen Jingbing hissed. The guard patted his shoulder. Brother Shen, you know how people talk. Lin Yun may look classy, but behind closed doors she's slutty. Heaven knows how many men she's been with. Wasting so much time on someone like that, just not worth it. He continued, no matter how beautiful she is, no matter how fiery her temper, she still ends up begging men. That little, well, someday I'll make her kneel in bed and lick from me. And once I'm done with her, I'll kick her as far away as I can. Brother Shen, that's the spirit, the guard growled in approval. Tonight at the usual spot? I'll get those girls to cheer you up and blow off steam. Humph, Shen Jingbing snorted. At hearing those girls, his expression softened slightly. That pretty boy, he joined the company basketball team and thinks he can play? Not a chance. If he gets even a minute on the court, I'll call it a loss. The guard grinned wickedly. Brother Shen, don't worry. That guy looked frail when I saw him. Joining the team is perfect for us. After work, there's practice. Shen, if you pretend to supervise practice and toy with him, slam him a few times in front of colleagues, he'll leave looking humiliated, and who'll dare compete with you for Lin Yun then? Yeah, makes sense. Shen Jingbing nodded. Once that guy leaves the company embarrassed, who'd compete for Lin Yun? She'll be mine. Great. Great. He clapped with excitement. Bro, you just gave me a brilliant idea. The night's expenses are on me. Thanks, brother Shen. The guard nearly drooled in excitement. Later, at the end of the workday, Yi Xingqian checked his watch. He planned to ask Lin Yun what time President Qin would finish today. If there was no overtime, he'd drive her home. But as Yi Xingqian stood, Qin Yanran and Lin Yun appeared together in the doorway of his office. Shen Jingbing hurried along behind them. President Qin. Miss Yun. Yi Xingqian greeted them politely. You can clock out now, go drive. Qin Yanran nodded to Yi Xingqian. Okay. Yi Xingqian grabbed his keys and happily headed off to start the car. As for Shen Jingbing, Yi Xingqian decided he didn't even want to deal with that pathetic figure. Given his situation, wasting time scheming with such a clown would only distract him from making money. Shen Jingbing clearly anticipated the moment. Seeing Yi Xingqian送President Qin home made him furious. If Yi Xingqian just walked away now, all the plans I've spent the entire afternoon making would go down the drain, wouldn't they? President Qin, wait a moment. Shen Jingbing hurriedly reached out to stop Yi Xingqian from leaving. What's the matter? Qin Yanran asked, puzzled. And what are you trying to do? Lin Yun glared at Shen Jingbing without friendliness. Shen Jingbing internally cursed Lin Yun again, then forced a harmless smile. Well, here's the thing. Xingqian joined the company basketball team, and the rest of the team is meeting after work to train on the company court for 30 minutes. I thought, let him come along since we're all colleagues, and everyone can learn from each other and improve together. When Yi Xingqian heard Shen Jingbing's words, he mentally sent Shen's entire family some friendly regards. Shen Jingbing couldn't possibly be that kind. Even with his feet, Yi Xingqian could guess his true motive. Qin Yanran didn't hesitate and gently nodded. All right. Go ahead, you two go. I don't have anything else, I'll just watch your training. It's okay, Yi Xingqian. Miss Yun, would you come with me to watch too? Lin Yun glanced at Shen Jingbing with a flicker of disgust on her face. But she remembered Yi Xingqian's impressive physical ability, it would be fun to watch him demonstrate. So Lin Yun promptly nodded as well. Yes, President Qin. Before Yi Xingqian could say anything, Shen Jingbing enthusiastically approached him and firmly grasped his right hand, as if fearing he might refuse. Excellent. Thanks, President Qin, for understanding. Come on, Xingqian, let's go. President Qin has agreed. Shen Jingbing's plan was falling into place perfectly, and he felt as though his heart would burst with excitement. That pretty boy. I only meant to embarrass him in front of passing colleagues, make him back off. I never expected President Qin and Miss Yun to watch. If I humiliated him in front of President Qin and Miss Yun, it would be far more humiliating than in front of colleagues, by orders of magnitude. Maybe President Qin would see how weak he is and decide to fire him immediately. That would be so satisfying. Thinking that, Shen Jingbing grew more excited and subtly applied pressure to Yi Xingqian's right hand. If this pretty boy cried out in pain, President Qin would surely think him frail, maybe even expect me to humiliate him during training. But Shen Jingbing was puzzled. No matter how he squeezed, Yi Xingqian's right hand didn't budge at all. It seemed he felt nothing. Huh? Shen Jingbing frowned in confusion. What's going on? Even strong men can't stay silent under this grip, but this pretty boy shows no reaction whatsoever? All right, don't waste any more time. Let's go now. Oh, all right, President Qin. Shen Jingbing couldn't think much more. He told himself that maybe he simply didn't use full strength earlier. When training starts, he'd show no mercy. He was determined to embarrass this pretty boy and make him leave Yida Company in disgrace. The four of them quickly arrived at the company's basketball court. By then, there were 8 men already training on the court. When Yi Xingqian appeared in their line of sight, they all looked at him with ill intent. Yi Xingqian immediately understood Shen Jingbing's hidden motive. He was probably planning to humiliate him during the training. Indeed, Yi Xingqian's basketball skills weren't outstanding, but times had changed. Now, Yi Xingqian had a body far beyond ordinary people's. Those guys aiming to shame him via basketball training were bound to fail. Thinking of basketball, Yi Xingqian glanced around the court. After his enhanced physique, the court now looked pitifully small. It was more like a badminton court than a basketball court. The standard hoop height of 10 feet had been lowered, now nearly 7 feet. As for the basketball? Clap clap clap. The ball rolled neatly to Yi Xingqian's feet. He bent down, picked it up, and squeezed it hard. Boom. The basketball burst in his bare hand. The size was only a bit smaller. It was still round, but the material had changed. It was no longer rubber or leather, but a thin, unfamiliar material. Clearly, people's physical strength had declined in this world, while technology had advanced. Whoa! Shen Jingbing watched in disbelief. What kind of trick is this? He hadn't even given instructions, yet someone tossed a defective ball to Yi Xingqian. The humiliation was too obvious. And his plan didn't include this step, did it? Most importantly, what kind of IQ does President Qin have? Could she fail to notice something strange? Shen Jingbing glanced at Qin Yanran in guilt. But Qin Yanran looked calm and unaffected. Shen Jingbing exhaled quietly. Thankfully, she hadn't noticed. Otherwise the plan would unravel. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Yanran and Lin Yun had already witnessed Yi Xingqian's amazing strength. They weren't shocked to see him burst a basketball with his bare hands. Come on, brother Xingqian, join us and play some basketball. Shen Jingbing sounded cheerful but fake as he formally invited him. Okay. Yi Xingqian followed Shen Jingbing onto the court. Here. Take a three-pointer. A man quickly passed the ball to Yi Xingqian. He caught it and glanced at the three-point line, just a meter or two away, and felt a deep sense of irony. If the three-point line was that close in his old world, everyone could make the NBA. Everyone would be a Curry. Shoot! The man urged with ill intent. Yi Xingqian weighed the feather-light ball, hesitated a moment, then used as little force as possible to shoot. Watching Yi Xingqian's classic shooting form, Shen Jingbing grew suspicious. Could this pretty face actually know basketball? But what came next almost made him burst out laughing. Although Yi Xingqian's posture was textbook perfect, the shot missed everything, rim, board, and net. Several passing colleagues witnessed the miss and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha. That's hilarious. I thought he was some kind of expert. Isn't he supposed to be our company's strongman? How'd he miss a three-pointer completely? Is he all show and no real skill? This is bad. Rumor has it he joined the company basketball team. And with this level? Playing against Sakura Construction? That's inviting defeat. If we lose, it's not just embarrassing our company, it's embarrassing our whole country. Hearing this chatter from colleagues, Shen Jingbing was practically bursting with glee. But he still pretended to encourage Yi Xingqian. He patted his shoulder. No worries, Xingqian. The arc three-point line is still about 5 feet away, it's understandable to miss at first. Just practice a few more times. Then he signaled another man across the court. That man understood and quickly passed the ball back to Yi Xingqian. That's right, try once more. All right? Yi Xingqian shrugged and prepared to shoot again. Hehe. Shen Jingbing smirked inwardly. Pretty boy, shoot again. Go on. Keep shooting. How will you know you're a rookie if you don't try more? Deep breath. Yi Xingqian took aim and again made a textbook three-point shot. Clang. This time, he hit the front of the basket rim, not a clean hit. After 2 misses from such close range, Yi Xingqian felt a twinge of embarrassment himself. He silently vowed, if this ball were the old, heavier kind, he'd hit every time. But this new ball was so light, totally unfamiliar. Maybe with a few more tries and the right strength control, he could push his accuracy up to over 90%. Shen Jingbing nearly laughed out loud. That pretty boy must have used all his strength, and still only hit the rim edge. Still just a pretty face after all. No problem, brother Xingqian, try again. All right? Yi Xingqian, intrigued, caught the ball and shot again. Swish. This time, a perfect, nothing but net shot. What the? Shen Jingbing was stunned. How did that pretty boy actually make it? He must have gotten lucky. It's a fluke. Shen Jingbing again gave a signal to the man passing the ball. Soon, a loop began on the court. The man kept passing to Yi Xingqian kept shooting, and almost every shot was a clean swish. They repeated this sequence 30 times. Nearby coworkers couldn't stay calm, they began cheering in awe. I've got to be kidding. I just counted, besides the first two, he shot 33s, and made them all. What kind of god is this? People say KD scores like eating flour, but watching Yi Xingqian shoot, scoring looks as natural as breathing. I underestimated him. He's legit a superstar. We're winning this for sure. Against Sakura Construction, if we don't win by 50 points, I'll honestly say our corporate team is tanking. Wow. No wonder President Qin personally recruited this guy. Not only legendary strength and appetite, now we find he's unbeatable in basketball too. From now on, he's my idol. Ah, Yi Xingqian, I'm gonna have your baby. A woman with a full beard digging her nose said this with admiration. Everyone nearby turned their stomach. Stop. Seriously. Shen Jingbing finally lost his composure. Deep down he cursed angrily to himself, damn it. He's made 30 straight three-pointers. How is this even possible? He had planned to expose this pretty boy's poor shooting skills in front of everyone, yet things had backfired, elevating him instead. Is this pretty boy really that good at shooting, or is his luck just unstoppable? Looks like I'll have to move to plan B. With that thought, Shen Jingbing hopped over to Yi Xingqian and held out his hand to stop him from shooting again. Brother Xingqian, your shooting is too strong, I'm impressed. But luck can't last forever. Shooting depends on both feel and practice. Basketball is all about fundamentals. Yi Xingqian nodded in agreement, I feel the same. In that case, Shen Jingbing grinned. Defense is one of the most important fundamentals. In the NBA, many players may lack fancy skills, but strong defense makes them valuable. So let's test your defense now. Here's the deal, I'll hold the ball and attack, and you defend me, okay? Okay. Yi Xingqian made an okay gesture. Shen Jingbing caught the pass from a teammate, a smile creeping across his face. Pretty boy, you dared to go after my woman. Today, I'm going to cross over you so hard you'll slither like a worm on the ground. Ready, brother Xingqian? I'm going to attack now. Out of respect for his opponent, Yi Xingqian symbolically raised his arms. I'm ready, go ahead. Heh, Shen Jingbing smirked. After a few flashy fake steps, he launched into a crossover move. Pretty boy, watch closely. This is how you break through, up. Oh crap? His confident smile froze quickly. No matter how fast he faked, no matter how fast he tried to drive, Yi Xingqian stayed stuck to him like chewing gum. Shen Jingbing ground his teeth, executed a prayer fake move, and quickly rose into a mid-range fadeaway jumper. Whack. Boom. The shot was effortlessly slapped away by Yi Xingqian. The basketball flew out of bounds a couple of feet, and then exploded mid-air. Holy crap. What just happened? Shen Jingbing stood dumbfounded, glancing at the other men on the court. They all just shook their heads at him. I don't know. Brother Shen, it was too fast. I couldn't see what happened, then suddenly the ball flew out and exploded mid-air. Is that so? Shen Jingbing looked at Yi Xingqian, expression blank, then at the burst basketball. In his heart, he tried to replay what had happened. Could the ball just have exploded, and then flew away by itself? What trash-quality basketballs are these? I need to get better ones tomorrow. Of course Yi Xingqian would never admit he'd slapped the ball into pieces. Let's be honest, if word got around that someone burst the ball with a punch, people might demand compensation. That'd be a hassle. No big deal, next time I'll use less force. Let's do it again. Shen Jingbing eyed Yi Xingqian suspiciously, and once more challenged his defense. The next challenge mirrored the previous one. No matter what fake move Shen Jingbing made, he couldn't shake off Yi Xingqian's defense. Finally, in frustration, Shen Jingbing tried again, only to be embarrassed by another huge block from Yi Xingqian. How is this possible? Shen Jingbing exploded in frustration. How is that pretty boy so uncanny? Could it be that he's just too fast? Looks like I need a more forceful attacking style. With that thought, Shen Jingbing immediately stopped greeting Yi Xingqian and grabbed the ball, launching into a post-up one-on-one. My back-to-basket strength is unmatched. No one in this company who plays basketball can stop it. I'll reverse the humiliation today and regain my dignity. Shen Jingbing turned his head to glare at Yi Xingqian, then summoned all his strength and barreled into him. Huh? What? Fear overtook Shen Jingbing as the unexpected happened. Despite Shen's full-force shoulder bump, Yi Xingqian stood unmoved. Instead, Shen himself was thrown backward by the rebound. Shen Jingbing fell face-first to the ground in humiliation. Oh. Brother Shen, are you okay? Genuine concern crossed Yi Xingqian's face. He rushed forward to check Shen Jingbing's condition. Get lost. Scram. Shen Jingbing scrambled up angrily. Really? Pretty boy, you sure you've been hiding that ability? Oh no, Brother Shen, you're flattering me. Yi Xingqian grinned. At Yi Xingqian's words, Shen Jingbing's face turned purple with anger. He angrily threw the ball at Yi Xingqian. You brat. Now it's your turn to attack, I'll defend you. I refuse to accept that you're this unbeatable. Brother Shen, maybe we should just stop for today. Yeah, something feels off. A few of Shen Jingbing's teammates, sensing how bizarre Yi Xingqian was, tried to persuade Shen to quit. Shut up. Scram. You brat, come on. Now completely enraged and irrational, Shen Jingbing wouldn't listen to reason. Yi Xingqian held the ball and calmly looked at him. Okay, Brother Shen. Are you ready? Ready. Since you're ready, here I come. Bring it on. Hehe. Yi Xingqian smiled and, holding the ball, took 3 large steps before dunking easily. By the time Shen Jingbing looked back, Yi Xingqian had already finished the dunk. He didn't even get a chance to turn around and see Yi Xingqian's approach. No. I wasn't ready yet. Again. The same scene replayed. Shen Jingbing still hadn't turned in time, and Yi Xingqian had already dunked again. Shen Jingbing shouted in disbelief, No. Impossible. Onlooking coworkers couldn't help but laugh and comment. Look at him, just a training session, and he can't handle losing. Just training, and he's acting like this. If anyone plays him in a real game, he'll flip out and start hitting people. Shen Jingbing always looks refined and polite, but seeing this, I guess I judged him wrong. Better stay away from guys like that. Hearing the mocking and seeing Yi Xingqian remain calm and innocent looking, Shen Jingbing couldn't accept reality anymore. He collapsed and knelt on the court, screaming hysterically. No. At dusk. After safely sending Qin Yanran home, Yi Xingqian drove straight to Yi Hao's place. Yi Xingqian was determined. He had to bring Yi Hao to his new residence. Even if Yi Hao wasn't home tonight, he would wait until dawn. Arriving at his old home, Yi Xingqian gently pushed open the slightly ajar door. Dad? Are you here? The room was silent, no one replied. Again not home, sigh. Yi Xingqian sighed. The debt of gratitude to one's parents lasts a lifetime. His mother passed away early, and Yi Hao raised him alone. Over the years, some divorced or older women had expressed interest in starting a family with Yi Hao, but he always politely declined. He feared forming a new family would bring trouble during Yi Xingqian's growth, or that Yi Xingqian might be neglected. With a father like that, how could Yi Xingqian ever simply let him go? Tap tap. Just then, footsteps sounded outside the door. Dad? Yi Xingqian turned quickly, excited, only to feel disappointed. It wasn't Yi Hao who appeared, but the blonde guy from the Qinglong gang. The blonde guy smiled. After hearing Yi Xingqian call out Dad, he almost replied, but then thought better of it. As powerful as Yi Xingqian was, no one would risk their life over one dad. It's you? Yi Xingqian frowned, realizing something. Where's my dad? Did you guys detain him again? Ha, the blonde guy laughed. Buddy, what are you saying? How could we detain your dad? He demanded to make a comeback and stayed in our gambling house, refusing to leave. My dad went to a gambling house again? How much did he lose this time? Not much, just $1 million. The blonde guy grinned and held up one finger. Lost $1 million in 2 days? You're scamming me. Yi Xingqian flew into anger and raised his fist toward the blonde guy's face. The blonde guy stepped back in terror. Hey, don't get impulsive. It's not as serious as you think. Brother Long says since we're close, he won't cheat you. If you agree to fight 2 matches in a new underground boxing ring, Brother Long will treat your dad as entertainment for 2 days. No debt, no million. A new underground boxing ring? Yi Xingqian clenched his fists. So the Qinglong gang plan to use him as their cash cow. That's right. The new ring isn't run by Brother Long. He just needs you to fight 2 matches, nothing else. Once they're done, your dad will appear safe and sound by your side. Yi Xingqian took a few deep breaths to calm down, then reluctantly nodded. Fine, first rescue dad. Deal. The blonde guy smiled and reached for a high five, but hesitated and withdrew. The new underground boxing ring. Still noisy, with cheering crowds and glaring neon lights. Led by the blonde guy, Yi Xingqian entered backstage quickly. After Yi Xingchen entered, the underground boxing arena soon saw two groups arrive. The first group was led by Brother Long, and surprisingly, the second group was led by Long Qingxian, the same person Yi Xingchen had saved earlier that morning. Long Qingxian, with 4 men who seemed like bodyguards, found a less crowded spot and sat. Brother Long headed straight to the VIP seats. "Oh? Brother Long, you're here." Waiting in the VIP seats was this arena's owner, Brother Yun. "Hey. Brother Yun, my people are fighting here tonight." "Of course I'd come," Brother Long replied. Without shaking Yun's offered hand, he just sat down. "What's wrong? Brother Long, you seem upset. Who dared cross us?" Brother Yun looked concerned. "The people who took Bao, gone missing for a day, were found tied to a rock by the river. Each had their carotid artery cut with a sharp tool. You seriously think you had nothing to do with it?" "What the hell?" Brother Yun looked upset. "I've always said, if I do it, I take responsibility. If I didn't, don't pin it on me." Yun never starts fights, only answers them. Bao's territory in Yunk Villa is prosperous, and we've never overlapped. Everybody in Yunk City knows Bao is your good brother. If I had him killed, wouldn't that be messing with you? Brother Long was watching Yun's reaction carefully. He didn't sense deceit. If it wasn't you, who then? Could a new power be emerging in Yunk City? Bao and I were close. I'll investigate. If truly someone new came and killed him, I won't stand aside. Brother Yun declared. Hearing that, Brother Long frowned, fell silent, and thought deeply. "Miss, what brings you to a place like this to watch boxing?" Long Qingxuan's bodyguard, Long Wu, asked curiously. Long Qingxian smiled slightly and locked her phone, which displayed Yi Xingchen's photo on the lock screen. "Because someone very interesting is about to make a grand entrance here," she said. "Someone interesting?" Long Wu looked surprised. "I've lived in Yunk City so many years and haven't met someone this interesting for a long time," Long Qingxian replied. "Ah?" Long Wu looked astonished at her. He understood exactly what a single woman means when she says someone is interesting. "So, this interesting person, if they fight my brother, who do you think would win?" she asked. Without hesitation, Long Wu answered, "That's obvious, big young master wins. In skill, I haven't seen anyone who could match him." "Not necessarily." Long Qingxian said thoughtfully. "There's always someone stronger, somewhere else." "Haha. The big young master is the standard. Who could be stronger than the standard?" Long Qingxian just smiled softly, didn't argue further, and glanced again at Yi Xingchen's photo on her phone. After 5 consecutive boxing matches, the host finally announced the next bout. "Ladies and gentlemen, please quiet down." The host held the microphone track stand tight to calm the noisy crowd. "Tonight's matches have been thrilling, enjoyed them? Haha. Not satisfied yet? Don't worry. Coming up is the grand finale. The champion from Thai country, Bochio, will face our local champion, One Punch Superman. Please welcome both champions to the ring." Soon, Yi Xingchen and Bochio entered the ring from opposite entrances. Bochio, champion of Thai country. He has won 35 underground fight matches across our summer nation, truly an impressive record. One Punch Superman, the local champion of Summer Nation, a rising star. Just 2 nights ago, he knocked out champion Pu Guochang with one punch and instantly rose to fame. Tonight's peak showdown between Bochio and One Punch Superman, who will emerge victorious? Let's watch closely. After the host's introduction, Long Wu, sitting behind Long Qingxian, couldn't help sneering. "Two rookies. It's not just about beating your big young master, even I could easily defeat both of them together." Long Qingxian turned to scold him. "Uncle Wu, we're here to watch their match, not my brother's or yours." "Oh," Long Wu responded calmly before offering his opinion, "Bochio will definitely win." "So confident?" "Well, boxing isn't just about muscles, but Bochio is all muscle, while the other looks ordinary. I predict Bochio will KO him within 5 rounds. Then let's make a bet." "What do you want to bet on?" "If Bochio wins, I'll go home with you right away. If Bochio loses, I'll stay in Yunk City as long as I want, at least, you can't force me to leave." "Deal. If the clan leader sends someone else later, it's not my business." With that, the referee's bell rang, and the final show officially began. Bochio took a few probing steps and spoke awkwardly in the Summer Nation language. You Summer Nation guy, you won't be my match. If you admit defeat now, I'll break one of your arms." "Wow, even admitting defeat comes with a broken arm threat?" Yi Xingchen was speechless. "If you refuse, I'll beat you to death. Between a broken arm or death, which do you choose? Your Summer Nation martial arts are all flashy, our Thai boxing is the strongest." "I'll correct you, it's flashy hands and embroidered legs, not flashy hands and embroidered feet." Yi Xingchen clarified courteously. Buchyo blinked blankly, spat on the ground, and said, "Pft. Who has time to teach you Summer Nation phrases? Your language is trash too." That crossed the line. Yi Xingchen snapped back, "You can insult and mock me, fine, but disrespect our martial arts and language? Better be ready to be knocked down. If there's any doubt who will win, it's me." Buchyo snorted and charged at Yi Xingchen. This time, Buchyo's speed and power exceeded what Yi Xingchen had faced against Pu Guochang 2 nights ago. Clearly, this opponent had leveled up several tiers. Even so, Yi Xingchen didn't fear him. Buchyo was still too slow. Such punches, what's the difference from kids just playing around? Wait. Just as Buchyo was about to throw a right hook at Yi Xingchen raised his right hand to stop him. "What do you want?" Buchyo asked in confusion. "Just trading punches is boring. Let's add a wager." Buchyo narrowed his eyes. "What kind of wager?" "It's simple. If I lose, you can deal with me however you want. But if you lose, you have to kneel in the ring and shout 3 times, 'Kung Fu is amazing, Thai boxing is trash.' Deal?" Buchyo almost laughed. In his eyes, Yi Xingchen looked like a complete rookie who didn't even know basic defense, clearly trying to bluff. So he nodded without hesitation. "Fine. But if you lose, you kneel and shout, 'Thai boxing is amazing, Kung Fu is trash,' 3 times. How about that?" "Deal." On the sidelines, Long Wu heard the wager and narrowed his eyes coldly. They're wagering something that big in a back alley match? I might have to step in and help that kid win. "You don't believe in him?" someone asked. "Look at him. Does he look like someone worth believing in? Just watch. Don't jump in. Let's enjoy the show." "Ha!" Buchyo yelled and charged toward Yi Xingchen. As an experienced fighter, Buchyo quickly spotted the weak point in Yi Xingchen's stance. Seeing Yi Xingchen completely still, he grinned and launched a fierce right hook at Yi Xingchen's left ribs. This guy isn't even reacting, just standing there like a log. It's over. Long Wu shook his head, clearly disappointed. Smack. Buchyo's punch landed hard on Yi Xingchen's ribs. Yeah. The crowd erupted, eager for the brutal impact. But this time, Yi Xingchen actually felt something, not numb like before. It felt like a soft slap. That was all. Buchyo stared at Yi Xingchen's face, then at his ribs in confusion. After a moment of silence, he couldn't hold back. "Hey, you seriously didn't feel anything?" "Of course I did," Yi Xingchen nodded. "Felt like someone lightly slapped me." "What?" Buchyo nearly burst from frustration. He'd used all his strength, yet Yi Xingchen said it felt like a gentle slap? Enraged, Buchyo went all in, left hook, right hook, one after another, pounding Yi Xingchen's ribs. And yet, the scene became bizarre, one man punching with everything he had, the other standing still, completely unbothered, almost enjoying it. The spectators on the sidelines were stunned by this bizarre scene. No one knew what Yi Xingchen and Buchyo were actually doing. Wah, what are those two doing? Flirting while fighting? Damn. We asked them to fight, not flirt. I think they're mocking us. Damn it, I want a refund. 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 This guy actually has some real skill. Compared to the other wild spectators, Long Wu remained calm. He just frowned slightly and offered his commentary. Some skill? That's all? Otherwise? Long Wu smiled faintly. Some people are masters of defense. This is a boxing match. If I fought him, I'd casually slit his artery with a wooden dagger. Ha ha ha. Long Qingxian was amused by Long Wu's typical competitive talk. Don't worry, Uncle Wu. The real show is yet to come. Long Wu was slightly surprised at Long Qingxuan's words. Yi Xingchen had already impressed him, who'd have thought he had even more hidden abilities. In an instant, Long Wu couldn't take his eyes off this man who had continually surprised him. I keep punching, punching. Buchyo had completely lost track of how many punches he'd thrown, or how long he'd been attacking. Only 2 things mattered now. His arms burned with pain, and Yi Xingchen remained unhurt, calmly standing there as if enjoying it. And then a terrifying thought crossed Buchyo's mind, is this guy treating my attacks as a massage? Jesus, what kind of pervert is this? What's the point of this fight anymore? Finally, Buchyo deflated like a punctured balloon and stopped fighting, his demeanor sagging. Why stop? Keep going. Hit him. Don't chicken out. Go. Can't you do anything? Are you some kind of coward? The crowd jeered when Buchyo halted. Buchyo nearly erupted, wanting to KO the hecklers. What's wrong? Why'd you stop? It was kinda fun. Yi Xingchen, eyes closed in bliss, opened them when he noticed Buchyo had paused. He gingerly touched his left ribs and gently tapped them. Buchyo glanced at Yi Xingchen's slightly reddened left ribs, feeling deeply upset. He never imagined that even after landing over 100 punches to that area, the man would only blush slightly. A tight humiliation coursed over Buchyo's face. So, Buqiu, do you want to keep fighting? Yi Xingqian grinned at him. Buqiu blinked, then shook his head in shame. Strength isn't on the same level. I concede. Good. Yi Xingqian nodded. Since you concede, fulfill your bet. Bet? Buqiu panicked, then started making excuses. What bet? I don't remember any bet. You traitor coward, wasting my time, and now you bail? Yeah. You insulted our martial art and our language before, weren't you so tough? Why were you soft now? Did you just pop your tube mid-fight? Ha ha ha. My foot, how would he even? Acts bold but won't do anything. Not a real man, just some shameless fool. Lucky I recorded it on my phone. Seeing that someone in the crowd actually recorded it, Buqiu knew he couldn't back out now. Humph. Buqiu squared his shoulders, crossed his arms, and wore an expression like a pig that's no longer scared of boiling water, ready to act shamelessly to the end. Damn, you're clearly trying to back out. Yi Xingqian was getting angry. This guy had been trash-talking their martial art and language before, and now he backed off when it didn't suit him? Buqiu sneered. Your saying was, real men should die rather than be shamed, right? Go to hell. But you're not a real man, you're just a bluffer. Yi Xingqian didn't get the chance to respond before the crowd started cursing again. What did you say? Come face us then. You people sure talk tough, you're never standing up to fight. Humph, you are all cowards. Dare to speak but not act. You faker, fooling no one. Yi Xingqian grew enraged. Buqiu may have jeered at the crowd, but he didn't dare provoke Yi Xingqian directly. Now that Yi Xingqian glared at him, Buqiu grew nervous. You say a man shouldn't be shamed? Well, go and die then, you coward. Yi Xingqian flew into a rage and threw a full-force punch at Buqiu's face. Buqiu had no chance to react. His eyes widened as Yi Xingqian's fist crashed into his face. Crunch. A horrific bone-breaking sound echoed. Buqiu, the supposedly undefeated champion, didn't even scream. Like a kite snapped from its string, he flew out of the ring and crashed outside. Ah? The crowd gasped, some exultant, others fearful or reverent, as they saw Buqiu lying dead in a pool of blood. What? Impossible. That kid. Long Wu, who'd been watching calmly, finally snapped and sprang to his feet. Long Qingxian frowned slightly. Uncle Wu, you saw that trick too, right? That kid, such speed, such strength. And no aura of spiritual power. He's just a regular human. How can a normal person be that fast, that strong? Long Wu stared hauntingly at Yi Xingqian, utterly baffled. That's why I called him interesting. But he's even stronger than I expected. Uncle, do you still think he can't handle my brother? Long Wu slumped back into his seat, completely shocked. At this point, even my brother isn't his match. And worse, if this guy ever learned spiritual energy, who in the world could possibly beat him? Long Qingxian said nothing, clearly agreeing with Long Wu. One Punch Man. One Punch Man. The entire underground arena drowned in the roaring cheers of the crowd. Sleepless all night. The next morning, after dropping off Qin Yanran at her company, Yi Xingqian started heading to his own office. He had been worried about Yihao's safety the entire night and hadn't slept well at all. Yi Xingqian planned to catch up on some sleep in his office. Huh, is that him? Looks like it is. Never thought he was that kind of guy. President Qin probably won't keep him around after seeing this. On the way to his office, Yi Xingqian suddenly heard a few coworkers behind him whispering. Their tone was full of contempt and disgust. Yi Xingqian was confused. Were they talking about him? Someone was even pointing at him. Yeah, no doubt they meant him. But why were they saying that? Had he done something terrible? You can question my looks, but don't question my character. When it came to morals, Yi Xingqian believed he had nothing to be ashamed of. To find out the truth, Yi Xingqian forced a smile and waved at the coworkers behind him. Ah. Images of Yi Xingqian's terrifying strength flashed through their minds, and the coworkers scattered in panic. That left Yi Xingqian even more confused. He really wanted to know what had happened, but since everyone ran away, he had no one to ask. Maybe, he could ask Lin Yun later. Thinking of that, Yi Xingqian stopped worrying and went straight back to his office. Just as he was about to pull out his phone and add Lin Yun on the company WeChat group, someone knocked on the office door. Come in. It was Lin Yun who walked in. Yunjie, you came at the perfect time. I was just about to. Xingqian, you're in big trouble. You've gone viral. Your name's been dragged through the mud. Lin Yun cut him off and anxiously sat on the couch in his office. What's going on, Yunjie? Yi Xingqian was completely in the dark. Here, take a look yourself. You're trending all over the internet. Lin Yun sighed and handed her phone to Yi Xingqian. Yi Xingqian took the phone in confusion. The Douyin app was playing a video. The person in the video had their face covered with a watermelon, only their eyes and mouth were visible. The voice was clearly generated by AI. So cringe, so cringe. Who gets it, folks? We went through thick and thin together for years, and now that my boyfriend's made it big, he just dumps me. Are all men like this? Get rich and turn rotten. I really can't stand this kind of loser. Girls, are men only good for the hard times but never when things are going well? I'm speechless. I'm done. For all these years I worked hard, took care of his seriously ill father, worked during the day, cooked and cleaned for him at night, gave him everything I had, and now he throws me away without a second thought. I'm done, thanks. Now I'm going to reveal this guy's info. Girls, beware. XXX, Yi Xingchen's personal info. What the heck? Yi Xingchen was dumbfounded when he saw the video. Even though he couldn't see who the person was, and the voice was AI generated, he could tell with his eyes closed that it was Zhao Wen. This woman was ruthless. It wasn't enough that she cheated on him, she had to turn around and bite him back. That's your ex-girlfriend, right? Lin Yun sighed helplessly. Pretty sure it is. Yi Xingchen was speechless. He scrolled down to check the comments section. The comment section was full of people supporting Zhao Wen, and more than 80% of them were copying the phrase GHG. Yunjia, what does GHG mean? Yi Xingchen stared blankly at the phone. It means girl help girl, a slogan often used by certain groups, Lin Yun explained, then quickly rolled her eyes at him. Come on, kid, is this really the time to worry about that? You've got to fix this fast. If this reaches President Qin, who knows whether she'll believe you or not? And if she doesn't believe you, you're gonna be out of a job. Only then did Yi Xingchen realize how serious this was. Big companies like Yida definitely value their employees' character. If Qin Yanran really believed he was the kind of guy who ditches women after getting rich, she might actually fire him. If he lost this job? Yi Xingchen thought about how he spends tens of thousands a month just on food. He'd probably starve to death on the street. Yunjia, Yunjia. Yi Xingchen quickly stood up and gently grabbed Lin Yun's right hand. You have to believe me, I'm definitely not that kind of guy. Are you dumb? Of course I believe you. But you've got to handle this properly. Understand? I got it. Yi Xingchen nodded fast. I'll confront her face to face. As for President Qin, Yunjia, keep an eye out for me. If anything happens, call me right away. Lin Yun frowned. She wanted to say that confronting Zhao Wen wouldn't help, but then realized Yi Xingchen really didn't have a better option right now. This was his only shot. She had no choice but to nod reluctantly. All right, go quickly. If anything happens, I'll cover for you, even if it's something from President Qin. I'll hold it off as long as I can, and if I can't anymore, I'll call you. Now go. Take my car, it's in parking spot A102. Got it. Thanks, Yunjia. Yi Xingchen was deeply moved. He took the car keys from Lin Yun and rushed to Zhao Wen's place. Zhao Wen was lying on her bed at home, smugly scrolling through Douyin. Seeing the constant stream of new comments, she laughed out loud with satisfaction. While replying to comments in a fake pitiful tone, she muttered to herself. Ha ha ha. Yi Xingchen, let's see how you survive this. This video has blown up in less than 2 days. I'd love to see what kind of woman would be dumb enough to fall for you now. I don't believe you won't come crawling and begging me to let you off the hook. As she spoke, Zhao Wen pictured Yi Xingchen kneeling in front of her, pleading for mercy. Her face was full of triumphant glee. Knock knock. Bitk. Zhao Wen. Are you home? At that moment, Yi Xingchen's urgent voice came from outside. Hearing him, Zhao Wen smiled even more smugly. Sucker came crawling on his own. Just as Yi Xingchen was about to smash the wooden door in front of him with one punch, it was finally opened from the inside. Staring at Zhao Wen's face, Yi Xingchen was overwhelmed with emotions. He used to love this woman so much. Although his family wasn't rich, he always wanted to give her the best. Back in college, when Zhao Wen wanted a designer handbag, he even worked part-time for half a year to buy it for her. But times change, and people change. The face he once loved the most now looked so disgusting and revolting to him. What the hell are you doing? What do you mean I abandoned our relationship? You were the one who was unfaithful to our love. Enough. Zhao Wen interrupted him impatiently. I don't want to hear this right now. What woman hasn't made a few mistakes? Why can't you forgive me for just this one? Are you not man enough to be a little generous? Yi Xingchen was so angry he almost spat blood. He had reflected countless times in his mind. If I've done something wrong, then lock me up, but don't punish me with such a horrible ex-girlfriend. How did he never see who Zhao Wen really was before? He must have been blind. Zhao Wen glanced at Yi Xingchen and continued, after all, what we had was true love. I didn't want it to get to this point either. I also want to solve things peacefully. So let's each take a step back. I'll delete that video, and tomorrow you and I go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a marriage certificate. After we're married, I'll quit my job, you'll give me 100,000 yuan per month as spending money, and you'll handle all the housework. How about that? What? Yi Xingchen almost laughed in anger. Why? How the fuck can you be so shameless? You cheated on me and still expect me to worship you like a queen? Yeah, I used to love you more than my own life, but ever since you betrayed our love, there's no going back. Even if you were the last woman on earth, it would still be impossible. Humph, Zhao Wen snorted. If I were the last woman on earth, I wouldn't even look at you. Then what the fuck are we even talking about? I'll just call the police or go online and clarify everything. Will calling the police help? Will clarifying help? Zhao Wen sneered. Do you really think those people online are defending me for justice? Do you think they actually care about the truth? You're too naive. As long as they can use something to bash men, they don't give a shit about what the truth is. Yi Xingchen was already completely fed up with Zhao Wen. If it weren't for the fact that Yi Hao still needed someone to take care of him, Yi Xingchen would have really wanted to punch Zhao Wen to death and die with her if needed. So what the fuck do you want then? Getting back together is never gonna happen. Well, Zhao Wen rolled her eyes. It's not impossible to not get back together, but you'll have to agree to some other conditions. What conditions? Say it. First, transfer me 5 million yuan. Right now. What? Are you fucking kidding me? Yi Xingchen was stunned again. Why the hell did Zhao Wen think he could just pull out 5 million yuan? If he had 5 million yuan, would he still be running around trying to find ways to treat Yi Hao? Zhao Wen ignored Yi Xingchen and continued listing her demands. Second, the villa in Yunhe Villas, you have to transfer it to my name. From now on, it'll be mine. Third, because you broke up with me that day, it affected my mood and I was late to work the next day and got fired. Until I find a new job, you must pay me 100,000 yuan per month as living expenses. Just as Yi Xingchen was about to smash the wooden door with a punch, the door was finally opened from the inside. Looking at Zhao Wen's face, Yi Xingchen felt a flood of mixed emotions. He used to love this woman so much. Even though his family wasn't rich, he always wanted to give her the best. Back in college, when Zhao Wen liked a designer handbag, he worked part-time for half a year to buy it for her. But times change, and people change. The face he once loved most now looked so disgusting and repulsive. What the hell are you doing? What do you mean I abandoned our relationship? You were the one who was unfaithful. Humph, still trying to hide things from me? It's all exposed now. Zhao Wen snorted and pointed at the house key card hanging from Yi Xingchen's waist. Only at that moment did Yi Xingchen understand why Zhao Wen had such audacity in her demands. She thought he owned a villa in Yunhe Villas, and that was why she wanted to get back together. Seeing Zhao Wen's true face more clearly, Yi Xingchen shook his head in deep disappointment. You got one thing wrong, that villa isn't mine. It was assigned to me by my company. I can live there only while employed. If I lose the job, I lose the villa. I'm just an ordinary junior staff member, I can't afford that kind of money. Yeah right. You still expect to fool me? What job gives someone a villa worth tens of millions? You think I'm stupid? I'll say this, either you follow the terms of us getting back together, or follow the terms of us not getting back together. Choose one, or just wait to die. Faced with Zhao Wen's unreasonable arrogance, Yi Xingchen felt helpless. He really wanted to slap Zhao Wen and walk away. But remembering Lin Yun's words, what if Qin Yanran believes Zhao Wen? He couldn't handle that consequence. For now, he had to negotiate as best he could. That villa really isn't mine. Believe it or not. You can check anytime and see I'm not lying. Zhao Wen looked at Yi Xingchen with skepticism. Then she realized that whether the villa belonged to him was less important than the fact she might move into a top villa and have bragging rights in front of others. Thinking this through, she nodded. Fine. I'll move in first. You go find a place outside to live. I'll lower my demands, I don't want the 5 million yuan anymore. Just give me 100,000 yuan per month. What the, me, did I promise you anything? What kind of daydream are you having? Why? Because you're ugly? Or because you're cheap? Don't agree? Then wait to die, you dog man. Seeing that Zhao Wen didn't care at all whether he lives or dies, Yi Xingchen was truly furious. He clenched his fists, furrowed his brows, gritted his teeth, and took a few steps toward Zhao Wen, countless times wanting to pin her to the ground and beat her. Looks like you want us to go down together? Seeing Yi Xingchen angry and remembering his frightening strength that night, Zhao Wen didn't doubt he could easily strangle her. She instinctively took a few steps back, her shouts fierce but inwardly trembling, pointing at Yi Xingchen. You, Yi, don't mess with me. There's surveillance in my room. If you hit me, I guarantee you'll spend the night in a cell. Yi Xingchen took a deep breath and finally gave up on violence. Whatever. I'm calling the police. See you at the station. Slurp slurp. Just then, 5 men in police uniform entered the hallway. Zhao Wen glared fiercely at Yi Xingchen. Want to see me at the station? Tonight I'll send you there. After speaking, Zhao Wen spat into her palm, smeared it across her eye corner, then let out a pig-like screech and crawled toward the police. "Comrade! Help! Comrade, he's abusing me! Help! What happened, miss? What's going on?" The 5 police officers quickly helped Zhao Wen up. "If anything happened, just tell us. Any illegal violence will be punished severely, no exceptions." "No, comrades, let me explain." Yi Xingqian was stunned. He stood there in a daze for a moment before rushing over to try to explain. "Comrades, it's him. He's my ex-boyfriend. We already broke up, and this pathetic man keeps bothering me, trying to get back together. When I refused, he tried to hit me. Thank God you came, otherwise I might have been beaten to death by him." Zhao Wen didn't give Yi Xingqian a chance to explain. She cut him off and started crying and acting pitiful on purpose. Sure enough, after Zhao Wen's performance, the police immediately shielded her behind them, staring at Yi Xingqian with alert expressions. "Sir, please calm down and step away from this lady. Show us your ID and cooperate with our investigation, or we will use necessary force." Seeing how tense the officers were, Yi Xingqian could only sigh helplessly and obediently handed them his ID. As he handed it over, he glared at Zhao Wen with frustration. "After everything we had, do you really have to be this heartless? I only came today to talk. You didn't have to be so cruel. Comrades, please help me. I was with this pathetic man for years, treated him like royalty every day, but he went out drinking, gambling, and doing who knows what. Every time he got drunk, he'd beat me. This kind of man should be locked up forever, better yet, sentenced to death. You might not know this, but I was pregnant with his child. But one night he beat me so badly that I had a miscarriage." Wah. Zhao Wen glanced at Yi Xingqian with a smug smile but kept playing the victim in front of the police. The lead officer took Yi Xingqian's ID with his left hand and gently patted Zhao Wen's shoulder with his right. "Don't worry, miss. We'll take care of this. Domestic violence might not carry the death penalty like you hoped, but we'll definitely punish him by law." "Good, good. Even if it's not the death penalty, life imprisonment would be fine." Zhao Wen, feeling victorious, kept fake crying to the officers while glaring at Yi Xingqian like a winner, as if saying, "You're finished." "You!" Seeing Zhao Wen's smug face, Yi Xingqian was furious and stepped forward. "Ah?" Zhao Wen suddenly jumped up exaggeratedly from the ground. "See? Comrades, look. He's about to hit me again." The lead officer looked at Yi Xingqian. "You're Yi Xingqian, right?" "Yes." Yi Xingqian nodded, feeling completely wronged. Then the officer turned to Zhao Wen. "So, you're Zhao Wen, correct?" "Ah? Yes, I'm Zhao Wen." Zhao Wen was confused about how the officer knew her name, but still nodded with a fake pitiful look. "All right then. Cuff her." The officer waved his hand, and the others immediately stepped forward and cuffed Zhao Wen with what looked like plastic handcuffs. "Huh?" Yi Xingqian was stunned. "Ah?" Zhao Wen was dumbfounded too. "Wait, comrades, why are you cuffing me? Did you make a mistake? Aren't you supposed to cuff that pathetic man?" The officer glanced at Zhao Wen. "You're Zhao Wen, right?" "Yeah, that's right." Zhao Wen nodded, looking confused. "Since your name is Zhao Wen, then there's no mistake. We're here today to arrest you." "Arrest me?" Zhao Wen was stunned. "Wait, I'm the victim. He abused me, why are you arresting me?" "Heh." The lead officer let out a cold laugh, then pulled a document from his pocket and showed it to Zhao Wen. "Miss Zhao Wen, hello. According to Article 246 of the Constitution of Xia Country, anyone who publicly insults others using violence or other means, or fabricates facts to slander others, and if the circumstances are serious, will be sentenced to up to 3 years of fixed-term imprisonment, detention, control, or deprivation of political rights. The video you posted on Douyin has caused a huge reaction in society. Based on the investigation and evidence collected by the Yunhe City Public Security Bureau, the content of your video is completely false. You are suspected of malicious online defamation and spreading rumors. Following an order from the Yunhe City Public Security Bureau, you are being taken into criminal custody immediately. The Bureau has already contacted cyber police to delete your series of defamation videos on Douyin. At the same time, the Bureau will publish a video online to clear up the facts for Mr. Yi Xingqian. This is the arrest warrant. Please take a look." "What? This can't be real." Zhao Wen was nearly scared speechless by the officer's words. She never imagined that the Yunhe City Police would act so quickly against her. The lead officer walked over to Yi Xingqian, handed back his ID, and saluted him. "Mr. Yi Xingqian, please rest assured. We will restore your reputation. Our Yunhe City Police will never let anyone who harms others or society go unpunished." "Thank you." Yi Xingqian took his ID in a daze, clearly still trying to process what just happened. Logically, even if the police had noticed Zhao Wen's videos, shouldn't they have taken longer to react? This really was strange. It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding, officer. Listen to me. This is all a misunderstanding. Zhaowen couldn't accept what was happening and quickly dropped to her knees, begging the police. It's like this, he's my boyfriend. I was just joking around with him. It was our couple's little fun, wasn't it, Xingchen? No, honey, say something. Honey. Explain to them. It's just a misunderstanding. Zhaowen got more emotional as she spoke, even begging Yi Xingchen. But now that Yi Xingchen had seen her true face, he wasn't about to soften up. He just smiled and waved his hand at Zhaowen with a little bye-bye gesture. No. Yi Xingchen. You heartless pathetic man. You bastard. In the end, Zhaowen was dragged away in hysterics by the police. After the group had left, Yi Xingchen's phone suddenly rang. He took it out and looked. It was an unknown number from Yunhe City. After hesitating for a moment, Yi Xingchen answered. Hello? Heh, your ex-girlfriend's been taken away, right? Things will be resolved soon. No need to thank me. Just think of it as me repaying the favor from yesterday morning, and also a way to become friends. My name is Long Qingxian. Nice to meet you. Yi Xingchen was stunned for a second but finally understood. No wonder the Yunhe police had responded so fast. It was Long Qingxian helping him from behind the scenes. Looks like this Long Qingxian has serious connections. After a short pause, Yi Xingchen finally smiled. My name is Yi Xingchen. Nice to meet you. Zhao Wen's matter quickly came to an end. Zhao Wen, who got what she deserved, was sentenced to 1 week of detention and had to post a video online apologizing to Yi Xingchen and clearing his name. With the Yunhe City Public Security Bureau also posting a clarification on its official account, the whole incident was finally resolved. After taking care of everything, Yi Xingchen returned to the company just in time for the end of the workday. After dropping Qin Yan ran off at home, Yi Xingchen began his evening as One Punch Man. Tonight, Huang Mao took Yi Xingchen to Brother Long's underground fight club, the same one where Yi Xingchen had originally started fighting illegal matches. Apparently, Yunhe City was a place full of tough people. No matter the day of the week, the underground fight club was always packed at night, rain or shine. Tickets were hard to get. After entering the club with Huang Mao, he cheerfully introduced Yi Xingchen's opponent for the night. Kid, your opponent tonight is my Xiaocai. Do your best and knock him out. Of course, if you end up killing or crippling him, no one's gonna say anything. At most, the fish in the river will have more to eat. Hearing Huang Mao's casual tone, Yi Xingchen was shocked. My Xiaocai? I remember he was fighting the first time I came here. You want me to knock him out? Aren't you afraid your fight club will lose a good fighter? Judging by the cheers, he's a regular winner. If he dies or gets crippled, it won't be easy for you to find someone of his level again. Haha, Huang Mao just smiled lightly. He's not one of Brother Long's men. But you are. Do I even need to say who's more important to Brother Long? Only then did Yi Xingchen understand. My Xiaocai wasn't under Brother Long's control. Maybe my Xiaocai worked for another underground boss, and Brother Long wanted to use Yi Xingchen to get rid of a skilled fighter who kept winning in his club. Yi Xingchen just curled his lip. He's not Brother Long's guy, and neither am I. I'm just a regular person. After this match, let my dad go, and we're done. Huang Mao didn't get angry. He just smiled again. Whether you're his guy or not doesn't matter. What matters is, right now, aren't you fighting a match for Brother Long? Yi Xingchen stayed silent. Alright, go backstage and get ready. You're up next. Fine. After Yi Xingchen left, Huang Mao smirked sinisterly. This is the underground world. You think you can come and go as you please? It's not that simple, heh. In the backstage area of the club, Yi Xingchen took off his coat and sat on the floor. Following the idea of free drinks shouldn't be wasted, he began gulping down dozens of energy drinks lined up on the table like test tubes. You're One Punch Man? Just as Yi Xingchen was chugging the drinks, a cold voice suddenly came from behind. Yi Xingchen turned around and glanced over. Even though they had only met once 2 nights ago, Yi Xingchen immediately recognized him. The speaker was none other than the Thai boxing champion Mai Xiaocai. Mai Xiaocai stood with his arms crossed, looking down at Yi Xingchen on the floor with an arrogant stance. Seeing that Yi Xingchen didn't respond, Mai Xiaocai sneered, "You've only fought 2 matches, but I know you're strong." He paused and quickly added, "But I'm stronger than you." Yi Xingchen frowned slightly, clearly annoyed by Mai Xiaocai's attitude. Yi Xingchen thought that if they were in the ring right now, he would knock this guy out in 1 punch. Seeing that Yi Xingchen was still silent and acting like a master fighter, Mai Xiaocai wasn't sure if he could actually beat him. After thinking for a moment, Mai Xiaocai pulled a small envelope from his pocket and threw it on the ground near Yi Xingchen. As long as you let me hit you once and pretend to faint, you can take this money and spend it. I promise it'll be a light punch. Yi Xingqian glanced at the envelope on the ground with a look of contempt on his face. Such a small envelope, how much money could it possibly hold? At most, a few hundred yuan. A few hundred yuan, just enough to cook a basic meal at home. They wanted him to throw a match in an underground fight for just a few hundred yuan? Thinking of this, Yi Xingqian picked up the envelope and, without hesitation, tossed it into a nearby stove, as a righteous aura radiated from his whole body. You want to bribe me? Even though this is an underground match, taking money to throw a fight, never mind whether my morals allow it, would it be fair to the audience? My shiatsu froze for a second, then sighed lightly. You really have principles. Even a check for 500,000 yuan couldn't buy you. Looks like we'll have to settle this in the ring. What? 500,000? Shit. The moment Yi Xingqian realized the envelope had a check for 500,000 yuan, he lost his calm. Who wouldn't want 500,000? Especially when money was exactly what he needed right now. With that money, Yi Hao could finally get treatment. Yi Xingqian leapt toward the stove and tried to grab the envelope with tongs. Unfortunately, the envelope was already reduced to ashes. Hey, Yi Xingqian looked at my shiatsu with a weak expression. How about, you try bribing me again? To his disappointment, my shiatsu didn't seem to hear him. He just let out a deep sigh and muttered something in Thai that Yi Xingqian couldn't understand, then left the room. Hey? Hey! Don't go. Brother Mai. Bribe me again, please. I promise I'll take it this time. Hey, don't go, damn it. One Punch Man. One Punch Man. Amid the cheers of the crowd, Yi Xingqian stepped into the ring once again. The host finally remembered who he was. Holding a toothpick-thin mic, he jumped and bounced around Yi Xingqian in circles. Now entering the ring is our star fighter, One Punch Man. In the past 2 days, our One Punch Man has taken down 2 champions. And earlier today, he even defeated a female fighter. Truly unmatched and unstoppable. The audience below burst into noise at the host's words. What? He even beat the female fighter? That's insane. I heard that the female fighter's punch was so strong even the legendary emperor couldn't take it. And she lost to One Punch Man? That's terrifying. I've made up my mind. I'm betting on One Punch Man tonight. I'm putting down 10,000. The host was pleased with the crowd's reaction and then waved his hand dramatically. Now, let's welcome tonight's challenger. A boxing champion from Thailand, with a perfect record of 15 wins in our ring. He's a force to be reckoned with. Let's welcome the Thai boxing king, Mai Shiatsu. Amid the host's introduction and the cheers of the crowd, Mai Shiatsu walked into the ring with a red towel draped over his shoulders, followed by his team. Mai Shiatsu. Mai Shiatsu. Mai Shiatsu. Clearly, many in the audience were already his fans. Seeing him step into the ring now, they were overjoyed. The host walked over with a smile and stood between Yi Xingqian and Mai Shiatsu. Ha ha ha, come on, both of you, shake hands and strike a pose. Yi Xingqian and Mai Shiatsu shook hands like gentlemen, then posed with fists raised. The crowd below pulled out phones and small digital cameras to quickly snap photos for memory. Mai Shiatsu looked at Yi Xingqian deeply, pressed his palms together, and gave a small bow. Sawadee ka. Since it's our first match, let me give you a small gift. After saying that, he turned to his team, took a flower from one of the staff, and handed it to Yi Xingqian. Yi Xingqian looked at Mai Shiatsu, then at the flower in his hand, gave an awkward smile, and took it. Thanks. After accepting the flower, Yi Xingqian fell into deep thought. I get the gesture, but why a chrysanthemum? Is Mai Shiatsu hinting at something? Thinking about this, Yi Xingqian shivered a little. Out of politeness, he felt like he should give something back. But Mai Shiatsu had a professional team. Yi Xingqian was alone. He really didn't have anything suitable to give in return. Suddenly, an idea struck. He pulled out a crushed bag of crunchy noodles from his pocket. I have something for you too, here's a small bag of crispy noodles. Super crunchy, really tasty. Here, try some. Yi Xingqian generously offered the noodles to Mai Shiatsu. Mai Shiatsu paused for a moment, then reached out his right hand. Thanks. Yi Xingqian poured a small handful into his palm. Here, let me pour it right into your hand, don't spill it. This stuff is expensive. Expensive? Mai Shiatsu, who was about to take the whole bag, paused again, looked awkwardly at the small pile in his hand, then quickly popped it into his mouth. Yi Xingqian turned to the host and offered the rest. Want some? The host smiled. I've got a toothache, so I'll pass. Thanks. All right. Yi Xingqian let out a small sigh of relief and stuffed the rest of the noodles back into his pocket. Okay, one more group photo. Then the match begins. Yi Xingqian and Mai Shiatsu stood together, facing the audience, both smiling. Mai Shiatsu suddenly said, smile and show your teeth. Oh, okay, Yi Xingqian, with little match experience, quickly followed. Then he asked curiously, why? Do all fighters have to smile like that before a match? Because it'll be the last photo where you still have a full set of teeth. My Shiatsai gave a cold grin, showing 2 large black gaps in his row of teeth. Ding ding ding. The match officially began. Since Yi Xingchen didn't know how many people in this world, like him, were unaffected by the global decline in physical strength, he didn't dare underestimate the already famous My Shiatsai. You killed Paddleball with 1 punch last night. That was my brother? So today, I chose to fight you specifically. If you could beat my brother, you must have some real strength. I won't take this match lightly. The previously polite and well-mannered My Shiatsai had now transformed into a snarling beast, baring his teeth like a wild wolf. It was only at this moment that Yi Xingchen finally understood everything. No wonder My Shiatsai had tried to bribe him with 500,000 yuan earlier. He probably had 2 goals in mind. Either he wanted to expose Yi Xingchen and ruin his reputation, or he already knew Yi Xingchen was strong and tried to get him to let his guard down by pretending it was a fixed match, while My Shiatsai would go all out and knock him out or even kill him for real. As for the chrysanthemum he gave before the match, that was probably just to insult him. Thinking about this, Yi Xingchen felt relieved. Good thing he didn't give the whole bag of crispy noodles to My Shiatsai, he would have totally lost out. Too much. There's always someone trying to scam food from the emperor. You punched my brother in the face last night. So tonight, I'll be going for your face too. I'm gonna smash you to the ground like a worm, and even if you beg for mercy, I'll crush your skull with 1 punch. Ah? Right after shouting that, My Shiatsai charged at Yi Xingchen swinging his fists. Compared to previous opponents, Yi Xingchen could clearly feel that My Shiatsai was much faster. Which also meant that My Shiatsai was definitely stronger than Paddleball or Park Guochang. Thinking about his earlier threats, Yi Xingchen didn't dare let his guard down. He carefully protected his head, fully alert for a strike to the face. What Yi Xingchen didn't expect was that although My Shiatsai said he would go for his face, he actually aimed a kick at Yi Xingchen's groin. Luckily, My Shiatsai was still too slow for Yi Xingchen. He reacted in time, otherwise he might have ended up neutered. Yi Xingchen clenched his legs and caught My Shiatsai's foot, fuming with anger. You bastard. You said face strike, why the cheap shot to the crotch? The crowd below started murmuring. Are crotch shots even allowed in boxing? Normally, no. But, this is underground fighting. No real rules. Even if someone dies from a low blow, no one would care. One Punch Man's strength and reaction time, insane. He caught that deadly kick just with his legs. Just imagine if those legs weren't clamping a leg but a woman instead. Damn, terrifying. Now here's the question, what exact position would One Punch Man need to be in to clamp? Not a woman, but, hey bro, let's break it down together. You better be talking about legs and not clamping with anything else. The crowd kept getting more and more ridiculous, while Yi Xingchen grew angrier and angrier. My Shiatsai, seeing Yi Xingchen's face darken and realizing he couldn't pull his leg free no matter how hard he tried, started to panic. Sensing things were off, My Shiatsai quickly raised his hand. Wait. I surrender. Humph, Yi Xingchen's eyes flashed coldly. Weren't you here for revenge for your brother? My Shiatsai tried to stay calm. From now on, I cut ties with him. That whole revenge thing has nothing to do with me anymore. Are you fucking serious? Yi Xingchen was stunned, but still didn't plan to let him go. He slowly bent his right arm, and under My Shiatsai's terrified gaze, swung a punch straight into his face. My Shiatsai couldn't fight back at all and was easily KO'd by Yi Xingchen in 1 punch. One Punch Man. 1 Punch Man? The crowd jumped to their feet, screaming and cheering wildly at the brutal scene they had just witnessed. The next morning, Yi Xingchen didn't take Qin Yanran to the Yida headquarters. Instead, he drove with her to the downtown sports stadium. Because this morning was the basketball-friendly match between Yida Company and Sakura Company. President Qin. Over here, over here. As soon as they entered the stadium, Lin Yun, who had been waiting for a while, waved repeatedly at Qin Yanran and Yi Xingchen. So, is everyone here? Qin Yanran glanced at the Sakura Company players already warming up on the court. Xingchen is here, so everyone's here. Good. Qin Yanran nodded with satisfaction. We have this friendly basketball match with Sakura Company every year. We've lost the last 3 years in a row. Today, I hope everyone gives it their all and wins this game. We will win. The Yida Company players all raised their right hands and shouted to cheer themselves on. Xingchen, good luck. Lin Yun winked at Yi Xingchen and gently clenched her little fist. Yeah. Yi Xingchen nodded heavily. He had made up his mind to lead Yida Company to win today's game. That way, he could claim the big prize money and have the confidence to tell Yi how at the Underground Fight Club tonight, I can get you treated. After both teams finished warming up, team captain Shen Jingbing began arranging positions. I'll play shooting guard, your point guard, your small forward, your power forward, your center. Everyone else is on the bench, wait for my instructions. We must win this match today. To Yi Xingqian's surprise, Shen Jingbing actually used this moment to settle personal grudges and put him on the bench. In just a split second, Yi Xingqian figured out what Shen Jingbing was planning. Putting him on the bench basically meant, if the match goes smoothly, he won't have a chance to play, then the win has nothing to do with him. If the match goes badly and there's no hope of winning, that's when he'll be sent in, so if they lose, he'll be the scapegoat. Sure enough, Lin Yun instantly saw through Shen Jingbing's scheme and immediately stepped forward to question him. Hey, Shen Jingbing, are you nuts? Yi Xingqian's super strong and fast, why put him on the bench? Fast? Shen Jingbing was stunned at first, then suddenly seemed to realize something. His emotions became very intense. After a moment, he calmed down, glared at Lin Yun, and said sternly, I have my own strategy. Who understands basketball better, you or me? During training, we all saw it, Yi Xingqian might have strength, but his basketball skills are terrible. You. Lin Yun wanted to argue, but Yi Xingqian walked over and held her back. Forget it, Yunjie. I'll just stay on the bench. As long as the company wins, I don't mind being a substitute. See that? Now look at yourself. Humph. Let's go watch how they do. Lin Yun shot Shen Jingbing a furious glare and dragged Yi Xingqian over to the sidelines. Warm-up time quickly ended. After speeches from Qin Yanran and Koizumi Ichiro, the match officially began. Just then, two men with middle-part hairstyles, wearing overalls, slowly walked into the court. Then they took off the overalls, revealing Sakura Company jerseys underneath. Oh my god. It's them. Why are they on the Sakura Company team? We're doomed, looks like we're losing again this year. Seeing this, several employees on Yita's sideline gasped out loud. Yi Xingqian glanced at the two men. He didn't recognize them, but judging by his coworkers' exaggerated reactions, they were clearly skilled basketball players. Just as Yi Xingqian was about to ask who they were, another curious coworker beat him to it. Huh? Old Ma, who are those two little guys? Sigh. Old Ma let out a heavy sigh. You guys don't watch NBA much, do you? Those two, one is named Jinatamai, the other is Xiao Haizi, they both used to play in the NBA. What? They used to play in the NBA? Damn, isn't that cheating from Sakura Company? Isn't that the same as hiring foreign ringers? Not far away, a Sakura Company employee smirked proudly. What foreign ringers? You people don't know? Jinatamai and Xiao Haizi are employees of Sakura Company now. They joined 3 months ago. Ignorant Xia country people. What the hell? Old Ma cried out in shock again. Jinatamai? Xiao Haizi? Yi Xingqian glanced at the two and frowned slightly. Since Sakura Company dared to let them on the court, it meant they really were employees now. Looks like Sakura Company had started preparing for today's basketball match months ago. For Yita Company to win today, hard wouldn't even begin to describe it. As the match officially began, Xiao Haizi, playing center, jumped for the ball on behalf of Sakura Company. As a former NBA player, Xiao Haizi had both height and jumping ability far beyond Yita's regular staff. Unsurprisingly, Sakura Company got first possession and launched the opening attack. Jinatamai, playing point guard, received the ball, made a slick crossover, and easily drove to the basket for a layup. 0:2. Sakura Company scored the first 2 points. Shen Jingbing clearly didn't follow the NBA, or if he did, he couldn't recognize what Jinatamai and Xiao Haizi looked like back then. Clapping lightly to encourage his teammates, Shen Jingbing said, Guys, these two aren't bad. Stay sharp and keep an eye on them. He got the ball as point guard and tried to shoot a three-pointer using a screen. But Xiao Haizi reacted fast, quickly rotated over, and blocked Shen Jingbing's shot hard. Then Jinatamai grabbed the rebound from the crowd, led a fast break, and scored another easy layup. 0:4. 0:6. 0:12. The score kept changing, except Yita's points stayed at 0. At first, Qin Yanran stayed calm, but once it hit 0:17, she couldn't stay calm anymore and signaled for a timeout. Hearing the whistle, Shen Jingbing glared at Jinatamai and led his teammates off the court. By now, Qin Yanran had already heard from employees on the sidelines all the background info about Jinatamai and Xiao Haizi. Seeing her team's morale nearly collapse, she sighed helplessly. It's okay if we can't win this match, after all, they've got 2 former NBA pros. But even if we lose, we can't lose too badly. We can't end the whole match with 0 points. If we can keep the loss within 20 points, that'll count as mission accomplished. Got it. Okay. Shen Jingbing and the others gave a glance toward Jinatamai from afar. Their voices didn't sound too confident. President Qin. Lin Yun stepped forward anxiously, clearly wanting to say something. Yi Xingqian, standing nearby, of course knew what she wanted to say, most likely to suggest sending him, the substitute, onto the court. Yi Xingqian subtly tugged at Lin Yun, signaling her not to speak. What is it? Ah, getting Yi Xingqian's signal, Lin Yun sighed helplessly. Nothing. I just wanted to say, let's all do our best. The timeout ended, and the game continued. Maybe Qin Yanran's speech helped lift some mental pressure from Yida Company's players. This attack finally succeeded, scoring 2 points. Yeah. Shen Jingbing pumped his right arm excitedly, glared at Yi Xingqian defiantly, as if saying, with or without you the substitute, the team isn't affected much. But Shen Jingbing hadn't finished celebrating when Jinatemai launched a fast break and nailed a three-pointer immediately. Yida Company's effort proved to be self-inflicted damage, making incredible effort to only lose more. Yi Xingqian shook his head in helplessness. Is this guy insane? He scores a basket but provokes me, not Jinatemai or Xiao Haizi. That's messed up. Having already figured out Shen Jingbing's motives, Yi Xingqian stopped paying attention to the match and happily pulled out his phone to play his Three Kingdoms Kill game. He thought if Qin Yanran hadn't been there, he'd probably find a place to lie down and nap. As the crowd continued cheering, mainly Sakura Company fans, the first half officially ended. The score stood at 10-54. Shen Jingbing looked dejected like a beaten rooster, sitting at the sideline drinking water. But when he saw Yi Xingqian calmly eating crispy noodles and playing a mobile game, he flew into a rage. Hey! We're fighting our asses off on the court, and you sit down there playing phone games? That's just too much. He who invades the land of the Wu shall be crushed. Yi Xingqian shouted triumphantly as he won his game, then glanced at Shen Jingbing. Relax, wasn't it halftime? I was cheering and got tired too, took a break, didn't I? You! Shen Jingbing stood up. I saw you, you kept playing on your phone and didn't cheer us at all. It's all your fault we're losing big. Yi Xingqian was stunned. He never expected that to be Shen Jingbing's excuse for falling behind by a wide margin. He glanced at Qin Yanran, fiddling with a tablet. Clearly she'd already given up on winning this match. But she was using a device too. Why yell at me and not at her? Targeting the weak. Still, Yi Xingqian didn't want to make a scene with Shen Jingbing. After all, Qin Yanran was there. Their colleagues, and some things weren't worth saying so harshly. Okay, shut up. What difference does he make? You're the one playing poorly. How many moves got blocked by the opponent? That's on you, not him. Lin Yun wouldn't tolerate Shen Jingbing's nonsense and spoke sharply. You! Shen Jingbing got angry again but couldn't say more. He bottled it up and took it out on Yi Xingqian. I'm going to the bathroom. Yi Xingqian used that as an excuse to escape before Shen Jingbing could vent more anger on him. He whistled softly while walking toward the bathroom, mentally sending more friendly greetings to Shen Jingbing than usual. As he reached the bathroom corridor, a man walked toward him. It was none other than Jinatemai, who had been dominating the court. What a coincidence. Yi Xingqian paused briefly, didn't make eye contact, and, following his countryman's etiquette, moved closer to the wall to give Jinatemai some space. Jinatemai didn't respond kindly. He sneered and deliberately stepped to the left, blocking Yi Xingqian's path. Yi Xingqian looked up at him. He was almost 6 feet 3 inches, and realized this guy was doing it on purpose. But Yi Xingqian didn't understand what he wanted. Excuse me. Jinatemai grinned and tried to push Yi Xingqian aside with his right hand. Yi Xingqian frowned, stepped back twice to dodge him, and glanced at him again. What's wrong with this guy? I already gave him space, why block my way and try to push me? Yi Xingqian's quick reaction surprised Jinatemai a little. Then he sneered again, you're blocking my way. My way? Yi Xingqian's face fell. This is my country. This is our road, not yours. Okay? Yi Xingqian's firm tone made Jinatemai unhappy. He looked down at Yi Xingqian and said coldly, aren't people here supposed to be polite? Is this how you treat visitors? Yi Xingqian was stunned. Politeness only works when both sides act with respect. But Yi Xingqian didn't want to argue. He thought, what's the point of arguing with someone who clearly wants a fight? Seeing Yi Xingqian silent and obviously unimpressed, Jinatemai grew angry and stepped forward to provoke him. What are you doing? A loud voice rang out from nearby. A middle-aged man with hands behind his back walked over quickly. Yi Xingqian recognized him from what Lin Yun had said earlier. It was Gue Binquan, the owner of the sports arena. Mr. Gue, is this how your people treat guests? I'm really disappointed. Jinatemai spoke first, flipping the blame onto Yi Xingqian. Yi Xingqian was about to explain, but Gue Binquan had already snapped. What are you doing? This is Mr. Jinatemai, our distinguished guest. Apologize right now. What? I should apologize? Yi Xingqian looked at Jinatemai's smug face, then at Gue Binquan glaring at him like he owed him something. He was stunned. You offended Mr. Jinatemai. Apologize immediately. Or I'll have security remove you, blacklist you from the arena, and even report your behavior to the media. Apologize, right now. You're not even going to ask what actually happened? Just force me to apologize? Yi Xingqian's brows furrowed as he stared at Gue Binquan. There's no need to ask. Why would someone like Mr. Jinatemai target someone like you for no reason? Take a look in the mirror. You think you're worth that kind of attention? I'll count to 3. Apologize. Yi Xingqian took a deep breath to calm himself. Gue Binquan, huh? What a perfect name, for someone who blindly flatters outsiders at the expense of his own. Faced with Gue Binquan's aggressive attitude, Yi Xingqian found himself in a dilemma. If he didn't apologize to Jinatemai, Gue Binquan would really kick him out. If that guy smeared him in front of reporters, he could become the excuse Sakura Company needed to accuse Yida Company of disrespecting foreign guests. But if he really did apologize to Jinatemai, wouldn't that be too humiliating? Wouldn't Jinatemai get all smug and act like he'd won? Heh. Jinatemai gave a sinister smile and shook his head in fake disappointment. Boss Gue, sigh, not every citizen of Xia is as kind as you in treating us foreign guests. This trip to Xia has truly been disappointing. If you don't properly punish this rude and arrogant guy, I don't think I'll consider coming back to Xia again. After hearing Jinatemai's words, Gue Binquan became even more anxious. He strode forward, trying to grab Yi Xingqian by the collar. Are you going to apologize or not? If not, I'll do everything I said before. I'll even suggest to President Qin that you be fired. Yi Xingqian took a deep breath and tried to reason with him. This guy, I was just walking along when I saw him coming, so I stepped aside. But he blocked my path and demanded I move aside for him. Now you show up and, without even asking what happened, you demand I apologize? How is that fair? Yes, our country values etiquette, but that's how we treat international guests. You shut up? Gue Binquan rudely cut him off. Obviously Mr. Jinatemai made room for you, and you repaid him by blocking his way. Wouldn't any man be angry in that situation? Not only do you not admit your fault, you even turn it around and falsely accuse Mr. Jinatemai. I'm ashamed to have someone like you as a fellow citizen. Hehe. Jinatemai fanned the flames. Boss Gue, I think they're just panicking because we're winning the game by a big margin, so now they're trying to play tricks. Is this how people from Xia act when they lose? Jinatemai's words seemed to strike a nerve with Gue Binquan. He exploded in anger. It's just a friendly match, winning and losing is normal. If you dared to compete, why can't you accept defeat? Are you even a man? Is this how Yida Company people behave? You can insult me, but you can't insult my company. Yi Xingqian was also furious. What annoyed him the most was being insulted along with the place he belonged to. Back when he fought underground matches, he killed Bo Qiu with one punch because Bo Qiu had verbally attacked all Xia people. Now, Gue Binquan insulted him while dragging Yida Company into it too. Yi Xingqian was naturally enraged. What, you're denying it? I see now what kind of people Yida Company has. The kind of people Yida Company has is none of your business, Boss Gue. Yi Xingqian snapped back. Just as Yi Xingqian was about to punch Gue Binquan, a loud female voice came from the hallway entrance. At some point, Qin Yanran and Lin Yun had arrived in the corridor. Seeing Qin Yanran, Gue Binquan immediately panicked. He quickly changed his attitude and smiled awkwardly at her. President Qin, your company's reputation was almost ruined by this guy. I was just teaching him a lesson for you. Qin Yanran slowly walked up to Gue Binquan with Lin Yun by her side. Her tone was icy. He's my employee. No matter what happened, it's not your place to discipline him. This. Gue Binquan clearly realized that whether it came to money or connections, he was no match for Qin Yanran. Hearing such a blunt statement from her, Gue Binquan still wanted to explain something. Qin Yanran didn't give Gue Binquan a chance to explain. I stood by the hallway entrance and listened for a while. I already have a good understanding of what happened. Boss Gue, I have one question for you. You didn't even bother to find out what actually happened. You just came over and ordered my employee to apologize. Do you have a problem with Yida, or perhaps with me personally? No, not at all. I wouldn't dare. Sweat started to form on Gue Binquan's forehead, and he quickly waved his hands. President Qin. Jinatemai pretended to look innocent and stepped forward, trying to say something. Qin Yanran raised her beautiful eyes and bluntly cut him off without giving him any face. Two company bosses are having a conversation. What right does a regular employee of Sakura Company have to interrupt? Who do you think you are? This is Xia. It's already the year 2XXX. Do you still think it's 1840? Jinatemai realized Qin Yanran wasn't someone to mess with, so he shrank back, sulking, and quickly walked away without saying another word to either of them. After walking a few steps, he turned his head angrily and glared at Qin Yanran. Originally, I planned to go easy on Yida in the second half of the game so you wouldn't lose too badly. But now, it seems there's no need for mercy. Get ready to set a record of humiliation. Humph. We have an old saying in Xia, the winner is yet to be decided. Let's wait and see. Qin Yanran's eyes turned cold. Humph. Jinatemai gave another cold snort and walked off without looking back. Heh. President Qin, about that. Seeing Jinatemai leave, Gue Binquan also started having second thoughts. Qin Yanran held up one finger toward Gue Binquan. Gue Binquan looked confused. President Qin, what does that mean? 1 million. 1 million what? I'll pay 1 million to buy this gym from you. What? Gue Binquan was so shocked his jaw nearly dropped. President Qin, I never said I wanted to sell this gym. Plus, it cost me over 10 million to build. You're 1 million. Humph. Qin Yanran gave a cold snort. 1 million. I'm only offering once. If you don't sell, let's wait and see whose backing is stronger, yours or mine. I guarantee your gym won't be able to stay open. I also guarantee your company will go bankrupt within a month. Gue Binquan nearly burst into tears. He had no doubt Qin Yanran meant every word. A company at that level, with such backing, fighting her was basically suicide. It was clear that if he didn't sell to Qin Yanran, the gym really wouldn't survive. And the company he relied on to live would truly go bankrupt. Thinking of this, Gue Binquan wished he could slap himself. Why did I do this? Why did I have to provoke this crazy woman? After a moment of thought, Gue Binquan nodded helplessly. Fine. I'll sell. Heh. Qin Yanran let out a cold laugh, turned to Lin Yun, and said, Yun, after we buy this place, tear it down and build the biggest public restroom in Yunha City. Lin Yun almost burst out laughing. Yes, President Qin. Gue Binquan, already on the verge of a breakdown, nearly coughed up blood upon hearing her decision. You. Gue Binquan pointed at Qin Yanran with his right hand, then his eyes rolled back and he fainted from anger. Qin Yanran looked at Gue Binquan with disdain, then smiled at Yixingchen. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and call 911 for him. After the minor incident passed, Yixingchen returned to the side of the basketball court after using the restroom. By then, the second half of the game had already started. After being humiliated by Yixingchen, Jinatemai played like a god descended from the heavens, and the score gap widened even further. By the end of the third quarter, the score was already 20-80. Many Yida Company employees couldn't bear to watch such a brutal scene and began leaving early. Shen Jingbing sat on the floor gasping for breath. Facing such a crushing score difference, he had completely lost hope. Even narrowing the gap now seemed like an impossible fantasy. When he saw Yixingchen lazily standing behind him, he got even angrier. But soon, Shen Jingbing's eyes rolled as he came up with a plan. He walked over to Yixingchen, who was chatting with Lin Yun, and began blaming him in an accusatory tone. As a substitute, where did you go just now? Why weren't you on standby at the sideline? Yixingchen looked at Shen Jingbing with an innocent face and helplessly spread his hands. Dude, I just went to the bathroom. Is that not allowed? Besides, what's the point of being on standby? Even if the whole game finishes, you still wouldn't let me play. What did you say? You're saying I wouldn't let you play? Shen Jingbing gave a sneaky grin. You know nothing. Do you even understand tactical planning? My plan was to have our starters exhaust their starters' energy. By the third quarter, their starters were already running on empty. That's when I planned to put you in, the fresh substitute, to turn the game around. But you were gone. Even without thinking hard, Yixingchen knew Shen Jingbing was just trying to pin the blame on him. No matter what he did, he would be the scapegoat. Yixingchen simply curled his lip. If their starters were so worn out, how come you didn't close the score gap? Shen Jingbing pretended not to hear that and just waved his hand. Enough. You're playing the last quarter. We've already tired them out. Now it's your turn. If you can't reduce the score gap, then you've let everyone down after all our hard work. I swear to. Yixingchen was about to lose it. If there hadn't been so many coworkers around, he might have snapped and cursed out loud. Xingchen. Lin Yun gently tugged Yixingchen's hand. Just go play. Prove to this lunatic who the real loser is. And about the reward you mentioned earlier, I agree to it. In fact, we can revise the deal. You don't have to win, just cut the score gap down to under 20 points. Yixingchen was briefly surprised, then started laughing. Well, if you say so, I won't play dead anymore. Seeing Yixingchen and Lin Yun fall into his trap, Shen Jingbing smugly smiled. Great, then you're going in next. Let's see what you've got. Don't let everyone down. Beep beep beep. With the referee's whistle, the final quarter officially began. Already changed into his jersey, Yi Xingchen bounced around on the sideline to warm up a little, then stepped onto the court with his teammates. Huh? Who's that? Why is he replacing Shen Jingbing? We're screwed. Shen Jingbing is our company's best player. Replacing him with this guy basically means surrendering. Damn it. Surrender to anyone, but not to those guys. What are they thinking? Sigh. That's it, it's over. We can't win this, no one could save us now, not even God himself. What Yi Xingchen didn't expect was that just as he entered the game, several colleagues started expressing doubts about him. Even more coworkers, already few in number, left the court in disappointment. Heh, kid from Xiagua, turns out you're just a substitute on your company's basketball team. I was just looking for a chance to teach you a lesson. You walked right into this yourself, so don't blame us when we crush you to tears. Seeing Yi Xingchen step onto the court, Jinatemai was overjoyed. He immediately walked over and mocked him to his face. Yi Xingchen decided to let his skills do the talking. He didn't want to waste time arguing and chose to ignore Jinatemai's taunts. Once Yi Xingchen was on the court and saw his teammate getting ready to inbound the ball, he sprinted up court, trying to catch the defense off guard and score 2 quick points on a fast break. But after a few steps, something felt off. He had assumed the Sakura team wasn't hustling back on defense because they were leading by a huge margin and were exhausted. But when he turned his head, he saw that none of the Sakura players were moving back. What the hell? What the hell? What are you doing? Why are you running to our backcourt? Finally, the inbounding teammate couldn't hold it anymore and shouted at Yi Xingchen, then passed the ball to someone else. Huh? Only then did Yi Xingchen realize why the Sakura team hadn't retreated on defense. It was a front-court inbounds play. But, isn't it standard that at the start of each quarter, the team with possession inbounds from the backcourt? Why was it the front court this time? Though still a bit confused, Yi Xingchen forced a smile and quickly ran back toward the front court. Ha 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 ha. Doesn't this guy from Xiagua know how to play basketball? Why did Yida put someone who clearly doesn't know what he's doing on the court? I'm dying laughing. You don't get it. This is just Yida's way of setting up an excuse. They can say they lost because they sent in a guy who doesn't know how to play. They're already preparing to cover their loss. After all, people from Xiagua never admit their lack of skill. They always blame something else. That's just typical. Look at that confused face. Jinatemai could probably drop 30 points in 1 quarter on that guy's head. Ha ha ha. While laughter echoed from the Sakura company side, the Yida company side was all groans and sighs. Ugh. It's hopeless, just hopeless. If I'd known it'd be this bad, I would have signed up for the team myself. Isn't that Yi Xingchen? The new bodyguard personally hired by President Qin? A bodyguard should at least not be this clueless. Has he never played basketball before? How can someone like that be a bodyguard? No wonder we're losing so badly. Any random guy can just walk on the court. Damn it. What's the point in watching anymore? What are you all hoping for? That Jinatemai and Yi Xingchen fall in love mid-game and go easy on us out of respect? Forget it, let's go. Let's all head home. Total waste of my emotions. Almost everyone from Yida was pessimistic about Yi Xingchen. Their faces were filled with hopelessness. But Qin Yanran and Lin Yun were different. Qin Yanran looked at Yi Xingchen with eyes full of anticipation, as if expecting a surprise performance. As for Lin Yun, she had her eyes closed in quiet sincerity, hands clasped together in prayer, silently wishing Yi Xingchen the best. Heh, kid, you've never played basketball before, have you? Jinatemai walked up to Yi Xingchen as he returned to the front court. You want to close the score gap, right? Alright, I won't say I didn't give you a chance. If you kneel down in a moment, call me master, and admit that all people from Xiagua are the sick men of East Asia, we'll ease up and let you narrow the gap, so it won't look too bad. How's that sound? Heh. Yi Xingchen didn't respond to Jinatemai. He just smiled slightly and focused completely on the game. You arrogant bastard. Before Jinatemai could finish his sentence, one of Yi Xingchen's teammates took a shot. But under the defense of the Sakura team, the ball clanged off the rim. Yi Xingchen had no desire to waste time arguing. He quickly accelerated, shook off Jinatemai, leapt into the air, grabbed the rebound out of Xiaoblak's hands, and dunked it with ease. This guy, Jinatemai stared blankly at Yi Xingchen's back, surprised. What incredible speed, that burst just now, was even I left in the dust. Jinatemai-san, this guy can jump freakishly high. He's only about 5 feet 9 inches, but he grabbed that rebound from me, and I'm over 6 feet 10 inches. Xiaoblak was also shocked as he looked at Yi Xingchen running back on defense. No way. Jinatemai frowned and shook his head repeatedly. How could an average person have such insane vertical? Maybe you didn't grip the ball properly and it slipped between your hands into his? Xiaoblak hesitated. Everything just happened so fast. I wasn't paying attention. I don't remember. Jinatemai glared fiercely at Yixingchen. No matter. I'll take him one-on-one in the next play and see what he's really got. Okay. Jinatemai received the ball in the backcourt and quickly advanced. He signaled his teammates to spread out. He wanted to go one-on-one with Yixingchen. Kid, that rebound earlier? Just dumb luck. But you won't be lucky the whole game. With a fierce expression, Jinatemai began backing Yixingchen down with the ball. I'll show you what real strength looks like. But soon, Jinatemai's face changed. He was stunned. No matter how hard he tried to push, Yixingchen behind him didn't budge. It was like he was anchored to the floor. What the? Jinatemai started to wonder if he was backing into a brick wall. He turned his head to look. Just then, Yixingchen seized the moment. Without hesitation, he stripped the ball from Jinatemai and, before anyone could react, fast break down the court and scored an easy uncontested layup. Xiao Black looked from Yixingchen, who just scored again, to the dumbfounded Jinatemai still standing frozen in place, and angrily stomped the ground. What are you doing? Ow! Jinatemai just helplessly spread his hands. This guy from Xiagua is a freak. I just realized I couldn't even back him down. No way. Xiao Black didn't believe it. You're over 6 feet 2 inches, Jinatemai. That guy from Xiagua is what, maybe 5 feet 9 inches? How could you not move him? Jinatemai didn't know how to explain it either. Nice. Great play. Great steal. Nice. A burst of cheers erupted from the Yida Company employee section. TCH. What are you so proud of? So what if you got 2 points? Pathetic Xiagua guys. You're still going to lose in the end. Nearby Sakura Company employees stayed calm, even looking down on them with disdain. Shut the hell up, you punks. Who are you barking at? Idiot. Screw you. Idiot. Screw you. While the players on the court were locked in a fierce battle, the employees on both sides were hurling insults across the stands. However, as Yixingchen kept catching up with the score, Yida Company's employees grew more confident with every insult they hurled. Idiot. Seeing Yixingchen score 8 consecutive points, Jinatemai roared, "Get your heads in the game." Mr. Koizumi already said, "We have to win this game by more than 50 points. If we let them bring it back to within 50, how will we even face Mr. Koizumi?" Yes. They launched another attack, and finally, Xiao Black got a one-on-one mismatch against Yixingchen. Xiao Black clutched the ball tightly, baring his teeth at Yixingchen. "Xiagua boy, let me show you what real basketball looks like. I used to play in the NBA. Your arrogance ends here." With a serious look, Xiao Black dribbled quickly, trying to charge in for a powerful dunk. He crossed over Yixingchen with ease, and smiled smugly. Holding the ball in his right hand, Xiao Black went up for a one-handed slam. To an average person, this crossover and dunk might look fierce and fast, but to Yixingchen, it was painfully slow, like watching a kindergartner try to play. Yixingchen stepped aside slightly, waiting for Xiao Black to fully extend his arm, then, like a ghost, snatched the ball mid-air. What the? Before Xiao Black even landed, Yixingchen had already bolted for a fast break. Swish. Another clean three-pointer. What the hell are you doing? Ow! Jinatemai was furious. He stomped the floor hard, clearly annoyed at Xiao Black. With Yixingchen's incredible performance, Yida Company miraculously turned the game around. The final score was 92-90. Yeah, we won. No one was more excited than Qin Yanran. She kept pumping her fists in the air, releasing all her frustration and exhilaration. The entire gym was split in two extremes. Sakura Company's employees were crying and shouting in despair, while Yida Company's side was celebrating in pure joy. Of course, not everyone at Yida was happy. Shen Jingbing looked especially pissed. Watching Yixingchen steal the spotlight, he looked like he wanted to chop him in half. "Xingchen! We won! We actually won!" Lin Yun excitedly ran over to Yixingchen. Maybe it was the adrenaline, or maybe she was just keeping her promise, but Lin Yun bounced up and suddenly hugged Yixingchen's neck, planting a soft kiss on his cheek. "Ah, Sister Yun." Yixingchen stared at Lin Yun, dumbfounded. Her cheeks flushed red, and she quickly let go of him, lowering her head with a soft laugh. "Consider that your reward." Hee hee. Yixingchen scratched his head and grinned like a fool. Damn it. In the headquarters building of Sakura Company, Koizumi Ichiro furiously slammed the tablet on his desk to the ground. "Boss, please calm down." Jinatemai and Xiao Black trembled, afraid that Koizumi Ichiro would take his anger out on them. "Useless. All of you are useless. You can't win in weightlifting, and now you can't even win a basketball game. A bunch of failures. Do you know how long I've been preparing for today's basketball game? Months. That's the whole reason I recruited you." Koizumi Ichiro pointed at Jinatemai and Xiao Black and unleashed a storm of curses. Even though both Jinatemai and Xiaoblack felt humiliated, they knew Koizumi Ichiro had a terrifying background, so they swallowed their frustration and didn't dare say a word. Mr. Koizumi, calm down, calm down. A middle-aged man behind him smiled as he stepped forward. His name was Daishomaru, a top special agent from their country. Daisho, these worthless subordinates are embarrassing me in front of you, Koizumi Ichiro sighed helplessly. No worries. Daishomaru waved it off with a smile. It's just a basketball game, it doesn't really matter. What's important is the bidding event in a few days. We need to get someone from Yida to steal a copy of their bid proposal. Winning the bid is the real victory. You mentioned someone kept messing up your plans? Yes. Koizumi Ichiro nodded, still feeling frustrated. I found out it's a guy named Yishinchin from Xiagua. I don't even know where he came from, but he's ruined my plans several times already. Haha, Daishomaru smiled confidently. Just some random Xiagua guy? If he's getting in your way, I'll take care of him for you. Koizumi Ichiro was surprised and delighted, that would be great. But Daisho, this guy is really strong and quick. He's no ordinary person. No worries at all. Daishomaru waved confidently again. This is the 21st century, no one fights with brute force anymore. I've got a secret weapon. As he spoke, Daishomaru proudly pulled a small black box from his pocket. It had a button on the side and a thin wire attached to it. If Yishinchin had been there, he would have instantly recognized it as a taser disguised as a lighter. The only difference was that unlike normal tasers that need to be pressed at the top, this one activated with a button on the side. What's that? Koizumi Ichiro looked curiously at the device in Daishomaru's hand. Hehe. Don't let its size fool you, Koizumi. This thing puts out a powerful electric shock. I've already taken out countless skilled fighters with it. I call it Big Shock, meaning powerful electric strike. Excellent. Koizumi Ichiro clapped excitedly. With you and your Big Shock on the job, that Xiagua guy is as good as dead. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Daishomaru laughed loudly, as if already seeing Yishinchin electrocuted. Ha 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 ha. Jinatemai and Xiaoblack exchanged glances and gave forced laughs too. That night, Yishinchin drove his car and soon arrived at the entrance of the underground fighting arena. He planned to pick up Yihao and tell him the good news, that he had just won a 50,000 yuan prize today. As soon as Yishinchin got out of the car, he spotted Huang Mao and quickly waved his hand. Bro. Bro. Oh? Huang Mao glanced at Yishinchin and smirked. So it's our one-punch man. What are you doing here tonight? Your match is tomorrow. Huh? Yishinchin was slightly confused. No. Bro, did you forget? Last time we agreed, if I fought 2 underground matches for you, you'd let my dad go. I came tonight just to pick up my dad. Is that so? I don't remember that, Huang Mao grinned. Yishinchin, maybe you got it wrong. What we said was, after you fight 20 underground matches, then we'll release your old man. What? Yishinchin's eyes widened in disbelief. Go home, go home. Huang Mao waved him off. Just don't forget to show up tomorrow night on time. You bastard. You think you can mess with me? Yishinchin exploded in anger and rushed forward, grabbing Huang Mao by the collar. With full force, Yishinchin tore Huang Mao's collar clean off. He, instead of getting mad, Huang Mao laughed. Yi kid, calm down. You need to remember, your old man is still in our hands. You hurt me, I don't care, I'm a dead man anyway. But your father? If Brother Long gets mad, he might just kill him. Then you won't even get to say goodbye. Yishinchin gritted his teeth in frustration but could do nothing. With his father in their hands, Yishinchin knew he had no choice but to let them use him. He let out a long sigh and reluctantly released Huang Mao's collar. Seeing Yishinchin calm down, Huang Mao grew bolder. He patted Yishinchin's left cheek with his right hand, wearing a smug look. Kid, you think a few matches will pay off millions in gambling debt? You're too naive. To Brother Long, you're a money-making machine. Why would he let a goldmine like you go? If you know what's good for you, just listen to Brother Long. Do what he tells you. Don't try to play games. Or else, you might not even get to see your dad again. Damn it. Yishinchin clenched his teeth hard, but he couldn't do anything to the man in front of him. Since we're being honest, I might as well tell you, I'm the one who tricked your dad into the casino. I just told him, your son doesn't have to repay your debts, and he believed it. Naive. You think life's that easy? If you know what's good for you, become Brother Long's top fighter. In our world, you don't just come and go as you please. Huang Mao handed Yishinchin a thin business card and grinned again. My phone number is on this. Think it through and call me. If I don't get your confirmation by 5 p.m. tomorrow about tomorrow night's match, well, you know what will happen to your dad. Let's go. With that, Huang Mao led his crew back into the fight arena. One long-haired thug, copying Huang Mao, also patted Yishinchin's face with a smug look. Take care of yourself, kid, Crack. Yi Xingqian clenched both fists so hard they made a cracking sound. Staring at their backs, a violent look crossed his face. You dare use and lie to me? I will make you pay for this. Sigh. Late at night, Yi Xingqian sat alone by the roadside and let out a helpless sigh. For a moment, he felt life was incredibly hard. He had thought that with the global decline in physical strength, he'd finally have his chance to shine. But he never expected to be schemed against at every turn. He had just secured a decent-paying job, only to realize that his monthly food expenses nearly equaled his salary. Facing the situation ahead, Yi Xingqian felt lost. What should he do next? Should he obey Brother Long's commands? Should he keep working at Yida Company? What if he didn't follow Brother Long? And if he quit Yida, how would he make a living? How would he pay for Yi Hao's sky-high medical bills? All these questions tangled in his mind like a nightmare. Just as Yi Xingqian was feeling troubled, a sneaky-looking man at the street corner glanced at him and cautiously approached. That man was none other than De Xiangwan, a top agent from the Eastern nation. Seeing Yi Xingqian sitting there daydreaming, De Xiangwan almost burst out laughing. This kid had zero awareness, just a rookie. All he had to do was sneak over and zap him with the big shock on his back, and Yi Xingqian would surely drop dead. The thought made De Xiangwan even more excited. Since it was normal for people to walk down the street, Yi Xingqian didn't pay attention to the footsteps behind him and just assumed it was a passerby. So, De Xiangwan easily made his way behind Yi Xingqian. After checking his surroundings and confirming no one was around, he quietly pulled out the lighter-shaped stun device and crept up behind Yi Xingqian. De Xiangwan could hardly contain his glee and almost cheered out loud. All right, you're dead now. Without hesitation, De Xiangwan pressed the button. A spark of electricity shot out and hit Yi Xingqian square in the back. What the hell? Yi Xingqian jolted up like a spring, instantly jumping to his feet. As he turned around, he saw De Xiangwan holding the stun device lighter. What are you doing? Are you out of your mind? De Xiangwan looked at him as if he had seen a ghost. What? You're not supposed to jump up, you should have collapsed. Collapse? Jump up? What are you talking about? Why'd you zap me with a stun lighter? Are you crazy? Yi Xingqian had no idea who De Xiangwan was, nor did he realize how deadly the device could be to a regular person. He just thought De Xiangwan was playing a mean prank. No way. This can't be. Why aren't you dead? Did I miss? De Xiangwan couldn't believe what just happened. Out of sheer instinct, he raised the big shock again and tried to zap Yi Xingqian once more. Hey! Are you nuts? Yi Xingqian had had enough of this joke. He snatched the device from De Xiangwan's hand and threw it hard into the grassy area nearby. My big shock. De Xiangwan's eyes bulged in rage. Damn it. Huh? You're from the Eastern nation? Yi Xingqian frowned, starting to sense something wasn't right. You cursed local. I'm De Xiangwan, a top agent from the Eastern nation. You're dead tonight. De Xiangwan? Yi Xingqian felt a wave of disgust. That name kind of stinks, doesn't it? Damn it. De Xiangwan roared in rage. Seeing that the electric shock didn't kill Yi Xingqian, he panicked and charged at him with his fists, completely forgetting Shoichi Kojima's instructions. Yi Xingqian stepped back and calmly caught De Xiangwan's right fist with one hand. A special agent? Why are you trying to kill me? De Xiangwan didn't answer. Instead, he swung his left fist at Yi Xingqian's face. Already furious from his encounter with Huang Mao, Yi Xingqian wasn't about to put up with De Xiangwan. He grabbed De Xiangwan's left fist with his left hand, then used the momentum to fling him over 2 meters away. Crack. A chilling sound of breaking bones echoed. De Xiangwan didn't even know which part of him was broken. He only knew that multiple bones were fractured and that the intense pain left him unable to stand. He stared at Yi Xingqian in terror. How is this possible? How can one person have such terrifying strength? Not even the top fighters from the Miyamoto clan could match this. Yi Xingqian stepped closer. Talk. Why are you trying to kill me? Humph, De Xiangwan looked at him with disdain. I'm a warrior with an iron will. You'll never get anything out of me. Snap. Yi Xingqian stepped on a stick by the roadside and broke it with a crunch. Still not talking? If you don't, I'll break every rib in your body just like this stick. I'll start with your arms and legs, then stuff something in your mouth so you can't even end your own life. Daxiangwan was stunned. How could you be so ruthless? What your people did in our country back then was far worse. I'm already being merciful. De Xiangwan shrank back, tossing aside any ideas of warrior pride. I'll talk. But you can't kill me after I do. That depends on whether you're telling the truth. First, why were you trying to assassinate me? Seeing the killing intent in Yi Xingqian's eyes, De Xiangwan shivered and quickly confessed, because you ruined Shoichi Kojima's plans several times. He has ties to the military, and as a special agent, it's my job to help him with problems. So, you and Shoichi are pretty close then? Well, sort of. At that moment, De Xiangwan was cursing Shoichi Kojima in his heart. Of all the people to mess with, he had to target Yi Xingchen, someone who could survive an electric shock like it was nothing. Helping him now felt like the worst luck in 8 lifetimes. One more thing. Did you plant a mole in our company? Da Xiang hesitated. You've already said so much. What's one more thing? Yi Xingchen glared at him coldly. Fine, Da Xiangwan caved in. His name is Shen Jingbing. He's the head of your company's security department. He was the one who helped Shoichi steal your company's bidding documents several times. So it was him. Yi Xingchen nodded thoughtfully, then turned to walk away. You've got a phone, right? Call someone to come pick you up. Feeling restless, Yi Xingchen soon arrived at his front door. He immediately noticed that the lights in the living room were on. He didn't even have to guess, it had to be Shi Wenbin. Boss. Boss. Sure enough, as soon as Yi Xingchen stepped into the living room, Shi Wenbin waved his right hand at him excitedly. Yi Xingchen sighed heavily and sat down on the sofa. What's wrong? Boss, something bothering you? Shi Wenbin quickly picked up on Yi Xingchen's mood. Sigh. It's a long story. Yi Xingchen let out another heavy sigh. Mainly, there are 2 things troubling me. First is money. My dad needs hundreds of thousands for medical bills. Even though I have a decent job now, it's hard to explain this, but I eat almost 100 times more than a normal person. A monthly salary of tens of thousands barely covers my meals. I have to find a way to make more money. Huh? Shi Wenbin looked at Yi Xingchen in shock, struggling to imagine someone needing that much food. But thinking about Yi Xingchen's insane skills, Shi Wenbin figured maybe it made sense. Extraordinary people often have strange traits. The second thing is those bastards from the Qinglong gang. They tricked my dad into gambling, then used his debt to force me into fighting underground matches for them. Shi Wenbin frowned as he started to understand the situation. Boss, this isn't sustainable. They clearly want to use your insane strength and speed, turn you into a money-making machine for their underground ring. They'll squeeze every bit of value out of you. And that ring, who knows what kind of monsters show up there. If you stay in that world too long, it's only a matter of time before something bad happens. I was too naive before, thinking I'd just fight a few matches and be done. Now I realize I've been played, but what can I do? My dad is still in their hands. What am I supposed to do? I feel helpless. If I don't do what they say, who knows what they'll do to my dad? If they chopped off one of his fingers, I'd never forgive myself. Shi Wenbin rubbed his chin, thinking hard. Then his eyes suddenly lit up. Boss, what if we go big? Yi Xingchen was a little surprised. Go big? What do you mean? We go all in. Take out the Qinglong gang boss, and anyone who doesn't obey, wipe them out too. We take over the Qinglong gang ourselves. That. Yi Xingchen looked very hesitant. Boss, think about it. With your insane fighting skills, who in that gang could possibly beat you? Here's what we do, call them and say you'll keep fighting in their underground matches, but only if you can meet your dad first to confirm he's safe. And ask for their boss to be there too, to promise you personally that your dad won't be harmed. They won't suspect a thing. Then, when the time's right, boom. Take them down in one strike, clean and fast, and take over the gang. Once you're in charge, money's no longer a problem, and your dad's safety will be guaranteed. Yi Xingchen nodded thoughtfully. Honestly, taking them down wouldn't be hard. It's just, killing people. Is that really okay? Boss, those Qinglong gang guys are no good. And people in their line of work, don't they all live with their heads basically hanging by a thread? They're all prepared for that day to come. Besides, those underground gangs are always fighting. A few deaths are totally normal, it's not like we're wiping them out. We're just setting an example. Shi Wenbin was born to take big risks. He had all the traits of someone made for it, ruthless and sharp. Yi Xingchen hesitated for another moment, then finally made up his mind. Then let's do it. He took out his phone, found Huang Mao's business card, and made the call. Hello? Big bro, it's Yi Xingchen. I'll fight for you tomorrow night, but I have 2 conditions. First, I want to see my dad tonight and make sure he's safe. Second, I want to meet your boss tonight and hear him personally promise he won't hurt my dad. If either condition isn't met, there's nothing more to talk about. Alright, go check with your boss, I'll wait for your reply. A few minutes later, Yi Xingchen received a call back from Huang Mao. After the call, Yi Xingchen nodded at Shi Wenbin. The Qinglong gang had taken the bait. With the roar of an engine, Shi Wenbin drove Yi Xingchen to the entrance of the underground fight club. Huang Mao was already waiting for them at the gate. You're here? Come on, let's go meet the boss and your old man. Huang Mao greeted Yi Xingchen with a smile, then looked at Shi Wenbin behind him. Who's this guy? Yi Xingchen glanced at Shi Wenbin. He's a doctor I brought. To check on my dad's condition. You guys know he's sick, right? Huang Mao was fairly aware of Yi Hao's situation. So he didn't think much of it and nodded. All right. Gotta say, you really are a devoted son. Your dad is lucky to have a kid like you. Heh. Yi Xingchen smiled faintly without responding. Once they entered the basement level of the underground arena, Yi Xingchen immediately saw Yi Hao locked inside a glass room. Dad. Yi Xingchen rushed toward Yi Hao anxiously. Ha ha ha. Huang Mao laughed smugly. Kid, that's special glass. I know you're strong, but don't even think about breaking in. You can't get through. Yi Xingchen instantly calmed down and nodded at Shi Wenbin behind him. Shi Wenbin got the message and walked up pretending to examine Yi Hao's condition. What are you doing here? I told you not to get involved anymore. Don't you understand what I said? Seeing Yi Xingchen there, Yi Hao instantly realized something was up. He started punching the glass wall in rage. Dad. Don't worry. I found a way to cure you. I'll get you out of here soon. I promise I won't let you suffer any longer. Yi Xingchen saw that Yi Hao had lost a lot of weight. His determination only grew stronger. After hearing Yi Xingchen's words, Yi Hao stared at him in shock. No one knows a son better than his father. Yi Hao had a hunch, Yi Xingchen was about to do something big tonight. Huang Mao, seeing the emotional father-son moment, didn't think much of it. He just smiled and waved at Yi Xingchen. Kid, see? I wasn't lying, right? Your old man's getting good food and drink here. The only downside is, well, he doesn't have much freedom. Hey doctor, from what you see, he looks pretty healthy, right? Shi Wenbin made a show of examining him for a few moments, then nodded at Yi Xingchen. That nod meant two things: Yi Hao didn't appear to be in bad shape, and also, it was time to act when ready. Yi Xingchen took a deep breath and walked over to Huang Mao alone. Shi Wenbin knew his own limits. If he followed Yi Xingchen into a fight with Long Ji and his men, he'd only get in the way. Plus, he had a very important job, to stay behind and protect Yi Hao. So Shi Wenbin didn't go in with Yi Xingchen. After Huang Mao led Yi Xingchen toward a deeper room, one of the thugs glanced at Shi Wenbin. Hey, Doc, why are you still here? Shi Wenbin had already come up with a story. He put on a frustrated look and stomped his foot. That guy hasn't paid me yet. I'd better wait here for him to come back. If I leave, who knows if he'll pretend he doesn't owe me. At least here, you guys can back me up. Can't trust anyone these days. It's hard making a living. All right. The thug didn't question it. He just nodded, letting Shi Wenbin stay. Following Huang Mao into the innermost room, Yi Xingchen immediately spotted Long Ji. At the time, Long Ji had his left arm around a scantily clad young woman and a thin, short cigarette in his right hand. Several men in suits were standing in the room, clearly his trusted men. Long Ji, Yi Xingchen is here. Huang Mao respectfully nodded toward Long Ji. Humph. Long Ji took a long drag from his cigarette, then slowly blew out a few smoke rings, his face full of ease. He looked at Yi Xingchen with a hint of disdain. Kid, I know why you're here. Let me be clear, if you keep fighting underground matches for me, I can guarantee your dad's safety. I'll even pay you. How about 500 yuan per match? Satisfied now? Yi Xingchen frowned slightly, he immediately caught the implied threat. If he agreed to fight, his dad would be safe. If not, who knew what would happen to him? These underground guys wouldn't think twice about killing someone. As for that 500 yuan payment, Yi Xingchen almost cursed out loud. 500? What, does he think I'm a beggar? Even a ruthless capitalist would shed tears seeing how hard Long Ji was trying to exploit him. Although Yi Xingchen had come prepared to take out Long Ji, it wasn't as simple as killing one man. Doing so would spark a bloody war with the entire Qinglong gang. He wasn't sure if he could really bring himself to take down all of Long Ji's loyal men in one go. Yi Xingchen still held out a bit of hope, hoping this could end peacefully, with a solution that worked for both sides. Boss Long, I'm really just an ordinary guy. I just want to live a normal, simple life. You can say I lack ambition or drive, whatever you like. I really don't want to get involved in your underground world. I hope you can show some mercy and let me and my father go. Whether you say I'm negotiating with you or begging you, either way is fine. I just hope you'll spare the two of us. Ha ha ha. Boss Long laughed as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world, nearly doubling over. He squeezed a part of the young woman next to him hard, his face filled with scorn. Kid, are you trying to teach me how to do things? Hearing this, a few of Boss Long's men immediately started threatening Yi Xingchen. Kid, Boss Long asking you to fight in our underground matches means he thinks highly of you. Don't be ungrateful. So many people kneel and beg for this opportunity, and Boss Long doesn't even look at them. Yeah. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink. Don't forget your dad is still in our hands. If you piss off Boss Long, do you want us to chop off one of your dad's fingers and mail it to your house? Yi Xingqian clenched his fists tightly, still holding out a sliver of hope for a peaceful resolution. Boss Long. You're a big man with great power and connections. You've got countless loyal men under you. Why make things hard for an ordinary person like me? If word got out, wouldn't other people in the underground world laugh at you? Boss Long saw Yi Xingqian gripping his fists and sneered coldly. Who would give up a money tree? You don't want to fight for me? Fine, just pay me back for the loss. You look like an honest guy, so I'll give you a discount. Let's call it a round number, 5 million yuan per month. How's that sound? 5 million yuan? Why don't you just go rob someone? Yi Xingqian couldn't hold back anymore. His anger was boiling over. Yeah, that's right. It is robbery. But easier than robbing. Ha ha ha. Boss Long tossed his cigarette butt at Yi Xingqian's feet. From the way you're standing, what? You planning to fight? I'll admit, you've got some skills, but are you really gonna take on our whole gang alone and unarmed? Can you handle the consequences of making me angry? Damn, you really don't know your place. Boss Long's been talking nice to you, and you're still acting tough? If you weren't useful, I'd have someone break your legs right now. Boss Long, losers like this from poor places don't know manners. Don't stoop to his level, it's not worth getting mad. Huang Mao grinned at Boss Long, then glared viciously at Yi Xingqian. If a beast won't work, just beat it. Kid, don't blame me tonight, just think of it as a little lesson for not knowing your place. Huang Mao had completely forgotten how terrifying Yi Xingqian's skills were. He was convinced Yi Xingqian wouldn't dare fight back, and to please Boss Long, he started striding toward him. From several feet away, Huang Mao raised his right hand, aiming to slap Yi Xingqian across the face just like he had done earlier. But this time, Yi Xingqian had already lost the last bit of hope in Boss Long naturally. He wasn't going to put up with these people any longer. Huang Mao walked up to Yi Xingqian and tried to slap him across the left cheek. But to Yi Xingqian, Huang Mao's speed was ridiculously slow. Yi Xingqian casually raised his left hand and easily caught Huang Mao's right wrist in midair. Damn it! You dare fight back? You little bastard, are you tired of living? Huang Mao was both shocked and furious. He tried several times to pull his right hand out of Yi Xingqian's grip. But he clearly overestimated his own strength and underestimated Yi Xingqian's. No matter how hard he tried, it was useless. The other men in the room didn't seem worried at all. In fact, they watched Yi Xingqian with mocking expressions. Kid, try fighting back and we'll break both your legs. Better let go now and kneel to beg Boss Long for forgiveness before he gets mad. Even the woman in Boss Long's arms laughed at Yi Xingqian. Boss Long, since when do nobodies dare to defy you? If word gets out, wouldn't it be a disgrace in the underground scene? Hearing this, Boss Long frowned, irritation growing on his face. Kid, you better think about the consequences before you act. I get it, you're young and full of fire, but first ask yourself if you've got the power to back it up. Do you really think you alone can take on the whole Qinglong gang? I'll count to 3. Let go and kneel to beg me for forgiveness, or both you and your father will pay for your outburst tonight. Heh. Yi Xingqian let out a cold laugh, his eyes flashing with deadly intent. 3. Boss Long had barely started counting when Yi Xingqian made his move. Crack. With a horrifying snap, Yi Xingqian tightened his grip and snapped Huang Mao's right wrist with one hand. Ah! Ah! Huang Mao screamed in pain like a dying pig, his legs giving out as he nearly collapsed. Without hesitation, Yi Xingqian kicked Huang Mao in the chest, sending him flying like a broken kite into the table in front of Boss Long. His condition was unknown. You little punk! You're really doing this? You've got a death wish. Get him! Beat that arrogant bastard to death! Brothers outside, get in here! Kill that piece of trash! Get him! Avenge Huang Mao! Everybody, charge! Take him out! As the shouting filled the room, several big guys rushed at Yi Xingqian with their fists raised. You brought this on yourselves. Yi Xingqian no longer held back. He lifted his right leg and kicked one of the men in the face. The man collapsed instantly, bleeding from every orifice. Without letting up, Yi Xingqian charged at 4 more men. These guys were seasoned fighters in the underground world, more than enough to handle regular folks. But against someone like Yi Xingqian, they were nothing. In just one exchange, one round, Yi Xingqian dropped all 4 with a single punch each. Their condition was unclear. You bastard, how dare you touch Boss Long? Kill him! Over 10 men from outside stormed into the room, shouting. Yi Xingqian glanced at Boss Long, then spun around and kicked 3 more thugs to the ground in one move. The few remaining men had never seen such overwhelming strength. With a single kick, 3 people were taken out on the spot. As the rest hesitated, Boss Long, visibly terrified, pointed a trembling finger at Yi Xingqian. Get him! Whoever kills that bastard gets 5 million yuan. Big rewards bring brave men. The few remaining thugs, driven by money, charged at Yi Xingqian again. All about the money, huh? 5 million yuan? You need to live long enough to spend it. With a few quick kicks, Yi Xingqian took down all the greedy thugs with ease. After dealing with Boss Long's men, Yi Xingqian stared him down, stepping closer with every stride. Boss Long was nearly scared out of his mind. He dropped to his knees, begging for his life. Big bro. It's all a misunderstanding. I didn't know who you were and acted stupid. Honestly, you might not believe me, but I swear I never meant to squeeze you from the start. It was those bastards who misled me. If anyone's to blame, it's them, and now they're dead, better that way. As he spoke, Boss Long nervously pulled out a bank card and raised it above his head. Big bro. This is all my savings. There's 10 million yuan on it. I can get more too. Just let me live, and it's all yours. Take it as compensation, please. Too late. Yi Xingqian roared, his voice filled with fury. Way too late. Before, you didn't need to pay anything. You just had to stop messing with me and my dad, and nothing would have happened. Why? Why did you have to push me into this? You think I wanted to kill someone? Now it's gone too far. Even if I let you go tonight, would you let us go? We're not kids. Don't think I'm that naive. Yi Xingqian's words shattered the last bit of hope in Boss Long's heart, just as Boss Long had crushed Yi Xingqian's last hope earlier. Seeing that begging didn't work, Boss Long's eyes turned cold. He pulled a wooden dagger from his pocket and charged at Yi Xingqian, screaming. You little bastard. You want me dead? I'll take you with me. You? Take on me, Yi Xingqian? You don't have what it takes. Yi Xingqian effortlessly snatched the wooden dagger from Boss Long's hand. Then, right in front of Boss Long's terrified eyes, he broke it in half with his bare hands. Only then did Boss Long realize. He had messed with the one person he never should have crossed. In the face of overwhelming strength, all resistance was useless. Boss Long stood there in a daze, giving up all thoughts of fighting back. Meanwhile, outside, a young man, hearing shouting and cries for help in the distance, quickly led over a dozen men toward Boss Long's room. As they passed by the glass room where Yi Hao was held, the young man gave an order to two of his men. You two, grab that guy and bring him to Boss Long's room. And take your blades. The rest of you, follow me. Yes. After the group left, the two thugs pulled out wooden daggers from their pockets and approached the glass room looking fierce. Hey, doctor, we've got some personal business here. You better leave. We don't care if you've been paid or not, get out now. If you stay, we won't be so polite. Okay. Shi Wenbin nodded repeatedly and began walking toward them. Just as the two thugs were about to open the door, one suddenly remembered something. Hey, doctor, the exit's not that way. Before he could finish, Shi Wenbin smiled, pulled a wooden dagger from his coat, and stabbed one of them in the back. The other thug didn't even have time to react before Shi Wenbin brought him down too. With that, Yi Hao's safety was finally secured. Boss. Very quickly, the young man led his men into Boss Long's room. Deng Hao. Save me. Seeing reinforcements arrive, Boss Long was overjoyed and didn't think at all about how Yi Xingqian had just taken out everyone else in the room by himself. Deng Hao clearly wasn't a fool. With one glance, he saw the bodies and blood all over the floor. Looking at the people lying there, most of whom he recognized, Deng Hao realized that Yi Xingqian had done all this alone. With a surprised look, Deng Hao raised his head and stared at Yi Xingqian. You did all this? Yi Xingqian, like a machine with no emotion, coldly stared back. So what if I did? If you've got the guts, all of you come at me. Boss Long shouted. Deng Hao, what are you standing there for? Get him. Kill that little bastard. Deng Hao gave Yi Xingqian a long, deep look, then held back the men behind him who were ready to rush forward. He wasn't stupid. One guy took out over a dozen people in just minutes. Charging in with only 10 more men would just be suicide. The underground world talks about loyalty, sure, but loyalty doesn't mean dying for nothing. And Deng Hao had other ideas. If Boss Long got killed by Yi Xingqian, and more than half of the senior members of the gang were already wiped out, wouldn't that give him a chance to take Boss Long's place? Yi Hao was still in his hands. If he used letting Yi Hao go as a bargaining chip, Yi Xingqian might spare him. With that thought, Deng Hao looked at Yi Xingqian meaningfully. Kid, you really want to kill Boss Long? You thought about what happens after that? Heh. Yi Xingqian slowly turned around and grabbed Boss Long's throat with his right hand under Deng Hao's gaze. Deng Hao, save me, save me. Boss Long's face turned purple from choking, his hands frantically slapping at Yi Xingqian's wrist, eyes pleading toward Deng Hao. Deng Hao understood. Yi Xingqian was going to kill Boss Long, no discussion. Seeing Boss Long beg, Deng Hao just smiled faintly. Oh no. Why can't I see anything? Who turned off the lights? But, the lights are clearly still on, one of his men said, confused. Deng Hao's eyes turned sharp as he glared at the man. You sure the lights are on? The guy quickly caught on, started fumbling around in the air pretending to be blind. Oh yeah, someone turned them off? I can't see a thing. Boss. Where are you? Seeing this, Boss Long wanted to kill them all himself, if only Yi Xingqian wasn't choking him. Understanding Dang Hao's response, Yi Xingqian suddenly tightened his grip. Crack. With a crisp sound, Boss Long's neck was broken. Just like that, his head fell to the side and he stopped breathing. Dang Hao watched in silence, filled with both respect and fear. He was also thankful he'd made the right call to save himself and his men. Ah! The woman in the room screamed, then quickly covered her mouth and curled up on the couch, shaking and too scared to speak. Dang Hao glanced at Yi Xingqian and got straight to the point. Brother, you've got real skill. Grudges have causes, and debts have owners. Boss Long is dead now. How about this, you take your father and leave, and we'll pretend none of this happened. From now on, we stay out of each other's way. Deal? No way. Yi Xingqian refused coldly without hesitation. Dang Hao's face darkened. You really want to wipe us all out? I'm not like Boss Long. I keep my word. I guarantee you and your father can leave right now, and we won't stop you. Leave some room for each other, we may meet again. Why go all the way? And besides, you've killed so many people. Someone needs to clean up after this, or if the police get on your trail, you're done for. Yi Xingqian slowly sat down on the couch. The terrified woman immediately knelt and handed him a cigarette, then lit it. Yi Xingqian took a drag and spoke directly to Dang Hao. You seem like a smart guy, not like those idiots. I'll be straight with you. Right now, it's not just about revenge. I want to take over the Qinglong gang. I want the entire gang to follow my lead. What? Dang Hao was stunned. He never imagined Yi Xingqian would be that ambitious. And don't try to use my dad to threaten me. The guy I brought with me isn't a doctor, he's one of mine. You thinking my dad is still in your hands is just wishful thinking. So you planned this all along. Dang Hao finally understood. So? Will you submit to me, or are you going to fight to the death? After a brief hesitation, Dang Hao quickly knelt before Yi Xingqian. The men behind Dang Hao followed and knelt down too. Looking up seriously at Yi Xingqian, Dang Hao made his decision. With your terrifying skills, no one in Yunhe City's underworld can beat you. It's clear you'll soon control everything here. A wise man adapts. Following someone like you is way better than going solo. All I ask is that you don't push me out. Of course, Yi Xingqian nodded. The friend I brought, his name is Shi Wenbin. From now on, he's the new leader of the Qinglong gang, and you'll be second in command. You two handle things together. If you can't agree, come to me. Or if there's something tough you can't deal with, come to me, I'll take care of it. Okay. Dang Hao nodded with satisfaction and stood up with his men. Boss? I? The woman trembled, trying to speak. Go, Yi Xingqian waved her off. He had no interest in dealing with a petty gangster girl. Thank you, boss. She let out a breath and shakily walked out of the room. Dang Hao nodded at one of his men. The man understood right away, pulled out a wooden dagger, and followed her out. Dang Hao smiled and explained to Yi Xingqian, Boss, that woman saw too much. We can't let her live. Yi Xingqian paused. Dang Hao was clearly ruthless. Then again, how could anyone survive in the cruel underworld without being ruthless? But Yi Xingqian shook his head. Forget it. She's just a petty thug, she can't stir up trouble. Alright, Dang Hao sighed, then signaled another man to call the one who'd followed her to come back. Boss, how should we address you? My name is Yi Xingqian. Got it, Brother Yi. Dang Hao responded respectfully. I remember Huang Mao said your father needs hundreds of thousands for medical treatment. Here's the plan, give us a day or two to stabilize the gang, then we'll get your father to the hospital. Yi Xingqian nodded with satisfaction. Thanks. It hurts so bad. At the headquarters of Sakura Corporation, De Xiangwan lay on a bed receiving treatment from a doctor. In unbearable pain, he kept moaning. Damn it. Kobayashi Junichiro in the room frowned deeply. I thought De Xiangkuan would be able to take care of that kid. I didn't expect that even with your Daijiji, you weren't a match for him. Kobayashi-kun. De Xiangwan gritted his teeth angrily. That guy is no ordinary person. I suspect he's a martial artist. If you'd told me earlier that he was a martial artist, I wouldn't have rushed in and nearly died. Well, Kobayashi Junichiro looked a bit embarrassed. De Xiangkuan, I didn't mean to hide it. I just didn't know either. I thought he was just a bit stronger and faster than normal, never expected him to be a real martial artist. Since I left home years ago, I've never taken a beating like this. I will get my revenge. Damn it, easy. It hurts. Kobayashi Junichiro fell silent. Even De Xiangwan, his strongest fighter, had lost to Yi Xingqian. Who else could defeat Yi Xingqian? Kobayashi let out a long sigh. Is there really no one who can deal with that guy? Don't lose hope, Kobayashi-kun, I've got a way, to handle him. Though De Xiangwan had been depressed about being helpless against Yixingchen, he suddenly remembered something and a glimmer of hope lit up his face. Oh? Hearing this, Kobayashi's eyes lit up. Tell me, what's the plan? In 2 days, a martial arts family we're connected with will be sending Miss Tomomi to the city. The military told me that if I ran into something I couldn't handle, I could ask her for help. She's a martial artist too. Once, she gets involved, that punk is dead meat. Perfect. Kobayashi laughed excitedly. If she gets involved, that guy won't even have a grave left. Hehe. De Xiangwan's face turned vicious. That punk not only beat me like this, but he even threw away my Daijiji. Now I can't find it. I will get my revenge. I swear I'll break a few of his ribs and make soup with them. Heh. Kobayashi laughed darkly. I'm going to cut off his junk and soak it in liquor. De Xiangwan froze slightly. He hadn't expected Kobayashi Junichiro to be that extreme. Kobayashi laughed and explained, you don't get it, De Xiangkun. That part's a great tonic, it boosts virility. I've been living rough for too long. Gotta nourish myself. Ha 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 ha. De Xiangwan forgot his pain for a moment and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Kobayashi also laughed wildly, imagining the scene in his head. The headquarters of Sakura Corporation echoed with an eerie, bone-chilling laughter. V-room. After parking the car, Yi Xingchen got out, followed by Yi Hao. Dad. Yi Xingchen quickly got out of the car. Are you really not going to move in and live with me? Hee. After everything that had happened, Yi Hao clearly had let a lot go. Yi Hao just smiled, gently patted Yi Xingchen on the head, and said, Son, I'll never gamble again. I thought if I made you hate me, you'd stay away, but instead, I put you in danger. I'm sorry. Dad. Yi Xingchen stared at Yi Hao in a daze. My illness, let fate decide. The gang agreed to pay for my treatment, but I'm sure they asked you for a lot in return, didn't they? No. The gang said they'd pay your medical expenses as compensation. Worried that Yi Hao might object to him joining the gang, Yi Xingchen didn't tell the truth. He explained that his underground matches had made a lot of money for them, and that he decided to act as a protector in name only stepping in if someone particularly strong caused trouble at the fight club. After one fight, everything would be settled. Also, the gang agreed to pay Yi Hao's medical bills until he fully recovered. It was a white lie from Yi Xingchen. Yi Hao just smiled and shook his head. Alright, since you've already made a deal, there's no turning back. You're an adult now, you need to take responsibility for the choices you make. So, you're really not going to move in with me? I could take care of you. No need, Yi Hao smiled and shook his head again. When you earn enough to buy your own place, I'll move in with you then. Right now, you're living in a company-provided apartment. If I move in and your boss doesn't like it, it might hurt your career. Yeving Champosit. He didn't think Qin Yanran would mind. In fact, she'd clearly said he could bring in whoever he wanted while working there. But considering he might not stay at Yida Company long-term, he didn't insist. What if he decided to leave in a few days and strike out on his own? After all, his monthly pay of tens of thousands of yuan barely covered basic needs. If he quit, Yi Hao would have to move again, not worth troubling his dad like that. Alright, go on back. Work hard. Yida is one of the top construction and real estate companies in our country. As long as your boss values you, your future will be bright. Focus on your career. I can still take care of myself, I can earn and live on my own. You don't need to send me money every month. Save it for your future, either to get married or to start your own business. Yi Xingchen's lips moved slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but held it in. Okay, I'm heading back. You go, too. Drive safe. Yeah. Yi Xingchen looked at Yi Hao's slightly hunched back and nodded firmly. Dad. Don't worry. This world isn't the same as it used to be. In this new world, I will build a real future. I will give you a good life. Good morning, Director Qin. Early in the morning, Yi Xingchen was already waiting in his car outside Qin Yanran's house. Good morning. Qin Yanran was slightly surprised when she saw Yi Xingchen. In the past few days, Yi Xingchen had been mostly quiet, and they barely talked in the car. But today, he actually greeted her first. After starting the car, Yi Xingchen drove steadily toward the headquarters of Yida Company. After a few minutes of hesitation, Yi Xingchen finally decided to be honest with Qin Yanran. Director Qin, there's something I think I need to tell you. But I'm worried you might think I'm using my position to take personal revenge or smear a colleague. Qin Yanran, who was working on her tablet, looked puzzled when she heard this. Then she put the tablet away. Go ahead. I've gotten a general sense of what kind of person you are these past few days. I'm not someone who jumps to conclusions. Alright, then I'll say it. Yi Xingchen nodded and continued, last night, an agent from that foreign company attacked me, He tried to assassinate me. What? Qin Yanran was furious. Was it someone from Sakura Corporation? That bastard. I thought he'd only use dirty tricks against me, but I didn't expect him to go after you too. Are you alright? I'll bring people to their headquarters right now. If he doesn't give me a proper explanation today, this won't end well. Thank you for your concern, Director Qin. I'm fine. Yi Xingqian was genuinely moved by her protectiveness. Please don't get too worked up yet. No need to rush over to confront them. After I took the guy down, I questioned him and learned something shocking. What was it? Qin Yanran looked at Yi Xingqian in confusion. Our company has lost to Sakura in several bids recently, right? Yeah, that's true. Qin Yanran seemed to guess what Yi Xingqian was getting at and didn't hide it. Their prices have always been just slightly lower than ours. I've suspected an insider, but we haven't been able to identify anyone. The insider is the head of the security department, Shen Jingbing. What? Him? Qin Yanran looked at Yi Xingqian in disbelief. Are you sure? He's always been a bit hard to get along with, but he's been a trusted right-hand man for many years. I'm not completely sure either. That's just what the agent told me. Of course, it's possible he was lying. Still, it's something we should watch out for, right? That's why I wanted to give you a heads up before saying anything more. Qin Yanran nodded thoughtfully. If he really did sell us out, it's probably for money. All I need to do is have someone check his finances, and we'll know. If it's true, I'll personally send him to jail. Don't be in a rush, Director Qin. Yi Xingqian chuckled. Why not test him? If it really is him, we might even be able to use him to strike back at Sakura. You mean? Chief Shen. Director Qin said the light in her office isn't working. She asked you to send someone to fix it. Just before lunchtime, a Yida employee gently knocked on the door of Shen Jingbing's office. Shen Jingbing was slightly taken aback at first, then a smile he couldn't hide slowly spread across his face. All right, I'll take care of it right away. Hurry up. Okay. Shen Jingbing made a hand gesture to his colleague. Chief Shen, how about we let Xiao Chang take a look? If it's broken, we can quickly replace it for President Qin. There was another colleague from the security department in Shen Jingbing's office. After hearing this, Shen Jingbing immediately looked displeased. That's President Qin's office. Can we afford to be careless? Xiao Chang may be good at this kind of thing, but he's clumsy. What if he accidentally breaks something in President Qin's office? Who's going to be responsible? You? Or me? The colleague was startled by Shen Jingbing's response and didn't dare say another word. How about this, I'll go check it myself. I feel more at ease handling President Qin's matters personally. If I get caught in something unexpected, crying won't help. Alright, thanks, Chief Shen. You go ahead and handle your work. Check if all the security guards on duty are at their posts. Even though our company hasn't had any safety issues, safety comes first. We can't be careless, we must prevent problems before they happen. Got it, Chief Shen. I'm on it now. Good. Once the colleague left, Shen Jingbing didn't go straight to Qin Yanran's office. Instead, he stared at the clock on the wall. Almost noon? What if she's still in the office? I'll wait until around 12:10, when she goes to lunch. That way, the office will be empty. Shen Jingbing grinned smugly and lay back in his chair to wait. Not long after, noise could be heard outside the office, but it died down after just a few minutes. Shen Jingbing knew it was lunchtime. His colleagues had gone to eat, and it was time for him to make his move. Carrying a small light bulb he had prepared earlier, Shen Jingbing swaggered toward the top floor, Qin Yanran's office. Knock knock knock. President Qin, are you there? It's Shen Jingbing. I came to check the light in your office. He had hidden the bulb in a corner and knocked on the door, but there was no reply from inside. President Qin? Are you there? If not, I'm coming in. Shen Jingbing carefully confirmed that Qin Yanran was not in the office. After making sure, he let out a breath of relief, pulled out the hidden bulb, and tiptoed into the office. Shen Jingbing had played his cards cleverly. He hid the bulb first, so if Qin Yanran were still in the office, he could pretend to check the light, then say the bulb was broken and needed to be replaced. Then, using the excuse of not having brought a replacement, he would leave. Once Qin Yanran went to lunch, he could come back into her office. That way, even if Qin Yanran saw him, he'd have a perfectly reasonable explanation. After closing the office door, Shen Jingbing scanned the room and smiled smugly. Damn, I'm a genius. So what if someone suspects there's a mole in the company? Who would think it's me? Heh. After entering, instead of checking the light bulb right away, Shen Jingbing pulled out his phone and reached smoothly for a drawer. At night, inside the headquarters building of Sakura Corporation, Xiao Sun Junichiro handed a check to Shen Jingbing with a wide smile. Mr. Shen, here's a check for 5 million yuan, same as before. Let's have another great cooperation. Shen Jingbing excitedly took the check, examined it carefully to confirm it was real and withdrawable, then quickly stuffed it into his pocket. Mr. Shen, I've given you the money. What about the photos? Xiaosun Junichiro grinned at Shen Jingbing. Here, take it. Shen Jingbing handed over a small phone. All the photos you wanted are in there. I took a picture of every single page of that bidding proposal. The bid conference is the day after tomorrow, and even if Qin Yanran wanted to change something, it's already too late. This should be the final version. But, just saying, there's still a chance she might adjust the price last minute. Heh. Xiaosun Junichiro glanced at the photos and nodded with satisfaction. Very good, Mr. Shen, nice job. Whether Qin Yanran changes the quote or not, don't worry about that. We'll be fully prepared. After all, we've never failed before, right? Alright then. Shen Jingbing didn't ask further and just nodded. Also, Mr. Shen, from now on, just call me directly for transactions. I'll send someone to find you. It's a bit too obvious for you to come to our headquarters. Heh. Shen Jingbing laughed it off. Relax, Mr. Xiao, I know what I'm doing. Good. Xiaosun Junichiro nodded and didn't say more. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Sure. You, walk Mr. Shen out. Yes. Shen Jingbing turned and left the office. His right hand lightly pressed against the pocket with the check, a proud smile spread across his face. After getting the money, the first face that came to Shen Jingbing's mind was Lin Yun's. He let out a cold snort. Humph, that girl, went for that brute and looked down on me just because I'm rich? One day, I'll make her kneel between my legs and serve me. And once I've had enough, I'll kick her to the curb. Just wait. Lying silently on the bed, De Xiangwan watched Shen Jingbing's back as he left, and couldn't help feeling puzzled. Didn't Yi Xingchen already get him to confess that the mole in Yida company was Shen Jingbing? How did Shen Jingbing still manage to steal the company's bidding proposal so easily? Something didn't seem right to De Xiangwan. Of course, he had no intention of telling Xiaosun Junichiro that he'd already spilled the truth to Yi Xingchen. If he told him that, even if Xiaosun Junichiro didn't kill him in anger, how could he ever show his face back in his home country again? De Xiangwan decided to keep the secret to himself. After all, whether or not Xiaosun Junichiro succeeded in the bid didn't really affect him. If he won, De Xiangwan wouldn't get any extra money. If he lost, he wouldn't be blamed either. Maybe, once Miyamoto Tomomi came to Cloud Crane City and dealt with Yi Xingchen, there'd be no proof left. De Xiang, what are you thinking about? Xiaosun Junichiro noticed De Xiangwan was lost in thought and asked curiously. Huh? Nothing. De Xiangwan shook his head. Just thinking, besides Yi Xingchen, who else do I have a grudge against? I'll ask Miss Miyamoto to take care of them all. Heh. Xiaosun Junichiro chuckled. Once Miss Miyamoto arrives, things will get much easier. Not only will we deal with that guy who's been ruining my plans again and again, but also that woman Qin Yanran. Nanny? De Xiangwan looked at Xiaosun Junichiro in shock. Mr. Xiaosun, you want to kill Qin Yanran? Kill her? What a waste. Xiaosun Junichiro grinned perversely. That woman's face and body are top-notch. A woman like that should be kept around. I'll lock her in a cage and make her my personal slave. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. De Xiangwan looked at the extremely twisted Xiaosun Junichiro with an awkward smile on his face. Ah? Back home after a shower, Yi Xingchen stretched lazily. Looking at the water stains in the bathroom, Yi Xingchen suddenly had a new doubt. Since the people in this world have weaker bodies now, how do they take showers? Could someone get killed just from water pressure while bathing? Seems like. I should study how people take showers here when I get the chance. Thinking of this, Yi Xingchen smacked his own forehead. Damn, why am I having such pervy thoughts? Others say, lust is emptiness, but I'm like, got time? Let's get lustful. Outrageous. Totally off the rails. Just as Yi Xingchen was about to go to bed, his phone suddenly rang. This late? Who would be calling me? Yi Xingchen looked puzzled, then picked up the phone. It was Dang Hao. Hello? Hao, what's going on? Broye. We've got a big problem. That girl from before, who knows what crazy idea got into her head, she actually went to the police and reported that a bunch of people were murdered at the Green Dragon Gang. What? Yi Xingchen's heart sank, full of regret. If I'd known she'd screw things up like this, I never should have let her go. Looks like I can't be soft-hearted when dealing with serious matters again. Wenbin, who's now the official leader of the Green Dragon Gang, has already been taken in for questioning. Bro Yi, I swear, this has nothing to do with me. I'm not stupid enough to send that dumb woman to do something like this. If the Green Dragon Gang gets taken down, I'm done for too. I've asked a lot of people for help already, but no one can get Wenbin out. I had no choice but to call you this late. Yi Xingchen felt a headache coming on. I'm just a small employee, I don't have the kind of connections needed to get Shi Wenbin out. But soon, a face flashed in his mind. Long Qingxian. Long Qingxian probably comes from a powerful background. If I ask her for help, this might get resolved. Got it, how? I'll handle this. Okay. Thanks, bro Yi. After hanging up, Yi Xingchen immediately dialed Long Qingxian. Hello? Handsome Yi, what's the matter calling me this late? Long Qingxuan's pleasant voice came through the phone. Miss Long, I need a favor. Shi Wenbin, the current leader of the Green Dragon Gang, has been taken in for questioning. I'd like your help to get him out. Long Qingxian didn't hesitate at all. Sure. Let's meet tomorrow. Okay. When are you free? Although Yi Xingchen expected that Long Qingxian had the ability, her quick response still surprised him a bit. Tomorrow morning at 10. Table 25 at Ruixing Cafe near the Yida Company headquarters. Is that okay? Okay. Alright, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. The next day, after getting to work, Yi Xingchen started waiting for the time to meet with Long Qingxian. At 9 a.m., Yi Xingchen got a call from Yi Hao. Hello? Dad, what's up? Son, last night you said you broke up with Wenwen. I've been thinking about it, and honestly, that's Wenwen's loss. Huh? So? Yi Xingchen had a bad feeling. Yi Hao wouldn't call just to talk about something so trivial for no reason. Sure enough, Yi Hao continued, so, I talked to your Aunt Wu. Her daughter happens to still be single too, around your age. Even better, she works at a company near your Yida headquarters. We agreed you two should meet today. Time and place are already set, at a cafe called Ruixing near your office, 9:30 a.m., table 24. Don't be late. What? A blind date? Yi Xingchen was dumbfounded. No way. Dad, even if I agreed to go on a blind date, I'm working right now. How can I suddenly just go? Cut it out. You said yourself last night that your job is flexible and you can leave any time, as long as you drive your boss around. I? Yi Xingchen let out a bitter laugh and wanted to slap himself. Why couldn't I just shut up? Just answer me this, are you going or not? If you're not going, then forget about me getting treatment for my illness. Fine. I'll go, alright? Yi Xingchen surrendered instantly. That's more like it. Remember, 9:30, Ruixing Cafe, table 24. Got it. Yi Xingchen hung up the phone helplessly, then suddenly realized something. Wait a minute. Ruixing Cafe? Damn. Isn't that the same place I'm meeting Long Qingxian? Not only is it the same location, but the table number is right next to hers. The only difference is the time. Hopefully, Long Qingxian won't show up too early. If she sees me on a blind date, that would be so awkward. Yi Xingchen made up his mind, he'd wrap things up quickly before Long Qingxian arrived. With that thought, he quickly messaged Lin Yun on WeChat, then rushed to Ruixing Cafe. By the time Yi Xingchen arrived, it was already 9:20. He glanced inside the cafe and saw a woman around his age already sitting at table 24. She was most likely the so-called blind date. Yi Xingchen took a deep breath and walked over with a friendly expression. Hi there, are you Aunt Wu's? The woman looked up and nodded lightly. Yes. You must be Uncle Ye's disappointing son, right? Yi Xingchen was stunned. This woman was something else, her emotional intelligence was bottom of the barrel. First thing out of her mouth was an insult. She seemed to realize she'd been rude and gave a slight smile. Sorry, I tend to speak my mind. It's fine, being straightforward is good. Yi Xingchen gave an awkward laugh and sat across from her. I ordered you a latte. Thanks. Yi Xingchen glanced at the latte in front of him. Calling it a cup was generous, it was barely the size of a bottle cap. Your name is Yi Xingchen, right? I'm Shi Xiang. Yi Xingchen had just been about to take a sip of coffee, but after hearing her name, he instantly lost his appetite. Shi Xiang? That name had a certain smell to it. But at that moment, something even more appetite-killing happened. A young and beautiful woman walked into the cafe and sat directly at table 25. Obviously, the woman was Long Qingxian. Yi Xingchen was dumbfounded. Why was Long Qingxian here so early, only 20-something minutes past 9? This was exactly what he'd been worried about. Yi Xingchen tried to lean slightly to the side to avoid being seen, but the moment Long Qingxian walked in, she spotted him. His effort to hide was pointless. What made Yi Xingchen feel a bit relieved was that Long Qingxian gave him a slight smile but didn't say hello. She quietly sat at table 25 and ordered a coffee. Everyone's time is limited, so I'll just ask directly, said Shi Xiang, not noticing the awkward tension between Yi Xingchen and Long Qingxian as she casually sipped her coffee. Sure. That way it won't waste your time. My first question, what's your view on the housing market? What? Sex life? Yi Xingchen froze. Was this girl really that aggressive? Asking something like that in public? Wasn't she embarrassed? Huh? Shi Zhenxiang looked at Yi Xingchen, confused. Seeing that she didn't seem to be joking, Yi Xingchen hesitated for a moment and then answered weakly. I haven't actually tried, but I think I know the basic positions? Of course, the difficult ones, that's a different story. Shi Zhenxiang looked completely puzzled at first, then her expression changed. Who asked about your sex life? I said housing market. Real estate. Oh. Yi Xingchen was beyond embarrassed. Forget it, what are you even thinking? Let's skip that question. Next. Do you have any brothers? Yi Xingchen was slightly stunned. Yes. A big one. And do you have a biological younger brother? Well, Yi Xingchen awkwardly looked down at a certain unmentionable part of his body. That might be a little tough. I can't really do that right now. What? Shi Zhenxiang looked confused again, then suddenly understood. Her face turned red with anger. Hey, Ye Ringchan. I was sincerely asking a few questions to get to know you better. What's your problem? Are you messing with me on purpose? Can this blind date even continue? If not, just get lost already. Seriously, what kind of person are you? It was only at that moment that Yi Xingchen realized he had completely misunderstood Shi Zhenxiang's intentions. He thought her two questions were a sneaky way of testing his abilities in certain areas. But what she really wanted was to gauge his financial background through the housing market question and assess any family burdens or inheritance-sharing siblings with the brother question. Pfft. Sitting nearby, Long Qingxian couldn't hold back and spat out the sip of coffee in her mouth right onto the table. If it weren't for the people around, Long Qingxian probably would have already been laughing out loud while holding her stomach. Yi Xingchen didn't want Shi Zhenxiang to go back and tell Aunt Wu that his head was full of dirty thoughts. If that got to Yi Hao, he definitely wouldn't let him off. Yi Xingchen had no choice but to quickly apologize to Shi Zhenxiang. Sorry. Miss Shi, I was just joking with you a little. If you didn't like it, then just pretend I didn't say anything. I promise nothing like that will come up again in our conversation. Seeing that Yi Xingchen sincerely apologized, Shi Zhenxiang's expression softened slightly. She calmed herself down and shot a dissatisfied glance at Yi Xingchen. I didn't mean anything else. I just wanted us to understand each other better. Since you couldn't catch the deeper meaning in my questions, I'll just ask directly. Okay. First question, you work at Yida Company, right? How much is your monthly salary? I'm still in the internship period. I make 80,000 yuan a month. After one more month, I'll be officially hired, and then it should go up to over 100,000 yuan. Shi Zhenxiang nodded slightly. A 100,000 yuan monthly salary. It's a bit low, but barely enough to cover the basics. Yi Xingchen looked at her in shock. Didn't see this coming. Shi Zhenxiang was actually a hidden powerhouse? Calling a 100,000 yuan salary a bit low? Shi Zhenxiang continued asking, do you have a house? Yi Xingchen thought about it. The villa provided by the company probably didn't count, right? So he shook his head. No. Do you have a car? He shook his head again. No. How much do you have in savings? This question made Yi Xingchen's face show a trace of frustration. He originally had 100,000 yuan saved up, but due to the drastic changes in this world, just buying rice, oil, meat, and noodles last time already cost tens of thousands. Almost nothing. Yi Xingchen awkwardly shook his head again. Oh, Shi Zhenxiang smiled, and her gaze toward Yi Xingchen became more and more disdainful and dismissive. Your conditions are pretty bad. No wonder you need a blind date. If we actually got together, your 100,000 yuan a month would barely cover my everyday expenses, not to mention you don't have a house, a car, or savings. Do you have any questions for me? Yi Xingchen hesitated for a moment, becoming more curious about her financial strength. May I ask, Miss Shi, how much do you make in a year? My monthly salary is 3,000 yuan. Yi Xingchen was dumbfounded. 3,000? Did she forget to say 10,000? Since when can a woman who makes 3,000 yuan a month call a man who makes 100,000 a bit low, or say he has bad conditions? Could it be that Shi Zhenxiang owns tons of property? Shi Zhenxiang noticed his strange expression and just smiled slightly and explained, I'm a woman. Oh, Yi Xingchen nodded and asked curiously again, so Miss Shi, do you own a house? No. I'm temporarily staying in the company dorm. Huh? Yi Xingchen was stunned again. Shi Zhenxiang looked very calm. I'm a woman. Oh, Yi Xingchen frowned slightly. Then, do you have a car? No. Yi Xingchen started doubting life. This woman, with those conditions, actually said he had poor conditions? Where did she get the confidence? If she were a great beauty, maybe it'd make sense. The main issue was her looks, the kind that would disappear in a crowd. Shi Zhenxiang was still extremely calm. I'm a woman. Hearing her repeat that line again, Yi Xingqian felt that if it weren't for the fact that Yi Hao and Aunt Wu were so close, he would have definitely started cursing. A woman, a woman. So what if you're a woman? What, is your body made of gold or something? Shi Zhenxiang didn't seem to notice Yi Xingqian's change in expression and continued talking to herself. These days, it's all about being a refined woman. Your conditions are a bit lacking, but I can just barely accept it. But if you want to be with me, you have to agree to a few things. Yi Xingqian gave a cold laugh. Go ahead. First, I spend over 5,000 yuan every month on cosmetics, and you'll have to cover that. After all, women dress up for the people they care about. The better I look, the more face you'll save. It's all for you. Second, my parents worked hard to raise me, and I have a younger brother in high school. I need to help my parents reduce their burden. I must send at least 20,000 yuan home every month. Think of it as showing gratitude to my parents for raising me and handing me over to you. Third, I've been checking out a luxury car at an auto show recently. It costs 800,000 yuan. I've done the research, a 50,000 yuan down payment and a 12,000 monthly installment. You'll be responsible for that too. After all, if I drive a luxury car, it makes you look good. And when I'm not using it, you can drive it to show off. Heh. Fourth, I don't really have any hobbies except for bags. You have to buy me a brand name handbag worth over 10,000 yuan every month. Fifth, I'm very insecure and don't want to live a life depending on others or constantly moving around. If you want to marry me, you must buy a house worth over 1.5 million yuan and put it in my name. That way, even if you do something wrong in the future, my youth won't be wasted. You should know, a woman's youth is priceless. Sixth, I've had poor health since I was little. Every month, you must buy me expensive health supplements like ginseng, bird's nest, and deer antler. Seventh, my skin isn't great and needs regular care. I need to go to a beauty salon every month, and you'll pay for it. After all, the better my skin is, the more beautiful I am, which benefits you too. Eighth, I'm quite lazy. I've never done housework in my life. So if we live together in the future, you'll have to handle all the house chores. If you don't want to, then hire a maid. Ninth, I have a wide social circle and several male best friends. You can't interfere or ask about my interactions with them. 10th, I like to relax at bars in the evening. You're not allowed to interfere with my personal life. 11th, I'm afraid of pain, so even if we get married, I don't plan to have kids. If you want children, adopt one. 12th. Hold up. Yi Xingqian reached out with a dark look on his face and interrupted Shi Zhenxiang's never-ending list. Wait, these are the few things you mentioned? You're already at number 12 and still going? A trace of displeasure flashed across Shi Zhenxiang's face. I'm a woman. Yi Xingqian finally snapped. Here we go again. At first, he thought this girl was made of gold. Now he realized he was wrong. This wasn't gold, she had a whole damn aircraft carrier attached. Shi Zhenxiang noticed the anger and contempt on Yi Xingqian's face and got angry too. Hey, Yi Xingqian, what's your problem? I'm just a girl with no one to rely on, marrying into your family and looking for just a little bit of security for my future. Is that too much? Is that really asking a lot? You're a grown man, how can you be so stingy? No wonder you're single. Heh, at this point, Yi Xingqian forgot about Long Qingxian sitting nearby and let out a cold laugh. Not too much. Not at all. With your looks and your family background, I think only someone like Ma Yun, Ma Huatang, Wang Xikong, or Lu Qiangdong could be worthy of you. Being with me? That would be such a downgrade for you. You broke loser, what do you mean by that? Shi Zhenxiang stood up from her seat in anger. You ever look at yourself in the mirror? What do you even have going for you? I was just being nice, giving you a chance. You're ungrateful. You don't really think any girl would go for a guy like you, right? I'd rather stay single for the rest of my life than be with someone like you. A selfish freeloader. Delusional. Totally entitled. Ugh. I could find a woman in this coffee shop a billion times better than you. Yi Xingqian was furious now, his words filled with scorn. Ha ha ha. That's hilarious. Shi Zhenxiang acted like she just heard the biggest joke ever. With what? You think you can just walk up to a random girl in a cafe and get a girlfriend? With your flabby looks? Your short and broke self? That's funny. Go try it. If she doesn't slap you, that's already being kind. Faced with her challenge, Yi Xingqian had no confidence to reply. Socializing had always been his weak point. Especially walking up to a stranger in a cafe, that would be torture for him. Seeing Yi Xingqian silent, Shi Zhenxiang got even more excited, mocking him relentlessly. You don't even check yourself in the mirror. You want to bet? I could go get a guy right now from this cafe. Yi Xingqian didn't doubt that. In today's world, there are more men than women. If Shi Zhenxiang threw herself at someone, chances are, he'd accept. But Yi Xingqian didn't have that kind of confidence. Weren't you so cocky a minute ago? What, chickening out now? Sitting at a table with you is disgusting. Ugh, I've lost my appetite. Being broke isn't the worst, being broke and full of yourself is. Come on, weren't you so tough just now? Go hit on someone. I, Shi Zhenxiang, swear, if you manage to find a girlfriend here, I'll roll out of this cafe. Yi Xingqian shook his head, not wanting to argue anymore. He stood up to leave. And just then, Long Qingxian suddenly stood up and walked over. She gently wrapped her right hand around Yi Xingqian's left arm and leaned slightly against his chest. Hey handsome, you're pretty good looking. I don't have a boyfriend right now. How about starting today, you be my boyfriend, sound good? Ah? Yi Xingqian stared blankly at Long Qingxian, his body stiff and frozen. Shi Zhenxiang frowned in confusion. Who are you? Long Qingxian gave her a quick glance, then smirked. What's it to you? I'm this handsome guy's new girlfriend. Who are you to ask? Just get lost. Shi Zhenxiang's face burned with embarrassment. But she quickly realized, Long Qingxian must have overheard her argument with Yi Xingqian from the next table and stepped in. Or maybe Yi Xingqian secretly talked to her and offered her something, and now they were putting on a show together. Of course, Shi Zhenxiang preferred to believe it was the latter. She gave a cold smile. You broke loser, you're really something. Chatting with me while hiring a stand-in? You said you're his girlfriend now? I don't believe it, unless you kiss him. Isn't it normal for a girlfriend to kiss her boyfriend? Kiss him, let me see. Yi Xingqian felt a chill in his heart. It's over. This woman really is sharp, she figured out Long Qingxian is helping him. He was about to be exposed. Just as Yi Xingqian was desperately trying to think of a reasonable excuse, Long Qingxian didn't seem to care. She just smiled and actually leaned in and kissed Yi Xingqian on the cheek. Yi Xingqian was completely stunned. Long Qingxian, this mysterious and powerful woman, actually kissed him? Huh? Shi Zhenxiang was also taken aback, unable to believe it. But she quickly realized, if Long Qingxian was willing to go this far for Yi Xingqian, there was no point in staying. She'd just be humiliating herself and giving that couple the last laugh. Humph. Shi Zhenxiang snorted, adjusted her coat, and got ready to leave. Not gonna waste my time on you too. Hey, wait a sec. Long Qingxian suddenly called out, her face carrying a playful smirk. What do you want? Shi Zhenxiang turned back to look at her. What did you say just now? If he got a girlfriend today, you'd what? Roll out of the cafe? Damn it, Shi Zhenxiang was nearly fuming. You think I won't? I said it, so what? I don't have to do it. What are you gonna do about it? Heh. Long Qingxian smiled again, a dimple appearing on her cheek. Whose Lamborghini is parked out front? Can someone move it? It's blocking another customer's car. Thanks. Just then, a nervous cafe staff member walked in. Long Qingxian took a small card from her pocket and tossed it to the staffer. Move it yourself. Thanks for your understanding, ma'am. The staff member didn't expect her to be so easygoing. He happily took the card and walked out. A Lamborghini? It's yours? Shi Zhenxiang was dumbstruck. She had already noticed the Lamborghini parked outside through the cafe's glass wall. And she knew a thing or two about cars. That Lamborghini was easily worth close to 10 million yuan. She never imagined that the owner was Long Qingxian herself. Long Qingxian gave her a disdainful look. You average woman, looks like you know a bit about cars. So you understand what driving this kind of car means, right? Are you sure you're not gonna roll out of here like you said? Better think twice. Even if you beg me later for the chance to roll out, it'll be too late. Faced with Long Qingxuan's taunt and contempt, Shi Zhenxiang swallowed hard. She wanted to argue or just leave, but she didn't dare. In the end, after a few minutes of silence, her face flushed with shame, Shi Zhenxiang got on the floor and rolled herself out of the cafe. Ha 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 ha! The cafe erupted in laughter, and many people pulled out their phones to record videos and post them online. After driving Shi Zhenxiang away, Yi Xingqian sat at table 25 and immediately felt uneasy. He had already known that Long Qingxian had an extraordinary background, but now, after seeing her car, he understood her even better. Yi Xingqian knew very well, there's no such thing as a free lunch. A mysterious and powerful woman like her was willing to help him get Shi Wenbin out of custody. And to help him humiliate Shi Zhenxiang, she even kissed him in public. What exactly did Long Qingxian want from him? And for a woman who could casually kiss a man she barely knew, how deep and calculating must her mind be? Long Qingxian must be someone who would stop at nothing to get what she wanted. He had to keep a safe distance from her and stay extremely alert at all times. Heh, are you scared of me? Long Qingxian seemed to read his thoughts and smiled. No, no. I'm just really grateful that you helped me just now. Otherwise, my dad wouldn't be able to face his old friends anymore. Yi Xingchen lowered his head, answering nervously. Ha ha ha. Yi Xingchen had no idea which part of what he said triggered Long Qingxuan's laughter, but she suddenly burst out laughing. Miss Long, what I mentioned to you last night, can you really help get my buddy out? Of course. Long Qingxian nodded confidently. It's a small thing. I can solve it with one phone call. Ah? Yi Xingchen stared at her in shock. This woman's background really was terrifying. Just one phone call and it's done? But he couldn't help feeling suspicious too. If it really only took one call, why did she ask to meet in person? Why not just settle it and bring up any conditions over the phone? Even though I can handle it with a single call, I can't just help someone for free, right? Sure, you saved me once, but I already helped you deal with your ex. That makes us even. Long Qingxian rested her chin on both hands, then picked up the coffee cup with her right hand and took a sip. Of course. Yi Xingchen nodded honestly. I wasn't expecting you to help for free either. I'm just confused. With your background, is there anything you need from me? I mean, is there even anything I could help you with? I'm just a regular guy. Regular? Long Qingxian gave a meaningful smile. Yi Xingchen sensed the hidden message in her tone. It was as if Long Qingxian had realized he wasn't like everyone else in this world. Actually, the request is simple. Long Qingxian lightly tapped her slender fingers on the table. Just kiss me. What? Yi Xingchen was completely stunned. What kind of bizarre, unbelievable request was that? With Long Qingxuan's looks and figure, out of all the women he had seen, only Qin Yanran could even compare. And with her terrifying background, she clearly wasn't lacking male admirers. Yet she wanted a kiss from him? Did he hear her wrong, or did she say it wrong? Was he just too conservative, or was she just too bold? This world was drifting further and further from what he understood. It was going crazy. What? You're still not willing? Forget about calling it a reward, just take it as paying me back for that kiss I gave you earlier. That's not too much to ask, is it? Not too much? It was way too much. It totally shattered Yi Xingchen's view of life, the world, and everything he thought he knew. If you won't agree, then I'm leaving. Long Qingxian looked at Yi Xingchen playfully. It's not that, just, why? Yi Xingchen raised his hands in disbelief. Simple. Because I want you to be my boyfriend. Pft, cough, cough, cough. Yi Xingchen nearly choked to death on the spot. Don't think I'm joking. I'm serious, Long Qingxian said solemnly, clearly not joking at all. Why? At first, I wanted to just come out and ask you to be my boyfriend. But then I thought about it. I don't really know you that well yet, and you don't really know me either. Or rather, it's not time for you to fully understand me yet, Long Qingxian said seriously, looking directly at Yi Xingchen. Hard to understand? Then let me put it more bluntly, there are things I'll need your help with in the future. She paused a moment and continued. These things are a bit tricky. If we were just regular friends, you wouldn't help me. You wouldn't have to, and I'd feel awkward asking. But if we're in a relationship, that's different. You'd have an obligation to help, and I wouldn't feel bad asking. Don't worry. If we really do become a couple, I'll fully take on all the duties of a wife. Yi Xingchen went quiet hearing this. Even a woman like Long Qingxian, with her terrifying background, had troubles she couldn't solve. What made him think he could help her? Don't worry. These things may be tough for me, but not necessarily for you. I can promise that. Really? Yi Xingchen looked at her half doubtfully. So, even though it's not time to be a real couple yet, I figured I'd start getting used to it early. That's not a problem, right? No, no problem. Yi Xingchen gave an awkward smile. So, Long Qingxian smiled again and pointed at her cheek with her index finger. This. Yi Xingchen glanced around. It really was a little embarrassing. Ha ha ha. Long Qingxian laughed when she saw how shy he was. Don't tell me you're still a... Who said that? Yi Xingchen jumped up like a cat with its tail stepped on. In that moment, he had made up his mind. Right now, if he wanted to get Shi Wenbin out, Long Qingxian was his only option. So he might as well agree. If she asked him for help later, he'd figure it out then. As for kissing her? Who would turn down a kiss from a stunning woman with looks, figure, and power all rolled into one? Thinking this, Yi Xingchen took a deep breath, got up, walked over to Long Qingxian, and lightly kissed her cheek under the envious, jealous glares of every guy in the cafe. Long Qingxian blushed but nodded in satisfaction. Deal. Then she pulled out her phone and made a call right in front of Yi Xingchen. Hello? Get someone named Shi Wenbin out of the station in Yunhe City. Give them a heads up, don't mess with the Qinglong gang anymore. Early the next morning, after picking up Qin Yanran, Yi Xingchen didn't go to the Yida Company headquarters but instead went straight to a certain department, not specified to avoid being blocked, to begin bidding on a tourism project in Yunhe City. When Yixingchen and Qin Yanran arrived at the parking lot in front of the department, Yida company staff, including Lin Yun, were already waiting for Qin Yanran. President Qin, these are the related documents. I've already organized them. The bidding starts in 1 hour. Lin Yun quickly walked up to the car and reported the plan and details to Qin Yanran. Good. Let's go inside now. Has everyone eaten breakfast? Yes, President Qin, we've all eaten. All right, let's go in. We must win the bid for this tourism project today, otherwise our company won't have any major projects lined up in the short term. Qin Yanran held her small tablet and led the way toward the department building. As they walked, she suddenly turned around and looked at Yixingchen. Xingchen, you come in too? Huh? Me too? Yixingchen was confused. He was just a driver and bodyguard. There didn't seem to be a reason for him to go inside. After all, he couldn't help with anything. And who would dare to try anything against Qin Yanran in a government office? Yes, President Qin, Xingchen is just a driver. What if he causes trouble for us? This is a major project, such an important event. Having him come in with us isn't appropriate, is it? Several colleagues from Yida questioned Qin Yanran's decision. Qin Yanran's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and she glanced coldly at the employees who had just spoken. Ah, Xingchen, don't just stand there. Come on. Let's go in together. Seeing that President Qin seemed displeased, the employees quickly changed their tone, even though they didn't understand why she valued Yixingchen so much. All right. Yixingchen nodded, got out of the car, locked it, and quickly followed behind Qin Yanran. At the same time, Lin Yun gave Yixingchen a wink, as if to say, President Qin really values you, do your best. The group moved quickly toward the entrance, and just by chance, they ran into Sakura Company, also here to bid. Well, President Qin. What a coincidence. Such a grand scene? Looks like you're really determined to win this bid? Koizumi Ichiro greeted Qin Yanran with a fake smile, his beady eyes filled with open desire. Heh. Qin Yanran only gave a slight smile, not wanting to engage with Koizumi Ichiro. One of the Sakura Company staff behind Koizumi chuckled, President, Yida Company has already lost to us in several bids. If they lose again today, they won't have any big projects for months. How are they going to pay all those employees? Saka. If they can't support that many employees, they'll have to start laying people off. Once that begins, the whole market will lose confidence in Yida. Their stock will crash, and it's very likely Yida will go bankrupt. Koizumi Ichiro seemed to enjoy his subordinate's words. He gave a lewd smile and said, President Qin, if that day really comes and Yida goes bankrupt, you can always come to me for help. After all, we've been business partners for years. As long as you ask, I'll definitely help you. Qin Yanran didn't want to waste even a word on Koizumi Ichiro, nor did she want to stay near him for a second. His lecherous gaze made her feel extremely uncomfortable. Lin Yun, Qin Yanran's secretary, couldn't hold back anymore after seeing how arrogant Koizumi Ichiro and his group were acting. What kind of daydreams are you having? The bidding hasn't even started yet, and you already think you've won. Heh, Koizumi Ichiro gave a deep laugh. Is there even a need to think about this? Our Sakura Company is definitely going to win this bid. I hope President Qin won't be too sad when she loses. Of course, if you're willing to let your secretary spend a few nights with me, I might consider dropping out of the bidding and giving it to you. Ha ha ha. The Sakura Company staff all burst out laughing. You're disgusting. Lin Yun's face turned red with anger, but she didn't know how to respond. Many times, when men verbally fight with women, especially using sexual insults, they do have the upper hand. Koizumi Ichiro, right? Yixingchen stepped forward and blocked Lin Yun. Spend a few nights with you doing what? You can't even do anything. I heard you have ED and premature issues. You can't even get it up. Even if you had the chance, you couldn't perform. Baka. Koizumi Ichiro's face turned purple with rage. You're spouting nonsense. Am I? Yixingchen looked at him with mock surprise. I don't believe you. Unless you take your pants off right now and prove it. You. Of course, Koizumi Ichiro wouldn't actually take off his pants in public to prove it. He was also clearly guilty, forget doing it publicly, he wouldn't dare even in private. Koizumi Ichiro snorted, you people only know how to talk big. Not necessarily. Yixingchen clenched his fist to show he wasn't just talk. Koizumi Ichiro was instantly shut down and flustered for a moment before waving his hand in frustration, I'm done talking with you. Your culture is so vulgar, unlike our refined and elegant culture. Oh really? Yixingchen wasn't happy now. Our culture is vast and profound. Forget you, most of our own people wouldn't dare say they fully understand it. Who are you to call it vulgar? Do you really think you know it all? Koizumi Ichiro sneered, your culture is just hard to write characters. What's so difficult about it? I've been in your country for over 10 years, I understand it completely. And besides being vulgar, there's not much else to say. You dare say you completely understand our culture? That's hilarious. Let's do this, I'll ask a question that even any local would know. Let's see if you can answer it. Go ahead. If even your average person can answer it, why would I be stumped? I don't believe it. Alright, Mr. Inu, here's the question. In a classroom, there are 3 people, A, B, and C. At this moment, A says to B, "Hey B, is that girl at the door your sister?" B looks and replies, "Your sister." My sister? His sister. So, the question is, whose sister is the girl at the door? Koizumi Ichiro looked at Yishinchin, completely dumbfounded on the spot. Ha ha ha. The entire team from Yida Corporation could not help but burst into laughter at Koizumi Ichiro. Koizumi Ichiro looked at Yishinchin with suspicion. What kind of question is that? Are you sure every person from Xia country can answer it? Yishinchin shrugged innocently. Don't believe me? You can ask any passerby from Xia country. If they cannot answer it, or give a different answer, I'll admit I lost. How about that? Koizumi Ichiro wasn't stupid. From the expressions of the Yida staff, it was obvious they all knew the answer to that question. But Koizumi Ichiro was not about to admit defeat so easily. He immediately tried to make an excuse. Does not count. That question does not count. I have a younger sister in Toyo country. She died in a car accident. Every time I hear the word sister, I get very upset. So I refuse to answer this question. Oh really? Yishinchin didn't get angry, just smiled. Alright. I'll go along with your request. Let me give you a new one. Mr. Inu, listen carefully. A says to B, "B, your teeth are so white, are they real?" B answers A, "Fake." A is surprised and asks, "Really fake?" B replies, "Really. So tell me, Mr. Inu, are B's teeth real or fake?" Why? Real, fake, real. Koizumi Ichiro was completely dumbfounded. Koizumi Ichiro could not help but curse internally. What kind of stupid question is this, just about teeth, first real, then fake, then real again? Are they real or fake? Would it kill someone to just say it clearly? Ha ha ha. The Yida Corporation employees burst into laughter again. Even Lin Yun, seeing Koizumi Ichiro's frustrated expression, couldn't stay angry and held her belly laughing. So, how about it, dear Mr. Inu? Do you know whether his teeth are real or fake? Yishinchin pressed on, grinning playfully at Koizumi Ichiro. Damn it. Koizumi Ichiro clenched his teeth. If he were not sure he would lose in a fight against Yishinchin, he would have rushed up and beat him right then and there. The most frustrating thing in life is when you cannot win an argument and also cannot win a fight. Mr. Inu, with your level of understanding of Xia country culture, you haven't even scratched the surface, and yet you still dare to shamelessly claim you fully understand it. Are all Toyo people this arrogant and ignorant? Koizumi Ichiro started sweating profusely and quickly pulled out his phone to look up the meaning of Jingdi frog at the bottom of a well, on Baidu. Then Koizumi Ichiro became furious. You Xia people. You are too arrogant. Do you dare answer a question I ask you about Toyo culture? I never said I understood Toyo culture. And why would I study it? Xia country is the ancestor of Toyo culture. If I have time, I'd rather study Xia culture, the ancestor of Toyo culture. This kind of grandson culture? Not worth learning. Koizumi Ichiro almost spat blood on the spot after hearing Yishinchin's words. President, a Toyo employee behind Koizumi Ichiro gently tugged at him, the real business is more important. Don't waste time arguing with this guy. Koizumi Ichiro finally came back to his senses and glared viciously at Yishinchin. Koizumi Ichiro swore to himself, once Miyamoto Tomomi arrived in Yunha City tomorrow, he would make sure she eliminated Yishinchin the moment she arrived, to vent the anger in his heart. Kid. Your days of arrogance are numbered. Let's go. Koizumi Ichiro angrily shook his hand and led his subordinates into the related department. TCH. Yishinchin looked at Koizumi Ichiro's embarrassed back with disdain. And he dares insult my people? Looking for death. Behind Yishinchin, Lin Yun heard his overbearingly dominant words, and her face blushed red. She was moved and delighted. But what Lin Yun did not realize was that Yishinchin's "my people" did not refer to what she imagined. What Yishinchin meant by "my people" was more broadly his co-workers. Qin Yenran glanced at Koizumi Ichiro's departing figure and silently felt glad that she had brought Yishinchin with her. Qin Yenran was a typical career woman and was not good at verbal confrontations like this. Let the wicked deal with the wicked, although Yishinchin strictly speaking was not wicked. In that moment, Qin Yenran felt that hiring Yishinchin from the construction site back then was an incredibly wise decision. Let's go. Qin Yenran nodded at Yishinchin and then led the team into the relevant department. 1 hour later, the tourism project bidding meeting officially began. The official in charge began reading the contents of the tourism project. The bidding project is the Yunha Ocean Park. This project has been approved by the relevant project review and approval authority. The funding source is from other funds, coordinated use of agricultural-related financial funds. The bidding unit is the relevant department. The project is ready for bidding. The bidding method is public tender. Construction scale requirements: 30 public restrooms in the park, planting of velvet crepe myrtle, building 2 new asphalt concrete main roads, 5 bridges. Bidders must have independent legal entity status and provide a unified 3-in-1 business license. Joint bids are not allowed for this project. Now, representatives, please submit your bid documents. Our department will absolutely ensure openness, fairness, and impartiality. The company with the lowest bid price will win. Once the bid is submitted, it cannot be modified. As the official finished reading the long list of documents, the bidding process officially began. Koizumi Ichiro looked at Qin Yenran from afar, a smug grin on his face. His assistant chuckled softly. "President, that woman probably never imagined we already knew her low bid." Hehe. Koizumi Ichiro laughed smugly. "And I have even prepared for the possibility that she might lower it further. This time, Yida Corporation is definitely going to lose. As long as Yida loses this bid, they'll be in danger. At that time, President, you can take the opportunity to buy up the dumped Yida shares. Once you become the largest shareholder, won't that woman have to kneel at your feet and lick your shoes, begging you not to remove her from her CEO position?" Ha ha ha. Koizumi Ichiro seemed to see the scene described by his assistant and burst out laughing, then glared at Yi Xingchen darkly. "I've changed my mind. I do not want to kill him immediately. I want him to watch as Qin Yenran and her secretary kneel at my feet, and then I'll get rid of him. Whoever dares oppose me, Koizumi Ichiro, will never meet a good end." On Yida Corporation's side, Lin Yun naturally knew how important this bid was for the company. Yida had not secured any large projects in a long time. For the past few months, they had only managed to survive on small, scattered contracts. If they failed this bid again, the consequences Koizumi Ichiro mentioned might really come true. Holding the bid document in her hands, Lin Yun's hands began to tremble slightly. "President Qin, is this really the final price?" "Yes." Qin Yenran nodded firmly. "Go ahead, Yun, submit the bid." "But what if? I'm worried." Lin Yun frowned tightly, feeling extremely uneasy inside. She was already considered a senior employee at Yida and had deep feelings toward both the company and Qin Yenran. She had long since regarded Yida as her home. If the company really collapsed, she didn't even dare to imagine what she would do next. "Sis Yun, don't worry. You don't trust President Qin? Just go with confidence." Yi Xingchen smiled at Lin Yun and kept encouraging her. With his support, Lin Yun finally felt a little more assured. After all, ever since Yi Xingchen appeared in her life, there hadn't been a problem he could not solve. Anything he was confident in, always succeeded. Maybe Yi Xingchen was Yida's lucky star? Maybe this time the company would win the bid too? With this thought, Lin Yun took a deep breath and confidently handed the bid document to the department official. Soon, the department had collected all the bid documents from the participating companies. The official began reading each bid aloud in front of everyone present. "Now, under the witness of all companies and media present, I will begin reading the bid prices submitted by each company. Melee Construction, 512 million summer country currency. Xiadia Group, 497 million. 91 Group, 489 million. After reading out several bids, next came Sakura Company. Sakura Construction, 448 million. What? As the bid was read aloud, a wave of shock spread across Yida. Lin Yun even shouted in a low voice, "What the hell? 448 million? Why is it always just barely lower than ours? Can it really be that much of a coincidence? We're doomed, our bid was 453 million, they undercut us again. Why does this keep happening? It's really over this time." After preparing so much, Sakura still intercepted it. "Even the heavens won't bless Yida." Hehe. Yi Xingchen and Qin Yenran exchanged a glance, neither of them showing much emotion. Instead, both had faint smiles on their faces. As soon as Yi Xingchen heard Sakura's bid, he knew Yida had won this round. "Ha ha ha! We win!" In stark contrast to Yida's gloom, the Sakura team was cheering with excitement, some even hugging to celebrate. Koizumi Ichiro raised the corners of his mouth and glanced at Yida's area like a victor. Coincidentally, Qin Yenran was also looking toward the Sakura team. Their eyes met. Though both wore calm expressions, the hostility between them was obvious. Hehe, Koizumi Ichiro smirked proudly at Qin Yenran. This woman has already lost. Is she looking for a way out now? Thinking about how to crawl back to me on her knees? Ha ha ha, anything I set my eyes on can never escape my grasp. Something's wrong. Suddenly, Koizumi Ichiro felt like he saw something in Qin Yenran's smile, contempt, mockery, maybe even calm confidence. If it weren't for the Yida team wailing in despair, he would have doubted whether Yida's bid was actually lower. This woman, she's way too calm. Does she really not care about Yida? Would she rather let such a big company go bankrupt than ask for my help? Where is her confidence coming from? While Koizumi Ichiro was puzzled, the department official began reading the final bid. Naturally, the last one was from Yida Corporation. The official was first stunned, then a smile of relief spread across his face. Yida Construction, 440 million. According to the principle that the lowest bidder wins, I hereby announce on behalf of the department that the Yunha Ocean Park Tourism Project is officially awarded to Yida Construction for 440 million. Congratulations to Yida Construction. What? Impossible. Koizumi Ichiro jumped up in disbelief. The Sakura team fell into a dead silence. No one expected Yida's price to be that much lower than what they had anticipated. Mr. Koizumi, do you have any objections to this bidding result? The official asked with a displeased face. As someone from Xia country, he naturally did not want to see the project handed over to a Toyo company like Sakura. President. Koizumi Ichiro's assistant quickly tugged at him and forced a smile at the official. Sorry, our president was just surprised. No objections, no objections. It wasn't just Koizumi Ichiro. Lin Yun also looked at Qin Yenran in confusion. President Qin, but I remember, our bid was. It's all thanks to Xingqian. This is all his doing. Ha ha ha. Sis Yun. Yi Xingqian laughed and gently patted her shoulder. President Qin and I already found the mole from Sakura inside our company. So we set a trap and tricked them. To prevent any leaks, President Qin changed the bid price last night, so only the two of us knew. Really? That's amazing. Lin Yun, seeing the company she saw as home saved by Yi Xingqian, was so moved she threw herself into his arms. You little brat. You didn't even tell me. I was so worried for nothing. I hate you. Yi Xingqian stiffened a bit, forcing a smile. Sis Yun, it was all part of the act, right? If I told you, how could we fool those little bastards? Ha ha ha. He turned and gave Koizumi Ichiro a smug glance. Koizumi Ichiro saw it and immediately realized he'd been played. His face twisted with anger, but he had no outlet for it. After all, he couldn't just rush over and demand to know why Qin Yenran had changed the bid last minute, could he? Damn it, Koizumi Ichiro had to swallow his rage along with his pride. Bakayaru. I'll make sure you die a miserable death. Congratulations, President Qin. Congratulations, President Qin. You truly deserve to be called the business goddess of Yunha City. Executives from companies including Xiaodia Group and Jioi Group walked up to Qin Yenran with smiles on their faces and extended their right hands in a friendly manner. Thank you. Qin Yenran was also very happy and shook hands with everyone one by one. Hee hee. The executive from Xiaodia Group glanced from a distance at Shoji Ichiro and his team, who had already started to leave, and couldn't help but smile. As long as that guy didn't snatch it, I'm happy with whoever won the bid. Exactly. The Jioi Group executive nodded in agreement. That guy had snatched a few projects in a row recently and got way too smug. It's perfect that President Qin could put him in his place this time. Congratulations again, President Qin. Thank you, thank you. You are all veterans in the industry. I still have a lot to learn from you in the future, so I hope you'll be generous with your guidance. Qin Yenran didn't say anything bad about Shoji Ichiro behind his back, she just nodded humbly. Qin Yenran was still chatting with other company executives, and it looked like she wouldn't be leaving anytime soon. Yi Xingqian stood up. I'm going to the bathroom. I'll be back soon. After Yi Xingqian left, Lin Yun also stood up. I'm going to the restroom. If you're getting ready to leave, send me a message on WeChat. Got it. Several colleagues nodded. Yi Xingqian walked into the men's bathroom with his hands in his pockets, whistling casually, looking very relaxed. Just as he was about to close the door, a silhouette suddenly slipped into his stall from behind. Then the door was shut and locked. Yi Xingqian saw that it was Lin Yun who came in and was almost scared out of his mind. Knock knock knock. Just then, footsteps echoed in the men's bathroom. Someone had come in. Lin Yun gestured to Yi Xingqian to keep quiet. Yi Xingqian looked at Lin Yun in confusion, not understanding why she was there. Lin Yun quickly showed Yi Xingqian her intent through her actions. Bite. It was a bold move that Yi Xingqian hadn't seen coming. Even though Yi Xingqian had no experience, he immediately realized what was about to happen. If it weren't for the frequent footsteps outside, he felt like he might have cried out in shock. But Yi Xingchen knew very well, no one could tell who might be outside. If it was a colleague, and they barged in. This situation, this moment, could utterly destroy Lin Yun's reputation. Yi Xingchen leaned back as much as possible, frantically motioning for Lin Yun to stop. But Lin Yun acted like she didn't see his desperate signals and boldly continued. Yi Xingchen was both nervous and excited, unable to speak. Rustle, rustle, rustle. In the cramped stall, soft sounds occasionally echoed. Xingchen, is that you in there? What made Yi Xingchen even more nervous was hearing a colleague's voice outside the stall. It seemed they had heard the noises inside. Lin Yun gave Yi Xingchen a teasing look and gestured to remind him to watch what he said and not to give anything away. Ah? Yi Xingchen hesitated for a moment, then tried to calm his tone as much as possible. Yeah, I'm in the bathroom. My stomach's a bit upset. Not sure what I ate this morning. What's up? Hee hee. The colleague outside couldn't help but laugh. Nothing much, just wanted to say congratulations. You're the big hero this time. President Qin will definitely value you more from now on. You've got a bright future at Yida. I think her secretary, Lin Yun, seems to like you too. Ah? Yi Xingchen glanced at Lin Yun and suddenly felt guilty. Lin Yun liked him? Of course she did. Otherwise, why would she be doing this for him right now? Haha. Lin Yun is like the goddess of our Yida company. If you can actually win her over, it's like you saved the world in your past life and helped Ultraman beat the monsters. The colleague's voice was full of envy and jealousy. That's for sure. Yi Xingchen smiled while speaking and winked at Lin Yun. Lin Yun rolled her eyes at Yi Xingchen and gently patted the back of his heel with her right hand. When you make it big someday, don't forget about your colleagues, okay? HSS, of course not, we've all worked together. I'm not the kind of person who forgets his friends once he's successful. I absolutely won't forget. Yi Xingchen's tone was clearly off compared to normal. But the colleague outside didn't notice, or even if they did, they probably thought Yi Xingchen really just had a stomachache. Haha. Good to hear. Alright, I'll head out first. I think President Qin will be leaving soon, so hurry up, don't keep her waiting. Okay, thanks for the heads up, see you in a bit? After the colleague left, Yi Xingchen quietly looked at Lin Yun. Since things had already happened, resisting was pointless. Yi Xingchen slowly closed his eyes. In that moment, a line from Li Yu's poem floated into his mind. The ties can't be cut, the chaos can't be sorted, this is the sorrow of parting, with a taste that lingers in the heart. Wasn't this exactly that kind of taste now? Rustle, rustle. The tug-of-war lasted for about 10 minutes. In the end, Mount Vesuvius in Naples completely erupted. Ha! Another line from Du Fu's poetry popped into Yi Xingchen's mind. I must climb to the summit, to see all the mountains beneath. This time, he really had reached the summit. What the hell, how did he become a poet? Why did he keep reciting poetry? Was he now truly the wandering poet Yi Xingchen? Thinking of this, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but feel embarrassed, and suddenly realized the reason. It's just that these days the content review was way too strict. It had to be revised 9 times, anyone would turn into a wandering poet at that rate. After a while, Lin Yun finally took a small step back and rolled her eyes at Yi Xingchen. Sorry, Yunjie. Seeing how disheveled Lin Yun looked, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but feel apologetic. Lin Yun just smiled and shook her head at Yi Xingchen, without saying anything. It seemed to mean, it's okay. The two looked into each other's eyes. And this time, a spark of emotion quietly ignited between them. Maybe in that moment, both had already made up their minds, deep in their hearts, about each other. After the two of them straightened their clothes and hair, Yi Xingchen finally raised his voice a little and softly asked, "Excuse me, is anyone out there?" Outside the stall, the restroom was completely silent, with no sound at all. In fact, Yi Xingchen had already noticed earlier that there hadn't been any movement outside for a long time. Basically, apart from himself and Lin Yun, there shouldn't be anyone else in the restroom. But to protect Lin Yun's reputation, Yi Xingchen cautiously asked anyway, just in case. Since no one responded, it was safe to come out. If someone had answered, he could have found an excuse, like saying there were no tissues in the stall. Seeing that there was no one outside, Yi Xingchen carefully made a shoo gesture to Lin Yun, then guiltily opened the stall door and peeked out. After confirming the restroom was empty, Yi Xingchen quickly ran out to scout the area. In the narrow hallway outside, even at the entrance of the adjacent women's restroom, there was no one. Only then did Yi Xingchen feel relieved and hurriedly waved at Lin Yun, who was still inside the stall. Lin Yun immediately understood, ran out of the restroom, and then calmly walked over to the sink between the men's and women's restrooms to wash her hands and rinse her mouth. Their relationship had already reached a very close level, so Yi Xingchen no longer felt shy and grew bolder. He glanced around and, seeing no one nearby, lightly touched Lin Yun's curvy but with his right hand. Lin Yun glanced back at Yi Xingchen without anger, giving him a sideways look. Ding dong. At that moment, both Yi Xingqian's and Lin Yun's phones chimed with new WeChat message notifications. They both instinctively took out their phones and looked, then smiled at each other. It was a message from a colleague saying that Qin Yanran and the others were ready to return to the office and would meet in the parking lot soon. The two walked shoulder to shoulder. While all their colleagues were headed to the parking lot, Yi Xingqian boldly held Lin Yun's small hand. Lin Yun looked down at their interlocked hands but didn't pull away. After a brief hesitation, she looked up at Yi Xingqian. Xingqian, actually? I'm not that kind of woman? I'm still a virgin. Yi Xingqian quickly reached out and gently covered Lin Yun's mouth. Yunjie, don't say that. I don't mind. Then, do you like me? Lin Yun looked at Yi Xingqian nervously. Yi Xingqian smiled warmly and carefully pulled Lin Yun into his arms, answering her with his actions. Lin Yun was beautiful, had a great figure, a good personality, and liked wearing black stockings. Who could say no to such an outstanding girl? Who could resist the allure of black stockings? Hearing Yi Xingqian's reassuring response, Lin Yun finally relaxed. That's good. I was worried. Hee. From now on, don't call me little brother anymore. Just call me Xingqian, and I'll call you Yun Yun. Okay. Lin Yun nodded firmly. The two of them held hands and continued walking toward the parking lot. Suddenly, Lin Yun seemed to remember something and looked at Yi Xingqian in surprise. Xingqian. You're too strong. Too strong? Yun Yun, what do you mean? Yi Xingqian looked at Lin Yun in confusion. A blush appeared on Lin Yun's face. Although I've never experienced it before, I do have some theoretical knowledge. Normally, the amount in one go is just a few dozen microliters, right? But this time, I think it was almost a few milliliters. It's insane. So just now, when I frowned, it wasn't because I was disgusted by that, but because the amount was too much, it shattered what I thought was normal. Ah, well, Yi Xingqian scratched his head awkwardly. So it turns out that in this declining world, even men's abilities in that area have been affected. And, Lin Yun's face turned even redder. If it's using the mouth, isn't it said that it only takes about 10 seconds? But you went for more than 10 minutes. Isn't that a good thing? Our future life will be even more blissful. That's, honestly a bit scary. Lin Yun looked at Yi Xingqian with a complicated expression. It's hard to imagine, if we really go all the way, will I be able to handle it, or even satisfy you? Well, Lin Yun's words made Yi Xingqian realize something. It was only now that he became aware of the issue. His physical abilities hadn't declined at all, while everyone else's had drastically weakened. If he and Lin Yun really went all the way, what should be a happy and simple thing might turn into pain and torment for Lin Yun. And it wouldn't be something that only happens once in a long while. In fact, it might even be very frequent. After all, any normal man with a goddess like Lin Yun wouldn't be able to hold back, unless he had a problem. Maybe, he needed to find a way to research this issue. If he didn't solve it, he'd be afraid to even touch Lin Yun. But, I was surprised, not disgusted or anything like that. Lin Yun suddenly lifted her head and looked deeply at Yi Xingqian. If we really reach that point, I can still use my hands, my mouth, my feet, all of them can be used, right? As she spoke, Lin Yun was already too shy to continue, lowering her head so much that Yi Xingqian could barely hear her voice. Yi Xingqian was moved and gently held Lin Yun's small hand. Don't worry, Yun Yun. I'll definitely find a way to deal with these challenges. Lin Yun looked at Yi Xingqian in confusion, not understanding what exactly he meant by challenges. Yi Xingqian didn't explain much, he just smiled. Oh right? Lin Yun suddenly remembered something. Let's not make our relationship public for now. The company is still growing, and things like dating, marriage, or having kids, well, you know what that means for a woman's career, right? Even though it's unlikely President Qin would do something like that, I still don't want to take that risk. I don't want to lose this job just because of us. Okay. I promise you. Yi Xingqian nodded and agreed without hesitation. You're the best. You naughty boy. Lin Yun's face was filled with a happy smile as she tiptoed and gave Yi Xingqian a light peck on the cheek. By the time the two of them got to the parking lot, the other colleagues were already sitting in the car. Hurry up, Miss Secretary, Brother Xingqian, we've all been waiting for you. Coming. Yi Xingqian and Lin Yun exchanged a smile, then jogged over and got into Qin Yanran's car. Qin Yanran looked suspiciously at Lin Yun, then at Yi Xingqian who was already in the driver's seat. Her brows furrowed slightly as she fell into thought, as if she had vaguely noticed something. Good news. Big news. The latest great news. Just before the end of the workday, a colleague who had gone to the bidding meeting with Yi Xingqian excitedly walked into Yi Xingqian's office. What's going on? Old Zhang, look how happy you are. Yi Xingqian put away his phone and smiled at old Zhang. Strong man. We won the bid today, and President Qin is very pleased. She decided to give the whole company a paid day off tomorrow. Also, she's treating lunch for those who went to the bidding meeting this morning, at the most luxurious hotel in Yunha City, the Yunha Grand Hotel. Really? When Yi Xingchen heard that Qin Yanran was treating, he instantly perked up. His usual basic meal already cost hundreds of dollars. If Qin Yanran was paying and it was all you can eat, he figured he'd easily eat a few $1,000s worth. Total win. Ha ha ha. Old Zhang also looked really happy. That's the Yunha Grand Hotel. I've lived so many years and never been to a place that fancy. This is a real treat. Old Zhang beamed. I'll go finish my work now. Strongman, you'd better get ready too. Okay. Yi Xingchen made an okay hand gesture toward Old Zhang. Ding dong. Just as Old Zhang left, Yi Xingchen received a WeChat message from Lin Yun. Xingchen, go ahead to the dinner tonight. I've got something to take care of at home, so I won't be going. Yi Xingchen felt a little disappointed reading Lin Yun's message. He was hoping to use this chance to get closer to her. But since Lin Yun said she had something at home, Yi Xingchen couldn't say much. He could only reply helplessly. All right. I'll miss you. Right after he sent that message, Lin Yun replied quickly. Sweet talker. Yi Xingchen suddenly had an idea and sent her another message. Little Yun Yun, here's a riddle for you. Apart, it feels good, together, it's uncomfortable. What character is that? Lin Yun didn't reply for nearly a minute, probably thinking hard. I don't know. Bite. You jerk. Bullying me again. Seeing Lin Yun's reply, Yi Xingchen laughed out loud. Then Lin Yun sent another message. President Qin is already heading to the Yunha Grand Hotel to reserve a table. You'd better get ready. Okay. Yi Xingchen straightened his collar and walked toward the elevator. As the elevator doors opened, Qin Yanran was already inside. She smiled at Yi Xingchen and stepped back to make room. Yi Xingchen quickly got in. The two left the building and reserved a private dining room at the Yunha Grand Hotel. And it really lived up to its name as the most upscale hotel in Yunha City. The owner must be someone powerful. Reservations had to be made in person, no phone bookings allowed, no matter who you were. After Qin Yanran got everything arranged, the other employees started arriving one after another. Inside the private room, Qin Yanran raised a wine glass the size of a bottle cap. Everyone, you've worked hard for this bidding project. This drink is for you. Yi Xingchen also raised his glass and finished the wine in one gulp. But then he noticed something odd. Everyone else, including Qin Yanran, had only taken a tiny sip. Only Yi Xingchen, being the honest one, had downed the whole capful of wine in one go. Old Zhang noticed this and gave him a thumbs up. Strong man, what a drinker. Downed it all in one go. Impressive, impressive. Yi Xingchen froze slightly, feeling a little awkward. He'd forgotten that this world was no longer the one he used to live in. Back then, drinking a capful of wine in one gulp would get you mocked. But now, it made you look like a heavyweight drinker. Trying to cover up, Yi Xingchen rubbed his forehead. No. I thought you all were going to down it too, so Actually, I'm a lightweight, that gulp burned my throat, I need a break. Ha ha ha. Old Zhang didn't think much of it and just laughed heartily. Qin Yanran took a small sip of wine and continued speaking. Next, I want to announce a personnel change. Starting now, Shen Jingbing is removed from his position as Security Department Chief. His role will be taken over by former Deputy Chief Wang Xian. Yi Xingchen will take Wang Xian's place as the new Deputy Chief. What? This? Congrats, strongman. You've only been with the company for a short time and already got promoted. Deputy Chief of Security, awesome. The colleagues around the table expressed surprise and congratulations. Qin Yanran glanced at Yi Xingchen and explained, the reason for this change is because I discovered that Shen Jingbing had been colluding with Xiao Quanjun from Sakura Corporation. He repeatedly leaked company secrets. Shen is not only being dismissed, later I'll call the police to pursue criminal charges. What? That guy betrayed the company? That's awful. Didn't see that coming. Good thing President Qin found out. Otherwise, the bidding could have failed because of that traitor. Talk about karma. Just a few days ago, Shen Jingbing had been acting all arrogant, picking on Yi Xingchen constantly. In the blink of an eye, he'd fallen from grace and now faced criminal charges. Of course, the happiest person about all this was Yi Xingchen. He got a promotion, a raise, and got rid of a rival in one shot. I hope everyone keeps working hard to build something great with the company. Let's do it. Qin Yanran was pleased with everyone's response and waved her hand. Lin Yun had something at home, so she won't be here tonight. Now that everyone else is here, let's eat. As Qin Yanran used her toothpick-sized chopsticks to pick up a few grains of rice, the others followed and began eating. The whole room was filled with a warm, joyful atmosphere. But this joy was short-lived. It was soon interrupted by the sound of an argument outside. Sir, this room is already occupied. We're fully booked tonight, there are no empty rooms. If you can wait a bit, we'll assign you one as soon as it's available. Bullshit. Get lost. This room has always been mine. Who the hell is bold enough to not give me face in Yunha City? I want to see who's inside, I'll make sure they lose their appetite. Just as the arguing voices faded, a young man in a suit suddenly pushed open the flimsy door and walked in. You? When Qin Yanran saw who it was, she was first surprised, then frowned, her face full of wariness and disgust. Oh? What a coincidence. Turns out it's my goddess, President Qin. The young man looked surprised at first, then was overjoyed. Now I definitely can't leave. This private room is mine tonight. But I won't keep it to myself, I'll share it with President Qin. Ha ha ha. After saying that, the young man, looking smug, jogged over to Qin Yanran and began tapping on the shoulder of a female employee from Yida Company who was sitting beside her. Move, move, move. I want to sit next to President Qin. The female employee was frightened by his gesture and quickly ran to another empty seat. Seeing this scene, Yi Xingchen quietly asked old Zhang next to him, "Old Zhang, who is this guy? So arrogant. Looks like our coworkers are scared of him." Old Zhang frowned too, worried that if they spoke too loudly it would anger the young man. He leaned toward Yi Xingchen and whispered, "That guy is Lai Yuejing, nicknamed Young Master Lai. He's the eldest son of the Lai family, one of the 4 big families in Yunha City. A typical nouveau riche, he's got money, power, and connections. Forget the coworkers, even President Qin is wary of him. Honestly, there are very few people in Yunha City who aren't afraid of him." Such strong backing? Yi Xingchen looked at Lai Yuejing in surprise, muttering in his heart. Lai Yuejing? Why does that name sound so weird? Is he supposed to be Young Master Lai or Miss Lai? Exactly. This guy is a hardcore admirer of President Qin. He was out of town on business for a while, so he hasn't bothered her recently. Now that he's back in Yunha, it'll be hard on her again. While Yi Xingchen and old Zhang were talking, Lai Yuejing had already started pestering Qin Yanran. "President Qin, I just got back to Yunha City and happened to run into you here. Isn't this fate? Shouldn't we toast to our fate? Come on, President Qin, don't be so cold to me. I really like you. If you become my girlfriend, your Yida Company won't have any problems in Yunha ever again. With us joining forces, we won't just dominate Yunha, we'll rule the entire southern real estate and construction market. Hey? Why are you all just standing there? So clueless. Go get me a flower. I'm giving it to the most destined person, President Qin." Perhaps because of Lai Yuejing's power and influence, Qin Yanran didn't dare reject him too harshly. She only smiled bitterly. "Young Master Lai, I'm just a plain woman, how could I be worthy of you? There are enough high-class ladies chasing you to line up from Yunha all the way to the capital. Why waste your time?" As Qin Yanran spoke, she glanced around, clearly looking for a good excuse to get rid of him. "That's exactly why it proves my love is true. What's that saying, among 3,000 who drown, I only scoop one ladle." Qin Yanran realized with frustration that Lai Yuejing was unbearably clingy, like a piece of gum stuck to her shoe. No matter what she said, he always had a smooth reply, just stubbornly hanging on. Just when Qin Yanran felt helpless, she spotted Yi Xingchen and her eyes lit up. She kept signaling him with pleading looks, clearly asking for help. Yi Xingchen's mouth twitched slightly. President Qin wanted him to save her? But how? He was just a regular, unknown employee. Lai Yuejing was a big shot. And what excuse could he use? If it were Lin Yun, he could say she was his girlfriend and tell the guy to back off. But he had no relationship with Qin Yanran. Seeing Yi Xingchen remain still, Qin Yanran subtly waved a small fist at him. Yi Xingchen instantly understood, she was threatening him. Suddenly, he remembered something. How could he say he had no connection with Qin Yanran? She was his boss. If he pissed off the boss, he'd be packing up and leaving. To be fair, Qin Yanran had treated him pretty well. Yi Xingchen didn't want to lose this job, so even if he didn't want to stir up trouble, he had to act. He glanced at Lai Yuejing, who was still trying to toast Qin Yanran with his little capful of wine, and suddenly came up with a clever plan, one that could help Qin Yanran while avoiding conflict with Lai Yuejing. Yi Xingchen cheerfully swapped seats with a colleague beside Lai Yuejing and gently tapped his right arm. "Young Master Lai. Young Master Lai." Lai Yuejing, annoyed by the interruption, turned and glared at Yi Xingchen. "Kid, what are you doing? I'm trying to have a drink with your boss, what's it to you? If you know what's good for you, get lost." Yi Xingchen didn't get mad, just kept smiling. "Young Master Lai, may I have a word with you? Who the hell are you? Why would I talk to you? If it weren't for your boss, I'd beat you to death. Get lost." Lai Yuejing was clearly very impatient. "Please, young Master Lai, no need to get upset." Yi Xingchen kept smiling and kept signaling with his eyes toward Qin Yanran's seat, trying to convey something. Lai Yuejing paused, vaguely understanding Yi Xingqian's meaning, and finally stood up. Your topic better be worth my time, or you're dead. Come, young Master Lai, this way, just a quick word. Yi Xingqian cheerfully threw an arm over Lai Yuejing's shoulder and led him outside the private room. Say what you need to say. We're alone now. Young Master Lai. You won't win over President Qin like this. You need a different approach. Oh? What do you mean? Lai Yuejing paused, then eagerly grabbed Yi Xingqian's right hand like he was discovering a genius. Hee, seeing Lai Yuejing take the bait, Yi Xingqian grinned. Young Master Lai, I'm Deputy Chief of Security at Yida. So, if I help you get things going with President Qin. He stopped just at the right moment. Lai Yuejing slapped his chest with confidence. Say no more. If you help me win over your boss, you'll be like a brother to me. I'll get you promoted to something like a VP position, it's just a word from me. Great. Then I'll get straight to it. Yi Xingqian smiled deeply. Young Master Lai. You don't get it, when chasing a girl, you first have to know what kind of guy she likes. That's the only way to suit her taste and win her over. It's like how girls wear makeup, they know guys like pretty ones, so, you get it, right? Seeing Yi Xingqian's knowing expression, Lai Yuejing nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense? But, what kind of guy does your President Qin like? Yi Xingqian smiled again. Our President Qin? She likes guys who are really masculine. Huh? That's me, isn't it? I mean, don't I give off that manly vibe? Lai Yuejing slapped his chest without hesitation. Yi Xingqian's lips twitched slightly. This guy? Manly? That word doesn't really fit him. Just his name, Lai Yuejing? Sounds like, monthly period. Who's going to think that's manly? But Yi Xingqian didn't say any of that, of course. He kept patiently leading him along. Young Master Lai, you really do have that masculine vibe, but, showing it off in front of other people doesn't work. You have to show it in front of President Qin. She's not going to fall for you just because someone else says you're manly. And even if she did, would you want to marry someone like that? You're right, Lai Yuejing nodded. Then what do you think I should do to show my masculinity? There's plenty. Like, hitting the gym, lifting heavy, training hard for a year, you'll be packed with muscle, that's manly. Or stop acting all flirty, move with more composure, more confidence, that's real man energy. Or drinking, having a high tolerance is masculine too. Think about it, when you see a guy who never gets drunk, don't you instinctively feel he's a real man? Yeah, that's true. Lai Yuejing's eyes lit up. And I'm telling you, I've got the tolerance, never get drunk. Really? That's perfect. Yi Xingqian was thrilled to see he'd taken the bait. Here's the deal, once we get back inside, let's pretend we hit it off, like kindred spirits. Whatever you drink, I'll drink too. My tolerance is pretty bad, so I'll be done quickly. Then you just sit there like nothing happened. In comparison, President Qin will see you're the real man. Smart. Then I'll definitely win her heart. Ha ha ha. Awesome. Lai Yuejing slapped Yi Xingqian's shoulder excitedly. Bro. No need to thank me, once you're drunk, I'll send someone to take you to a hotel, and later I'll send a girl to your room. No, 3. However you want to play it. Thanks, young Master Lai. The two of them walked back to the private room arm in arm, smiling brightly. Seeing the confused look on his little brother's face, Lai Yuejing happily pointed at Yi Xingqian. This bro and I clicked instantly, had a good chat. As he spoke, he thumped his chest again, trying to show his masculine spirit. Not just his little brother, even Qin Yanran looked confused at both of them, wondering what Yi Xingqian was up to. Could it be? Qin Yanran's heart skipped. Did Yi Xingqian just seduce Lai Yuejing to help her out? So, Lai Yuejing swings both ways? Didn't see that coming. Thinking that, Qin Yanran gave Lai Yuejing a look full of disbelief. That glance almost made Lai Yuejing float. He got even more hyped. Looks like Yi Xingqian was right, Qin Yanran likes super manly guys. No matter how he bugged her before, Qin Yanran never gave him the time of day. But just now, one chest slap and she really looked at him. If he could drink Yi Xingqian under the table, wouldn't she fall into his arms? Too excited to hold back, Lai Yuejing grabbed a 1.7-ounce bottle of strong liquor and immediately downed it. Come on, bro. Fill it up. Real men drink it all in one go. He quickly poured shots into bottle cap-sized cups for both himself and Yi Xingqian, then chugged his with a showy flair. Wow! Young Master Lai can really drink. That was at least 0.03 ounces of liquor, and he downed it without blinking, really does have the tolerance of 1,000 shots. Several Yida employees were stunned by Lai Yuejing's boldness. Lai Yuejing glanced at Yi Xingqian, constantly signaling him to drink too. Yi Xingqian quickly put on a nervous expression, raised his glass, gave Lai a nod, and then pretended to wince as he finished his shot. Ha ha ha. Xingqian's done with his drink, Judging by his face, he's about to pass out. No kidding, that was more than 0.03 ounces of liquor. A normal guy couldn't handle that in one go. Yida employees seemed to forget their own side and started commenting like spectators. Ha ha ha. Good. Bold move. Lai Yuejing gave Yixingchen a heavy slap on the shoulder. For our bond, bro, let's go for another round. This time, his little brother smartly slipped over and refilled both their glasses. Yixingchen deliberately looked troubled. Maybe, we eat something first before the next? I don't think I can take much more. Lai Yuejing nearly burst out laughing. Honestly, one shot wasn't much to him, but even he was starting to feel it. His throat and stomach were starting to burn. But what's the point of drinking? To prove how manly you are, right? If he managed 2 rounds and Yixingchen passed out, he'd win for sure. So Lai Yuejing put on a displeased face and raised his glass again. Say no more. Down it in 1. If you think I'm not worthy of being your drinking buddy, then forget it. Then he started wildly signaling Yixingchen with his eyes, clearly saying, "What are you scared of? Just drink. Once you're out, I'll send you to a hotel and have 3 girls waiting. Hurry up, stop hesitating." Alright. Yixingchen again put on a reluctant face, mimicked Lai Yuejing's move, pinched his nose with his left hand, and poured the entire shot into his mouth with his right. In just a few seconds, the two of them had each taken down 2 shots of strong liquor. Great tolerance. 2 or 3 milliliters of strong liquor down and still steady. They say in the Tang dynasty, the poet Li Bai earned the title of Immortal of Wine by drinking 10 milliliters in one meal. I want to see if young Master Lai and Xingchen can break the immortal Li Bai's 10 milliliter record. Lai might make it. Xingchen? I doubt it. Amid the crowd's flattery, Lai Yuejing didn't know if it was the alcohol or the feeling of getting closer to Li Bai, but he started feeling like he was floating. So this was the charm of masculinity? It felt great. But when Lai looked at Yixingchen, his joy vanished. Why wasn't this guy passed out yet? Damn it, if he doesn't collapse, that means I have to keep drinking. 3 shots in a row, that's around 5 milliliters. Who the hell can take that? Lai glanced at Qin Yanran, then began frantically signaling to Yixingchen to fake being drunk, even if he wasn't. Yixingchen looked confused for a second, blinked like he realized something. Got it. Understood. Yixingchen gave an okay sign. Lai felt a little relieved. Even if the guy was a little slow, at least he got the point. This kid was teachable. Come on. Young Master Lai. We really vibe. Let's have another one. Fill it up. Yixingchen quickly picked up the bottle and poured full shots for both of them. Lai nearly spit out blood, swearing in his head. Are you blind? Brain damaged? Can't you see I'm at my limit? Still drinking? Drink my ass. Not knowing what was going on, Qin Yanran looked at the two of them, puzzled. Every time she got that question mark feeling, it wasn't her, it was that the people in front of her had something wrong. Why were they actually drinking more? These two, something's off. Lai also noticed Qin Yanran was watching him, and he knew he couldn't back down now. If he did, all his effort would be wasted. And honestly, the plan was working, why else would she keep glancing at him? Thinking that, even though he wanted to kill Yixingchen, he forced a calm smile and raised his glass. This? Piece of cake. This amount couldn't even fill the gap between my teeth. At home, I drink 1.7-ounce bottles like water. After that, he clinked glasses with Yixingchen and downed the shot again. This one hit hard. If he hadn't forced it down, Lai felt he would have puked on the spot. And when he looked at Yixingchen again, he nearly collapsed right there. No more, no more. I can't take it. I'm getting drunk. Yixingchen was holding his head, swaying like he was going to fall. Was this guy pretending not to understand? Why wasn't he faking being drunk yet? He was making Lai look ridiculous. Damn it, if you can't take it, just lie down and fake it. You think I'm drinking because I want to hang out with you? Think again. Lai kept wildly signaling with his eyes and eyebrows. Yixingchen blinked, straightened up again with effort. Young Master Lai, are you still drinking? I really can't. One more and I'll definitely be out. Alright, just one more. Lai nearly exploded. If Qin Yanran weren't there, he would have cracked that bottle over Yixingchen's head. But remembering that Xingchen said, just one more and I'll be out, Lai gritted his teeth and forced himself to act tough. Hey, bro, a man can say anything, but never say he can't. Last one, just one more. Lai's little brother rushed over and refilled both of their shots. Okay, last one, then. After Yixingchen said that, Lai frowned, holding back the rising nausea and finished his shot again. What a drinker. I think tonight we're witnessing a new wine immortal. Legendary, badass, 666. Cheers echoed around the room, and Lai finally felt a brief moment of satisfaction. But then he looked at Yixingchen, still standing tall, and that feeling vanished. He really wanted to grab Xingchen by the collar and yell. Damn it, you said you'd collapse after this shot, didn't you? What happened to trust between people? Aren't we from the same country? Weren't we supposed to have each other's back? Can't you understand plain words? Can you? Young Master Lai, your drinking skills are amazing. I really admire that. Yi Xingchen gave him a thumbs up. Another wave of rage burned in Lai's chest. Both the alcohol and Xingchen's words added fuel to the fire. Admire my drinking? Why the hell would I want you to admire that? I'm trying to get the girl, not impress you. Still, Lai reminded himself, manly man above all. Even while furious, he forced himself to smile and patted Xingchen on the shoulder. Bro, your tolerance is good too. But compared to mine, you're still a bit behind. This amount doesn't even count. At home, I drink this stuff like water. Really? Yi Xingchen looked surprised. Then, one more. Lai was stunned. I think that's enough, these two already drank so much. I doubt they can take any more. Same here. Most people would be full just from that much water, let alone strong liquor. Not everyone can be a wine immortal like Li Bai. With both alcohol and gossip pressing in, Lai started losing it. He slammed the table. Drink. Let's drink. Who's afraid of who? Bold. Yi Xingchen praised, then filled both glasses again. I'll go first. Yi Xingchen downed his shot in one gulp. Lai's mouth twitched hard. He looked at Xingchen, still steady, and then at his own shot. After hesitating for several seconds, he finally said screw it and poured the drink down his throat. But with no breaks, this was too much. His body gave out. Lai hadn't even finished the shot. His stomach turned, and he spat it all out. Are you the real wine immortal? He trembled, pointed at Yi Xingchen, then dropped his head onto the table. Hee, Yi Xingchen chuckled and pointed at Lai's little crew. What are you waiting for? Take young Master Lai back to his room to rest. Oh, okay. The group rushed over and helped carry him out of the private room. Only then did Qin Yanran finally understand Yi Xingchen's thoughts and plan. When she looked at him again, her eyes showed a new sense of appreciation and admiration. The next morning, while Yi Xingchen was taking a short rest in his office, he suddenly got a call from his underling Shi Wenbin. Hello? Wenbin, you're out now, right? Isn't the air outside much fresher? Yi Xingchen joked with a smile. Brother Yi, something happened to the old man. What? Yi Xingchen was shocked. What happened to my dad? The old man just accidentally fell. Looks like he injured the cartilage in his heel. Hurry to Yunhe City Hospital. We're taking him there now. Okay. Yi Xingchen quickly stood up, grabbed his car keys, and rushed out of the office. Judging by the distance, I should arrive first. I'll register him at the hospital. You guys hurry over. Got it. After hanging up, Yi Xingchen immediately sent a leave request via WeChat to Qin Yanran, then headed straight to Yunhe City Hospital. When he arrived, he noticed the hospital was crowded. All 10 windows were packed with people. Yi Xingchen sighed and had no choice but to wait in line. Luckily, even though the windows handled registration, payments, and forms, the process moved fairly quickly. In less than 10 minutes, there were only 5 people ahead of him. Just then, he glanced at his phone and saw a message from Shi Wenbin. They would still need over 10 more minutes to get to the hospital. Please, kind people, I'm begging you, can I cut in line? My mom got hurt. She's in a lot of pain. Just look at her face, she's really suffering. Can someone please let me go first? Thank you. While Yi Xingchen was looking at his phone, a middle-aged woman walked to the front of the line crying, pleading with those ahead, including Yi Xingchen. Hearing her plea, the 5 people ahead quickly turned their heads and pretended not to hear her. Yi Xingchen frowned. This hospital really lacks compassion. Rules are dead, people are alive. An elderly person is in pain, can't they get priority? Or better yet, skip registration and go straight to treatment? Thinking this, Yi Xingchen looked back at the people behind him. Ma'am, why don't you take my spot? Folks, it's just one person. Let her go ahead, it'll be quick. He didn't expect much objection, but as soon as he said it, people started voicing their disagreement. Why? Why do you get to be the good guy? She's not just cutting in front of you, she's cutting in front of all of us. Why should you take all the credit? Exactly. Her mom's injured, sure, but my kid has a high fever. Why can't I cut too? How do we know she's not making it up? If you let her cut, what if someone else wants to? Then what, one after another? The middle-aged woman nearly dropped to her knees. No, you're all good people. I swear I'm telling the truth. If I'm lying, may I be struck by lightning. I'm begging you all. People still didn't buy it. Though her oath made them uncomfortable, no one spoke further. Ma'am, over here, come up. Yi Xingchen smiled and waved her forward. Hey, what are you doing? Who said you could cut? Did I agree? A young man who had been pretending to look at his phone suddenly stood up and glared at her. Sir, what I? Do I know you? The young man cut her off, then turned to Yi Xingchen. Who are you? Who gave you the authority? You think you're so great? Yi Xingchen frowned slightly and tried to explain, brother, this lady. Don't call me brother. Don't you know how to line up? If she wants your spot, you leave the line and give it to her. Got it? You're in your 20s and still don't understand rules? How do you even function out there? Yeah. Stop pretending to be a good guy. If you really mean it, give her your place. Fake kindness. Don't act noble if you're not willing to sacrifice. The crowd, which had quieted, now began to murmur again. Yi Xingchen started to get annoyed. He had just calmed everyone down, but now the young man stirred them up again. What are you staring at? Huh? Want to hit me? Go ahead. Touch a hair on me, and I'll make sure you don't leave this hospital. The young man looked hostile, provoking him. Yi Xingchen really wanted to slap him. But with the woman's mother suffering, and Yi Hao rushing to the hospital, now wasn't the time for a fight. Also, the guy had a point. Letting someone cut was kindness, but refusing wasn't wrong either. He couldn't morally force others. So Yi Xingchen said, fine, I'll go to the back. Ma'am, take my spot. Now nobody has any complaints, right? The young man scoffed and wanted to say more, but seeing no one else objecting, he shut up. The middle-aged woman bowed again and again. Young man, thank you. You're a good person. You all are good people. I'm so grateful. Good people will be blessed. Yi Xingchen nodded with a smile, then walked to the back of the line to wait again. Yi Xingchen looked at his phone and roughly estimated the time. Logically, he should be able to get a registration number before Yi Hao arrived at the hospital, so there shouldn't be a problem. Hello? What? Where are you? Oh, all right. I'll come over now. At that moment, the arrogant young man from earlier received a call and quickly ran out of the hospital lobby. Seeing this, the corner of Yi Xingchen's mouth twitched slightly. That woman really came at the wrong time. If she had arrived a minute or two later, after the young man had left, she probably could have cut the line without issue, and Yi Xingchen wouldn't have had to go to the end of the line again. But Yi Xingchen didn't regret it. Doing good is always hard, that's just how it is. Young man, thank you. Thank you so much. The middle-aged woman came back to Yi Xingchen after registering, full of gratitude. It's fine, ma'am. Go quickly. Every minute you delay, your mother suffers more. Yi Xingchen smiled calmly and waved her on. Thank you. She bowed to him again and then left. About 6 minutes later, there were only 3 people in front of Yi Xingchen, and Yi Hao's group was almost at the hospital. Just then, an unexpected figure suddenly stepped in front of him. Yi Xingchen was stunned. Was this guy really cutting the line? So blatantly? Not even bothering with a fake excuse? Hey, man, what are you doing? Cutting in line? Yi Xingchen gently tapped the guy's shoulder, signaling him not to cut. What are you doing? The man turned around with a displeased look, and Yi Xingchen realized it was the same young man who had left earlier after getting the call. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but laugh. Looks like karma really comes around. Yi Xingchen glared at the young man. What am I doing? You're cutting in line. I'm telling you not to cut. The young man frowned, clearly annoyed. Cutting? Are you blind? I was already in front of you. I just stepped out to take a call. Get lost. Seeing the guy's impatient attitude, Yi Xingchen found it funny. Hey, bro, weren't you the one earlier talking about the rules? You said once someone leaves the line, they can't come back. If they want to give up their spot, they should step out. That was your rule. I followed it and went to the back, now it's your turn to follow it. The young man looked uneasy and snapped, waving his hand angrily. What, you deaf? I told you I just went out to take a call. Who is this guy, so rude? Exactly. Cutting in line? Should we call staff to kick him out? People behind Yi Xingchen started whispering and pointing at the young man. That really set him off. He stepped aside, pointed at the crowd, and cursed loudly. What the hell are you yelling for? Got guts? Say it to my face. You wanna go? Do you know who I am? I'm with the Qinglong gang. Mess with me, and you're asking to die. Hearing he was from the Qinglong gang, the people who were complaining immediately shrank back and lowered their heads, pretending nothing had happened. Seeing this, Yi Xingchen was stunned. People really do bully the weak and fear the strong. That woman practically begged on her knees to cut in line, and everyone objected. Now this guy just shouts a few threats and no one dares speak up. What a messed up world. The young man looked pleased with himself, then arrogantly stared at Yi Xingchen. You, kid, wanna try me? Can I stand at the front now? Heh, Yi Xingchen chuckled and shook his head. Sorry, still no. I'm someone who sticks to principles. If you hadn't stopped that woman from cutting earlier, I wouldn't have said a word. But you blocked a good deed. You didn't plant good seeds, why should you enjoy good results? Oh? The guy looked at Yi Xingchen with disdain. You don't get it, huh? Didn't I just say I'm with the Qinglong gang? Know what that means? Ask around, I'll scare you till you piss your pants. Qinglong gang, heh. Yi Xingchen looked at him with a half-smile. I'm the boss behind Qinglong gang. And this little punk dares act tough in front of me? Get lost before I call my boss to break your legs. Who's your boss? Deng Hao? Shi Wenbin. The young man froze. He never expected Yi Xingchen to know the names of Qinglong's boss and second-in-command. But he shrugged it off, thinking Yi Xingchen must have heard it from someone. He patted his chest proudly. My boss is Shi Wenbin. Scared now? If so, get, Before he could finish, Yi Xingchen grabbed his collar with his right hand. How could someone like this be part of Qinglong gang? He's ruining their name. Yi Xingchen figured he'd have to talk to Shi Wenbin later, his people needed to be disciplined. They couldn't go around acting like bullies. Let go. I said let go. The guy kept slapping at Yi Xingchen's arm, trying to break free. Yi Xingchen let go of his collar, but then clamped his right hand like a steel vice on the guy's shoulder. Ah, it hurts, bro, please. The young man never expected Yi Xingchen to be this strong, just one hand and he was completely restrained. Swallowing his pride, he gave in. Still wanna cut in line? No, no more cutting. I was wrong. Get lost. Yi Xingchen gave him a light shove, and the guy finally broke free. He clutched his shoulder in pain and stepped toward the exit. Once he was far enough, he turned and glared at Yi Xingchen. You bastard. You'll regret this. Just wait. Anytime. Yi Xingchen just smiled. Come find me if you dare, I'm not afraid of you. With that, the guy shouted one last threat and ran out of the hospital in embarrassment. Hello, sir, what department are you registering for? Soon, it was Yi Xingchen's turn. The nurse seemed quite pleased with his earlier kindness and assertiveness and greeted him with a smile. Oh, it's like this, my dad fell and probably injured a bone, his heel area. His heel. The nurse blinked, then smiled. Got it. That'll be 40 yuan. Thank you. After Yi Xingchen handed her the money, he quickly realized something was off. Didn't registration only cost 20 yuan? Why did the nurse charge him 40? When he got the slip, he was shocked to see he'd been registered for both orthopedics and the urology department. Wait, miss, why did you register my dad for urology? Yi Xingchen looked at the nurse, puzzled. She smiled lightly. Because that's what you said. What did I say? You said down there. Down there, no. I meant his heel, the back of his foot, not that down there. Oh? I'm so sorry. After a whole morning of running around, Yi Hao was finally settled in the hospital. Brother Yi, the doctor said your father's condition isn't serious. He just needs to rest here for 3 or 4 days, and then he can continue recovering at home. Yi Xingchen had just finished paying when he arrived at the hospital room, where Shi Wenbin was stepping out. Good, that's a relief. Yi Xingchen exhaled softly after hearing the update. Brother Yi, since we're already at the hospital, how about scheduling the surgery as well? The gang has the money. We can easily cover his medical expenses. Sure. Yi Xingchen glanced at his father sleeping on the bed and nodded. Then he remembered the incident with the young man from earlier and was about to mention it to Shi Wenbin. Just then, loud cursing came from the hallway. Brother Chiu, I found out. That bastard and his dad are in that room. That punk had the nerve to hit me in public. You have to back me up. Don't worry, Ashin. Anyone who messes with me is going to regret being born. Yi Xingchen looked toward the noise and saw the young man he had kicked out earlier now charging in with a group of thugs. Heh. Yi Xingchen smirked. He was just about to bring this up, and now they came right to him. If this guy really was with the Qinglong gang, then today was the day to clean house. Brother Chiu and Ashin quickly reached Yi Xingchen and Shi Wenbin. Brother Chiu held some status in the gang and recognized Shi Wenbin. When he realized Ashin had brought him to confront one of Wenbin's men, a strong sense of unease flooded his chest. Chiu pointed at Shi Wenbin. You mean, him? Brother Chiu. No, not him, the bastard next to him. Ashin had no clue what was happening and kept pointing at Yi Xingchen and Wenbin. But since that guy's with him, they must be in it together. We have to beat them both up to make it right? Chiu's heart sank. He felt like the world was crashing down on him. You're sure? Of course I'm sure. I'd recognize him even if he turned to ashes. Wenbin was stunned and turned to Yi Xingchen. Brother Yi, are these guys bothering you? He says I'm bothering him? He's the one who started it. Whatever. I came here to stir things up, so what? Brother Chiu, slap these 2 bastards for me. Oh, so you came to mess with me and Brother Yi? Wenbin smiled coldly at Brother Chiu. Thud. Hearing that, Brother Chiu's legs gave out, and he dropped to his knees. Huh? Brother Chiyo, what's wrong? Why are you kneeling? Were those two girls last night too much for you? Ashin was still clueless and confused. Too much your ass. Brother Chiyo exploded in rage. Get your ass down on your knees. Me? Kneel? Brother Chiyo, are you kidding? Shouldn't they be kneeling? You little idiot. Brother Chiyo's eyes went dark, and he smacked Ashin across the face. What the hell, Brother Chiyo? Are you crazy? Why are you hitting me? With a shaking hand, Brother Chiyo pointed at Wenbin. Do you know who this man is? Ashin, holding his cheek, looked confused. Who? He's my boss. Your boss. The boss of the Qinglong gang. You fool. Get on your knees. What? Ashin was so shocked he could barely speak. Wenbin gave a cold smile and pointed at Yi Xingchen. And do you know who he is? No. Both Chiyo and Ashin shook their heads. He's my boss. Your boss's boss. What? Ashin almost pissed himself in fear. He had just tried to lead a gang to beat up the boss's boss's boss. Brother Yi, I'm sorry. I failed to manage my people properly. I promise it won't happen again. Please punish me. Wenbin quickly apologized to Yi Xingchen, lowering his head in shame. Forget it, Yi Xingchen saw how hard Wenbin had been working to take care of Yi Hao and didn't want to blame him. He waved it off. Let it go this time, just don't let anything like this happen again. Don't worry, Brother Yi. I swear it won't happen again. Wenbin secretly sighed in relief. After seeing Yi Xingchen fight like a war god that night, he didn't even want to imagine what would happen if Yi Xingchen got mad. He turned to glare at Brother Chiyo. I'm giving you a chance to make this right. You know what to do. Yes, boss. I'll take care of it. Chiyo was sweating bullets and nodding like a guilty child. In his heart, he cursed every ancestor of Ashin. Get the hell out. I'll deal with you later. Yes. Thank you, boss. And thank you to the boss's boss. Chiyo stood up with a pale face and glared at Ashin, the cause of all this. What are you waiting for? Get this idiot out of here. Please, have mercy, boss. Ashin begged as several men dragged him away from the hospital. The warm afternoon sun bathed the entire city of Yunhe. V-room. As a plane landed, a tall young woman with light blonde hair, dressed in casual clothes and possessing a stunning figure, stepped elegantly out of the airport. Outside the airport, 6 black cars were already lined up, waiting. Leading them was Koizumi Haruhikairo, the president of Sakura Corporation. The moment he saw the young woman at the airport entrance, Koizumi Haruhikairo and his group quickly bowed in greeting. Miss Miyamoto, welcome to Yunhe City. The young woman was none other than Miyamoto Yumi, a rising talent from the Miyamoto family, sent by Daisuke Maru as reinforcements. Miyamoto Yumi glanced at Koizumi with a cold, expressionless face. Her voice was just as distant. Did you bring my stuff? Yes, Miss Miyamoto, it's here. Koizumi quickly nodded and gestured to his men. 2 of them stepped forward, carrying a small box. Miyamoto Yumi reached out and gently opened the box. Inside was a pure steel short dagger of Eastern make. A rare trace of warmth appeared on her face. She slowly caressed the blade, then gripped the dagger and elegantly twirled it through the air. Koizumi Haruhikairo's heart skipped a beat watching this. That dagger weighs a solid 2 pounds. Lifting 2 pounds is no big deal, but doing it with one hand, with such ease, and spinning it through the air? Terrifying. This woman is terrifying. No wonder she's a rising star of the Miyamoto family. Their power is truly formidable. Yumi sheathed the dagger at her waist and looked at Koizumi with disdain. Who's the target? Give me the file. Koizumi signaled again. When she received the 2 files, he began explaining softly. Miss Miyamoto, there are 2 targets. One is an ordinary man, the other's got considerable strength, he might be tricky. The ordinary guy is Shen Jingbing. He used to be my informant in another company, but he was recently exposed. He has to be silenced. I've already used connections to bail him out, he can be taken care of at any time. The other one is Yi Xingchen. He's strong, in a weightlifting competition, he once lifted more than 6 pounds. That's enough. Yumi cut him off impatiently. Leave it to me. Once these 2 are eliminated, I'll return to Japan to resume training. Understood. We appreciate your help, Miss Miyamoto. At dusk, outside Yunhe City Police Department. Shen Jingbing walked out with a defeated expression. The police's words still echoed in his head. Mr. Shen, you're involved in a corporate espionage case. Although you've been released on bail, from today on, your movements are restricted. You must remain at home and await further notice. Sigh? No idea how much time passed, but Shen Jingbing finally sighed heavily. He knew, even though Koizumi pulled strings to bail him out, his fate was pretty much sealed this time. At that moment, Shen Jingbing bitterly regretted agreeing to Koizumi's deal for money. One wrong step had ruined his life. Whoosh! A cold wind blew by, making him shiver. He looked around in confusion. Huh? Where am I? How did I end up here? Damn. Just as he turned to head back, he noticed a young woman sitting on a small bench up ahead. It was Miyamoto Yumi, clearly waiting to assassinate Shin Jingbing. Maybe it was her looks, maybe her figure, but Shin Jingbing stopped and started checking her out. He couldn't help but evaluate her silently. Face? About 85 out of 100. But that figure? Damn. I've never seen a body like that. She's gotta be at least an E-cup. That bust, that slim waist, those long legs. If I could spend a night with a woman like that, I'd die happy. A body like that, it's a waste she's not in adult films. Swish. Suddenly, Miyamoto Yumi stood and walked toward him with elegant steps. Shin Jingbing had no clue of the danger. He was still mentally drooling over her body. In a daze, he suddenly noticed a cold glint from her waist. The setting sun lit up the steel blade as she drew her dagger. Huh? Wait. Only when she drew the blade did Shin Jingbing realize something was wrong. He suddenly understood. Koizumi had hired a killer to silence him. That bastard, ungrateful traitor. Shin Jingbing instantly knew this woman was no ordinary person. Someone who can one-hand a solid steel dagger? Definitely not a pushover. He didn't dare fight, he turned and bolted in the opposite direction. Heh. Yumi smirked coldly. She spun the dagger gracefully and charged after him. Damn it. Shin Jingbing cursed and ran without looking back. After running several dozen feet, he looked back to see how far she was. What he saw made his heart stop. Yumi was already right behind him. No, no. Swish. Before he could even speak, Yumi leapt past him. With a flick of her wrist, the dagger flashed, and she crouched gracefully in front of him. Ah! He felt a sudden heat at his neck. He tried to point at her back but realized he couldn't speak, his voice was gone. He touched his neck and saw his hand was covered in blood. He tried pointing again, but his strength quickly drained away from the wound. Heh! Yumi gave a cold laugh and walked away without another glance. Moments later, Shin Jingbing collapsed into a pool of blood. Don't ask me how high the sun is, I'll tell you how deep I am. These lyrics don't sound right. Yi Xingqian hummed a tune as he opened the door to his villa. Lately, Yi Xingqian had been riding high. He had Lin Yun's favor, Qin Yanran's trust, had become the leader of the Qinglong gang, which greatly eased his financial pressure, and even got to know the mysterious boss Long Qingxian. Perhaps the only thing worth being cautious about was Long Qingshuan's true intentions. As Yi Xingqian muttered over everything that had recently happened, he walked into his living room. Click. Yi Xingqian flipped on the lights and saw a young woman with an impressive figure sitting on his living room sofa. What the? Yi Xingqian jumped. Excuse me, who are you? If I'm not mistaken, this is my house, right? Did you come into the wrong home? Or are you a thief? Yi Xingqian muttered under his breath, since when did thieves break into poor folks' homes like his? Come on, if you're going to steal, at least go to Qin Yanran's place next door. She's rich, lives alone, and couldn't hurt a fly, ideal for thieves, right? The young woman was Miyamoto Yumi. She was curiously observing Yi Xingqian. You're Yi Xingqian? Yi Xingqian froze slightly. Judging by her look, she wasn't a thief, she had come specifically to find him. He frowned a bit. I'm Yi Xingqian. And you are? A playful smile crossed Miyamoto Yumi's face. I'm Miyamoto Yumi. I heard you're really strong. Miyamoto Yumi? From Japan? At that moment, Yi Xingqian realized where she came from, no doubt sent by Koizumi Haruhikairo to take revenge. Now that he knew her background, Yi Xingqian dropped the polite act and sat down across from her with a smirk of his own. Not only am I strong, I'm also big down there. Wanna see my big buddy for yourself? Miyamoto Yumi looked confused at first, but soon picked up on the meaning behind his words. A cold smile appeared on her face. So what if you've got a big buddy? Heh. Even if I don't have one, I can still get as many as I want. Yi Xingqian was dumbfounded. What kind of bold talk was this? Is Japan really that open? A few lines in and she's already pushing full throttle? Miyamoto Yumi slowly drew the Japanese dagger at her waist and started to show it off. This blade is called Seijin. It weighs 1.25 pounds. Yi Xingqian blinked, looked around, then picked up a nearby stool. This stool is called the tiger stool. It weighs? I dunno. However heavy you say it is, that's how heavy it is. Miyamoto Yumi was genuinely surprised. That stool must be at least 3 or 4 pounds, and you just picked it up with one hand? Of course. If you're smart, you'll leave my house. No, leave China altogether. I'll pretend none of this ever happened. Yi Xingqian carefully held the stool. He didn't want to fight Miyamoto Yumi directly, he didn't know if she had any hidden tricks. And he didn't want to accidentally kill her. After all, she was Japanese. Dying in his home could cause diplomatic trouble. Okay fine. The real reason he didn't want to hurt her was because she was a pretty girl with a great figure. What guy would want to hurt a bombshell like her? Heh, Miyamoto Yumi wasn't scared at all. She smiled. You don't win battles with strength alone, speed and skill matter too. You interest me, but it's time to die. Her eyes turned sharp. The dagger spun in her hand as she leapt into the air, aiming straight for Yi Xingqian's head. To most people, her speed would look lightning fast. But to Yi Xingqian, it was slow, barely faster than a toddler. He tossed the stool aside and dodged easily. Hey! I've been holding back because you're a girl. Don't think I can't fight back. If you keep this up, I will. No way. Miyamoto Yumi ignored him, shocked. How are you so fast? Even my master isn't half as fast. And you're just a regular guy. Yi Xingqian shrugged. Exactly, because he was a regular guy, she thought his speed and strength were maxed out. Damn. Unwilling to give up, Miyamoto Yumi struck again. All right, you asked for it. Seeing his warning fail, Yi Xingqian had no choice but to fight back. Facing her steel blade, he didn't take chances. He dodged again, grabbed her wrist with precision, and cleanly disarmed her. Then he gave her a light shove on the back. A powerful force knocked her off balance, and she stumbled to the floor. This is the last time I'm holding back. Keep this up and I won't be so nice next time. He took 2 steps back and glanced at the stool. He'd already made up his mind, if she attacked again, he'd knock her out with that stool. Miyamoto Yumi crouched on the ground, stunned. Her face filled with disbelief. Even my master couldn't handle you this easily. It felt like an ant trying to shake a tree. Who are you? Are you one of the Dragon Clan elites? Dragon Clan? What Dragon Clan? Yi Xingqian blinked. I don't know anything about that. Look, if you know what's good for you, just leave China now, I promise I won't hurt you. Yumi bit her lip and started to slowly remove her jacket. Hey! Hey, what are you doing? Yi Xingqian covered his eyes with one hand but peeked through his fingers. I already said I wouldn't hurt you, you don't have to thank me like that. D. Suddenly, her expression turned cold. She flung her jacket at him, and from the sleeve, a cloud of unknown powder scattered right at the unguarded Yi Xingqian. Under the lighting in the living room, Yi Xingqian clearly saw a cloud of dust rushing straight at his face. Even though he held his breath as quickly as he could, he still accidentally inhaled a few mouthfuls of the dust. Yi Xingqian couldn't help but get angry and embarrassed. He quickly stepped back a few paces, trying to get out of the dust's range. In his mind, Yi Xingqian cursed Miyamoto Tomomi and all people from the east together. Damn it! How sneaky! They couldn't win in a fair fight, so they used tricks like poison, such a low move. He let his guard down this time and fell for the trap. Miyamoto Tomomi, having succeeded in her scheme, slowly stood up from the ground with a face full of contempt and coldness. Being merciful to your enemy is being cruel to yourself. In your next life, don't show any mercy to your enemies. She glanced at the dagger lying on the ground, planning to finish off Yi Xingqian once the poison kicked in. Damn! Yi Xingqian glanced at the door behind him, planning to escape and find someone or someplace to treat himself. Just as he was about to flee, he suddenly felt a burning sensation in his chest, stomach, and even in his mouth and nose. He clenched his fists, and the look in his eyes toward Miyamoto Tomomi grew more sorrowful and furious. That sneaky trickster, barely a moment had passed, and the poison had already started working. His life was just starting to rise toward its peak, and now it was about to be ruined. Since the poison was working so fast, there probably wasn't time to run. He might as well take Miyamoto Tomomi down with him. If he had to go to the afterlife, at least he'd have this explosive beauty with him, it wouldn't be too lonely. Suddenly, Yi Xingqian was shocked by his own thoughts. What the hell? Why was he thinking about Miyamoto Tomomi's body at a time like this? Since when had he gotten so pervy? But, this woman's figure was really incredible. And now she was only wearing a tight t-shirt, hard not to think about it. Of course, Miyamoto Tomomi had no idea what Yi Xingqian was thinking. She just took up a defensive stance, turning sideways to face him with her fists held in front of her chest, fully alert. Seeing this, Yi Xingqian almost started bleeding from every orifice. Look! Look! Those fists were really… no. Those fists were really white. Wait, no. Those fists were really round. No. Those fists were really soft. Crap, his whole brain was filled with boobs now. Huh? Miyamoto Tomomi frowned slightly, sensing that something wasn't right. If she remembered correctly, the secret poison, dusha, from the Miyamoto family, something she'd used more than 10 times, should make the victim's face turn blue, their limbs weak, and then collapse on the ground and die. But, why wasn't Yi Xingqian showing any of those symptoms? Blue face? He looked like he was blushing all over, even had a nosebleed. Weak limbs? Collapsing? He looked totally hyped up. This didn't look like dusha poisoning at all. This looked more like… A look of shock appeared on Miyamoto Tomomi's face, as if she realized something. These weren't the symptoms of dusha at all. The poison had been personally given to her by her senior, Miyamoto Junyi, and she had hidden it in her sleeve herself. There couldn't have been a mistake. The only explanation was? Miyamoto Junyi had swapped out the dusha poison. Miyamoto Shunai replaced the deadly poison with an aphrodisiac. Being forced to use the poison usually meant that the opponent was overwhelmingly powerful. And once the opponent was drugged, there were only two possible outcomes. One was losing oneself, and the other was death. In front of such a strong opponent, any resistance was futile. The first rule of the Miyamoto family: before any woman reaches the mid-stage of the saint level, if she loses herself, she must take her own life in apology. Thinking of this, Miyamoto Yumi felt like she had fallen into an icy abyss. Meanwhile, Yixingchen. At that moment, a trace of madness had already appeared on Yixingchen's face. You? Miyamoto Yumi was truly terrified. Even when she had faced death before, she had never been this scared. She started slowly backing away. Calm down. Yixingchen. Didn't you just say that as long as I left Xia country, you'd let me go? People from Xia country are known to keep their word, you can't go back on it. Yixingchen let out a hysterical roar and charged toward Miyamoto Yumi. Damn it. Seeing that things were spiraling out of control, Miyamoto Yumi didn't hesitate to turn and run. Miyamoto Yumi was not the type to stick around and fight for honor. She knew she couldn't win, staying would be suicide. But she overlooked one cruel fact. No matter how fast she was, how could she outrun Yixingchen? In the blink of an eye, Yixingchen appeared beside Miyamoto Yumi. Yixingchen's right hand, like an iron clamp, tightly seized Yumi's right arm. Yixingchen. You bastard. Yixingchen responded only with a cold sneer. Holding her tightly, a twisted look appeared on his face. The fight quickly moved from the living room to the adjacent bedroom. Divider. Early morning. Weak and exhausted, Miyamoto Yumi struggled to get out of bed. She frowned and instinctively rubbed her sore areas. Soon, upon seeing Yixingchen still asleep, her anger exploded. This man beside her had actually done that 5 times in one night. Unbelievable. What kind of freakish physical endurance was that? If she weren't a cultivator with an unusually strong body, she might have died right there in bed. Thinking of this, Yumi felt both ashamed and furious. She reached out with both hands, trying to strangle Yixingchen in his sleep. But to her horror, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't even make a dent in the skin on his neck. What terrifying defense! A man without any spiritual power, yet possessing such monstrous strength, speed, and defense. If Yumi hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it. Is the great sun goddess really going to torment me like this? Miyamoto Yumi let go of her hands in despair and collapsed powerlessly on the bed. To be humiliated like this, and I can't even kill the person who did it. Fine. If I can't kill you, then I'll kill myself, and atone with my death. With a deep sigh of despair, Miyamoto Yumi began crawling off the bed toward the living room where last night's struggle had taken place. Seeing the dagger on the floor, tears streamed down her face. Zhang zhang. The dagger in her hand gave off a soft hum under the breeze. Yumi slowly closed her eyes, placed the blade to her neck, having let go of any attachments to the world. Hiss. Just as Miyamoto Yumi was about to take her own life in atonement, a surge of deep unwillingness and grievance welled up in her heart. Miyamoto Yumi wasn't stupid, she knew very well that every injustice has its perpetrator. Although Yixingchen committed the act last night, the real culprit was her so-called good senior brother, Miyamoto Shunai. Recalling her good senior brother, Miyamoto Shunai filled her with boundless hatred. Both Miyamoto Yumi and Miyamoto Shunai were disciples of elder Miyamoto Meiju of the Miyamoto family. One of them was destined to inherit the elder's position. Clearly, in order to fight for that inheritance, Miyamoto Shunai had set her up. No matter whether she lived or died now, she could never return to the Miyamoto family. Even though she had been framed, Miyamoto Yumi would have no chance to explain herself. And the cold-blooded Miyamoto family, even if they knew what Miyamoto Shunai did, wouldn't stand up for her, because now that she was no longer pure, they would not uphold justice. Instead, they would confirm Miyamoto Shunai as the heir and execute her according to family rules. Why should I be the one to die? Why not kill him first and then take my own life? Startled by the sudden thought, Miyamoto Yumi struggled to her feet once again. She changed her mind. She had to stay alive, keep cultivating, and take revenge on Miyamoto Shunai before ending her life on her own terms. The most urgent thing now was to find a place where no one recognized her and train in solitude. Just as she stood up again, she noticed something strange. This is spiritual energy. Miyamoto Yumi looked at a faint, nearly invisible white thread wrapping around her arm, her face full of surprise and joy. She couldn't believe it, After training for over 20 years without even reaching the entry level of the Saint stage, she had somehow reached that level this morning. The sign of reaching Saint entry level was the appearance of spiritual energy, and now she had it. She had made the breakthrough. How could this be? I didn't even take any spirit herbs last night. How did I suddenly break through to the Saint level? Thinking back on last night's events, apart from the unforgettable pain, it seemed that during that act with Yixingchen, a faint spiritual energy had flowed into her body. Could it be that the spiritual energy came from Yixingchen? And it transferred into her through that kind of physical activity? But Yixingchen didn't seem to have any spiritual energy at all. She had thought it was just her imagination last night and hadn't paid attention. But, if that was really the case, wouldn't that mean she could keep improving just by doing that with Yixingchen? Then what's the point of training the old-fashioned way? What's the point of eating spirit herbs? In an instant, Miyamoto Yumi felt as if the gods had closed one window but opened the door to a whole new path of cultivation. If it were really true, then seeking revenge on Miyamoto Shunai wasn't just a pipe dream. With Yixingchen's help, she could gain enough power to shatter the Miyamoto family's plan to execute her. And maybe even kill Yixingchen afterward to take revenge for her humiliation. With that thought, Miyamoto Yumi glanced through the bedroom door at Yixingchen, who was still snoring on the bed, already forming a plan in her mind. Right at that moment, Yixingchen stretched and slowly woke up. Hiss. Opening his eyes and seeing the messy bedding and a torn t-shirt, Yixingchen fell into deep thought. Last night, it seemed he fought with a female assassin sent by that guy from the Ichiro clan. She even used poison? Then he lost control, and with that woman? No way, no way. Yixingchen smacked his forehead. I couldn't have done something that horrible, like some kind of beast, right? Then he saw a spot of blood on the sheets and became sure, it really happened. It wasn't a dream. Suddenly remembering something, he jumped out of bed and looked toward the living room, where Miyamoto Yumi was staring at him. Their eyes met, and there was a moment of awkwardness. Good morning. Yixingchen scratched the back of his head awkwardly, not knowing how to face her. Hearing that, Miyamoto Yumi's anger flared again. She wanted nothing more than to strangle him on the spot. Look, I know it's too late for an apology, but I still think I should say sorry, and you might not believe this, but it was my first time too. Maybe, we can call it even. Yumi still said nothing. Honestly, it was really a misunderstanding. I didn't know you were going to poison me, and that kind of poison no less. I had no choice. Maybe, you can hit me a few times to blow off steam? Or, maybe put on some clothes first? I'm afraid the poison from last night hasn't fully worn off, and the way you look right now, it might trigger me again. Miyamoto Yumi took a deep breath to calm her anger and then shook her head helplessly. What happened last night wasn't your fault. I was set up. The poison was swapped. That's great. I'm so thankful to whoever did that. What I meant was, I was really lucky. In our Miyamoto family, the tradition is to give ourselves to only one person for life. No matter the reason, once someone has me, I belong to them forever. Huh? Yixingchen was so shocked he couldn't speak. What kind of family was this? What kind of tradition was that? Wasn't the Eastern Island nation supposed to be open and modern? This was beyond old-fashioned. This made no sense. Suddenly, Miyamoto Yumi smirked and walked toward Yixingchen. You. To Yixingchen's surprise, Yumi suddenly hugged him. As they embraced, Yumi felt a faint spiritual energy flow from Yixingchen into her again. At that moment, she confirmed her suspicion. A bold revenge plan was already taking shape in her heart. Miyamoto Shunai. Since you are so ruthless and despicable, caring nothing for our bond as disciples, then let it all burn. From now on, you will pay the price for your treachery. Another round of intense activity. Yixingchen held Miyamoto Yumi in his arms, lost in thought. Everything that had just happened felt like a dream to Yixingchen. A beautiful misunderstanding had somehow led this stunning girl from the Eastern Island nation to. If this was a dream, Yixingchen didn't want to ever wake up. Miyamoto Yumi raised her head and looked at Yixingchen's chin. After hesitating for a long time, she finally asked a question that had been bothering her. Why can't I sense any spiritual energy from you? Yixingchen looked completely confused by her question. Spiritual energy? What's that? Huh? Miyamoto Yumi was stunned. You don't know what spiritual energy is? Then how are you so physically strong? Your strength, speed, and defense, they're incredible. Well, Yixingchen honestly didn't know how to answer. If I told you I'm just an ordinary guy, would you believe me? Clearly, Miyamoto Yumi didn't believe him. Alright, I guess I've always been this way since birth. So, tell me, what exactly is spiritual energy? Spiritual energy, Miyamoto Yumi paused to think before answering. Besides eating and drinking, humans can also absorb the energy of heaven and earth to survive and move. That's why normal people only need a small amount of food to stay active. Some people, through constant battle and breaking their own limits, can increase how much of this energy they absorb, improving their physical attributes. When that energy inside the body reaches a certain limit, it condenses into spiritual energy. Spiritual energy enhances all aspects of the body. That's what it means to reach the saint level. Besides absorbing energy from the environment, people can also absorb energy by eating spiritual herbs. That's the most important method for cultivators to break through. Oh, Yi Xingqian nodded thoughtfully. So it's like the cultivation stuff in fantasy novels? What are you thinking? This is an urban superpower story, not a fantasy cultivation novel. Of course it's not the same. Spiritual energy just boosts physical performance. Miyamoto Yumi rolled her eyes at him. Got it, got it. Yi Xingqian nodded again and again. So eating those spiritual herbs is the main way to cultivate? Yes. What are spiritual herbs? Do you have any? Of course. Miyamoto Yumi quickly got out of bed and grabbed a plant from the torn pieces of her clothes, handing it to Yi Xingqian. Looking at the herb, Yi Xingqian was speechless. Wait. I get the theory. But, you're calling this a spiritual herb? And no wonder, what she handed him was a foxtail weed. For a moment, Yi Xingqian thought she was messing with him. Foxtail grass, something you'd see growing anywhere along the road, was being called a spiritual herb? Yes. This is spiritual herb. Miyamoto Yumi nodded seriously. She didn't seem to be joking, and Yi Xingqian was left speechless. You're telling me I can absorb spiritual energy by eating this thing? This is what you call cultivation. What else? Miyamoto Yumi looked at him blankly. This stuff grows everywhere by the road. Exactly. Then doesn't that mean everyone can cultivate? You're oversimplifying it. Miyamoto Yumi smiled. Even though spiritual herbs are everywhere, you have to eat a whole plant to absorb its energy. How can an ordinary person eat an entire one of these? Oh, now I get it. Yi Xingqian finally understood. Eating one foxtail plant now is like eating 100 of them in the past. Who could ever eat 100 of those in one sitting? So if you want to cultivate, you need a strong stomach. In this world, gluttons rule. Forget martial artists, this is the age of the eater kings. Insane. This world was getting crazier by the minute. Maybe to test what she said, or maybe just out of curiosity, Yi Xingqian took the foxtail from Miyamoto Yumi, chewed it up, and swallowed it. To his surprise, as soon as it went down, he felt a faint flow of energy moving inside his body. This foxtail grass actually worked. In that moment, Yi Xingqian made up his mind. Once he went out, he was going to pull up every single foxtail on the street and eat them all. By the way, you said you're from the Miyamoto family? Are there many strong people in your family? Thinking of his conflict with Ichiro, Yi Xingqian felt he needed to understand this potential enemy better. Yes. Miyamoto Yumi nodded firmly. The Miyamoto family has a lot of powerful people. But, Yi, with your physical abilities, even without considering battle techniques or experience, you'd rank in the top 10. What? That strong? Yi Xingqian was shocked. Even someone like him, unaffected by global physical decline, could only rank top 10? And that's without taking experience or skill into account. If he really wanted to take on Ichiro and the Miyamoto family head-on, he'd need to keep eating foxtail to boost his power. The Miyamoto family is strong. They're one of the 5 major powers in the world, how could they not be? The 5 major powers? Which ones? The Miyamoto family from the Eastern Island nation, the Catholic Church from Europe, Hurricane from America, Godslayer from Africa, and the Dragon Clan from Xia country. Yi Xingqian nodded, deep in thought. He wasn't someone with a narrow view. He knew that as his strength grew, he'd keep encountering higher-level players. If he really wanted to make a name for himself, he'd have to deal with those groups eventually. Maybe he could learn more about them through Miyamoto Yumi. That way, when the time came, he wouldn't be clueless. After all, know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll never lose. Just as Yi Xingqian was about to ask Yumi more about these organizations, his phone on the bedside table buzzed. He picked it up, it was a message from Qin Yanran. It's the weekend. No work today. What's up? Even on weekends you need personal protection? Yi Xingqian frowned at the message. It was simple. SOS. Lai Yuejing broke into my house and is harassing me, come quickly. This guy, still not giving up? Looks like it's time to teach him a lesson. Yi Xingqian narrowed his eyes, already planning to deal with Lai Yuejing. Miyamoto Yumi smiled deeply. Taking care of that guy? I actually have something for that. Try it, he'll never show his face at her place again. The villa next door where Qin Yanran lived. Yi Xingqian had just reached the villa's gate when he heard the annoying voice of Lai Yuejing coming from inside. President Qin, no matter what, you have to have dinner with me today. Do you know, my uncle is the head of the Urban Management Bureau. If you don't agree, hee hee. I remember your company just won the bid for the Yunha City Ocean Park project, right? You wouldn't want to see the city inspectors finding constant excuses to force your construction to stop, would you? Hearing Lai Yuejing's words, Yi Xingchen was momentarily stunned. Since when had his hearing become this good? Lai Yuejing was inside the villa, while he was at the gate, and Lai wasn't even speaking loudly. Even so, he could clearly hear everything. Could this be the effect of the foxtail grass? Delighted, Yi Xingchen quickly walked into the villa. Stop! What are you doing? Who are you? As soon as Yi Xingchen entered the living room, two of Lai Yuejing's goons blocked him on both sides. Hearing the noise, Lai Yuejing glanced at Yi Xingchen and his face instantly filled with rage. Damn it! You again! Bastard! Last time you tricked me and I ended up drunk in bed all day. It's perfect that you showed up today, I'm going to deal with you too! Hearing Lai Yuejing's words, the goons moved toward Yi Xingchen menacingly, clearly ready to rough him up. Hey! Mr. Lai, wait a sec. Let me explain, let me speak. Seeing things were getting dangerous, Yi Xingchen quickly raised his hands, signaling Lai Yuejing to calm down. What's there to explain? You tricked me into drinking last time, made me a laughingstock among the rich kids of Yunha City. If I don't break your legs, how can I let go of this humiliation? Lai Yuejing's face darkened with rage. What the hell are you doing? Fighting in my house? Do none of you respect me? Think I'm easy to mess with? Seeing that Lai Yuejing was about to attack, Qin Yanran finally stood her ground, clearly ready to confront him. President Qin. Please, calm down. Yi Xingchen had come prepared. He wouldn't let Qin Yanran ruin things by clashing directly with Lai Yuejing. Let me explain to Mr. Lai. Can I just say something? If after hearing me out you still can't stand me, fine, beat me up, I won't resist. Huh? Lai Yuejing looked suspiciously at Yi Xingchen, then glanced at the angry Qin Yanran. In the end, he decided to hear what Yi Xingchen had to say. Fine, I'll give you one last chance. But if your explanation isn't perfect, I'm not letting you off. Of course, of course. Yi Xingchen smiled and walked to a corner of the living room, then waved at Lai Yuejing enthusiastically. Mr. Lai, come on, let's talk in private. Lai Yuejing, not suspecting much, walked over to Yi Xingchen to hear his last words. Yi Xingchen leaned in and whispered, Mr. Lai, it's all a misunderstanding. One of your guys told me you could drink 1,000 shots without getting drunk. I thought you really could. That's why things got messed up. How about this, give me another chance. If President Qin isn't impressed this time, you can beat me up afterward. What do you think? Lai Yuejing's brow twitched. What's your idea? Later, you act super mad and point at me, yelling something like, so you took an anti-drunkenness pill that night. No wonder you held your liquor. Then pretend to be pissed and challenge me to drink again. I'll go grab some booze, dilute your bottle with water, drink a few sips and fake being drunk. That way, you get your dignity back, right? Really? Can I trust this? Lai Yuejing was skeptical. Mr. Lai. Think about it. After what happened last time, would I dare trick you again? And if I do mess it up again, just accuse me of cheating. Say whatever you want, just stop drinking. But once you knock me out in front of everyone, let your guys spread the word. You'll be respected again. Makes sense. The naive Lai Yuejing was quickly persuaded and believed Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen gave him a nod, and Lai Yuejing began his performance. He dramatically pointed at Yi Xingchen and shouted, Ha! You punk! I knew it. No one can drink that much, turns out you cheated and took an anti-drunk pill. You made me lose face. No way. We're drinking again today, I need to get my pride back. Yi Xingchen pretended to hesitate. Mr. Lai, you're putting me in a tough spot. Without cheating, I can't drink nearly as much as a true man like you. Huh? Qin Yanran looked at the two of them, completely confused. What's going on? Why are they drinking again? Lai Yuejing noticed her watching. Her look wasn't hostile like before, which made him quite happy. He secretly gave Yi Xingchen a thumbs up, then shouted with great emotion. No way. Today, you must drink with me again. I, Lai Yuejing, am a man. I won't lose face like this. If you refuse, don't blame me for turning hostile. But, where am I supposed to find alcohol right now? Lai Yuejing quickly turned to Qin Yanran. President Qin, this is my chance to redeem myself. You won't mind lending us a few bottles of wine, right? Whatever, there's wine on the rack in the room next to the living room. Qin Yanran stared blankly at them, pointing toward the next room, unsure of what to say. Hearing her agree, Lai Yuejing was overjoyed. Before, he couldn't even get a proper conversation with her, now he was drinking her wine. Step by step, things were going great. Today it's drinking her wine, tomorrow maybe she'll cook for him, The day after he'll shower at her place, and soon after he'll wear a groom's suit in her house. Winning the girl was right around the corner. In his mind, Lai Wajing imagined a scene. Qin Yanran pushing a baby stroller, blushing, saying to him, "Honey, the baby is hungry. Let's hold him together while I feed him." Ha 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 ha. Lai Wajing burst into wild laughter. Yi Xingqian twitched at the corner of his mouth watching Lai Wajing. Half amused, half pitying. A simp is a simp, in the end, he gets nothing. Cough. Lai Wajing quickly realized he had lost his composure. He coughed a few times to cover up his awkwardness, then waved his hand in an exaggerated, manly way. "Kid, hurry up and get the booze." "Sure thing." Yi Xingqian jogged into the room next to the living room. On the wine rack were all kinds of liquor, red, white, beer, you name it. Could it be that Qin Yanran was a big drinker? Yi Xingqian chuckled and grabbed 2 bottles of white liquor, each just a few ounces. He opened a window in the room, poured out half of one bottle, and filled it back up with water from a teapot on the table. Looking around to confirm no one was watching, Yi Xingqian pulled out a small paper packet from his pocket. Inside was a few grams of white powder. Smirking, Yi Xingqian poured the whole packet into the bottle he had watered down. He shook it evenly, made sure there were no signs of tampering, then sealed it back up with the cap. "What's taking you so long, kid? Scared to drink with me or what?" Lai Yuejing's impatient voice came from the living room. "Coming." Yi Xingqian cheerfully walked back into the room holding the 2 bottles. He subtly nodded to Lai Yuejing and handed him the spiked bottle. Lai Yuejing opened the bottle and discreetly sniffed it. Being an experienced drinker, he easily noticed something was off. The alcohol smell was weak. It was obviously diluted. That made Lai Yuejing quite pleased. He smiled and grabbed 2 small glasses from the table, handing one to Yi Xingqian. "Come, let's see who the real man is today." "All right. No cheating this time, let's do this fair and square." Yi Xingqian sounded as if he was fired up by Lai Yuejing's bold spirit. "Fill it up." Lai filled his glass to the brim, and after Yi Xingqian did the same, they both raised their drinks high. Strong feelings, bottoms up. Cheers. They both downed the white liquor in one gulp. After the first shot, Lai Yuejing felt nothing unusual and was sure the alcohol had been watered down. Happy, he slapped Yi Xingqian's shoulder while Yi Xingqian pretended to be in pain. "Ah, so strong. I shouldn't have picked that bottle. Damn, Mr. Lai, you downed that whole glass and didn't even blush? Ha ha ha." Hearing the flattery, Lai Yuejing started to feel smug again. "That's nothing. As long as there's no cheating, not many people can outdrink me. You're amazing, Mr. Lai. Just like Qiao Feng in Jin Yong's Demigods and Semi-Devils. A true hero. They say the record in those novels is 4 ounces, looks like you're going to break that. I bet this guy will be passed out after his 3rd drink." Lai Yuejing's flunkies joined in with flattery. Ha ha ha. Soaking in the praise, Lai Yuejing glanced at Qin Yanran sitting on the couch, and felt even more pumped. "Come on. Another one. Fill it up. Cheers." After the 2nd drink, Lai Yuejing's expression started to change. It wasn't that he was drunk, it was that his stomach suddenly started to hurt for no reason. Awkwardly, he clutched his belly with his right hand, confused. Did he eat something bad this morning? Or was the liquor fake? Why did it hurt more and more? He glanced at Qin Yanran, who looked totally innocent. With her background, there was no way she had fake liquor on her shelf. Only explanation, he ate something spoiled this morning. He silently vowed to punish his chefs later. To ease the pressure on his stomach, he casually stood up. As soon as he stood, he let out a quiet fart. It wasn't loud, and the others were still praising him, so no one noticed. But it scared the hell out of him. For a moment, he thought maybe he had crapped his pants. A few drops of sweat formed on his forehead. If he had really done that in front of Qin Yanran, he'd never show his face again. No. From now on, I can't trust any fart. Right as he made that decision, he let another one slip. That was it, he couldn't hold it in anymore. He smiled awkwardly at Yi Xingqian. Bro. I gotta hit the bathroom. Be right back. President Qin, mind if I borrow your bathroom? Qin Yanran looked confused. She didn't know what trick Lai Yuejing was playing now, but still pointed to the nearby bathroom. Thanks. Clenching his stomach, Lai Yuejing rushed to the toilet. Relief. Sitting on the toilet, he finally let out a sigh. Looking around, he even got a little excited. This was Qin Yanran's bathroom. He was actually sitting in her bathroom. For a moment, he thought maybe the stomachache wasn't so bad after all. Following the same logic, today he made it to her bathroom. Tomorrow, her shower. Day after, her bedroom. Soon, her bed. But that fantasy quickly got crushed by reality. Because the diarrhea wouldn't stop. Lai Yuejing knew if he stayed in there too long, Qin Yanran might start wondering what he was doing, maybe even suspect something shady. That wouldn't do. He had just started to rebuild his manly image, he couldn't let diarrhea ruin that. So he took a deep breath and forced himself to stop. After a while, he pulled up his pants and returned to the living room. Ah? Liu Jing clutched his stomach awkwardly and gently sat back down in his chair. Sorry, my stomach was feeling a bit off earlier. Come, let's continue. As he spoke, he gave Yi Xingchen a look, signaling that his stomach was really upset and that just a couple more drinks should be enough. He hoped Yi Xingchen would pretend to pass out after one more. Hee. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but smile. He had finally managed to set up Liu Jing again. Today, he was going to completely humiliate him, so he would never dare show up in front of Qin Yanran again. No way he'd let him off that easily. Yi Xingchen subtly raised 2 fingers, indicating that he'd pretend to be drunk after 2 more glasses. Liu Jing frowned. 1 or 2 more glasses would usually be fine, but in his current state, even that was pushing it. Still, since Qin Yanran was watching him closely, he couldn't say no. He nodded in agreement. Gourmet. Fill it up. 1 more glass. Bottoms up. They each drank again. As the alcohol went down, Liu Jing felt like his stomach had turned into a stormy sea, with waves crashing violently. For a moment, he almost lost control and had an accident right there. Pft. He couldn't hold it and let out a rapid burst of farts. This time, because his lackeys hadn't chimed in with any loud flattery, the entire room clearly heard the fart. Liu Jing's lackeys froze. No one knew what to do. Yi Xingchen burst out laughing and then quickly held his stomach. Ow, sorry. Mr. Lai, maybe I ate something bad this morning. My stomach's a bit upset. That was rude, my bad. Liu Jing was almost moved to tears. He discreetly gave Yi Xingchen a thumbs up behind Qin Yanran's back to show his gratitude. For a moment, Liu Jing felt Yi Xingchen might be a blessing from the heavens, a divine wingman sent to help him get together with Qin Yanran. Compared to Yi Xingchen's quick thinking, his own lackeys were absolutely useless. Liu Jing swore to himself, if he ever got together with Qin Yanran, he'd invest big and open a company just for Yi Xingchen to play with. Hiss. I can't take it anymore. I need the bathroom. Yi Xingchen ran toward the bathroom, holding his stomach. Liu Jing had to maintain his image in front of Qin Yanran, Yi Xingchen didn't. He acted without restraint. What a bro. Liu Jing was deeply touched again. But the moment didn't last long, he suddenly realized a new problem. Whether Yi Xingchen was faking it or not, the end result was the same, the bathroom was occupied. What about him? What was he supposed to do? Gurgle. His stomach churned violently again. He barely held it in. President Qin, do you have another bathroom in your house? Just then, Qin Yanran's phone buzzed with a message. She glanced at it, it was from Yi Xingchen. Don't let him use any other bathroom. Smart as she was, Qin Yanran instantly understood. She frowned and coldly rejected Liu Jing. There's one in the master bedroom, but I won't allow it. Liu Jing was annoyed but understood. After all, a goddess's private bathroom wasn't something anyone could casually use. Now he could only grit his teeth and wait for Yi Xingchen to come out. Minutes passed. Just when Liu Jing was about to curse out loud, Yi Xingchen finally emerged from the bathroom, leaning on the doorframe. Liu Jing lit up and jumped up to rush over, but Yi Xingchen quickly turned and darted back in. Nope, can't hold it, gotta go again. Liu Jing nearly exploded. This bastard. Can he see I'm suffering too? How inconsiderate. His eyes landed on the 2 liquor bottles on the table. He frowned. Could it be? Were those 2 bottles fake? Or maybe expired? Why were both he and Yi Xingchen having stomach trouble? Hiss. Clutching his stomach in pain, Liu Jing's right hand began to tremble. He couldn't hold it anymore. Another loud fart ripped through the living room. It was so loud, it probably echoed outside the villa. The worst part, he crapped his pants. The whole living room reeked. His lackeys wrinkled their noses and held their breath, pretending nothing happened. But Qin Yanran wasn't going to pretend. She immediately pinched her nose, ran to the window, opened it, and stuck her head out to get fresh air. That action completely shattered Liu Jing's fragile self-esteem. He felt like he couldn't stay there another second. Forget facing Qin Yanran, he wouldn't even be able to face anyone again. Well, President Qin, sorry, this morning can't take it. I'll just head out first. When that guy comes out, tell him, we'll drink next time. I'm out, Qin Yanran waved him off with a disgusted look, still covering her nose. Liu Jing clutched his stomach and ran outside the villa. Farting the whole way, by the time he reached the courtyard, the seat of his pants was soaked and nasty stuff dripped as he ran. He leaned against the gate and looked back at his escape route, immediately spotting the mess he had left behind. Damn it. He nearly collapsed from the shame. From now on, every time Qin Yanran saw him, she'd probably think of this nightmare. Mr. Lai, let's go. We can visit President Qin another day. One lackey tried to comfort him, barely holding back his nausea. Slap. Lai Yuejing slapped him hard across the face. In total despair, he let all his anger out. Come back another day? Are you kidding me? How the hell can I ever face her again? I swear, if any of you tell anyone about today, I'll cut your tongue out. Yes, yes. Nothing happened today. Exactly, nothing happened. You drank that guy under the table and got your revenge. He let out another loud one, and a big splatter hit the ground. Shit. What are you waiting for? Let's get the hell out of here. Alright, they're gone. You can come out now. After Lai Yuejing and his group left, Qin Yanran gently tapped on the bathroom's glass door, a faint smile on her lips. He left already? I thought he could hold out a bit longer. Hearing her voice, Yi Xingchen finally walked out of the bathroom. Hee, what did you do to him? How did he suddenly, just? Qin Yanran tilted her head curiously at Yi Xingchen. Ha ha ha. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but laugh. Nothing much, just added a bit of laxative to his liquor. Brilliant. Qin Yanran gave him a thumbs up, full of admiration. Yi Xingchen glanced at the mess outside the door, frowned, and quickly took out his phone. President Qin, how'd I do? Pretty slick, right? I swear, even if his face is as thick as a wall, he won't dare show up around you again. I'll look up a cleaning service nearby and have them come clean up. You'd better stay in, don't want you getting nauseous. Qin Yanran nodded. I'll just head upstairs. I've got some work to handle anyway, so I'll just work from upstairs. No need to go out today. Okay. Found one, this cleaning company should do. Yi Xingchen quickly called the company he found online. Watching his busy back, Qin Yanran couldn't help but smile slightly. Yi Xingchen, this guy 2 years younger than her, really did bring her a lot of surprises. Lai Yuejing, who had been such a headache for her, was so easily taken care of by Yi Xingchen. And most importantly, she didn't have to tear things up with Lai Yuejing or worry about future retaliation. Maybe, having a capable man at home isn't such a bad thing after all. Alright, President Qin, the cleaners will be here in 30 minutes. You can go rest upstairs. If nothing else comes up, I'll head out. Just text me if anything happens, I'm always ready. Qin Yanran was increasingly satisfied with Yi Xingchen. Oh right, one more thing. Go to the construction bank and withdraw some money for me. Here's my bank card. The PIN is 608608. I'll call ahead. Just ask for the lobby manager when you get there. Withdraw 100,000 yuan. That much cash? Yi Xingchen was a bit stunned. We don't have much cash at home, just keeping some on hand. No need to go right now, just later today is fine. Okay. Although Yi Xingchen wasn't too thrilled about running errands, Qin Yanran was his big boss, and a big boss's orders had to be followed. And well, she really was a big boss. Also, after watching your work these past few days, I think you're more than qualified. So, you're officially hired. You're now the deputy head of the company's security department, and your monthly salary will be adjusted to 120,000 yuan. If you stay on for 5 years, the villa you live in now and the car you drive will be yours, as a senior employee benefit. Really? That's awesome. Thank you, President Qin. I'll work hard and repay your trust in me. Yi Xingchen was so excited, he almost jumped in place. All complaints about errands instantly vanished. Alright, go on, then. Qin Yanran smiled again and went upstairs. Grateful, Yi Xingchen decided to run the errand right away rather than wait until later. On his way out, Yi Xingchen carefully avoided the mess on the floor. Once he got into his car, which would soon be his, he felt truly happy. He stepped on the gas and headed straight to the nearby construction bank. Parked, turned off the engine, and walked into the bank, everything smooth. But the moment Yi Xingchen stepped inside, he immediately noticed a luxury sports car parked outside the bank. Is that a 10 million yuan Lamborghini? Does that mean she's here too? No way, it can't be that much of a coincidence. Yi Xingchen muttered to himself, and Dragon Qingxuan's beautiful image popped into his mind. He had mixed feelings about her. On one hand, he wanted to maintain a good relationship, her mysterious background might help him deal with tricky situations. On the other hand, he was wary of her motives. With a background like hers, it was hard to believe she didn't have some hidden agenda. She might just be using him. Forget it. No point overthinking, just watch and wait. With that, Yi Xingchen decided that even if he saw her, he'd act like he didn't and avoid her as much as possible. But what he didn't expect was, just as he walked into the bank, Dragon Qingxian happened to be walking out. Seeing they were about to cross paths, Yi Xingchen quickly sat down in the bank's waiting area and pretended to be an ordinary customer waiting for his number. Dragon Qingxian didn't notice him and walked elegantly toward the exit. Just as Yi Xingqian breathed a sigh of relief, she suddenly stopped and looked curiously at the car parked outside. Crap, come on, officer, even my beat-up car you recognize? Yi Xingqian felt something was off and instantly regretted not coming to the bank later, at least in the afternoon. Just as he guessed, Dragon Qingxian had recognized his car and turned back to scan the people inside. Yi Xingqian quickly turned his head and pretended to check out a passing woman. Yeah, technically speaking, it was cold today. But that didn't stop some trendy girls from wearing black stockings and short skirts. Rustle rustle. With a soft sound beside him, Dragon Qingxian, having precisely spotted him in the crowd, sat down next to Yi Xingqian with a smile. Hey, it's broad daylight, and you're hiding in the bank checking out girls in black stockings. Aren't you afraid of being arrested as a pervert? Ha ha ha. Realizing he'd been found out, Yi Xingqian gave an awkward laugh and deliberately changed the topic. See? That's fashion, that's trend. What man can resist the temptation of black stockings? Even in cold weather, all you see are black stockings. Look at those legs, so long and slender. Hee hee. Dragon Qingxian smiled meaningfully but didn't respond. Whoa! Look there! Yi Xingqian suddenly pointed toward the bank's entrance. Damn, the world's going downhill. Even men wear black stockings now? But hey, it's different, women wear them on their legs, and this guy wore them on his head. Nobody move. This is a robbery. A loud male voice echoed through the entire bank. Bang! As a group of robbers stormed in, the people in the bank quickly descended into chaos. Countless individuals scattered, trying to find a safe place to hide. But the commotion quickly quieted down after one of the robbers fired a shot and shattered a vase in the lobby. Everyone settled down, crouching on the ground with their hands on their heads. Yi Xingqian and Long Qingxian exchanged a glance and also crouched down with their hands over their heads like everyone else. As he crouched, Yi Xingqian noticed that the robbers were all holding identical compact pistols. Not only were they small, but their material also seemed different from those used in his previous world. Boss, we've jammed the network here. We've got 10 minutes. Good. Number 3, you and Number 4 search the people and collect their jewelry and cash. Number 2, hack into the local surveillance system and monitor police movement. Number 5 and Number 6, clean out the counter cash. Number 7 and Number 8, grab the carts and sweep the gold and cash in the vault. The rest of you, control the people in the lobby. Got it. Hearing the robbers' plan, Yi Xingqian frowned. These guys were really bold, 10 people robbing a bank. Typically, 3 to 6 is the ideal number for robbing a bank. That way, they can all escape in one vehicle, stay low profile, and still manage to control the situation inside. Also, Yi Xingqian suspected there might be a planted accomplice among the hostages. Aren't you going to act? Long Qingxian showed no fear, instead, she looked at Yi Xingqian with anticipation. Yi Xingqian didn't answer, only shook his head slightly. First, sticking your head out gets you shot. He wasn't about to risk his life, especially with the robbers armed with hot weapons. Second, he didn't want to expose his full abilities in public. If a government agency took interest and dissected him for research, he'd be screwed. Lastly, he couldn't be sure there wasn't an 11th robber hidden among the hostages. Any rash move might provoke the gang and get innocent people hurt. Long Qingxian looked disappointed but said nothing more. She obediently crouched next to him. Hurry up. Hand over your valuables and cash. 2 robbers continued looting people's belongings in an orderly fashion. Soon, one of them reached Yi Xingqian and Long Qingxian. What are you looking at, punk? Yeah, I'm talking to you. Hurry up and hand over your jewelry and money. Yi Xingqian glanced at the masked robber and, with no other choice, handed over the 2.50 yuan in his pocket. The robber looked confused at the 3 bills. What the? Are you messing with me? 2.50 yuan? I'm a robber, not a beggar. Damn it. 2.50? Go give that to a street beggar, see if they even bother to look at you. Yi Xingqian felt a bit awkward. Bro, I'm broke. If I were rich, I'd toss you 250,000 right into your bag. Damn it. What kind of broke loser only carries 2.50? I don't believe it, let me check. Number 4, what are you doing? Hurry up. I know, Number 3. I bet this guy's hiding something valuable. No way he only has 2.50 on him, the robber glared fiercely. You, stand up. I'm searching you. Alright, go ahead. If you find even 1 more cent, I lose. Yi Xingqian stood up reluctantly and let the robber search every pocket. I don't buy it. Hey, bro. Yi Xingqian quickly felt uncomfortable. Where are you touching? You robbing my wallet or my dignity? Spit. Damn loser, poorer than me. After a thorough search, the robber really didn't find anything else on Yi Xingqian except his car key and bank card. Looking disgusted, the robber pulled a wad of cash from his bag and tossed it at Yi Xingqian's feet. You're this broke and still have the nerve to go outside? You've got guts. People like you should hang a bell over their bed on Christmas and see what jingles louder, your bell or your poverty. Here, this is charity from me. Don't come to banks anymore, you're lowering our efficiency. Go spend it. Yi Xingqian stared at the pile of money at his feet, momentarily feeling insulted. He looked aggrieved. Bro, you can insult my finances, but don't insult my dignity. I may be poor, but I'm a man with principles, with a bottom line, with pride. I've always believed I should earn my wealth with my own hands. The robber was stunned by Yi Xingqian's righteous tone, standing frozen and speechless. Just asking, okay? No other meaning. If I take this money, is it considered a crime? Would I be seen as your accomplice? Would I be forced to return it later? The robber twitched hard. Damn it, you really are a man of principle. Ha ha ha. Yi Xingqian gave an awkward laugh again. Quit yapping. Sit your ass down. The robber lost interest in Yi Xingqian and shoved him down to the ground again. The robber soon reached Long Qingxian. But when he saw her pretty face, he nearly drooled. Forget it. I think you're hiding something valuable. I'm searching you. Get up. Number 4, what are you doing? You can't walk when you see a pretty face? Stay focused. With enough money, what kind of woman can't we get? You didn't see her, number 3. This babe is seriously smoking hot. One night with her, I'd die happy. Just a quick search. Fine, hurry. If the boss finds out, he'll kill you. I know. You, stand up. Clearly just an ordinary woman, after all, she was blocked by thugs before. Long Qingxian looked at Yi Xingqian with pleading eyes and stood up slowly. Yi Xingqian frowned. Things were spiraling out of control. If he didn't act soon, Long Qingxian was going to be harassed, or worse, taken away. No matter what, she had helped him get Shi Wenbin out. He couldn't just sit back and do nothing. These bastards were really forcing his hand. Yi Xingqian slowly clenched his fists, ready to make his move. He yelled at the next guy, number 4, are you out of your mind? Don't go crazy now and drag the brothers down. Don't blame me for not showing mercy. Just as Yi Xingqian was about to act, the gang leader noticed the disturbance and quickly shouted to stop it. Even though number 4 was clearly reluctant, in the end, he had to give up his bold plan. Humph, you little bitch, consider yourself lucky today. Maybe because he was afraid of losing control if he stayed near Long Qingxian, he simply skipped robbing her and moved on to the next person. Hey, why didn't you step in just now? After squatting back down, Long Qingxian glanced sideways at Yi Xingqian with a glare. Yi Xingqian was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to answer. After a while, he pouted and said, I'm no longer that hot-blooded, impulsive young man I once was. I think about a lot more things now. Time has smoothed my edges and blurred my shape. So, you've gone from being passionate to just being a perv? Shut up, all of you. We're robbing a bank here. Can you show some respect for our profession? The gang leader, seeing Yi Xingqian and Long Qingxian whispering, was furious. Sorry. Yi Xingqian quickly bowed his head and stopped talking. Boss, bad news. Looks like one of the bank staff secretly pressed the alarm. The police have been dispatched and are heading our way. The one monitoring the police via tablet warned the gang leader. Damn it, how much time do we have? At most a minute and a half if we want to get out safely. Shit. The gang leader clenched his fists and issued new orders through his comms. Number 3 and 4, grab 2 hostages, just in case we run into the cops during the escape. Everyone else, grab the cash and get ready to move. Got it. You. And you. Come here. Number 4 randomly picked out 2 women. No. One of them turned pale with fear and collapsed to the ground. Get up. Move it. If you don't, I'll shoot you right now. Running out of patience, number 4 pointed his gun at her. Sir, how about I go instead? She's pregnant. If she suddenly goes into labor while you're escaping, what will you do? As the woman was about to stand, Long Qingxian stood up and offered to take her place. Hey, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Yi Xingqian was stunned and immediately got anxious. The robber looked at the pregnant woman skeptically. She doesn't look like she's due anytime soon. How could she go into labor? Preterm birth is pretty normal. Long Qingxian ignored Yi Xingqian and stuck to her proposal. But, she looks like she's only 4 or 5 months along. Even with preterm birth, it wouldn't happen that early, right? Now even Long Qingxian was stuck. Number 4, stop wasting time. Just take this woman. Seeing her volunteer, number 3 was delighted and immediately agreed. Fine, you then. Move it. Get in the car. Long Qingxian slowly walked toward the van, glancing back at Yi Xingqian with a look that seemed to say, are you going to save me or not? Yi Xingchen frowned, starting to get mad. Damn it. I'm not going to save you. You were dumb enough to volunteer as a hostage. Don't you get it? That bastard's obviously lusting after you. Don't you know what could happen as their hostage? Even if you live through it, it'll be a fate worse than death. You've got problems. This is all your fault. We're not even related. I'm not saving you. Let that robber strip you, and then… Shit. Yi Xingchen suddenly stood up and pointed at the other woman who was chosen. Wait a minute, guys. Why don't you take me instead? I mean, if you run into trouble on the way, I'm a guy, I could help lift stuff. I'm more useful than a woman, right? Number 4 was stunned. What the hell? What kind of world is this? Hostages are now fighting to be picked. This guy makes sense. Once we get to the hideout, we'll need someone to unload the van. A man could be handy. You, come on. Move it. The leader nodded in agreement. Long Qingxian heard Yi Xingchen's offer and smiled slightly, giving him a triumphant look. We're here. Get out of the car. The robber's vehicle stopped steadily at an unknown location, and one of them began urging Yi Xingchen and Long Qingxian to get out. At this point, both Yi Xingchen and Long Qingxian had their eyes covered with a piece of cloth, and their hands were tied. However, calling it a rope wasn't quite right, it was more like a thin cotton string. After all, by this world's standards, a string of that thickness was enough to restrain an adult. Like that, Yi Xingchen and Long Qingxian were pushed into a small room. Big bro, where are we now? Yi Xingchen deliberately asked curiously. You think I'm your uncle's cousin Jenny Aristotle or something? We're robbers. You think we'd tell you? Stay here and don't make any stupid moves, or I'll shoot you. With that, the robber turned and walked out of the room. Bang! With the sound of the door slamming shut and footsteps fading away, Yi Xingchen confirmed that he and Long Qingxian were locked in an enclosed room. Judging by the robber's reaction to his question, there was likely only one person guarding them. The robber left. We're locked in a sealed room. Otherwise, we wouldn't have heard the door close. Also, he didn't leave anyone to watch us, which means he's not worried about us escaping. I can hear the wind rustling the leaves through the wall. We must be in a dense forest. Yi Xingchen was surprised by Long Qingxuan's sharp judgment but didn't respond. After all, if she hadn't volunteered earlier, he wouldn't have had to enter the lion's den. Hee, the clever Long Qingxian guessed his thoughts and explained with a smile, remember what I said in the cafe? I want us to be a couple, so I need to learn more about you through different things. So what? Yi Xingchen replied coldly. So, I've made a preliminary judgment. You're kind and upright, you don't meddle unnecessarily, but when people close to you are in danger, you never sit back and watch. Most importantly, you think things through, you're not just some brute. So what? Yi Xingchen was slightly stunned. So, I like you even more now. You're definitely mine. There's no escaping me. I think we shouldn't just be boyfriend and girlfriend, we should skip straight to getting married. Faced with her bold declaration, Yi Xingchen didn't even know what to say. All right, let's get serious now. Help me untie this rope. Yi Xingchen laughed, but I'm still blindfolded, and my hands are tied behind my back. How am I supposed to help you? Don't pretend. I know your strength. There's no way a string like this can bind you. I'd rather die than believe that. An idea for revenge flashed through Yi Xingchen's mind. He sighed, unfortunately, I really can't break free from this rope. Seriously? Long Qingxian didn't buy it. Cut the nonsense and help me untie it. Well, even if my hands are tied, I can still help you. After that, you can untie me. Whatever, hurry up, this rope is starting to hurt my hands. Are you squatting or standing right now? Squatting. Yi Xingchen smiled deeply and slowly backed up toward Long Qingxian. He calculated the height and pretended to, accidentally, place his hand on her chest. Silence fell over the room. Unexpectedly, Long Qingxian didn't scream or panic, instead, she stayed completely calm. Your hand is in the wrong place. Oh? Where is it? Yi Xingchen asked knowingly. Your hand is on my chest. Can you be a gentleman? Oh, sorry. I was wondering why it felt so soft, now I get it. So? Are you going to move your hand? Didn't you say? I said what? Long Qingxian was confused. You told me to be a gentleman. I figured since everywhere else on you is covered with 2 layers of clothes, and your chest has 3, I'd put my hand where the clothes are thickest. That way you wouldn't call me ungentlemanly. Long Qingxian was speechless. It was the first time she met someone who could justify groping her so righteously and leave her with no argument. She realized Yi Xingchen was clearly getting back at her and taking advantage. But she didn't scold him, after all, it was her own fault, and she genuinely wanted to build a relationship with him. Still, Yi Xingchen was startled by how calmly she handled it. This woman. Even after all that, she wasn't angry. Clearly, she's smart and calculating. Yi Xingqian didn't believe she liked him for his looks or heroics. She'd made it clear, she wanted a partner who could help her in the future. Whether that future meant eventually or in bed, Yi Xingqian couldn't be sure. Thinking this, he moved his hand away and asked, "Mind telling me who you really are?" "Ha ha ha." Long Qingxian laughed. "Wanna know? Get a marriage certificate with me and promise to fulfill your husband duties, and I'll tell you." "You," Yi Xingqian twitched at the corner of his mouth. "Forget I asked. Oh, by the way, I already have someone I like. And I've even, with another girl. You get what I mean? Doesn't matter." Long Qingxian shook her head indifferently. "I'm not after your body, I'm not after your power. I just want you. You're really straightforward. Shut the hell up. I leave for a little while and come back to find you whispering like that?" Just then, the robber's angry voice came from the door as he burst back in. "Sorry, this beautiful lady said her chest was a bit itchy, so I helped her scratch it." Because his eyes were covered, Yi Xingqian couldn't be sure if the robber had a gun pointed at him and Long Qingxian, so he didn't dare act recklessly. "What? That's a thing now?" The robber laughed when he heard that kind of request from Long Qingxian and quickly walked over to her. Long Qingxian wasn't scared, she sat upright in her squat. She knew that if Yi Xingqian dared to make up such an excuse, he must have had a plan. Thud, thud. Yi Xingqian listened to the footsteps and locked onto the robber's position. "Where does it itch? Let me see. Down there? Is that itchy too?" The robber chuckled as he walked up to Long Qingxian, getting ready to lean over and take advantage. Rip. Yi Xingqian seized the moment, his arms suddenly tensing as he broke the rope around his wrists. With his left hand, he pulled off the blindfold, and with his right hand, he struck toward where he estimated the robber to be. The instant he removed the blindfold, Yi Xingqian quickly pinpointed the robber and slammed his right hand over the robber's mouth, while his left hand pressed hard against the back of the robber's head. Crack! With a chilling sound of bone breaking, Yi Xingqian crushed the robber's jaw with his bare hands. The poor guy didn't even have time to react or scream before dying on the spot. After swiftly finishing off the robber, Yi Xingqian calmly untied Long Qingxuan's ropes and removed her blindfold. Once freed, Long Qingxian glanced at the robber's corpse, then at the faint mark on Yi Xingqian's arm, and rolled her eyes at him. "Didn't you say you couldn't break the rope?" Yi Xingqian already had a reply ready and answered with a smile, "Didn't you know? Human potential is limitless. In critical moments, people can unleash incredible strength." Hee hee. Already used to Yi Xingqian's shameless confidence, Long Qingxian didn't argue, she just smiled it off. "Follow me. Now that there are no innocent bystanders, I don't have to hold back. The hunt begins now." Long Qingxian couldn't hide her excitement. She had volunteered for this mission just to witness this moment. Not wanting to miss a thing, she widened her eyes and stared at Yi Xingqian's back. Yi Xingqian peeked through the door crack and spotted an armed robber standing guard in the hallway. Worried that sudden movement might cause the guard to fire an alarm, Yi Xingqian opted for a clever approach. He gripped the doorknob and began pushing and pulling it gently. The strange noise from the door quickly drew the robber's attention. "Number 6, what's going on?" The robber called out from a distance. After getting no reply, he cautiously walked toward the door with his gun. "Number 6? Number 6? He kept calling as he carefully approached. Using the shadow under the door, Yi Xingqian judged the distance. The moment the robber got close, Yi Xingqian moved, left hand yanking the door open, right hand punching. Crack! With one punch, Yi Xingqian shattered both the robber's arm and nose. This robber, too, died before he could scream. It was Long Qingxuan's first time seeing Yi Xingqian go all out. She had already found him terrifying during the underground fights, but now she realized, he wasn't just terrifying, he was monstrous. In all her life, apart from her father and a few others, she had never seen such brutal strength in a single punch. That punch first hit the robber's arm, absorbing some impact, then hit his nose, yet still crushed both and likely caused brain trauma from the internal bleeding. Such strength and speed were beyond belief. Despite the fear, Long Qingxian felt overwhelming joy. She didn't fear Yi Xingqian being too strong, she feared he'd be too weak. With such power, Yi Xingqian was perfect for her plans. She took a deep breath and asked, "How can your strength and speed be so terrifying?" Yi Xingqian smiled, "Simple. I work out." "Work out? What kind of training gets you like this?" Long Qingxian was stunned. "Easy. My routine, hand workouts, keyboard battles online. Leg workouts, squatting to check online posts. Head workouts, laughing my head off. Core, laughing till I get abs. Lungs, ha 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 ha. Ah." Long Qingxuan's face darkened. "Let's go." Yi Xingqian smiled again, gently pulled Long Qingxuan's hand, and continued down the hallway. As for the fallen robber's gun, Yi Xingqian ignored it. He'd never handled a real gun, and without knowing how to use it, his fists were more reliable. Creak. Just then, a door in the hallway opened. A robber with a submachine gun instantly saw Yi Xingchen holding Long Qingxuan's hand. Their eyes met, brief awkwardness. The robber froze for a second, then quickly raised his gun and fired. His goal was to alert the others. Yi Xingchen was trying to escape. But to Yi Xingchen, the robber's reaction was way too slow. Just as the gun barrel shifted a few inches, Yi Xingchen grabbed it. Crack! Without hesitation, he punched the weapon, breaking it apart along with the robber's chest cavity. The robber spit out a mouthful of blood and fell. Long Qingxuan's eyes widened in shock. He even broke a gun with a punch? That's insane. He's escaping. Everyone, get over here. Emergency. Quick, number 3, number 8, go around the side. The rest follow me. Kill him. Because the robber's shot had shattered the window glass above the doorframe, it served as an alarm. The leader downstairs responded quickly, splitting the team in two. Armed, they began moving in on Yi Xingchen's position from both sides. What do we do? The robbers downstairs are already closing in. Though Long Qingxuan's voice was a bit anxious, she remained incredibly calm. As she spoke, she picked up the submachine gun on the floor and checked the number of bullets like she'd done it 100 times. Yi Xingchen gave her a look. Wasn't this whole mess thanks to her? But when he saw her handling the gun, he was surprised, even twitching his eyebrows. Judging by how skilled she was, she must have had plenty of experience with guns. Damn. Who exactly is this woman? Could she be military? What shocked Yi Xingchen even more, the bullets in the magazine. They were made of rubber. But he quickly figured it out. In this world, people's physical strength had declined badly. Whether the bullets were lead, copper, or the steel type used in Xia country, a full magazine would be too heavy for regular people to lift. How would they even fire it? Rubber bullets were already destructive enough for such fragile bodies. They didn't have to pierce flesh, breaking bones and joints was enough. With that thought, Yi Xingchen came up with a plan. Long Qingxian noticed his expression and smiled. Looks like you have an idea? Of course. Yi Xingchen walked back into the room, flipped over a metal table, and crouched behind it. A metal table should be enough to block rubber bullets, right? Long Qingxian was stunned. Who would have believed someone could lift a heavy metal table and use it as a shield? There he is. He's in the room, get him out of there. Voices came from the hallway. The robbers had split into two groups and were coming from both ends. Hide in the restroom and don't come out until I'm done with them. Got it. Yi Xingchen pointed at the bathroom stall. Okay. Not wanting to take any chances, Long Qingxian obeyed and waited to see what Yi Xingchen would do. Brothers, kill him. The robber leader saw the bodies near the door and exploded with rage. Bang! 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 A wave of gunfire hit the table, but the sturdy metal shield held firm. Damn, he's hiding behind the table. How the hell did he even flip it? Boss, what do we do now? The robbers hesitated. No one wanted to rush in, unsure if Yi Xingchen had a gun. So they kept firing at the table to suppress him. What are you afraid of? The leader, now without his stocking mask, sneered. So what if he's behind a table? It's not like he can move it. Keep firing. Two of you flank him and kill that bastard. Got it. Just as they were about to move, Yi Xingchen smiled, grabbed the table leg with his left hand, and pushed it toward the door. What the hell? Boss, he's actually pushing the table. How is that possible? So fast. The robbers at the door were stunned. Even the leader froze, dumbfounded by what he saw. They couldn't understand how someone could make a metal table slide across the floor. After all, they couldn't see Yi Xingchen moving it from behind the table. I said, I hate it when people say I'm fast. Yi Xingchen got angry and moved even faster. In the blink of an eye, before the leader could issue new orders, Yi Xingchen was already among them, shielded by the table. Since they were now in close quarters, the robbers didn't dare fire and instead drew wooden knives to fight hand to hand. But Yi Xingchen wasn't holding back, his punches came down like a god of war. Crack! Ah! Screams and bone-crunching echoed through the hallway. Every time Yi Xingchen punched, a robber went down bleeding and broken. The leader could only think of one thing. I'm not the king of hell, I'm just the delivery man for the underworld. This guy was death incarnate. He gave a bitter smile. This wasn't a hostage, they'd brought home a monster. Don't be afraid. All together, kill him. The leader's eyes darted, then he turned and ran. But he was too slow. Yi Xingchen had already taken down the others while he was still in the hallway. Instead of chasing blindly, Yi Xingchen blocked the door with the table, then dragged a few bodies to build a barricade in front of the restroom for Long Qingxian. If a robber slipped in while he was gone, she'd be in danger. As for the leader? Yi Xingchen wasn't worried, he couldn't get far. Let him run for a bit. Yi Xingchen calmly picked up 4 or 5 submachine guns, tapping them lightly. They were made of a material he'd never seen before. It seemed like even though humans had weakened in this world, tech had improved a lot. Maybe that's why, it filled the gap left by declining physical strength. Yi Xingqian didn't think about it too long and followed the escape route. Ah! Don't come any closer. The leader soon realized Yi Xingqian was right behind him and nearly lost his mind. Hee hee. Yi Xingqian smirked, gripping one of the guns tightly. He was going to throw it and kill him with it. You, what the hell are you? Are you some kind of transformer or something? Facing the Grim Reaper, the leader completely lost the will to fight. Yi Xingqian's mouth twitched slightly. Then he tossed the gun. Clang! The leader dropped to the ground. Woo woo! Outside the old, rundown house, more than a dozen police cars blared their deafening sirens. After armed police rushed into the building and saw the bloody scene in the second-floor hallway, many of the officers with weaker stomachs began vomiting. This wasn't a hallway, this was hell on earth. Many police officers even suspected this old house would become one of the most notorious haunted sites in Xia country. All these people, you handled them alone? The police captain looked at Yi Xingqian, sitting calmly on a chair smoking a cigarette, with a shocked expression. Who? Yi Xingqian had already taken a pack of cigarettes off a robber. Now he was enjoying one. Yes. Back at the bank, I wanted to act, but I was worried the robbers would panic and randomly shoot at the crowd. That's why I held back, pretended to be a hostage, and waited until we got here to act. Captain, a young officer leaned in and whispered, we've finished counting, 10 robbers, all dead. As for the cash, jewelry, and gold, it's all accounted for. Yi Xingqian overheard and felt relieved. Turns out there really was a robber hiding in the crowd at the bank. Good thing he didn't act impulsively, otherwise, it could have been a disaster. The police captain looked even more shocked. Sir, may I ask, could you explain in detail how you did all this? He gestured at the corpses. Sorry, I can't say. That's classified. Just as Yi Xingqian was about to make an excuse, Long Qingxian stepped forward. Yi Xingqian immediately went quiet. He nearly forgot, this woman could pull someone out of prison with a single phone call. Of course she could handle a simple police inquiry. And you are? The captain noticed Long Qingxuan's confident demeanor and couldn't quite guess who she was. Just wait a minute. I'll make a call. Soon, your chief will call you, and then you'll understand. Hiss. The captain froze for a moment and nodded stiffly. Normally, he would have scolded someone for saying that. But everything happening right now felt far from normal. Maybe, these two really were something special? Hello? Uncle Wu, yes, can you help me with something? Long Qingxian turned and made a call. A few minutes later, the captain received instructions from higher up. Hello? Chief. Yes. Understood. I got it. After hanging up, the captain saluted Yi Xingqian and Long Qingxian. My apologies for the delay. We'll arrange police cars to escort you both back to the city. Yi Xingqian grew even more curious. Who exactly was Long Qingxian? One phone call, and even the police chief gives her a pass? Hey, brother, who is she really? Yi Xingqian glanced at Long Qingxian and lowered his voice. Ha ha ha. The captain burst out laughing. Sir, don't worry. We'd never reveal such top-secret info to outsiders. At the press conference later, we'll say it was the police who shot the robbers. You won't be exposed, don't worry. Yi Xingqian was speechless. The captain thought he was trying to probe for intel. Seeing the captain staying tight-lipped, Yi Xingqian didn't bother asking again. As Long Qingxian waved goodbye, she and Yi Xingqian rode off in separate police cars in opposite directions out of the forest. Although Yi Xingqian was curious, since she lived in Yunhe Villas, why go elsewhere? He felt it wasn't his place to ask right now. Sitting in the police car, Yi Xingqian picked up his phone and saw several missed calls and WeChat messages from Qin Yanran. She was asking if he had withdrawn the money and why he wasn't answering. Yi Xingqian tensed up and quickly called her back. If she thought he ran off with her bank card money, he'd be in serious trouble. Hello? Is this the kidnappers? How much do you want? As long as you let him go, we can talk about the money, just don't hurt him. I can arrange a safe exchange. Qin Yanran obviously didn't know Yi Xingqian had escaped or taken care of the robbers. She thought it was them calling. Yi Xingqian was touched by her concern, whether it was friendship or as a boss, it meant a lot. To have such a generous and protective boss? Lucky didn't even begin to describe it. President Qin, it's Xingqian. I'm safe. The police are taking me back now. Phew, Qin Yanran sighed in relief. That's great. I saw the news this afternoon, it nearly scared me to death. I'm so glad you're okay. If anything had happened to you, I'd never forgive myself. About the money withdrawal? I'm really sorry, I didn't expect all this to happen. It's fine. Qin Yanran chuckled. No big deal. As long as you're safe, everything else can wait. Just return the card tomorrow. Tonight, go home and rest well. After something like this, your body and mind need time to recover. Got it. Yi Xingchen smiled. By the way, has the cleaning company finished with the villa? You remembered that? It's already cleaned. Great. Yeah, rest up tonight. You're my bodyguard now. There might be even more danger ahead. When trouble comes, I'll deal with it head on. No worries. Alright, go get some rest. See you tomorrow. Okay. See you tomorrow. Boss. Give me 200 bottles of beer, 1,000 lamb skewers, and 1,000 beef skewers. Yi Xingchen arrived at a roadside barbecue stall directly across from the entrance to the Yunhe Villa district and placed a large food order as soon as he sat down. The barbecue stall owner glared at the lone Yi Xingchen. Hey, kid, are you here to mess with me? Yi Xingchen was momentarily stunned, then smiled awkwardly and quickly explained, Boss, you don't know this, but I have a big appetite. All that food is barely enough for one meal. The stall owner clutched his stomach dramatically and burst into laughter. Kid, if you want to brag, pick something better. 2,000 skewers, 200 bottles of beer, and you say that's just barely enough? I get it. You're either here to cause trouble or you escaped from a mental hospital. Come on, why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, I can pay part of it now, okay? As he spoke, Yi Xingchen took out his phone and scanned the QR code for WeChat Pay on the stall owner's table. WeChat payment received, 2,000 yuan. Alright? I'll pay the rest after I finish eating. The stall owner eyed him suspiciously. Fine. I'll ask my wife to drive over with the rest. I want to see how you manage to eat it all. If you actually finish it by yourself, I'll give you the meal for free. Ha ha ha. Yi Xingchen laughed and didn't take the boss's words seriously. 2,000 skewers and 200 beers? That would cost thousands at least. A small barbecue stand like this couldn't possibly afford to give that away for free, they'd go bankrupt. Some deals you can take, but others you just shouldn't. Here, kid, I'll grill part of it first for you. The rest will come later. Not long after, the boss brought over a dozen bottles of beer and several dozen skewers, each about the size of a pinky nail. Yi Xingchen didn't hesitate. He pulled a disposable plastic cup from his pocket, one he'd kept for years, and poured all 12 bottles into it, then drank it all in one go. What the? Even the older barbecue stall owner was shocked by Yi Xingchen's way of drinking beer. The boss's wife, who had just arrived with supplies, stepped up with concern. Young man, don't drink like that. It's bad for your liver. Who drinks 12 bottles of beer in one go? Are you upset about something? Why not talk to auntie? Don't bottle it up, talking helps. Whether it was genuine concern or just fear of him collapsing at their stall, her words moved Yi Xingchen. He'd grown up poor, lost his mother early, and rarely felt the concern of others. Even Zhao Wen and Fan Jian, who once felt like family, eventually betrayed him. But ever since the world changed, he had felt warmth from people like Qin Yanran, Lin Yun, and now even this stranger at a barbecue stand. Sigh, Yi Xingchen sighed lightly and spoke as he ate, Auntie, thanks for caring. But, really? I just eat a lot. You'll see in a moment. Then he grabbed a handful of skewers and ate over 20 in one bite. In moments, he finished nearly 100 already grilled skewers with ease. Oh my gosh, the stall owner's wife was stunned. Young man, your appetite, it's not just big. It's insane. I've lived most of my life and never seen anyone eat nearly 100 skewers in one sitting. You're really something. Yi Xingchen smiled and suddenly looked up at the boss. Boss, why does your meat taste different from yesterday's? No way. The boss, clearly an honest guy, blinked and quickly shook his head. This is the same meat as yesterday. Oh no, I mean it's the same preparation method as yesterday. Alright. Yi Xingchen felt the flavor was a little off but still acceptable. Maybe it was just because he ate too fast. Just then, two strange middle-aged men showed up at the barbecue stall. One had long hair with a bald crown, the other dragged his right leg with a limp. Both wore trench coats, and the wind made their coats flutter dramatically. Yi Xingchen noticed they sat at the table next to his and had been staring at him. He didn't think too much of it, maybe they were just shocked by how much he could eat. What can I get you too? The boss asked enthusiastically. Boss, my buddy and I are men of principle. Be honest, how much is your whole stall worth? That includes food supplies and all the tables and chairs. The long-haired man never took his eyes off Yi Xingchen. Ha, the boss was stunned. Are you two planning to buy my stall and run it yourselves? Here. The long-haired man handed over 3 10,000 yuan bills. We're about to get into a fight with someone, and we might trash your stall by accident. Consider this 30,000 yuan as compensation in advance. If it's not enough afterward, we'll pay more. If it's too much, keep the rest, for your trouble. Only then did Yi Xingchen notice that this world's currency had changed, not only keeping old denominations but adding 1,000, 5,000, 10,000, and 20,000 yuan bills. Wait, they're going to fight someone at this barbecue stand? Yi Xingchen was stunned. That was way too specific. Besides him, there was no one else here. They clearly meant him. What Yi Xingchen didn't understand was, he didn't know these two weird middle-aged men. Why did they want to fight him? Hey. The long-haired man glanced coldly at Yi Xingchen, confirming his suspicion. Those eyes clearly said, "We came here to fight you." This. The barbecue boss and his wife were so scared that they took the money and quickly hid behind a tree across the street, terrified of getting caught in the mess. Yi Xingchen locked eyes with the two men, and both sides could feel the intense fighting spirit in each other's gaze. Hey. The man with the balding head suddenly let out a cold laugh and gently slipped his right hand into his pocket. When his right hand came out, Yi Xingchen was shocked to see. There was a live crawfish clamped onto his middle finger. The crawfish was clearly alive, its claws tightly gripping his finger. Huh? Yi Xingchen was completely dumbfounded. What kind of move was this? Did this guy raise a legendary pet crawfish? Was he about to summon it to fight alongside him? The limping man also froze at the sight, then slowly raised his right hand and pointed at the balding man's middle finger, trembling. What? Haven't you seen it before? The balding man kept his eyes locked on Yi Xingchen, not realizing anything was wrong. No, I mean, your hand. My hand? My hand? Damn. That hurts. Why are you just standing there? Get this thing off me. The balding man glanced at his hand and immediately screamed when he saw the crawfish. Oh. The limping man slowly walked over and helped fling the crawfish to the ground. Yi Xingchen's mouth twitched. Alright, clearly this wasn't some magical beast, it was just a regular crawfish. The balding man shook his stinging hand and looked at Yi Xingchen awkwardly. I passed a seafood shop earlier and grabbed a crawfish. I was planning to cook it with garlic later. That didn't count. Let's start over. Yi Xingchen's mouth twitched again. He gave a gesture, indicating the man could proceed. The balding man was about to reach into his pocket again but thought twice. He quickly pulled the pocket open and looked inside to check for more surprises, then reached in with his right hand. This time, Yi Xingchen noticed something. The balding man now wore a metal military knuckle duster on his right hand. That thing must weigh at least a few pounds. By pre-catastrophe standards, it'd be tens or even over 100 pounds. Carrying something like that wasn't impossible, but wearing it on one hand like this? That was rare. At the same time, the limping man rolled up his right sleeve, revealing a metal wristband on his arm. His wristband weighed about the same as the other man's knuckle duster. This confirmed that the two were definitely skilled fighters. Yi Xingchen didn't dare take it lightly. He immediately stood up and eyed the two warily. Ha, the balding man laughed when he saw Yi Xingchen's guarded face. Looks like you know your stuff. No wonder the client paid big money to hire us. Yi Xingchen frowned. Gentlemen, can I at least know who paid you to kill me? I deserve to know before I die, right? To kill you? The balding man blinked. No one hired us to kill you. What? Yi Xingchen almost cursed. You're messing with me? Just now you said? I said we were paid well to take action. Take action doesn't mean kill you. Two different things. We're principled people. We've done bad things before, sure, but we don't kill innocent people for no reason. Yi Xingchen gave him a side eye. Then, who's your client, and what does he want? Hey. You'll find out soon enough. Our mission is to beat you down and bring you to the client. Of course, if we accidentally kill you, the client won't blame us. So, if you know what's good for you, just come over and let us knock you out. Don't resist, and you won't die. As they spoke, the two men flanked Yi Xingchen, one on each side. Yi Xingchen slowly turned sideways, raising both fists in a defensive stance in front of his chest. Even though people's physical strength had drastically declined in this world, there were still monsters who practiced martial arts. Miyamoto Tomomi once said that even with no consideration of experience or skill, her own ability barely made the top 10 of the Miyamoto family. More importantly, battles aren't only about strength or speed, experience and technique matter too. There's always someone stronger out there. Who knew what level these two weirdos were? Yi Xingchen didn't dare let his guard down. The balding man seemed pleased by Yi Xingchen's caution. He shook his thinning hair and began introducing himself. I'm Lu Ma. People call me the Living Reaper. Know why I'm bald? It's not age, and it's not disease. Every time I kill someone, I pull out a strand of hair. The more I've killed, the more hair I've pulled. That's how I got this way. Can you imagine how many I've killed? Seeing Lu Ma do his intro, the limping man stepped forward and did his own. I'm Lu Zi. They call me Iron Leg Drifter. Know why my leg's crippled? It's not from a fall or illness. Every time I kill someone, I step on their head. Did it so many times my leg ended up like this. Can you imagine how many I've stepped on? Yi Xingqian was speechless from their opening speeches. Okay, fine, but with names like Niu Ma and Niu Zi, you guys never thought about changing them? If it weren't for the real weapons on their hands, he'd think they were scam artists. As the saying goes, even thieves have a code. We don't kill randomly anymore. You're young, we don't want to send you to the afterlife just yet. So, again, come here and let us knock you out. If you cooperate, we'll just disable you. If not, we won't hold back. Yi Xingqian narrowed his eyes. There's no point talking anymore. I'm not easy prey. Tell me who your client is, then walk away, and I'll act like none of this happened. In that case, let's settle this with our fists. Attack. Lu Ma's face turned cold as he shouted to Lu Zi and charged at Yi Xingqian first. Yi Xingqian noticed that although Lu Ma and Lu Zi were quite fast compared to regular people, to him, they were still too slow. Or rather, even their speed didn't match up to Miyamoto Tomomi's. Which meant one thing. If not taking fighting experience and skills into account, Lu Ma and Lu Zi were still inferior to Miyamoto Tomomi. That gave Yi Xingqian some relief. Then again, it made sense. Even the powerful Miyamoto family only had fewer than 10 people who could suppress him. How could someone stronger than him just randomly show up in Yunha City? And why would they do this kind of job for money? That level of expert would only care about improving their own strength, right? Yi Xingqian took a deep breath. When faced with Lu Ma's punch, thrown with a military-grade knuckle duster, he easily dodged it with a simple sidestep. Huh? Lu Ma, missing his strike, let out a confused sound. At the same time, Lu Zi's right arm, wearing a heavy metal bracelet, came swinging toward the back of Yi Xingqian's head. Yi Xingqian raised his right hand and easily caught Lu Zi's arm, gripping it tightly. What the? Lu Zi was shocked, trying hard to pull his arm back. But no matter how hard he pulled, his face turning red from the strain, he couldn't break free from Yi Xingqian's grasp. Lu Ma took the opportunity to throw another punch at Yi Xingqian's abdomen. As expected, it was useless. Yi Xingqian calmly grabbed Lu Ma's wrist with his left hand. Lu Ma couldn't move it forward even a bit. Lu Ma and Lu Zi were a longtime duo, with great coordination. They exchanged glances and came to a mutual understanding. Each of them swept a leg toward Yi Xingqian's lower body. Even a lion uses full strength to hunt a rabbit. Yi Xingqian didn't dare be careless and jumped to dodge the combined strike. But to his annoyance, their speed was so slow that he had already jumped and landed, and their sweeping kicks still hadn't reached. Not that it mattered. Even if the kicks landed, their strength was weak. When they finally connected with his legs, Yi Xingqian didn't move an inch. What the hell? Why the hell are we even fighting? The two brothers were dumbfounded and instantly lost all will to fight. At the same moment, they both knelt down in perfect unison. Big bro, it's a misunderstanding. All just a misunderstanding. Master, please forgive us. We're sorry. Really sorry. Seeing them chicken out so fast, Yi Xingqian let go without hesitation. After all, he still wanted to know who hired them. If he accidentally killed them, the clue would be lost. Now that he fully understood their strength, Yi Xingqian relaxed. He sat back down and resumed eating. You two say you'll fight me, then suddenly it's all a misunderstanding? If word gets out, won't I lose face? Heh, well, Lu Ma quickly forced a smile, a master like you shouldn't argue with small fries like us. That'd be even more embarrassing. You want to know who hired us, right? Look, the debt should go to the real culprit. You go after the boss and let us go, how about it? Heh, Yi Xingqian looked at Lu Ma meaningfully. Small fry? Weren't you the one called Living King of Hell? That was a nickname I gave myself. I'm a person too, right? Giving myself a nickname and claiming it's from others, no big deal, right? And what about pulling out one hair every time you kill someone? Well, this is a bit embarrassing, actually, you might not believe it, but my hair, it was pulled out by my wife during an argument. Yi Xingqian was speechless. He turned to Lu Zi. And you? Iron Leg Glider? That nickname? I gave it to myself too. And the bit about stepping on someone's head every time you kill? Actually, only my big bro knows this. I had polio as a kid. That's why my leg is lame. Yi Xingqian couldn't help but laugh. These two really didn't seem like hardened criminals. Seriously, what kind of ruthless criminals calculate compensation before a fight? Yi Xingqian glanced at the two brothers and smiled. You both have some decent skills. How about this? I admire people who are both brainy and brawny. I've seen your brawn. Now let me see your brains. If you can prove you're both, I'll let you go. Deal? Lu Ma swallowed hard. Big bro, what do you want us to do? Simple. I'll give the first line of a couplet. You each come up with the second line. If you match it well, I'll accept that you've got brains. Sound good? Lu Ma and Lu Zi looked at each other, then gritted their teeth. All right, go ahead. Okay, Yi Xingqian thought for a second, drawing on recent experiences. Here's the first line: a thief steals and keeps stealing. The two looked at each other awkwardly. After several minutes of intense thinking, during which Lu Ma pulled out many more hairs, he finally lit up. Got it. Second line. Okay, that'll do. Yi Xingqian nodded. Your turn, no sound-alike tricks. Lu Zi looked at him pitifully, then also lit up after a moment. Got it. Second line. All right, Yi Xingqian waved a hand. Tell me who your employer is, and I'll let you go. But if I ever hear you're doing anything criminal again, I'll settle old scores and new. Yes. Thank you, big bro. Master, actually, we don't know who hired us. What? Yi Xingqian shot up from his chair. You messing with me? You think I won't do anything to you? Give you sunshine and you flood the place? Misunderstanding. Please calm down and let us explain. Yeah, really. We don't know who the boss is. It was one of his subordinates who found us. But we do know where he is. We can secretly take you to him. Yi Xingqian finally nodded. All right, take me to him. Buzz. Yi Xingqian drove his own car, and under the directions of Lu Ma and Lu Zi, he quickly arrived at Yunhe Grand Hotel. The Yunhe Grand Hotel was not only famous in Yunhe City but also well known throughout the southern region of Xia country. Anyone who could stay at the Yunhe Grand Hotel was either rich or powerful. It was clear that the person who hired Lu Ma and Lu Zi was no ordinary figure. Big bro, the client is in room 608. Later, just pretend like we beat you up and you lost the ability to fight. That way, we can get you in smoothly without any surprises. If the client gets word and runs off, the plan fails. All right. Yi Xingqian nodded, then extended his right hand toward Lu Ma. Big bro, what's this for? Lu Ma looked at him, puzzled. Lend me your knuckle duster, just in case. I'll return it afterward. Sure. To Lu Ma and Lu Zi, Yi Xingqian now seemed like a god they dared not disobey. Lu Ma quickly pulled the military-grade knuckle duster from his pocket and handed it over. Yi Xingqian took it and slipped it into his pocket. With Lu Ma and Lu Zi supporting him from both sides, they walked straight into the hotel. Gentlemen. The front desk girl looked suspiciously at the odd trio but said nothing. Miss, can you please call the guest in room 608? Just say we brought the person over, he just had a bit too much to drink and can't walk properly. Oh? Knowing that anyone staying in this hotel must be important, the receptionist, being just a regular employee, didn't ask more. She nodded and called the guest in 608 as requested. Soon, she came back. Gentlemen, I've spoken to the guest in 608. He said to go up directly. The door's unlocked, and he's waiting for you inside. Thank you, beautiful. Lu Ma grinned at her, then gave Lu Zi a glance. The two helped Yi Xingqian into the elevator. Ding! With the elevator chime, they arrived on the 6th floor. Room 608 was easy to spot, just on the right. Yi Xingqian glanced at the tightly shut door, frowning. He remembered he had offended Koizumi Ichiro in Yunhe City. But aside from Koizumi Ichiro, he couldn't think of anyone who'd hire assassins to come after him. Still, Yi Xingqian doubted Koizumi was the employer. Koizumi was from the east, connected to the Miyamoto family. It didn't make sense for him to hire two Xia nationals to handle this. Besides, with the way Koizumi hated him, if he hired killers, the order would be to take him out, not beat him up and deliver him alive. So if it wasn't Koizumi, then who? Staring at the door, Yi Xingqian knew he'd soon find out. Big bro, should we wait out here? Just call us if you need anything. Master, don't worry. We know our place. We wouldn't dare run off without your permission. All right. Yi Xingqian nodded, then stopped paying attention to the brothers and pushed the door open, stepping inside. Inside the room. A red ambient light glowed brightly, giving the room an oddly sensual atmosphere. Under the red glow, a pale back was partially exposed under a towel, clearly just out of the shower. Yi Xingqian was stunned. His eyes followed the back upward. Short, straight black hair. A wave of shock hit Yi Xingqian. What the hell? It's a man. What the hell is going on? The person turned around upon hearing the door open. Their eyes met, awkwardness mixed with confusion. It's you? Yi Xingqian was shocked to see who it was. Wrapped in a towel, half naked, it was Lai Yuejing. He never imagined in his wildest dreams that Lai Yuejing would be the one who hired Lu Ma and Lu Zi. Worse, Lai Yuejing had waited for him post-shower, wrapped in a towel. What the hell did this guy want? Suddenly, Yi Xingqian recalled the absurd couplet line Lu Zi had blurted earlier. Oh no, could Lai Yuejing actually want to? Lai Yuejing's face quickly darkened. You little punk, you won't escape my grasp. Clearly, Lai Yuejing hadn't realized Yi Xingqian had turned the tables with Lu Ma and Lu Zi and still thought he was defenseless. What are you trying to do? Yi Xingqian backed up until he was pressed against the door, fear all over his face. You bastard. Because of you, I lost my chance with Qin Yanran. You think I'd let that slide? Since you ruined it for me, you'll take her place. Tonight, I'm going to have you. Holy shit. Yi Xingqian nearly jumped. No, Mr. Lai, listen, calm down. We're both men, right? With your background and status, are you really lacking women? Is this necessary? Anger clouds reason, calm down. Calm down? Lai Yuejing slowly stood, face twisted, stepping toward Yi Xingqian. You cost me my shot at Qin Yanran. I'll never be able to face her again. How can I calm down? If I don't take you tonight, my name isn't Lai. What the hell? You sick freak. Don't come any closer or I'll beat your ass. Yi Xingqian braced against the door and raised his fist in warning. Beat me? Ha ha ha. Lai Yuejing laughed maniacally, closing in step by step. You think you've got strength left? You know why I hired those two? I know you're strong. That's what makes this exciting. You'd better submit tonight, or I'll make you regret it forever. Yi Xingqian sneered, slid on the military knuckle duster, and punched straight through the wooden door behind him. Then he glared coldly at Lai Yuejing. You still think this is going to be satisfying? You still think you're in control of tonight? Lai Yuejing froze when he saw Yi Xingqian's fierce display. How is that possible? Didn't they beat you until you couldn't fight back? How can you still? Heh, Yi Xingqian gave a cold chuckle. Young Master Lai, next time you want to send someone to deal with me, could you at least send some decent guys? One's a cripple, the other's bald. What kind of joke is that? You think so little of me? Lai Yuejing clenched his teeth. Screw you. What did you say? Yi Xingqian raised his fist threateningly. The military-grade knuckle duster on his hand gleamed ominously under the ambient red light. Lai Yuejing wasn't stupid. He knew when to back off. Realizing Yi Xingqian was beyond his control, he quickly tried to de-escalate. I said? Macapaka's little trumpet. What? Well, I figured I've offended a god like you, thought I'd sing a Macapaka song to apologize? Lai Yuejing looked at Yi Xingqian with a weak, submissive face. Yi Xingqian's lips twitched. Who has time to listen to your stupid song? I held back twice before because there were outsiders around. But now we're alone. I'm done hiding my strength. Yes, yes. Lai Yuejing nodded obediently, not daring to resist at all. From now on, if I ever see you around President Qin again, you better watch your head, it might end up like that door. Got it. Yi Xingqian pointed to the door he had smashed with one punch. Absolutely. I promise I won't go near her again. And if you ever feel pissed off and want to send someone after me again, feel free. But if they fail, I'll come after you personally. You know what that means, right? Yes, yes. Lai Yuejing didn't even dare breathe loudly. You're a well-known figure in Yunhe City, right? There are plenty of women in the world. Why obsess over just one? It's not worth throwing your life away over one flower when there's an entire garden out there. Right? Yes, big bro. You're absolutely right. Good. Yi Xingqian lightly patted Lai Yuejing's shoulder. Now, those two you sent earlier answered a literary challenge. Since you've promised to back off, if you can answer one too, I'll let you go. Deal? A literary challenge? Lai Yuejing was stunned. Wait. I spent all my time in school chasing girls or skipping class. I never really studied. Can't we change the topic? Maybe ask about something physical? Enough nonsense. Listen, a couple getting remarried. I want a poetic couplet for that. If you can come up with a matching line, I'll let you go. If not, I'll break one of your fingers as a lesson. Got it. Remarried. Sweat began to bead on Lai Yuejing's forehead. At that moment, he deeply regretted not studying when he had the chance. You can't answer? Yi Xingqian grinned. Did those two guys outside answer correctly? Lai Yuejing suddenly lit up. Can I get help? Don't quizzes usually allow lifelines? I choose to ask the audience. Yi Xingqian didn't say yes or no. He simply opened the door and glanced at Lu Ma and Lu Zi outside. The door had already been smashed by Yi Xingqian's punch, so the brothers had heard the whole conversation. Lu Ma, a sharp one, saw Yi Xingqian wasn't rejecting the idea, and immediately held up a finger. Consulting fee, 1 million. Damn, daylight robbery. Lai Yuejing wanted to curse. 1 million to save a finger, that's a bargain. Lu Ma just smiled. Fine. If you guys can give the answer, 1 million it is. Satisfied, Lu Ma nodded and shook his half-bald head. Big bro, listen up. Upper line, night raid on Pearl Harbor, the beauty was startled. Lower line, 2 atomic bombs, surrender of Japan and Germany. Horizontal scroll, World War II. Yi Xingqian was shocked. You better have said startled, not fertilized. And Japan and Germany, not got Japan. Ha ha ha. Lu Ma chuckled deeply, hiding his skills and achievements. Once the transfer was complete, Yi Xingqian let Lai Yuejing off the hook. As he left the room, Yi Xingqian reminded him, "Young Master Lai, don't forget to pay for the broken door." A few steps out, Yi Xingqian noticed Lu Ma and Lu Zi still following behind him. He smiled. "You guys can go now. Don't get involved in this kind of business again." Bigi bru. Lu Ma and Lu Zi exchanged looks, hesitating. "What? I'm not giving you trouble, and you still want trouble with me?" No, not at all." Lu Ma quickly waved his hands. "Actually, big bro, my brother and I talked about it while we were outside. If we can't do that kind of dirty work anymore, we basically lost our jobs. So we figured, why not just follow you from now on?" "Follow me?" Yi Xingqian was taken aback. "Yeah. Big bro, you've got real skills, you keep your word, and you're not a ruthless person. Wouldn't following you be better than hauling bricks on some construction site?" "Well," Yi Xingqian hesitated. To be honest, while Lu Ma and Lu Zi weren't much compared to him, they were still pretty capable for regular folks. Besides, he couldn't handle everything by himself all the time. Having two skilled followers would make handling some things a lot easier. Plus, the Qinglong gang had just been reorganized and needed reliable people. These two might be a good addition. Thinking it over, Yi Xingqian nodded. "All right, I'll observe you two for a month. Do you know the Qinglong gang?" Yes. "Go find the boss, Shi Wenbin, or the second in command, Deng Hao. Just tell them my name. I'll let them know you're coming. My name is Yi Xingqian." "Got it, brother Yi." Lu Ma respectfully bowed deeply alongside Lu Zi. The first rays of morning sunlight shone into the room. Yi Xingqian slowly opened his eyes. Hearing a soft sound beside the bed, Yi Xingqian glanced over. A smooth white back, silky black hair, and slender forearms. Yi Xingqian took a deep breath and gently rubbed his lower back with his right hand. After coming back last night, Miyamoto Yume had a little something to eat and then clung to him for another round. It was worth noting that perhaps because Miyamoto Yume was a cultivator, her appetite was much larger than an ordinary person's. More importantly, she seemed to have a special interest in Xia country's cuisine. Most girls think about pink makeup and pretty things. But not Yume. Her head was full of snails in spicy broth, hot and sour noodles, clams in rice noodles. Yi Xingqian gently slapped her firm butt, then got dressed, washed up, and left the house. After dropping off Qin Yanran at the office, Yi Xingqian headed into his own office with big strides. Knock knock knock. Following a few light knocks, Lin Yun entered Yi Xingqian's office. Yi Xingqian glanced at the closed door and smiled. "Good morning, little Yun." Lin Yun rolled her eyes at him. "Can't you act proper? What, isn't deep emotional communication between us serious business?" Lin Yun's face turned red as if she remembered something. "This is the office. Be serious." "I'm always serious." Yi Xingqian grinned. Lin Yun rolled her eyes again, then suddenly remembered something. "Since noon the day before yesterday, I've been feeling weird." "Noon the day before yesterday? Wasn't that after our gentlemanly interaction?" "Gentlemanly interaction? What does that mean?" Lin Yun blinked at him. "There's a saying, a gentleman uses his mouth, not his hands." Lin Yun instantly got the hint, and her cheeks turned even redder. "I'm seriously discussing something important. If you keep this up, I'm leaving." Yi Xingqian blinked and realized it might not be what he thought. He immediately dropped his teasing tone and looked serious. "Weird? What do you mean? Although, it sounds strange, but it seems like since noon that day, I've become stronger. My appetite has increased too." Lin Yun frowned and, after hesitating a bit, finally spoke the truth. "That's a good thing." Yi Xingqian looked confused. "Getting stronger makes life easier. As for eating more, you're so skinny, you should gain a bit of weight. Have you been working out or exercising lately?" But, Lin Yun frowned even more. "The change is huge, not something training can explain. For example, I used to only be able to lift maybe 6 or 7 ounces at most, but yesterday, I actually lifted a pair that weighed over 1 pound. It was a little hard, but I really did it." "What?" Yi Xingqian was stunned by her words. In this world, 1 pound was equivalent to 100 pounds in the old world. For a delicate girl like Lin Yun to lift something that heavy was shocking. Even more important, this change only happened in the past 2 days. Yi Xingqian looked her up and down. For a moment, he thought Lin Yun looked a bit different today. She seemed a year or 2 younger. There was a new liveliness about her, especially in her eyes. And she seemed fuller than before. If they weren't in the office, he might have been tempted to measure with his hands, for scientific reasons only, of course. Yi Xingqian stroked his chin thoughtfully. He didn't think these changes were random, they seemed to be caused by some external influence. Maybe, he could ask Miyamoto Yume about it tonight. Thinking this, Yi Xingqian gently patted Lin Yun's shoulder. "Don't worry. For now, this seems like a good thing, right? You're stronger, so you're safer too. After all, you're so beautiful, it's dangerous walking alone at night, right? Lin Yun finally felt a little relieved. Her feelings were understandable, suddenly discovering super strength can be scary. As for the reason, trust me, I'll figure it out. Don't worry too much. Wait for good news, okay? Okay. Lin Yun fully relaxed. For a moment, she felt lucky to have a dependable man by her side. She gently rested her head on Yi Xingqian's chest, letting her tense body unwind. Yi Xingqian softly patted her back, comforting her with care. Right. Lin Yun suddenly remembered something and pulled away. I almost forgot. Get ready, you're heading out with President Qin. Oh, Yi Xingqian nodded. She's going out? Yes. President Qin is going to inspect the new construction site. The ocean park in Yunhe City is a big project. She's worried that sneaky people like that little brat Xiao Jun might cause trouble, so she wants to oversee things herself. Got it. I'll get ready and bring the car around. Good. Let's do our best, for our future. Lin Yun smiled and made a tiny fist in encouragement. Yi Xingqian was momentarily stunned. Because at that moment, the faces of Miyamoto Yume and Long Qingxian flashed through his mind. Damn it. He had really lost himself in beauty. Lust truly is a double-edged sword. How was he going to explain Miyamoto Yume and Long Qingxian to Lin Yun? Maybe, he needed to have a good talk with Miyamoto Yume tonight. Otherwise, he'd keep going further down the wrong path. V-room. As the sound of a car engine echoed, Yi Xingqian drove Qin Yanran's car onto a vast open lot on the outskirts of Yunhe City. Good morning, President Qin. A man and a woman, along with 5 or 6 employees from Yida Company, had already been waiting for quite some time. Yi Xingqian quickly got out of the car with good sense and helped open the door for Qin Yanran. Qin Yanran nodded at the employees in front of her. Old Zhang, how's the preparation going? We need to speed things up. The construction deadline given by the relevant departments is tight. We must ensure enough time for the next phase. Better to finish early than to be late. A trace of hesitation flashed across old Zhang's face. Then he glanced at the woman beside him and weakly nodded to Qin Yanran. Please rest assured, President Qin. Everything is going smoothly. We will definitely finish the surveying ahead of schedule. Qin Yanran, being highly perceptive, instantly sensed something was wrong just by looking at old Zhang's expression. Even Yi Xingqian, who had never been in a leadership position, could feel that something was off. Qin Yanran's brow furrowed as she looked at old Zhang with clear displeasure. Old Zhang, tell me the truth. I'm asking you again, is everything really going smoothly? Can the surveying be completed before the deadline? Old Zhang, realizing he couldn't hide it any longer, looked troubled and glanced at the woman beside him. Damn it. I want to see who dares to do measurements here today. If you've got the guts, come beat me to death. At that moment, a loud male voice came from the nearby construction site. You! Qin Yanran's face darkened in anger. She pointed at old Zhang with her right hand and immediately led her group toward the source of the sound. Soon, the entire scene at the construction site came into view for Qin Yanran and her team. A flashy-looking young man was lying on the ground, thrashing and making a scene. At the same time, several middle-aged men were standing around holding small wooden sticks. It was obvious they were trying to stop Yida Company's engineers from conducting the on-site survey. What's going on here? Can someone explain this to me? Qin Yanran did her best to suppress the anger in her chest, pointing at the man on the ground and looking toward old Zhang. Well, old Zhang looked helpless, wanting to speak but hesitating. Sigh. The woman beside him let out a sigh. Boss, since we can't fix it, let's stop wasting time. Just tell President Qin the truth. President Qin, you might not know, this land originally belonged to a nearby village called Gojia Village. Later, the government decided to build a marine park here and requisitioned the land. But, the woman turned her head and glared fiercely at the young man. But the people from Gojia Village are insatiably greedy and completely unreasonable. The government already paid them the compensation for the land, but when we came here to do the surveying, they refused. They said that after dividing the money, it was too little, and now they're demanding an extra 1 billion yuan from Yida Company. Why are you only telling me this now? Didn't anyone try to negotiate with them? We did. We sent people to talk with the village chief 3 times. But each time, they were chased away. Gojia Village wants 1 billion yuan, not 1 fen less. Did you try asking the relevant authorities for help? Yes. We contacted the Public Security Bureau, but even the police couldn't do anything. Every time the police come, they run away. As soon as the police leave, they come back. Sometimes even at night, some of our equipment gets mysteriously damaged, it must be them. The police have already arrested several people from Gojia Village, but that only made them more aggressive. Unbelievable. Qin Yanran clenched her teeth in anger, clearly wanting to go talk to the villagers herself. President Qin. Yi Xingchen stopped her. Let me go check things out first. Those who live in harsh places tend to be more unreasonable. If they lose it and try to kick you out, it could be dangerous. Qin Yanran, remembering how Yi Xingchen had helped her resolve several problems in the past, nodded and agreed to his suggestion. Yi Xingchen immediately saw that the young man making a scene was the leader. He glanced at the lightweight alloy shovel lying beside him and walked over. Yi Xingchen stopped only when he reached the shovel. Hey bro, what's your name? The young man glanced at Yi Xingchen and vaguely sensed that this new group was not ordinary, so he stood up arrogantly. I'm Go Dongxi. My dad is the village chief, Go Yang. What? Yi Xingchen couldn't help but laugh. These two really were something. One's name sounds like damn bastard, and the other dog-like. And who are you? Go Dongxi stared at Yi Xingchen with hostility. Yi Xingchen quietly glanced back at Qin Yanran, then patted his own chest. You can think of me as the temporary person in charge from Yida Company. I came to understand the situation. Heh, Go Dongxi sneered. Fine. Since you're the one in charge, I'll be clear. 1 billion yuan, not 1 fen less. Otherwise, forget about starting any construction here. Oh? Yi Xingchen frowned slightly. Let me ask, did the government give your village compensation for the land? They did. And yet you're asking our company for more? Of course. Who would say no to more money? Your Yida company has plenty, right? What's 1 billion yuan to you? Our village has exactly 100 households. That's 10 million yuan per household. With 4 people per family, that's just 2.5 million yuan per person. Yi Xingchen was stunned, both angry and amused. This was the first time he had seen someone show their greed so shamelessly. Or more accurately, so proudly shameless. A person, or a whole village, could really be this thick-skinned? Even if Yida Company was rich, why the hell should they give you 1 billion yuan? Do you think money just falls from the sky? Well? If you think it's acceptable, let's sit down and talk. If not, get the hell out. As long as we're here, your construction won't happen. Go Dongxi was clearly fearless, acting like a thug who had nothing to lose. Yi Xingchen frowned and suddenly pointed a finger at him. 1 million yuan. Take the money and leave. Never come back to this site again. What the hell? 1 million? What do you think we are, beggars? Go Dongxi exploded with rage. So this is how your company sees us, as worthless trash, huh? Looks like we'll have to teach you a lesson today. Everyone, come on. Let's fight. At his command, the nearby villagers of Gojia all picked up their small wooden sticks and surrounded Yi Xingchen, clearly ready for violence. The atmosphere at the scene instantly turned extremely tense. Xingchen. Behind him, Qin Yanran saw the villagers from Gojia village surrounding Yi Xingchen. She was so frightened that her face went pale and immediately tried to run over to help him. Don't come over. I can handle it. Yi Xingchen shouted to stop Qin Yanran, then turned to look at Go Dongxi with a half-smile. Heh, Go Dongxi also sneered. Buddy, your girlfriend's so pretty, why go against us? If we start fighting and you end up losing an arm, a leg, or even your life, wouldn't this beautiful woman belong to someone else? What a pity. I advise you to think twice before speaking or acting. You're teaching me how to behave? Yi Xingchen raised an eyebrow slightly. Like I said before, 1 million yuan. Take it and leave now. I can speak for our boss. We'll pretend this never happened. Otherwise, in the end, you might not even get that 1 million yuan. Go Dongxi snorted coldly. Trying to block our money? Haven't you heard the saying, cutting off someone's income is like killing their father or humiliating their wife? You'd better get one thing straight, you're alone, and we have over 20 people. Do you seriously think you can take on more than 20 of us by yourself? Or are you counting on them? He pointed to a few engineers at the site, who were already shivering in fear. These engineers were all intellectual types, not used to scenes like this. Yi Xingchen didn't blame them. He just looked at Go Dongxi and nodded. Just one of me, isn't that enough? Ha ha ha. That's hilarious. Did you eat garlic for breakfast? Such big talk. Did Yida Company send some ignorant punk to get himself killed? Several villagers from Gojia village burst into loud laughter, pointing at Yi Xingchen. Clearly, no one believed Yi Xingchen could deal with more than 20 villagers alone. Even Go Dongxi held his stomach as he laughed. If your real skills were even 1% as good as your bragging, we'd already be gone. You think we don't dare touch you? If all of us gang up on you and cripple you, so what? At worst, we pay some compensation. Compared to 1 billion yuan, that's just a drop in the bucket. Then why don't you try? Try? Sure. Go Dongxi's face darkened. He grabbed a small stone from the ground and hurled it at Yi Xingchen. Everyone, get him. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. With Go Dongshi's promise, the villagers had no more hesitation. They all raised their wooden sticks and charged at Yi Xingqian. Though Go Dongshi had tried a sneak attack, he was still too slow. Yi Xingqian easily dodged the stone with a sidestep, then bent down, picked up the alloy shovel from the ground, and swung it forward. Clang! The shovel struck multiple wooden sticks, knocking them to the ground. Worried about killing someone, Yi Xingqian didn't attack directly. Instead, he scooped up a large chunk of dirt and stone with the shovel and flung it at the villagers charging in front. At the same time, he spun around and used the shovel again to knock down more sticks, forcing several villagers back and successfully breaking out of the encirclement. Damn, so he's got some skills. Go Dongshi grew furious seeing a few villagers knocked down by a single toss of dirt. Don't be afraid. He's not daring to hit us directly, otherwise, he would have smashed us with the shovel already. Hearing this, several villagers once again screamed and charged at Yi Xingqian. Yi Xingqian frowned, starting to feel truly angry. This couldn't go on. He couldn't fight back properly, and if he accidentally killed someone, it would be a disaster. But simply defending and retreating wasn't a solution either, he had to come up with something. Suddenly, Yi Xingqian spotted a small tree not far away, and an idea came to him. He threw the shovel aside and ran toward the tree. Then, under the stunned and confused gazes of everyone, Yi Xingqian sprinted and kicked the tree, a tree about 1.5 inches in diameter, clean in half. Surprised and pleased by the result, he picked up the leafy, over 10-foot tall tree. Come on, then. Weren't you all so tough? Come on. Come and die. Let's see who's brave enough now. Holding the tree like a weapon, Yi Xingqian charged toward the villagers. In his hands, the small tree had turned into a divine weapon. Any villager who came near was instantly knocked to the ground by whipping branches. Now, Yi Xingqian finally had the power not just to defend, but to fight back. He could beat them without causing serious injuries. The tree was indeed mighty. In a few moments, over 10 villagers had already been knocked down. You little punks. Come on. Keep coming. Yi Xingqian stood like a battle god, holding the tree. No one dared to approach within 15 feet. Holy shit. Boss, this guy's weird as hell. Damn, he's insanely fast and strong. That big tree was snapped in half with one kick, and he's using it like a weapon. Yeah. He's already taken out over a dozen people. Maybe we should just give up for today. Damn it, Go Dongshi gritted his teeth, glaring at Yi Xingqian. You bastard. Just you wait. I've got things to do today, so I'll let this go for now, but this isn't over. If you've got the guts, live here 24 hours a day. The moment you leave, we'll be back. Let's see who can hold out longer. The look in Go Dongshi's eyes was filled with hatred. If looks could kill, Yi Xingqian would have been chopped into pieces 1,000 times over. Yi Xingqian frowned deeply but said nothing. Go Dongshi spat fiercely on the ground, then helped gather up the injured villagers. The group that had arrived so aggressively now left in defeat, tails between their legs. Xingqian, are you okay? Qin Yanran quickly rushed to Yi Xingqian's side. Yi Xingqian shook his head, then glanced meaningfully in the direction Go Dongshi's group had left. He said calmly, President Qin, don't worry. Just a bunch of clowns. I'll find a way to settle this. Let's begin the survey. It's time to get to work. After the small incident at the construction site came to an end, Yida Company quickly split into 3 teams. Old Zhang led the engineers to immediately begin measuring and calculations. Qin Yanran was holding her phone, making call after call, trying to get the relevant departments to step in and resolve the issue. Meanwhile, Yi Xingqian walked over to a tree in the distance with his phone in hand. Yi Xingqian did not believe that Qin Yanran could solve the problem just by contacting the authorities. Those so-called relevant departments always show up when nothing's going on, but when something actually happens, you can never find them. Besides, this was all organized by Gojia village themselves. These troublemakers would do anything for money. Even if the authorities stepped in, they might not be able to truly resolve the problem. At best, their mediation would mean telling Yida Company to back down and pay something, of course, not the ridiculous 1 billion yuan, but still. Maybe, this needed to be handled personally. Yi Xingqian pulled out his phone and called his underling Shi Wenbin. Hello? Brother Yi. Wenbin, I need to ask you something. Go ahead, Brother Yi. Are there any brothers in the gang who are from Gojia village? I'll need to ask around. Why, did Gojia village mess with you? Yi Xingqian paused for a second, then told Shi Wenbin everything that happened at the construction site in full detail. Brother Yi, give me a minute. I'll ask if any of the guys are from that village and call you back once I know more. Alright. Thanks for the trouble. Of course, Brother Yi. Oh, and last night, 2 guys, one named Lu Ma, the other Lu Zi, came to me, said they were your people. Yeah, those 2 may not look like much, but they've got decent skills. Let them stay on to help hold down the place. Watch them for a while, if they prove trustworthy, we can treat them as one of us. Got it. I know what to do. No doubt about it, Shi Wenbin was a reliable guy. Just 10 minutes later, he called Yi Xingqian back. Hello? Brother Yi, I found out. The village chief of Gojia village is named Go Yang. Originally, the compensation for the land had already been agreed on with the authorities, and the village had no objections. But just a few days ago, Go Yang and his son Go Dongxi suddenly spent a large sum of money to treat a bunch of idle locals to a feast. During the meal, the two of them kept saying things like, the compensation we got from the government was too little, then, other villages got way more than us, and then, Yida Company is a bunch of vampires. They were stirring the pot every which way. Shi Wenbin paused, then continued. At first, the villagers were fine with the money they got. But after being coaxed by the father and son, their mindset started to shift. They began to think Yida Company should also give them money. That's how this whole organized harassment started. Go Dongxi planned and led it all. But actually, very few villagers were really swayed by them. One of our gang brothers was present that day too. But he's pretty timid, he didn't dare go up against a big company like Yida, so he quietly backed away later. I see, Yi Xingqian nodded thoughtfully. So it's all that father and son's doing? From what we know, yes. It's all about money. They make it sound so righteous, but let's be honest, if they actually get the money, how much do you think they'll share with the rest of the village? Got it. I know what to do. Brother Yi, do you want me to send some guys over to help you? No need. The root of the problem is just those two. Take care of them, and it's over. Alright, be careful. If anything comes up, just call me. Okay. After hanging up, a slight smile appeared on Yi Xingqian's lips. Those bastards, looks like I'll be paying you a visit tonight. Night fell. After guarding the construction site all day, Yi Xingqian and Qin Yanran returned. After dropping Qin Yanran off at her home, Yi Xingqian didn't go home himself. Instead, he drove straight to Gojia village. After about 40 minutes of driving, he finally arrived at his destination, Gojia village. Ma'am, hello. Can I ask where the village chief's house is? Yi Xingqian stopped the car, rolled down the window, and gave a friendly smile to a woman standing by the road. You're looking for the village chief? The woman was slightly taken aback. She looked him and his car over. You are? Oh, it's like this. I'm a friend of the village chief's son, Go Dongxi. He called me earlier today and asked me to come over tonight to discuss something. But he wouldn't say what it was on the phone. Well, you know how these rich young guys are, you have to show respect. So I had no choice but to hurry over. Oh, I see, the woman nodded, then pointed ahead. Young man, just keep going straight on this road. You'll pass 2 intersections. At the 3rd intersection, turn right. Keep going and you'll see a big banyan tree. Turn left at the tree, and you'll see a 3-story reinforced concrete building. That's the village chief's house. Great. Thank you, ma'am. Yi Xingqian smiled and continued on as instructed. Along the way, he noticed that although Gojia village was on the outskirts of Yunhe city, the economic level wasn't bad. Almost every household had a 2-story standalone house. Some were built with wood, while wealthier families had concrete and steel houses. After passing the large banyan tree, Yi Xingqian quickly spotted a 3-story building standing out among the others. He parked the car a distance away by the roadside, then stepped out and looked at the village chief's home in the distance, rubbing his chin. This Go Yang really loved showing off. Out of the whole village, his was the only 3-story building, and it was made of reinforced concrete. He even built a wooden fence over 6 feet high around the house. Clearly, he wanted to make sure everyone knew how rich he was, and how much he had skimmed off while serving as village chief. Yi Xingqian glanced around. Once he confirmed no one was nearby, he approached the wooden fence. He perked up his ears to listen closely. Thanks to his increasingly sharp hearing after eating dogtail grass every day, he easily caught the sounds coming from inside the house. To Yi Xingqian's surprise, it was a woman's voice. Repeat after me, a drop of kindness should be repaid with a spring of gratitude. You didadada me, I walla walla you. What the fuck? When Yi Xingqian heard the woman's voice, he almost couldn't help but cry out. I haven't read many books, but don't try to fool me. You seriously call this, a drop of kindness should be repaid with a spring of gratitude? You didadada. You. Very soon, 2 male voices followed along, mimicking that weird broken English chant. One of them, Yi Xingqian instantly recognized, it was Go Dongxi's voice. This made Yi Xingqian even more confused. Forget the strange gibberish for a second, was Go Dongxi studying? Yi Xingqian never believed Go Dongxi was the studious type, especially not late at night, seriously studying a foreign language. To figure out what the hell these people were doing, he had no choice but to climb in and spy on them. Yi Xingqian looked around and quickly came up with an idea. After a bit of searching, he stacked a pile of rocks beneath the wooden fence. Stepping onto the rocks, he jumped with all his strength, grabbed the top rail of the fence with both hands, and, with a coordinated motion, easily climbed to the top. He glanced at a concrete flower bed next to the fence inside the yard. Confirming he could use it to climb back out later, he jumped down into the yard. Turning to look at the wooden fence, then at his own arms, Yi Xingqian noticed something strange. His strength seemed to have grown significantly. But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. First, he needed to figure out what Gou Yang and his family were up to. The three voices came from a room on the first floor. Using the cover of darkness, Yi Xingqian crept quietly toward the window of that room. Through a narrow angle, he peered inside. And what he saw nearly shattered his entire worldview. Inside the room, Gou Dongxi and a middle-aged man, probably about 50 years old, were sitting on either side of a completely naked young woman. Judging by his age, the man was likely the village chief, Gou Yang. As for the woman, whether she was Gou Dongxi's girlfriend or Gou Yang's new fling, Yi Xingqian had no idea. The young woman was holding a book that looked like it was made of silk and kept reading aloud from it in gibberish English. Meanwhile, Gou Yang and Gou Dongxi, on either side of her, kept groping her, even playing with her prominent breasts from time to time. Yi Xingqian was stunned. Holy shit. So this is what these two bastards were into? A father and son, sharing the same woman? If this got out, Gou Yang's reputation would be completely destroyed. Thinking quickly, Yi Xingqian took out his phone and began recording this absolutely messed up scene. With this video in hand, and a little pressure, he wouldn't have to worry about Gou Yang and his son refusing to back down. After finishing the recording, it looked like the two weren't satisfied with just groping, they were starting to get down to real business. Yi Xingqian held back his disgust and kept recording. But since people in this world were physically weak, and there wasn't much foreplay, the actual act lasted less than a minute. It's getting late, I should get going. The young woman began getting dressed and stood up. Just in case, Yi Xingqian quickly stopped the recording, quietly stepped onto the flower bed, leapt up, grabbed the top beam of the fence, and flipped back outside the yard the same way he came in. Creak. As the wooden gate to the courtyard opened, the young woman stepped onto the main road. Yi Xingqian pretended to be a passerby and accidentally bumped into her. Even though he controlled his strength, the woman still nearly fell over. Oh. I'm so sorry, so sorry. Yi Xingqian smiled apologetically. It's fine. The young woman rubbed her slightly sore shoulder and shook her head with a smile. Huh, strange. Pretty lady, I don't think I've seen you around before? You're. Yi Xingqian noticed that the woman didn't immediately recognize him as an outsider, so he guessed she wasn't from Gojia village either. Sure enough, the woman paused for a moment, then extended her hand toward him. Hello, I'm Rashime Daiko. I was hired by the village chief as an English tutor. What? Rashime, no toilet paper? Yi Xingqian was dumbfounded. Faced with her outstretched hand, he wasn't sure whether to shake it or not. Not shaking it would seem rude. But shaking hands with someone whose name sounded like diarrhea with no toilet paper? Who would dare? Plus, he had the sneaking suspicion she might literally not have washed her hands after what just happened. Wait a minute. Rashime Daiko? Japanese? Suddenly, Yi Xingqian understood everything. No wonder Gou Yang and his son had suddenly started causing trouble for Yida Company over the past few days. He had assumed it was just about money. But clearly, this wasn't so simple, money was only part of it. Behind them, was the manipulation of that bastard Kobayashi Ichiro. Rashime Daiko sensed a trace of hostility in Yi Xingqian's expression and awkwardly pulled back her hand before quickly walking away. Yi Xingqian glanced at her retreating figure, then looked back at Gou Yang's house. Anger boiled in his heart. Traitors. Collaborating with foreigners to harm their own people. If it had just been about personal greed or money, Yi Xingqian wouldn't be this furious. But letting that bastard Kobayashi Ichiro use them as pawns? That's something no one could tolerate. Yi Xingqian took a deep breath, then strode confidently to Gou Yang's front door. Knock knock knock. He knocked forcefully. Who is it? Gou Dongxi's voice came from inside the courtyard. Knock knock knock. Yi Xingqian didn't answer. He just kept knocking. Who is it? God damn it, are you mute or something? Furious, Gou Dongxi opened the door. When he saw Yi Xingqian standing there, his face froze in shock. And soon, his shock turned into terror. Shit, it's you. Of course Gou Dongxi knew Yi Xingqian was here for payback. He wasn't about to show up in the middle of the night just to chat over tea. Realizing this, he tried to slam the door shut. But Yi Xingqian was faster. He shoved the door open with force, stepped inside, and grabbed Gou Dongxi by the neck with one hand, his voice low and full of pressure. You bastard, you're fucking dead. Cough, cough, you bastard, let go. Even though Yi Xingqian hadn't really used much force, just lightly gripping Go Dongxi's neck with his right hand, it was already unbearable for the weak-bodied Go Dongxi. His face turned purplish red like pig liver, and he weakly slapped at Yi Xingqian's right arm, trying to make him let go. Yi Xingqian kept his grip on Go Dongxi's neck as he pushed him into the courtyard, then raised his foot and kicked the door shut. Bang! With a deafening sound, the gate slammed shut. Who are you? Let go of my son. You bastard. Do you know what you're doing? Broad daylight, in a lawful society, and you dare break in and assault someone. Hearing the noise, Go Yang rushed out. When he saw Yi Xingqian's hand around his son's neck, he panicked and started yelling, trying to make Yi Xingqian let go. Humph! Yi Xingqian glanced at the dark sky, then looked coldly at Go Yang and tightened his grip just a little more. Shout! Keep shouting. The louder you shout, the harder I squeeze. Of course, you could gamble. Gamble that I can't strangle your precious son with one hand. Or maybe, you think I won't dare kill you and flee after calling for help. Go Yang quickly calmed down after hearing the threat. After all, it was his son's life on the line, he didn't dare risk it. He immediately covered his own mouth with both hands, signaling that he wouldn't shout anymore. Humph! Only then did Yi Xingqian release his grip and gently push Go Dongxi to the ground. Ah, cough, cough. Go Dongxi fell to the ground, clutching his neck in pain. Even though Yi Xingqian had gone easy on him, a nasty bruise still showed on his neck. Son! Are you okay? Go Yang hurried to his son. Dad! Go Dongxi looked at Yi Xingqian with both fear and fury. That guy, he's the one who beat up more than 20 of us at the construction site today. We can't let him get away with this. Go Yang frowned slightly but didn't rush in. He knew his limits. If one man could knock out over 20 people, how could he possibly take him down? Go Yang forced himself to stay calm, trying to look composed and confident. Young man, don't act recklessly. This is a country ruled by law. If you kill us, you'll spend the rest of your life in prison, maybe even face the death penalty. I suggest you don't go down this criminal path. If you leave now, I'll pretend none of this happened. Heh. Yi Xingqian smiled faintly. He walked over to the room, grabbed a pack of cigarettes from a chair, and lit one. Strictly speaking, he wasn't a smoker, but at emotionally charged moments like this, a cigarette helped him calm down. Puff. He blew out several smoke rings slowly. Go Yang, right? Go Dongxi, right? Yi Xingqian looked at the disheveled father and son with a half-smile. Quite the kinky pair, huh? Father and son having a 2-against-1 in real life at home. What? You? Go Yang's heart skipped a beat. What are you talking about? I don't understand. You don't understand? Fine. Take a look at this, then you'll get it. Yi Xingqian pulled out his phone and opened the recorded video. The shocking scene played right in front of their eyes, leaving nothing hidden. You! Go Yang, both shocked and furious, rushed forward to grab the phone. Hey, don't come closer. I scare easily. If you get too close, I might think you want to kill me, and I'm not nearly as polite to people trying to kill me, Yi Xingqian said with a grin, wagging his finger. Go Yang froze on the spot. Now tell me, if I sent this video to the media, would you still be able to be village chief here in Gojia village? Would you too still have the face to live here? Or anywhere people recognize you? Hearing this, Go Yang's face turned ashen. There's nothing more painful than being powerless and having your enemy hold your deepest shame. In the end, all of his defenses were crushed. He sighed deeply. What do you want? You should already know why I'm here. Go Yang frowned. I promise, our people from Gojia village will never cause trouble at your company's site again. That's it? Yi Xingqian looked at him meaningfully. What else do you want? Why should I let it go? You started this, pissed me off, and now you think saying we won't cause trouble anymore makes us even? You know what pissed me off the most? Not the protest, but the fact you collaborated with the Japanese to sabotage us. You, a native of our country, letting those bastards use you as a pawn? Did you forget our history? Tears streamed down Go Yang's face as he suddenly knelt down in regret. Sir, I didn't want this. I'm one of us, I'd never willingly let outsiders use me against my own people. It's all my worthless son's fault. What do you mean? Yi Xingqian looked over at the trembling, silent Go Dongxi. This good-for-nothing got involved with the wrong crowd, people from that foreign company. They lured him into gambling, and he ended up owing 10 million yuan. 10 million. I could sell my life and still not come up with that much. Then the foreigners showed up and said, help us do one thing, and the debt's gone. Go Yang fell into a daze and continued. You already know what they wanted us to do. I was cornered. And if it worked, we'd get a massive payout. They even gave us a woman to play with. All that, the debt, the money, the temptation, it blinded me. I lost my judgment and did things I now deeply regret. Kobayashi Ichiro, that son of a bitch, trying to play dirty, huh? Yi Xingqian's expression darkened, killing intent subtly rising off his body. Fine. I'll take responsibility. Do what you want to me. But please, I beg you, let my son go. Go Yang bowed his head and slammed it against the ground. Yi Xingqian sighed, flicked the cigarette butt onto the ground. All right. In that case, I'll go handle that bastard myself and wipe the debt clean. As for you two, adults should pay for their mistakes. I won't ask for much, just break one of your own fingers. Anyone you choose. And when we resume construction, you'll help unconditionally. Go Yang froze for a moment, then madness flashed through his eyes. With two low cries of pain echoing in the courtyard, Yi Xingqian turned, shut the door, and walked away in silence. Inside a villa somewhere in Yunha City, Kobayashi Ichiro held a tiny cup, about the size of a bottle cap, slowly savoring the red wine inside. Lying across from him on the couch, his whole body encased in alloy braces, Daxiangmaru looked at Kobayashi Ichiro with envy and said in Japanese, Kobayashi-kun, when will I be free like you, able to enjoy women, taste fine wine? Hearing the envy in Daxiangmaru's tone, Kobayashi Ichiro comforted him, Daxiang-kun, don't worry. The doctor said you just need to rest for 8 months and you'll recover. When that time comes, I'll personally take you to sleep with the most beautiful women in this country, drink the strongest liquor, smoke the thickest cigarettes, and beat the most arrogant brats here. Let's hope that day comes soon. Daxiangmaru's face was full of longing. By the way, Daxiang-kun, why hasn't there been any news from Miss Miyamoto these past few days? I heard that Yi Xingqian is still alive. Has Miss Miyamoto taken any action? Suddenly remembering something, Kobayashi Ichiro looked at Daxiangmaru with confusion. Well, Daxiangmaru hesitated, I don't know either. I don't dare to ask about what the Miyamoto family does. Maybe, tomorrow, I'll ask the military to try contacting Miss Miyamoto? That's all we can do then. Kobayashi-kun, don't worry. That Yi Xingqian won't live much longer. I have a feeling Miss Miyamoto will strike tonight. Once she makes her move, Yi Xingqian is as good as dead. Daxiangmaru smiled confidently. But his smile soon froze on his face. Because Daxiangmaru suddenly felt like he had just seen Yi Xingqian's face outside the window. Kobayashi-kun. Daxiangmaru suddenly made a connection and started trembling with fear. What's wrong? Daxiang-kun, are you cold? Why are you shaking while speaking? Kobayashi-kun, Daxiangmaru looked at the now empty window, then looked at Kobayashi Ichiro, his face full of dread. Tell me the truth. What did the doctor really say? Am I beyond saving? Did the doctor tell you I'm going to die soon? Kobayashi-kun, please don't give up on me. I think I can still be saved. Kobayashi Ichiro, with his back to the window, stared blankly at Daxiangmaru. Daxiang-kun, what are you talking about? How can you say such unlucky things? Be strong. The doctor said you only suffered multiple compound fractures. There's no danger to your life. Only multiple compound fractures? Daxiangmaru felt like crying, but why do I feel like I'm dying? Why? I remember when I was a kid, my grandma used to say, if someone sees a ghost, it usually means they're about to die. That's impossible. Your grandma must have watched too many horror movies. Watch fewer of those and more uplifting stuff like Tarzan and the Chicken Man or Wu Song Beats the Cat. Kobayashi Ichiro tried to comfort him, but then suddenly realized something. He was so frightened the wine glass slipped from his hand. What? Ghost? Are you saying you just saw a ghost? Daxiangmaru gulped hard, then nodded slowly. I think I saw a ghost. I think I saw Yi Xingqian's ghost. Did he come to take my soul back home so I can watch cherry blossoms with my grandma? Kobayashi Ichiro froze, but quickly thought of something. Could it be that Yi Xingqian isn't actually dead? Then what Daxiangmaru saw wasn't a ghost, it was Yi Xingqian himself. Crash. Just as Kobayashi feared, Yi Xingqian punched through the weak door and stepped into the villa through the shattered frame. He had already gotten Kobayashi Ichiro's address from Shirwenbin after leaving Gojia village. After silently taking care of the bodyguards outside, Yi Xingqian now swaggered into Kobayashi Ichiro's view. You're alive. Kobayashi Ichiro was terrified and jumped to his feet. Heh, Yi Xingqian waved casually at both men, then sat down beside Daxiangmaru. Tsk, how pathetic. I hadn't even used full strength. You guys are something else, 2 grown men couldn't beat me, so you had to send a woman after me. You men from your country sure have guts. You mean, Kobayashi Ichiro's worst fear had come true? Miss Miyamoto failed? Isn't it obvious? Yi Xingqian shrugged nonchalantly. That arrogant woman is already dead. Yi Xingqian lied about Miyamoto to Momi. If her family found out she had aligned herself with him, she'd probably be branded a traitor and hunted down. Daxiangmaru was both shocked and delighted. shocked at how terrifying Yishinchen's strength was, strong enough to survive Miyamoto Tomomi's attack. Delighted because Miyamoto Tomomi had been killed. She was a prodigy of the Miyamoto family, and now she was dead by Yishinchen's hand. This meant the feud between Yishinchen and the Miyamoto clan was now irreversible. It was only a matter of time before stronger warriors came after him for revenge. Yishinchen had no idea what Daxiangmaru was thinking. He simply gave a gentle pat on Daxiangmaru's shattered kneecap. "You guys really are something. I thought you were serious businessmen. I was ready to deal fairly. But you chose the dirty route. Not only did you plant a spy in our company, but you even set up a trap and used Goi Yang and his son. You tried to sabotage us from the shadows. Well done." He patted the kneecap a few more times. Daxiangmaru let out screams like a dying pig. Kobayashi Ichiro cursed under his breath at how useless his subordinates were, letting Yishinchen trace everything back to him so easily. "Mr. Kobayashi, tell me, how should we handle this?" Yishinchen looked at him coldly. "You played dirty. Shouldn't I return the favor? Maybe I should break you like I did to this big dumb turd here? That way you can retire with honor, go home, and rest." Daxiangmaru glared in anguish. "My name is Daxiangmaru, not big pile of shit." Kobayashi Ichiro understood the principle of preserve the green hills, and you'll never run out of firewood. Given the situation, even if he was reluctant, he could only surrender. He sighed helplessly. "You win, Mr. Yi." Yishinchen stood over Kobayashi Ichiro with the posture of a victor, looking down at him with pride. "Since you lost, show some sincerity about it. No more talking, get on your knees before you speak to me." Kobayashi Ichiro's face was full of humiliation and unwillingness, and his legs began to tremble slightly. "What? Not willing? Then do you want me to break your kneecaps and force you to kneel?" Yishinchen stared at his knees with interest. "Or do you think I do not dare touch you? There's no one else here. I am just a low-ranking employee from Yida Company, and I came right to your door and took care of all your bodyguards. Who would believe it even if I told someone?" Yishinchen's words completely shattered Kobayashi Ichiro's last sliver of hope and the little pride he had left. Thump! Kobayashi Ichiro fell to his knees, full of humiliation. "Heh," Yishinchen chuckled again. "Aren't you people always talking about Bushido? About how a samurai would rather die than be humiliated? Then why do you have no spirit at all? Pathetic." Under the roof, one must bow his head. Facing Yishinchen's endless humiliation, Kobayashi Ichiro dared not resist at all. "I have a few demands. Please go ahead. First, the money Goi Yang and his son owe you, consider it gone. If you ever ask them for money again, I will come after your life." "Yes." Kobayashi Ichiro nodded without hesitation and agreed to the first demand. "Second, from this moment on, you must not have any conflicts with our Yida Company. No matter who is right or wrong, it is always your fault. If you come to our country to beg for food, then behave like a beggar. Don't act like you own the place." "Yes." Kobayashi Ichiro nodded again in agreement. "Third, on behalf of our President Qin, you will donate 100 million yuan to a charity in Yunhe City. And this must not be reported to anyone. If I see this in the media, I will personally smash the reporter's camera over your head, one hit at a time." "What? 100 million? Why don't you just rob me?" Kobayashi Ichiro was furious. "If I were robbing you, I wouldn't stop at 100 million. Yishinchen smiled slightly. "Damn it," Kobayashi Ichiro clenched his teeth and, after hesitating for over 10 seconds, finally nodded unwillingly. "Fine. 100 million. Fourth, this is a personal matter between us. If you escalate this to a company-level issue, or call the police." Yishinchen coldly sneered and threatened, "You understand, right? I am just a small employee. You're the president of Sakura Corporation. Even if the police arrested me, at most I'd do a few years. But once I get out, the first thing I'll do is come find you." Yishinchen paused and continued. "My life is like broken bricks, worthless. Your life is like a golden goblet, precious and rich. Which one weighs more, you tell me?" "Yes. I understand. Even without you saying it, I would never do that." "Good." Yishinchen smiled and nodded. "I hope you don't disappoint me. If you don't follow through, the consequences." Slap. Yishinchen lightly slapped Daxiangmaru's kneecap. Crack. Already shattered, Daxiangmaru's kneecap was smashed again. Yishinchen held up a finger to his lips. Even though Daxiangmaru was in unbearable pain and wanted to scream, he dared not make a sound. Daxiangmaru nearly cursed aloud. "You're threatening him, so why hit me? Are you insane? Well then. Let's leave it at that. Mr. Kobayashi, until we meet again. Farewell." Yishinchen smiled, waved goodbye, and left. Once he was gone, Kobayashi Ichiro, full of fury, slammed a 10 ml wine bottle off the table and shattered it on the ground. Damn it. Baka. Kobayashi-kun, Daxiangmaru looked painfully at his knee. He tried to touch it, but his arms were broken and couldn't reach. Kobayashi-kun, hold on. Tomorrow I'll contact the military and tell them Miss Miyamoto was killed by that guy. The Miyamoto clan won't let this go. They'll definitely send someone stronger to Yunha City. I hope so. Kobayashi Ichiro ground his teeth and stomped on the floor where he had just kneeled. When the time comes, I'll definitely. Step, step. Just then, soft footsteps came from the front door of the villa. Kobayashi Ichiro thought Yi Xingchen had come back and was terrified. He awkwardly cleared his throat, he. When the time comes, I'll plead for him. After all, Mr. Yi is very merciful. He smiled nervously and looked toward the entrance. Step, step. But to his surprise, it wasn't Yi Xingchen at all. It was a man dressed in a black hooded coat, like someone out of Assassin's Creed. You are? Kobayashi Ichiro looked at him, confused. The man said nothing. Slowly, he drew a pure steel dagger from his waist. You, what are you doing? Who are you? Kobayashi Ichiro was overcome with fear. A stranger pulling a knife on you isn't here to cook dinner and share it, that's for sure. What terrified him more was the weight of the steel dagger in the man's hand. It looked just like Miyamoto Tomomi's blade. That meant this guy was at least as strong as she was. A man's voice, speaking the local language. You. He moved fast. Within the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Kobayashi Ichiro. Slash. With a sharp sound of cutting air, Kobayashi didn't even see the blade before he felt a chill at his neck. He struggled to lift a finger, tried to speak, but no words came. He collapsed, lifeless. Stay back. I didn't see anything. Daxiangmaru, who had been playing dead, screamed as the man turned toward him. Slash. The man thrust the blade into Daxiangmaru's chest with precision. He only managed to cough up a bit of blood before his eyes rolled back and he died. Under the dim lighting, the man slowly removed his hood. He looked about the same age as Yi Xingchen, an ordinary-looking young man. But his eyes were cold and emotionless. He glanced at the corpses of Kobayashi Ichiro and Daxiangmaru, then went out into the yard and, one by one, finished off the unconscious bodyguards that Yi Xingchen had knocked out earlier. Early in the morning, Yi Xingchen was startled awake by a noise. Yi Xingchen sat up in bed with a confused look on his face. Without a doubt, the noise came from Miyamoto Tomomi. What the hell is this woman doing? Last night, after Yi Xingchen came back from Kobun Junichiro's residence, it was already past 3 a.m. Yi Xingchen didn't go back to the master bedroom to sleep in the same bed as Miyamoto Tomomi. Instead, he chose to sleep in the guest room. Although Miyamoto Tomomi's explosive figure had a deadly appeal to him, Yi Xingchen always felt that living together in this kind of situation would be weird. Besides, he felt it would be a betrayal to Lin Yun. More importantly, Yi Xingchen vaguely sensed that Miyamoto Tomomi was treating him like a stud horse. If it weren't for the fact that things like this don't exist in reality, Yi Xingchen would have suspected she was cultivating some kind of yin harvesting technique. Otherwise, what kind of girl is this aggressive? After the first time, she asked for it again, and then at night, she still wanted more. Many times Yi Xingchen could clearly feel that Miyamoto Tomomi was in pain, yet she still enjoyed it and was completely obsessed. Damn, has she become addicted to him? To find out what Miyamoto Tomomi was up to, Yi Xingchen fixed his clothes and opened the bedroom door. To his surprise, Miyamoto Tomomi wasn't doing anything else, she was actually making breakfast for him. What moved Yi Xingchen even more was that she seemed to know he had an unusually large appetite, so she prepared a big portion for breakfast. When Miyamoto Tomomi saw Yi Xingchen walking out of the room, she politely bowed to him. Good morning, Yi-kun. Breakfast is ready. After eating, you can go to work. At that moment, Miyamoto Tomomi gave Yi Xingchen the illusion of being a good wife and loving mother. If he didn't know she was an assassin, Yi Xingchen might have believed it. Even so, he was still very surprised. He had always heard that women from the East were gentle and considerate, turns out it was true. Looks like he's in for a lucky future. But as soon as Yi Xingchen sat at the table and saw the menu, he immediately changed his mind. The dishes on the table were very rich, 4 dishes and 1 soup. Stir-fried foxtail grass. Lotus seed and foxtail grass soup. Cold foxtail grass salad. Foxtail grass with sliced meat. Foxtail grass sushi. Yi Xingchen was dumbfounded. If he kept eating so much foxtail grass, was he really going to grow a tail someday? Although eating foxtail grass could absorb spiritual energy, this was way too much, wasn't it? Every meal with foxtail grass, and this much in one sitting, even for cultivation, this would drive someone insane. Please enjoy. Miyamoto Tomomi, like a devoted wife, stood there with a sweet smile watching Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen twitched the corner of his mouth. In order not to waste her kindness, he had no choice but to force himself to eat. Miyamoto Tomomi sat across from him, looking at him with deep meaning. I knew you came back last night. Oh? Yi Xingchen kept drinking his soup. It hurt so much last night, I couldn't take it. Otherwise, I would have gone to sleep in your room. Pfft. Yi Xingchen couldn't hold back and spit out the soup. Hee. Miyamoto Tomomi seemed very satisfied with his reaction and chuckled lightly. What? Why? Yi Xingchen looked at her, confused. Miyamoto Tomomi hesitated for a moment but didn't tell the truth. Because I belong to Yi Kuan. Serving you at night is my duty and obligation. Yi Xingchen was speechless. Soon, Yi Xingchen remembered something and suddenly asked, by the way, Tomomi, you know more about cultivation. I want to ask you something. Yeah, go ahead. Miyamoto Tomomi nodded obediently. Well, how should I put this? What would cause an ordinary person to suddenly become much stronger and faster, look younger, and eat a lot more than before? I mean a lot stronger. Oh? Miyamoto Tomomi immediately realized something and frowned slightly. Do you know? Yi Xingchen looked at her expectantly. Is it a man or a woman? She asked cautiously. A woman. Oh? Miyamoto Tomomi immediately confirmed her suspicion. It was probably some woman close to Yi Xingchen who had some kind of indescribable relationship with him and absorbed spiritual energy from his body, which caused such a change. The reason Yi Xingchen said the changes were dramatic was because the woman was originally an ordinary person, so the power-up looked obvious. But Miyamoto Tomomi couldn't tell him the truth. That would expose her real reason for staying with him. If Yi Xingchen kicked her out, how would she quickly grow stronger and go back to take revenge on Miyamoto Junyi, or even on Yi Xingchen? After thinking carefully, Miyamoto Tomomi deliberately faked a tone of uncertainty. Maybe she accidentally ate a spiritual herb? But she's just a normal person. She can't eat that much foxtail grass. Everyone absorbs spiritual energy from foxtail grass differently. Some people get a lot from one bite. Others barely absorb anything even after eating several stalks. I see. Yi Xingchen nodded thoughtfully. Seeing Yi Xingchen lost in thought, Miyamoto Tomomi suddenly felt a sense of danger. She quickly took out her phone and smiled. There's big news this morning. What news? Kobun Junichiro, Daikamaru, and all the bodyguards at the villa were killed last night, each with a single stab. The killer is confirmed to be a cultivator. What? Yi Xingchen was stunned. He had just beaten up Kobun Junichiro last night, and then the guy was killed? Yi Xingchen frowned. Could it be such a coincidence? Why did it feel like a setup? Could the killer be framing him? But the only cultivator he knew was Miyamoto Tomomi. Why would anyone want to frame him? If it wasn't a setup, was it really just a coincidence? Yi Xingchen quickly took out his phone and started checking the news. At the same time, feeling the threat grow stronger, Miyamoto Tomomi slowly crouched down. Hiss. Yi Xingchen's brows relaxed instantly. But since all his attention was on the news about Kobun Junichiro's death, he didn't stop Miyamoto Tomomi. Did you hear? Xiao Chuanjuanichiro was killed last night. They say he was killed with a metal weapon in a single blow. That means the killer must be really strong. Yeah, exactly. How could an ordinary person even lift a metal weapon? I heard the Sakura Corporation's headquarters in the Eastern Nation has offered a 1 million reward for reporting the killer. Holy shit, that means if we find this strong guy, we can get $1 million. Xiao Chuanjuanichiro, Qin Yenran's longtime business rival, died a brutal death in his home, and even within Yida Corporation, it caused a huge stir. On his way to his own office, Yi Xingchen kept hearing colleagues discussing it. Hey, look over there, it's Yi Xingchen. Oh. I remember now, Yi Xingchen is super strong too. I heard that last time at the construction site, he lifted a brick that weighed several pounds. I've never seen anyone stronger than him. Do you think it could have been Yi Xingchen? Our company and Sakura Corporation have been business rivals for years. Maybe Yi Xingchen got pissed and ran to Ichiro's house and took him out. After all, he's young and hot-blooded. I think it's very possible. If he really did it, wouldn't reporting him get us that 1 million reward? Yi Xingchen heard his coworkers getting more and more ridiculous, and turned back toward them. Hey, what the hell are you saying? Yi Xingchen's face was full of displeasure, looking ready to go off on everyone. Perhaps even Yi Xingchen didn't realize it himself, but as he gradually got used to his terrifying physical strength and the changes in this world, his mindset also began to shift dramatically. He was no longer the timid office drone who was afraid of trouble, but was becoming someone who didn't seek trouble but was not afraid of it either. Nothing at all. The coworkers, remembering Yi Xingchen's frightening strength, got visibly nervous and lowered their heads in silence. If you've got something to say it to my face. If you've got questions, ask directly. Don't talk behind a colleague's back. Got it? Qin Yanran had somehow come over by this time and spoke up in defense of Yi Xingchen. Yes, ma'am. Sorry, Director Qin. Sorry, Xingchen. Seeing Qin Yanran backing Yi Xingchen, the co-workers quickly apologized. Qin Yanran still seemed unsatisfied and continued lecturing them. Today you're talking about whether the killer is Xingchen. Tomorrow, are you going to say I ordered him to do it? We wouldn't dare. You wouldn't dare, but that doesn't mean you aren't thinking it, right? Qin Yanran gave them a sharp look. No, not at all. Qin Yanran was about to say something more when Lin Yun came running over in a panic. Director Qin. Something serious happened. A bunch of police officers are here, and they specifically asked for Xingchen. What? The police? Looking for Yi Xingchen? Don't tell me he really did it? Oh God. I should have called and reported him earlier. The co-workers who had just fallen silent erupted again. Shut up. Whoever keeps talking nonsense, pack your things and get out. Qin Yanran exploded in anger. At that moment, a large group of police officers walked over. Hello, Director Qin. I'm Luo Yun, captain of the Special Police Unit of Yunhe City. This is my ID. And this is the summons for Mr. Yi Xingchen. Qin Yanran took Luo Yun's ID and looked at it carefully, then glanced at the summons. Captain Luo, I want to ask, did my employee really commit murder? Is there solid evidence? I don't want my people taken away without a clear reason. Ha ha ha. Luo Yun was clearly experienced and tried to save face for Qin Yanran. Director Qin, it's a misunderstanding. This is a summons, not an arrest warrant. We're just following procedure. We just want Mr. Yi Xingchen to come back with us and help us understand the situation a little better. It's just a casual conversation, nothing more. A casual conversation? Qin Yanran glanced at the dozens of special police behind him. That's quite the formation just to ask a few questions. Can't help it, orders from above. We're just following instructions. Please don't make it difficult for us, Director Qin. Qin Yanran was about to say something more when Yi Xingchen stepped forward voluntarily. Director Qin, it's fine. I'll go with them. Xingchen. Qin Yanran and Lin Yun both stepped closer in concern. I believe that justice lives in people's hearts. If I did it, then I did it. If I didn't, then I didn't. If you have done nothing wrong, you don't need to fear a knock at the door. I also believe our law enforcement won't wrong a good man. Ha ha ha. Good. Very good. Mr. Yi Xingchen, you're a reasonable man. Luo Yun gave Yi Xingchen a thumbs up. Since that's the case, then, Mr. Yi Xingchen, please come with us. You guys, go ahead. Luo Yun signaled to several officers behind him. A few special police came forward quickly and handcuffed Yi Xingchen with alloy cuffs. Mr. Yi Xingchen, we've learned that you have exceptional physical strength. These cuffs were specially prepared for you. Don't take it personally, we're just following protocol. We hope you understand. Seeing Qin Yanran looking a bit upset, Luo Yun quickly explained with a smile. It's fine. Yi Xingchen smiled back at Luo Yun. All right, let's go. Luo Yun waved his hand, signaling the special police to escort Yi Xingchen away. Xingchen. Qin Yanran suddenly called out to him, then looked at Luo Yun. Her small frame exuded a powerful presence. Captain Luo, before there is sufficient evidence, I demand that my employees' rights be fully protected in every aspect. If I find out in the future that you failed to produce hard evidence and my employee suffered unfairly, I will absolutely not let this go. If you think I'm just some woman whose words don't matter, then you will regret it. Luo Yun was stunned for a moment by her domineering words. He wasn't stupid. A woman like Qin Yanran, at her level in the business world, definitely had powerful connections behind her. Although she might not be someone he absolutely couldn't offend, Luo Yun figured he would have to be crazy to provoke the queen of Yunhe City's business world. Thinking this, Luo Yun smiled politely at Qin Yanran. Don't worry, Director Qin. We live in a society ruled by law. What you're worried about will definitely not happen. That's the best outcome. Qin Yanran nodded in satisfaction. Goodbye. Let's go. Luo Yun turned and waved to the officers. Dozens of special police escorted Yi Xingchen out of Yida Corporation's headquarters in an orderly fashion. Qin Yanran then turned to her co-workers. Lin Yun. Yes, Director Qin. From now on, if I hear anyone gossiping about Yi Xingchen behind his back, for any reason, they are to pack up and leave immediately. Understood. Lin Yun nodded firmly. Yi Xingchen was quickly taken to the Yunhe City Special Police Division by Luo Yun. To Yi Xingchen's surprise, Luo Yun did not question him, but instead locked him in a single-person cell. Watching Luo Yun walk away, Yi Xingchen frowned and asked in confusion, Captain Luo, didn't you say I was brought here just for questioning? You're not going to question me. Luo Yun turned back to look at Yi Xingchen, paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "Mr. Yixingchen, don't worry, of course you'll be questioned. But I'm not the one doing it, someone else is. Relax, that person will arrive soon." Yixingchen looked at Luo Yun suspiciously. If he had not confirmed Luo Yun's identity, and if he were not sure that this was indeed the Yunhe City Special Police Division, he might have doubted whether he had really been brought in by the police at all. While Yixingchen was still puzzled, he heard heavy footsteps echoing down the hallway outside the cell. The steps were steady and powerful, it was clear they belonged to someone physically strong. Yixingchen understood, the Real interrogator had arrived. But when this person appeared in front of him, Yixingchen was so shocked that his jaw nearly dropped. "Hey!" Outside the iron bars, Long Qingxian waved at Yixingchen with a bright smile. "You?" Yixingchen couldn't help but be overjoyed. Long Qingxian was reliable after all, she came immediately to get him out. But soon, Yixingchen's attention was drawn to a flashy young man standing behind Long Qingxian. He noticed that the man had a metal dagger hanging from his waist. Someone who openly carried a metal dagger clearly had skills, or rather, was a cultivator. What the hell? That outfit? Assassin's Creed? As it turned out, the young man behind Long Qingxian was the one who, after Yixingchen had left the previous night, killed Koizumi Ichiro, De Xiangwan, and their bodyguards. "Commander, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now." One of the special police officers saluted Long Qingxian. After she nodded, he walked away with perfectly measured steps. "Commander? What the hell?" Yixingchen was stunned. He had already suspected that Long Qingxian might have military connections. Now it was clear, and those connections were strong. "What? You didn't expect it?" Long Qingxian smiled at him. "Not at all. I never would have guessed you'd be the one questioning me." "Wrong. It's not interrogation, it's a summons." Long Qingxian corrected his wording strictly. "Same difference." "Fine, let's get started. I didn't kill Koizumi Ichiro." "I know you didn't." Long Qingxian nodded firmly. Yixingchen almost cursed out loud. "You damn well know I didn't do it, and yet you still had dozens of SWAT officers bring me in? Are you kidding me?" Seeing his frustration, Long Qingxian pointed at the young man behind her and said with a smile, "He's the one who did it." Yixingchen frowned and had a vague feeling of what was going on. "But, who killed Koizumi Ichiro isn't important," Long Qingxian said, brushing dust off her clothes. "What's important is, I can get you out of here, clean and clear, right now." Yixingchen immediately understood. A trap. A blatant trap. Long Qingxian had him cornered. After a moment of thought, Yixingchen got straight to the point. "Aren't you afraid I'll go down fighting and take you with me? Just tell me, what do you want me to do?" "Smart." Long Qingxian gave him a thumbs up. "I love talking to smart men. If my future husband was an idiot, that'd be boring. True, I did consider that you might go rogue, but I think it's a risk worth taking." Yixingchen remained silent. He could not believe anything she said. "I'll be honest with you. I know about the conflict between Sakura Corporation and Yida Corporation. I also knew Koizumi Ichiro would try to sabotage the construction site. I knew if he did, you'd go deal with him. His codename is Dragon 56. A few days ago, I gave him a mission. As soon as you showed up to confront Koizumi Ichiro, once you left, he'd be killed." "Long Qingxian? Dragon 56. Yixingchen frowned. Remembering what Miyamoto Tomomi had said earlier, he suddenly understood. "You're part of the Dragon Clan?" Long Qingxian looked at him in surprise and said, "Impressed, looks like I underestimated you. You're sharper than I thought." "Yes, I'll stop pretending. I, Long Qingxian, and my father, Long Shaoqi, he's the patriarch of the Dragon Clan. What does your Dragon Clan want from me? It's simple. All you have to do is agree to join the Dragon Clan, become one of us, and promise to fulfill the duties of a member. If you agree, you're free to leave right now." "Why? Why go to such lengths to get me to join? What's in it for the Dragon Clan? I've only heard the name, I know nothing about you. It's not what the Dragon Clan wants from you, it's what I want." Long Qingxian explained with a smile. "Let me tell you a bit about us. The Dragon Clan is often called the guardian spirit of our country by foreign powers. We're made up of elite experts. Our duty is to eliminate threats to the nation, using any means necessary, including assassination." She paused before continuing. 5 years ago, my mother Xiang Ju personally went abroad to hunt a traitor. She mysteriously disappeared in the Americas. We have reliable intel that she was ambushed and captured by a group called Hurricane. That group's power is on par with ours. If we sent the whole Dragon Clan to rescue her, it would cause an international incident. But sending just a few would be suicidal. At first, I thought of giving up. But then you appeared. You changed my mind. You gave me hope. That was the moment I decided, no matter the cost, I had to recruit you. Not just to save my mother, but to make the Dragon Clan even stronger in protecting the country. Hurricane? You want me to go save your mother from Hurricane? Are you fucking kidding me? What makes you think I can even do that? Yi Xingqian had already heard about Hurricane from Miyamoto Tomomi. That was a terrifying force, on the same level as the Miyamoto family in the East, the Dragon Clan in China, the Catholic Church in Europe, and the Godslayers in Africa. Even ignoring combat experience, techniques, and tech, the Miyamoto family alone had nearly 10 people stronger than him. Hurricane couldn't be weaker. Of course you can't do it now, Long Qingxian said calmly, but I believe the future you will be able to. Hearing her words, Yi Xingqian fell silent. He was left with endless hesitation and inner conflict. Long Qingxian saw that Yi Xingqian did not clearly reject her, and knowing there was still hope, she continued to pressure him. The reason I set this trap was to lure you in. If you agree to join the Dragon Clan, someone else will take the blame for killing Koizumi Ichiro. If you refuse, then that person will be you. Think carefully, about your father, your beloved women, your brothers. Wouldn't it be a shame to lose everything? Sure, your strength is impressive. Not just me or the special police outside, even the guy behind me, Dragon 5-6, combined with all of us, we are no match for you. If you wanted, you could break out of here at any time. But think about the consequences. Do you really want to become the top enemy of the Dragon Clan? Do you want to carry the label of traitor to the country? Yi Xingqian pursed his lips, still hesitant. He wasn't surprised Long Qingxian knew so much about him. As someone from the Dragon Clan, she probably knew what color underwear he wore every day. Long Qingxian clearly knew how to negotiate. After the hard approach, she softened her tone and played the emotional card. Ever since I was little, my father has been occupied with the affairs of the Dragon Clan. He rarely cared about the family. My oldest brother followed in his footsteps, serving the country and the clan. My uncle and second brother died during missions. Only my mother stayed by my side. She was the one who raised me, loved me, protected me. She's the only one who ever gave me a sense of family. But, my mother is also part of the Dragon Clan. Once a member, forever a member. When I grew up, she returned to serve the country and was eventually caught during a mission. Because of the delicate balance between powers, the Dragon Clan cannot launch a large-scale rescue. My father and brother have already given up on her. But I haven't. I want your help. Help me defeat my cold-blooded father and become the clan leader. Help me rescue my mother. If you can save her, I'll give you anything you want. After hearing her, Yi Xingqian was moved. Indeed. To the average person, peace seems normal, but how many know this peace was built on the blood and sacrifice of countless martyrs? How many know how many people give everything every night just to keep it? Long Qingxuan's uncle and brother were dead, her mother was captured, and her father and brother were still serving the country. Their whole family were loyal warriors. Clenching her teeth, Long Qingxian added, I told you, I'll give anything. Even myself. If you agree, I will be yours. I don't care how many women you have. I don't care how you treat me. I will still fulfill every duty of a wife. Maybe it was the helplessness of being a prisoner, maybe it was her family's loyalty, maybe it was her filial devotion, or maybe it was her offer itself, but Yi Xingqian was beginning to seriously consider joining the Dragon Clan. If I really join, will I lose my freedom? I can give you a special status, Long Qingxian finally relaxed. You'll be an honorary elder. You'll only receive a few missions, mostly within Yunhe City. But let's be clear, if you're not strong enough, I won't send you to die overseas. But if you are strong enough, you must help me rescue my mother. That's non-negotiable. All right, Yi Xingqian nodded firmly. Long Qingxian became excited. Can I take that as your official agreement to join the Dragon Clan? Who could refuse to serve their country? Who could say no to becoming a guardian? And who could resist a beauty like you? Yi Xingqian smiled at her. Of course, that last line was a joke. But Long Qingxian didn't mind. She nodded again and again. Good. From now on, your code name in the Dragon Clan is Dragon 7. Dragon 7? Yi Xingqian repeated the name softly. Dragon 5-6 nearby clearly wasn't happy. Miss, is this man really worth such an effort? He just looks like someone a bit stronger than normal. He has no spiritual energy, what use could he be? Yi Xingqian laughed. Oh? Someone's looking down on me. He glanced at the cell bars. Rather than bars, they were more like wires, about 2 millimeters thick. Yi Xingqian stretched out his arms, casually bent a few of the wires, and squeezed out of the cell without breaking a sweat. Dragon 5-6's eyes showed surprise. He realized he had completely underestimated the man. Wanting to gauge his rank in the Dragon Clan and to humble Dragon 5-6, Yi Xingqian pointed at him. How high is your rank in the clan? Dragon 5-6 paused, then replied proudly, the code names correspond to strength. Oh? Yi Xingqian nodded, then pointed at his back. Go ahead. Hit me, right here. With everything you've got. Don't hold back. You, sure? Dragon 5-6 looked confused. Yi Xingqian turned around. Just hit already. Don't act like a woman. Just don't stab me in the kidneys. All right. Dragon 5-6 nodded. I've never met anyone this cocky. Well, now you have, Long Qingxian smiled. She clearly had faith in Yi Xingqian. I've never had anyone ask for something like this before, Dragon 5-6 said, but since you want it, fine. Just don't blame me if you get injured, or die. He slowly pulled back his fist, then shouted and punched with all his might. Boom! A dull thud echoed as Dragon 5-6 threw his full force into Yi Xingqian's back. Then came a sight he would never forget. Yi Xingqian only took a half step forward, as if someone had gently pushed him. He lifted his shirt. Not a single bruise, not even a red mark. Impossible! Dragon 5-6's proud and cold face vanished. His eyes filled with shock, confusion, disbelief, and admiration. Late at night, Long Wulyo was driving in large off-road vehicle, planning to take Yi Xingqian home. About a mile and a half away from the Yunhe Villa district, Long Wulyo suddenly slammed on the brakes. Screech. The tires screeched on the pavement, leaving black skid marks. What the hell? Hey! Yi Xingqian stared at Long Wulyo in frustration. Brother 7, you'll have to walk home from here. Long Wulyo was fully focused on his phone. I've got a new mission. I need to assassinate a drug lord at the southwestern border. Time's tight, if I'm late, he might be gone. What? Yi Xingqian looked at Long Wulyo in disbelief. Is this how people from the Dragon Clan operate? At first, it was Long Qingxian who was supposed to take him home, but after a phone call, she handed him off to Long Wulyo. Now, after just a message, Long Wulyo was dropping him off on the side of the road. Sorry, Brother 7. Please understand. Get out now, quick. Dragon Clan rules, missions come first. Fine, fine. Although Yi Xingqian was annoyed, he could understand. After all, Long Wulyo was about to eliminate a threat to the country. A little inconvenience for Yi Xingqian was a small price to pay for the greater good. V-room. Watching Long Wulyo's SUV speed away, Yi Xingqian couldn't help but sigh to himself. What a heartless guy. Not long ago, he was calling people, sweetie, but now a new one shows up and he's calling her, darling cow. Yi Xingqian chuckled and shook his head. At this hour, there was no way he'd get a ride, he'd just have to walk home. He took out his phone and scrolled through the news as he walked. The media was quick, headlines were already everywhere. The murderer of Koizumi Ichiro had been caught and would face a fair trial in a few days. Huff, huff. Help! Somebody help me! He did not know how much time had passed. After Yi Xingqian sent Lin Yun a message to let her know he was safe, he suddenly heard some beastly growling nearby, along with a man crying for help. Huh? That sound? This is the city. The road is a bit isolated, sure, but wild animals. Being a good guy, Yi Xingqian immediately ran toward the source of the sound. He saw two snarling wild dogs surrounding a middle-aged man who looked to be about 50. Ever since human health started to decline worldwide, even ordinary stray dogs had become terrifying predators. Young man! Don't come over! Seeing Yi Xingqian alone, the middle-aged man shouted in panic. Yi Xingqian looked at him, confused. Wait a second. If you didn't want help, then why were you yelling for it? The two wild dogs also noticed the intruder and quickly changed their formation. One dog kept the man cornered while the other crouched low and bared its teeth at Yi Xingqian, growling as if to scare him off. The man quickly explained, "You're alone. Coming here will only make you their next target? I was hoping for a group of passers-by, not just one person." Yi Xingqian understood. So the man was worried Yi Xingqian would get himself killed by trying to help. "Uncle, don't worry. Two wild dogs can't hurt me." The man was stunned. "Young man, this isn't a joke. These are dogs. Ferocious beasts. In all of human history, few have ever defeated such monsters. Even in stories, the hero Wusong only ever killed a cat." Yi Xingqian was speechless. Wusong killed a cat? That just sounds so wrong. Young man, hurry and leave. Right now, they're only trying to scare you off. If they really go after you, it's over. The man's concern warmed Yi Xingqian's heart. Now that's the kind of person worth saving. Yi Xingqian didn't respond. He just pointed at the growling dog in front of him and said, "Hey, tell me, will I be lucky this year?" Growl, bark bark bark, bark 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 bark. Got it, thanks. Yi Xingqian cupped his hands in a polite gesture toward the dog. This strange move actually made the middle-aged man laugh, despite the danger. He gave Yi Xingqian a thumbs up. "Kid, you've got guts. But seriously, don't push your luck." Heh. Yi Xingqian smiled, then glanced at a slightly rotted tree branch lying by the roadside. The man noticed his gaze and said doubtfully, "Kid, that branch looks half-rotted, but it's got to weigh at least 20 pounds. You can't use that as a weapon. You'd barely be able to lift it." Yi Xingchen smiled, then walked toward the branch step by step under the watchful eyes of both the man and the two dogs. Bark, bark, bark. The dogs seemed to be mocking him. In their minds, how could a human lift a 20-pound object? But tonight, they had met the wrong guy. To the man's utter disbelief, Yi Xingchen grabbed the large, long, dark branch with one hand and held it up. What? No way. Am I hallucinating? Did I run into a ghost tonight? That thing is huge, long, thick, solid. Even if it's hollow, it still weighs a good bit. And he lifted it with one hand? Could it be that my good deeds earned me divine protection? Growl. Seeing Yi Xingchen armed, the two wild dogs immediately abandoned the man and flanked Yi Xingchen, trying to trap him. Good dogs don't block the road. Get lost. Yi Xingchen swung the branch hard and lunged at one of the dogs. Yelp. Yelp. Though the dog tried to dodge, the branch still struck it. With a painful yelp, the dog ran off, licking its wound from a safe distance while glaring at Yi Xingchen. Then he turned and charged the second dog. Having seen what happened to its partner, the second dog didn't dare fight. It bounced away as fast as it could. Hiss. Hiss. Yi Xingchen saw the two dogs still lurking in the distance, watching for another chance. He stomped the ground and shouted. Startled, the dogs bolted and disappeared into the nearby grass. Done. Yi Xingchen threw the branch to the ground, then clapped both hands, brushing off the dirt and rotten wood chips from his palms. The middle-aged man pointed at Yi Xingchen, his face full of fear. What is it, sir? Young man, you're amazing. I've lived most of my life, and this is the first time I've seen someone lift something that heavy. And, those were dogs. The infamous fierce beasts. You actually. I feel like if it had come down to a real fight, those two beasts would have died at your hands. That's terrifying. Only a title like Dragon-Slaying Warrior from novels and movies could match you. Dragon-Slaying Warrior? Yi Xingchen froze. Who would have thought that just beating up two stray dogs by the roadside could earn him the title of Dragon-Slaying Warrior? Since the world changed, there had been way too many absurd things happening. Yi Xingchen smiled. Sir, why were you walking alone on such a remote road this late? That's dangerous. If you hadn't met me, you might have ended up as dog. I mean, beast food. Sigh, the middle-aged man sighed softly. My name is Qin Yuanhang. I came to the city to visit my daughter. Originally, I was driving myself, so I didn't pay much attention to time or the route. But unexpectedly, my car broke down. I didn't want to trouble my daughter, so I had no choice but to abandon the car and walk to her place. I'll figure something out tomorrow. Oh, I see. Yi Xingchen nodded thoughtfully. In this world, people are so physically weak that if a car breaks down midway, it's practically scrapped. Nobody can even lift the parts. How can anyone repair it? In the old world, even something basic like changing a tire is now just a dream. Young man, where do you live? Yi Xingchen hesitated for 2 seconds. I live in the Yunhe Villa district. What about you, Uncle Qin? What a coincidence. My daughter lives in the Yunhe Villa district too. She's at number 99. And you? Qin Yuanhang looked at Yi Xingchen with excitement. At first, Yi Xingchen was startled by the information, almost thinking Qin Yuanhang might be Qin Yanran's father. Only when Qin Yuanhang said his daughter lived at number 99 did Yi Xingchen breathe a sigh of relief. The villa he currently lived in was number 65, and Qin Yanran's villa was next door at number 66? Yi Xingchen smiled at Qin Yuanhang. Uncle Qin, let me walk you home. Since I live in the same villa district, it's safer to go together. Who knows, what if something else happens to you alone? Thank you so much. Qin Yuanhang was overjoyed and followed closely behind Yi Xingchen. The two of them walked down the dark road toward the Yunhe Villa district. Soon, they left the dark road and entered a more lively area. It was only here that Qin Yuanhang began to talk more. Young man, do you have a girlfriend? What? No? Perfect. My daughter's still single too. Would you be interested in meeting her? My daughter's got great qualities, high education, good looks, high income, high blood pressure, oops. I mean, a whole list of highs. No pressure though. Even if it doesn't turn into a romantic relationship, you two could just be friends. What? You think you're not good enough for her? Come on, young man, don't joke. With your strength and speed, you're basically a dragon-slaying warrior from Legends. My daughter's just an ordinary woman, being with you would be her good luck. You really don't want to meet her? How about exchanging contact info? You can always reach out later. What? What if she's married by then? No problem, if you dig right, there's no wall that can't be torn down. Hey? Young man, don't leave, what a pity. Yi Xingchen, after listening to Qin Yuanhang's non-stop chatter along the way, felt his blood pressure rising. Eventually, unable to take it anymore, and seeing the Yunhe Villa district up ahead, he ran off, leaving Qin Yuanhang behind. Qin Yuanhang had wanted to catch up and ask for contact information, but Yi Xingchen was just too fast. Qin Yuanhang could only sigh. What a shame. Sighing, he found the entrance to Villa 99 in the Yunhe Villa district. He reached out and pressed the doorbell. But the one who came out was a middle-aged man. Through the iron fence, the man looked confused. "Buddy, who are you looking for?" "Huh?" Qin Yuanhang looked puzzled. "You are? What do you mean, I am? I'm the owner of this villa. Who the hell are you? Wasn't the owner a woman with the last name Qin? What woman named Qin? I've lived in this villa for over 10 years. I've never known anyone named Qin. Now get lost." The man finished and slammed the wooden door shut. "Huh, strange." Suddenly remembering something, Qin Yuanhang quickly took out his phone and made a call. "Hello? Daughter? I thought you lived at number 99 in Yunhe Villa district? What? You live at number 66? Did I remember wrong? I'm at Villa 99 now. You're coming to get me? No need. I'll walk over myself, it's not far. Just wait for me at the door." Back to Yi Xingchen. He quickly passed by the gate of Qin Yanran's villa. Just as he was wondering whether he should say hello or just send a message, he noticed Qin Yanran standing at the villa's entrance. "President Qin, you're still awake this late? Standing outside?" Yi Xingchen looked at her in surprise. "You're finally back? Earlier the special ops team called me and said they'd release you tonight, so I stopped worrying about your case. As for why I'm still out here so late, I'm waiting for someone very important to me." "Waiting for someone?" Yi Xingchen was stunned. No way. Could the person Qin Yanran was waiting for really be him? She's still up this late, was she really waiting for him? But why? Why wait for him? Why would he be important to her? Could it be she found out about what he did in Gojia village? Or is this just concern between friends or something more complicated? Whether it was from a business standpoint or a personal one, this late-night wait truly moved him. Yi Xingchen raised his fist and clenched his teeth. "President Qin, don't worry. I'll work hard. Let's go." He finished, full of motivation, and ran back toward his own villa. Qin Yanran stood there, dumbfounded, her thoughts blown away in the night breeze. Ding ding. Inside the villa, Qin Yanran was holding a small teapot, about the size of half a disposable plastic cup, pouring hot tea for Qin Yuanhang. A while after Yi Xingchen got home, Qin Yuanhang finally arrived slowly at the gate of Qin Yanran's villa. Qin Yuanhang held a cup the size of a bottle cap and took a small sip of hot tea. "Dad, why did you suddenly come over without letting me know in advance? I could have arranged for someone to pick you up." Sigh. "Next time I come, just have someone pick me up." Qin Yuanhang sighed heavily. "Something unexpected happened on the way, I almost didn't get to see you again." "An accident? What happened?" Qin Yanran was slightly startled. "The car broke down on the way. It didn't seem too far, so I figured I'd walk. But halfway there, I ran into 2 wild dogs and nearly got killed." "What?" Qin Yanran's eyes were full of lingering fear. "Why would such fearsome beasts even appear in our city? That's terrifying. Dad, how did you escape?" "Well, it's kind of a coincidence. Just when the 2 beasts were about to attack me, a young guy suddenly showed up and saved me. Speaking of that young man, wow, he's really something. Unbelievably strong, looks decent, and most importantly, he's still single." "All right, stop. That's enough." Qin Yanran knew where Qin Yuanhang was going with this and quickly cut him off. "Last time too, you insisted on introducing someone to me because he was single, but he turned out to be divorced." I was speechless. Qin Yuanhang looked awkward. "That was just a fluke. And the time before that? You said he was successful, but he turned out to be unemployed." "Dad, I'm just single, not unwanted. Stop introducing me to these weirdo leftovers. You know Xiaoli? My best friend from college? She's been divorced 3 times. What's the point of marriage anyway?" Qin Yuanhang pouted in displeasure. If marriage were pointless, would she have gotten married 3 times? Faced with that logic, Qin Yanran was left speechless. "My daughter," Qin Yuanhang patted her shoulder earnestly, "you're not getting any younger. Isn't there anyone you like? In another 2 or 3 years, you'll be a leftover woman no one wants." Qin Yanran, feeling troubled, propped her chin on both hands, elbows resting on the table. "Dad, actually, I have been looking for someone over the years, but it's really hard to find the right one. What does it even mean to like someone? What's the difference between liking and just having a good impression?" Qin Yuanhang was slightly stunned, then replied, "It's simple. A good impression means you don't get annoyed looking at them. Liking means even if they annoy you, you still want to look at them." Qin Yanran froze. She seemed to be reflecting, asking herself which people didn't annoy her, or who she still wanted to see even when they did. After thinking for a long time, she still couldn't find anyone that fit. Sigh. What a pity. Such a perfect cabbage, and not a single chicken wants to peck it. What a shame. Meanwhile, with Yi Xingchen. After Yi Xingchen got home, Miyamoto Tomomi quickly came to the door to greet him. She skillfully helped Yi Xingchen change into clean slippers, took his coat and hung it up on the rack, completely acting like a model wife. Yi Xingchen sat on the couch, glancing at her busy figure, and felt a bit conflicted about whether he should tell her he had officially joined the Dragon Clan. Yi Kuan, Miyamoto Tomomi said gently as she walked up behind him after finishing her tasks, beginning to carefully massage his shoulders. I was browsing on my phone today. Although I've studied Xiagua, Xia country, language for several years, there's one phrase I still don't understand. Oh? Yi Xingchen raised an eyebrow. Which one? What does 2333 mean? I see a lot of people using it in chats on Xia country websites, but I just don't get it. That one, Yi Xingchen paused for a moment. It's usually used to express loud laughter. I see. Miyamoto Tomomi nodded thoughtfully. By the way, Tomomi, from an objective point of view, what do you think about the Dragon Clan? The Dragon Clan? Her brow furrowed slightly. They are strong and mysterious. I heard the clan leader, Long Xiaoqi, is a saint-level expert. Globally, there are very few people who could stand against him. Just like the Miyamoto family, the Dragon Clan, compared to the three major organizations, Hurricane, God's Layers, and the Catholic Church, has stricter rules, a clearer faith, and tighter structure. They are also more loyal to their country. For example, people from the Dragon Clan and Miyamoto family could sacrifice their lives for the nation. The other three groups wouldn't do that. Most of their members do not even know why they joined, or when they might leave. They are disorganized and faithless. In short, the Dragon Clan and Miyamoto family serve their country, while the other three only pretend to, all while doing selfish, shady things. I see, Yi Xingchen nodded in thought. From her words, it was clear Miyamoto Tomomi held the Dragon Clan and the Miyamoto family in very high regard. That gave Yi Xingchen a bit of mental reassurance. By the way, Yi Kuan, why did you suddenly ask about this? Tomomi looked at him with a complicated expression. Yi Xingchen realized he couldn't keep it a secret any longer. And since she would find out sooner or later, he might as well be honest. Alright, I'll tell you the truth. Today, Long Xiaoqi's daughter approached me. Under special circumstances, I was forced to agree to join the Dragon Clan. 2333. Tomomi blurted out the number in an exaggerated tone. What the hell? Yi Xingchen was confused. Isn't that what you said? It means ha ha ha, right? Yi Xingchen was speechless. Lady, that's 2333, not literally 2333. Tomomi laughed and patted his shoulder. No matter what you do, I'll support you. And you don't need to worry about me. I've already cut ties with the Miyamoto family, I'm no longer the same person I was before. Yi Xingchen looked at her with a complicated expression. But, Yi Kuan, there's one thing you must always remember, once a member of the Dragon Clan, always a ghost of the Dragon Clan. It's easy to join, but hard to leave. I understand, Yi Xingchen nodded heavily and fell into deep thought. Good morning, President Qin. As usual, Yi Xingchen had driven the car early and was waiting at the gate of Qin Yanran's villa. Morning. We're not going to the company today. Let's head directly to the construction site. I'm worried the people from Gojia village might cause trouble again. Yi Xingchen gently stepped on the gas, and the car sped forward. President Qin, the people from Gojia village probably won't bother us anymore. Oh? Qin Yanran did not think too much about Yi Xingchen's words, assuming his confidence came from how he handled the villagers the day before yesterday. She smiled and shook her head. The people from Gojia village wanted to extort 1 billion from her. How could they just give up after a little beating from Yi Xingchen? Although everything was quiet yesterday and no one from the village showed up, she still had a feeling they would come today. After all, violence was not the most effective solution. That was why she had decided not to return to the company and head straight to the construction site. The two quickly arrived at the site. Perhaps because of Qin Yanran's fierce reaction 2 days ago, there were clearly more adult male workers present today. President Qin. Old Zhang greeted Qin Yanran eagerly with several workers following him. How's it going today? No trouble from Gojia village? Old Zhang chuckled. Not so far. But, who knows? Those troublesome folks might show up again any time. So we've added more men here today. This is my son, little Zhang. He personally brought people here to guard the site yesterday. Nice to meet you, President Qin. Little Zhang smiled and nodded politely to her. Qin Yanran nodded with satisfaction and began inspecting the site. President Qin, if everything goes well, the measurements should be finished soon. Then our team can work overtime to get the blueprints done, and construction can officially begin. The key is, no more disruptions. Qin Yanran corrected old Zhang and added the condition. It's strange. In the past, those villagers from Gojia would show up the next day even after police drove them away. But, yesterday there was no movement at all, and today so far nothing either. I don't know if they're planning something, or maybe they were scared off by the team my son brought. Old Zhang looked worriedly toward the road from Gojia village. Do not worry, President Qin. The people from Gojia village won't be causing trouble anymore. Qin Yanran looked at Yixingchen, confused. This was the second time today he said that. She found it strange how confident he was. Just as she was about to ask, little Zhang spoke up with disdain. Haha, you're just a bodyguard. Sure, you beat them up the other day, but these people will do anything for money. You think that was the end of it? You're too naive. Well, not your fault, small world experience. You just do not understand how things work. Yixingchen immediately understood what he meant. He clearly looked down on Yixingchen, thinking he was just a driver and bodyguard and had no right to speak. But Yixingchen didn't mean to command anyone. Ah, look, they're coming again. Just as Yixingchen was about to explain the truth, that he had already settled things with Gojia village, a worker from Yida company shouted in alarm. Led by Go Dongxi, a group of villagers were carrying small wooden boxes and marching toward the construction site. You really are a jinx, young man. Spoke of the devil, they're here again. Old Zhang opened his mouth wide and tried to blame Yixingchen. Damn it. They think we're easy targets again? Looks like we'll have to be more aggressive this time. Little Zhang frowned, a trace of violence in his eyes. Hurry. Distribute these to the guys. But what happened next shocked everyone, except Yixingchen. The villagers did not barge in and throw a fit like before. This time, they stood obediently at the edge of the site. Go Dongxi even instructed others to pull out small bottled waters and bite-sized pastries from the boxes. Huh? Old Zhang was stunned. What's going on? Ha ha ha. Little Zhang laughed. President Qin, Dad, they must be scared of me after I personally guarded the site. Now they're backing down. Let's go see. Qin Yanran was also puzzled and walked over with the others. President Qin. Brother Yi. Go Dongxi quickly put on a smile when he saw them. We truly apologize for everything before. To make up for it, we brought some bottled water and specialty pastries from our village. From now on, we'll protect this construction site ourselves. Anyone who dares to cause trouble here will have to answer to us first. Qin Yanran was totally confused. Why such a sudden change in attitude? Heh. But little Zhang smiled proudly. Looks like you've seen what I can do. It's okay, understandable. As they say, admitting your mistakes is a virtue. Sorry, and you are? Go Dongxi looked puzzled. Huh? Little Zhang froze. Wait, you don't know who I am? Strange, why should I know you? Even though Go Dongxi tried to be polite, he did not give little Zhang any face at all. What? Little Zhang was shocked. You mean you're not here because you were scared of me guarding the site? No. Go Dongxi frowned. I know this may sound rude, but my friend, when the police were guarding this place, we still came. Do you really think bringing a few guys here would scare us off and make us change our ways? Little Zhang shook his head, trying to deny it. No way. You must have been intimidated by us. Come on, nothing to be ashamed of, just admit it. We're all friends here, it's not embarrassing. Go Dongxi stared at Xiao Zhang with a look as if he had seen a ghost, then glanced weakly at Yixingchen. Brother Yi, I speak bluntly, so don't get mad, okay? I swear I'm not trying to cause trouble. But who the hell is this guy? His skin is as thick as tree bark, claiming we were scared of him. What a delusional bastard. I mean seriously, who even knows him? Why the hell would I be afraid of him? Yixingchen was secretly pleased by Go Dongxi's remarks toward Xiao Zhang, but he held back his laughter, only curling his lips a little without saying a word. Qin Yanran immediately noticed the ambiguous attitude Go Dongxi showed toward Yixingchen. Recalling how Yixingchen had confidently said twice that the people from Gojia village would not come to cause trouble again, she began to suspect something. Qin Yanran was about to say something, but Xiao Zhang, unwilling to admit defeat, asked again. Then you tell me, what other reason could there be? TCH. Go Dongxi shot him a look full of contempt. I'm the young master of the village chief's family, why would I be afraid of you? If my attitude changed so drastically, of course it's because of our handsome, elegant, and dashing brother Yi. What? That guy? No way. Xiao Zhang stared at Yixingchen in disbelief. You really need to stop thinking you're important. The night before last, Brother Yi personally came to our village to find me and helped me solve a huge problem. Sure, I might be a bit wild and free-spirited normally, but, no matter what, I don't have the face to keep making trouble for Brother Ye's company. So to make up for it, we came here to help. This time even Xiao Zhang was speechless. What people fear most is comparison. Once you compare, all the pretenders are exposed. For a brief moment, even old Zhang felt incredibly ashamed. He had only thought about stopping the people from Gojia village, but never considered solving the problem at its root. It's just like a flood, building a dam is only a temporary fix, while dredging the river is the real solution. Qin Yanran, standing nearby, noticed the bandages on Go Dongxi's fingers and thought about Yi Xingqian's terrifying combat skills. She quickly realized things were not as simple as Go Dongxi's few words suggested. That night when Yi Xingqian went to Gojia village, he definitely did more than just help Go Dongxi solve a problem. Most likely, he made him suffer first, and only then helped him out. But of course, in the end, it is the victor who gets to tell the story. No matter what method Yi Xingqian used or what tricks he played, as long as the goal was achieved, then the method was effective. Qin Yanran gave Yi Xingqian an approving look and nodded. At that moment, she finally understood why he had said twice that the villagers would not return. It turned out Yi Xingqian had already handled everything. And even after taking care of it, he had not bragged or asked for recognition. What kind of calm, mature, and humble man was this? In a daze, memories flashed through Qin Yanran's mind, how Yi Xingqian had helped her solve one problem after another since entering her life. Defeating Nichikawa Gosaka in the strength competition. Beating Jinatamai and Xiao Haizi in the basketball game. Uncovering the traitor Shen Jingbing and turning the tables to secure the project. Driving away the pest Liu Jing. Now resolving the Gojia village situation. Is that really something just a driver or a low-level bodyguard could do? This ordinary-looking man in front of her, how many more surprises was he hiding? Or rather, how many surprises could he bring? For a moment, Qin Yanran felt lucky that she had had the eye to recruit Yi Xingqian. If someone else's company managed to steal such a talent away, it would be a huge loss. At the same time, a strange thought suddenly popped into her mind. Yi Xingqian had strength and an outstanding personality. Maybe he could be used as a shield, to shut up her father who kept pressuring her to get married. While Qin Yanran was lost in thought, old Zhang and Xiao Zhang had already retreated in shame, no longer daring to boast. They quietly resumed work in a corner of the construction site, while Go Dongxi and his group soon left. Let's go, Xingqian. We're no longer needed here. Let's head back to company headquarters. All right, President Qin. Yi Xingqian, without the slightest hint of arrogance, just smiled calmly and quickly walked over to open the car door for Qin Yanran. After driving a short distance toward the headquarters of Yida Corporation, Qin Yanran hesitated for a moment and finally spoke up. Xingqian, have you thought about getting a raise? While driving, Yi Xingqian answered without hesitation, isn't a promotion and raise every working person's dream? I'm no exception. There's something I need your help with. If you do it well, I'll give you a raise afterward. Oh? Yi Xingqian was slightly surprised. President Qin, what is the job this time? Well, it's like this, Qin Yanran began searching for a way to explain. Recently, I've been focused on running a charitable foundation. I want to contribute something to poor families across the country, including here in Yunhe City. But, just yesterday, my dad came to visit me at home. Oh? Yi Xingqian did not yet understand what she meant. Ever since my dad handed over Yida to me, he's been living the rural life with great enthusiasm, sigh. He doesn't have many faults, but there's one thing, he's obsessed with trying to get me married. Because of that, I've barely had time to manage the foundation. Yi Xingqian could not help but laugh. So even a strong woman like Qin Yanran fears her dad pushing her to get married. President Qin, what do you want me to do? I want you to pretend to be my boyfriend for a few days. Cheer up my dad and make him go home. That's all. Once it's done, you'll get a raise. What? Yi Xingqian was so startled that he nearly crashed the car into a tree on the roadside. Qin Yanran was stunned. She had imagined all kinds of reactions from Yi Xingqian, delight, excitement, eagerness, or even a teary refusal. But she never imagined this reaction. What? What the hell does what even mean? What kind of reaction is that? You're not joking, right, President Qin? What do you think? Qin Yanran pursed her lips. Then, why me? I'm sure you know plenty of outstanding young men. Why choose me for this role? Because I don't trust anyone else. I'm afraid others will try to take advantage afterward and won't leave me alone. But you? I just know you won't do that. All right then. Yi Xingqian scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Don't worry. All expenses will be reimbursed during this time. You just need to keep my dad happy. Got it. President Qin, I understand exactly what to do. Suddenly, the air in the car filled with awkward silence. Dusk. After dropping off Qin Yanran at her house, Yi Xingqian began walking back to his own home. As he approached the gate of his villa, he suddenly noticed Long Qingxian sitting on a low stone wall next to the greenery nearby. Behind Long Qingxian, a middle-aged woman stood with her arms crossed, staring intently at the second floor of Yi Xingqian's villa without blinking. "Hey!" Long Qingxian smiled and waved at Yi Xingqian. "You need something?" Yi Xingqian sat down beside her as he spoke. "What? Can't I come and have a little chat with my future husband even if there's nothing important?" Long Qingxian looked at Yi Xingqian with a bright smile. Yi Xingqian was momentarily stunned. He didn't know why, but every time he heard the words, future husband, from Long Qingxuan's mouth, he felt a bit weird. And her constant smiling always made her hard to read. "All right, I'm done teasing you." Long Qingxian chuckled, then gave a subtle gesture to the middle-aged woman behind her. The woman immediately understood and quickly pulled an envelope from her coat, handing it to Yi Xingqian. "What's this?" Yi Xingqian took the envelope curiously and opened it right in front of Long Qingxian without hesitation. "It's a mission. Originally, it was supposed to be handled by Long Wulyo, but as you know, he received an urgent task last night and can't make it back in time. So now this mission falls to you. Consider it your formal initiation into the Dragon Clan," Long Qingxian said, nodding and starting to explain. "The target this time is Su Jiayin, the boss of Hingda Real Estate in Yunhe City." "Oh?" Yi Xingqian looked at Su Jiayin's photo from the envelope and asked curiously, "Just a real estate developer? Why would someone like that be worth the attention of our Dragon Clan?" "No. Not your Dragon Clan, our Dragon Clan," Long Qingxian firmly corrected him. "Don't underestimate Su Jiayin. He's not simple. Over the past decade, he's used Hingda Real Estate to speculate on pre-sale housing and made a fortune. According to reliable intel, Su Jiayin has already cashed out over 100 billion and plans to flee to America to enjoy his life. This kind of case, shouldn't it be handled by the Commercial Crimes Unit or something? Why is it up to you, us, to deal with it?" Yi Xingqian still didn't quite understand. "It's simple. Even though we know he took over 100 billion, no one can do anything about it. Legally speaking, he's no longer the legal owner of Hengda, so even after cashing out, the law can't touch him. Plus, he has multiple highly trained bodyguards around him. Ordinary law enforcement has no way to investigate him secretly." She paused for a moment, then continued. "The Dragon Clan only steps in when the law can't. For us, we don't need evidence, and we don't need a reason. Once someone's on the list, they can be taken out." "So?" Yi Xingqian paused. "What exactly do you want me to do?" "Find him. Use any means necessary, fair or not, humane or not, force him to spit out every last cent of that 100 billion. Doesn't your boss Qin have that Yida Charity Foundation? Have him donate the entire sum to the foundation. Let that be the last good deed of his life." "Got it." Yi Xingqian nodded. "From the top, if possible, after some pressure, if he cooperates, then don't kill him. But if he refuses or tries anything shady afterward, you don't have to report back, just take care of it." "I understand." Yi Xingqian glanced again at Su Jiayin's photo and memorized his face. "Tonight, Su Jiayin will be staying in room 608 at Yunhe Grand Hotel. The day after tomorrow, he's flying to America. So you only have tonight and tomorrow?" "All right. I'll go find him tonight. One more thing. He has strong bodyguards. Be careful." "Don't worry." Yi Xingqian patted his chest confidently. "As long as I'm there, anyone who dares block me, I'll crush them." "Good." Long Qingxian nodded, then glanced at the second floor of Yi Xingqian's villa, hesitating. "Is there something else you want to say?" Yi Xingqian felt a bit guilty looking at her. He had no doubt that the Dragon Clan had already investigated and knew that Miyamoto Tomomi was staying at his house. Given the tense relationship between Xia Nation and the Eastern Island Nation, it was easy to imagine the Dragon Clan and the Miyamoto family were likely at odds. In that situation, he had let a Miyamoto live in his house? He couldn't guess what the Dragon Clan would think of that. "She's not simple." After hesitating a moment, Long Qingxian finally spoke vaguely. "What do you mean?" "Miyamoto Tomomi, she's considered a prodigy within the Miyamoto family. We have enough information about her in the Dragon Clan archive to fill a whole book. Her staying by your side, she must have some motive. I just don't know what exactly it is yet. Just be careful." Yi Xingqian nodded heavily, secretly relieved. "I thought you guys were going to." "Heh," Long Qingxian chuckled. "My future husband has an unusual constitution and, naturally, a lot of energy. Having a few women around besides me is nothing out of the ordinary." "Heh." Yi Xingqian laughed awkwardly. "After all, you want my strength, not me, right? Ha 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 ha." Long Qingxian burst into laughter but gave no reply. "If there's nothing else, I'll head back. I need to prepare. I'll go see the target tonight." "All right." Long Qingxian nodded. Once you complete this mission, you'll be officially part of the Dragon Clan. At that point, you'll need to tattoo the Dragon Clan symbol on your right arm. A tattoo? Yi Xingqian frowned slightly. I thought, you don't have one. You're also a Dragon Clan member. Because I'm afraid of pain. Yi Xingqian stared at her, momentarily speechless. That reason was truly unbeatable. Well, what could you say? Her father was the clan leader, she got special privileges. Heh. One last word of advice, don't forget what I said. Be careful around that woman. We're leaving. After finishing her instructions, Long Qingxian left with the middle-aged woman. They slowly disappeared into the dim light of the street lamps.
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.